Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage. Hope everybody's having a good afternoon thus far. Today will be a very busy afternoon and evening. We are expecting the potential for a significant windbag, potentially a severe mesoscale convective system, and maybe even a derecho. And if you have no clue what a derecho is, we're going to talk about it here in a few minutes, but we have the potential for a major severe weather outbreak here today across the southern plains, where widespread severe weather, in addition to very large hail and tornadoes, are all going to be a possibility. Today is a day that you're going to want to make sure that you are staying weather aware and having multiple ways to receive warnings. We will be live throughout this entire event with in-depth severe weather coverage, tons of storm chasers, lots of different stuff that's going to be happening, and we are pretty much expecting widespread severe storms. So it is going to be a very active afternoon and evening. You're going to want to make sure again that you have multiple ways to receive alerts. That's a weather radio, have a tornado action plan ready to go, and also make sure that you have our stream up and going, as we are expecting a lot of severe storms here this afternoon and evening. We are already beginning off with tornado warnings, and we have a bunch of severe storms that are quickly intensifying here across Oklahoma, Texas, Kansas, and Missouri. But I want to begin with our tornado warnings, and we're going to talk a little bit more about what's happening today further off to the west. We've had some tornado warnings issued here over the last half hour, mainly across Virginia and Pennsylvania. This is actually where we currently have a mesoscale convective vortex that is currently happening, which is basically an area of spin that is located back over in Maryland and West Virginia, and this is helping to spin up the potential for a few tornadoes this afternoon. Believe it or not, our only tornado watch right now is across parts of Maryland and Virginia, but there is a possibility later today that we will have a tornado watch back over in parts of Oklahoma and maybe even Texas. As of now, we have a severe thunderstorm watch in place. We have two tornado warnings actively, one of which was just canceled, so we're technically at two right now. One of which is north right now of West Point, that is heading up into Urbana and eventually going towards Irvington, back over in far eastern Virginia. This storm has some broad rotation right now. It's about to enter into Saluda, so if you're in Saluda, Virginia, seek shelter. This is a very low precip supercell. It's not very tall either, but this has the potential of producing an isolated tornado. And then our other tornado warning is actually just off to the southwest of Pittsburgh right now, so heads up if you're over in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We have a storm right now rotating just off to your west, coming up into McDonald, Cecil, Mount Lebanon, and Bethel Park. This storm had a little bit more rotation a few minutes ago. It's gone a little bit broader, but there is still some broad rotation over Hickory. Again, that'll be moving into Cecil, Pennsylvania, and then Bridgeville here over the next few minutes. Heads up if you're in Pittsburgh for a potential tornado threat as this storm continues to move to the east. But obviously the big talk today is what is happening across the southern plains and the central plains. We are expecting the potential for a major severe weather outbreak this afternoon and evening, which is why we are live a little bit earlier than we usually are, because there's going to be a lot of severe weather and it is rapidly ramping up already, and we are expecting multiple clusters of storms to form over the next few hours, and then eventually an intense line of thunderstorms, which is known as a mesoscale convective system. It could actually be a derecho today, which means a large swath of damaging winds that is also destructive. We are basically talking about the potential for widespread damaging winds between 60 to 110 miles per hour today across Oklahoma, Texas, and even parts of Missouri. And this is going to be a very intense day. I know a lot of people sometimes kind of blow off the wind threat when it comes to severe weather, but today is definitely not a day that you do not want to be taking seriously, because we are expecting a huge swath of damaging winds to impact very populated areas, including the Oklahoma City metro area. Dallas-Fort Worth will probably get hit pretty hard as well. Wichita Falls, Texas, even back over into the Texas Panhandle is where there could be some very significant severe weather. So I'm going to talk more about the forecast here in a minute, but I do want to touch on what is happening right now back over in the southern plains, because storms are beginning to fire off. First off, back over in eastern Kansas, we got two storms that have just formed, and we actually have bottom right of your screen Ben Williams. He is actually on these storms right now. These are right now just producing isolated quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, but as they continue to move down to the southeast, I do think they will intensify, and there is definitely a non-zero tornado threat with these storms if they're able to stay discreet. You can actually see right now near Mapleton, there is a broad area of rotation right now that is currently tracking to the southeast. This will eventually move into Missouri, by the way, so if you're back over in western Missouri, just a heads up here, just off right now to the west of Rich Hill and also going towards Nevada. This is what Ben Williams is looking at right now. You can actually see there's a small little lowering that is coming down right now from this storm. It's not very definitive yet, but this storm does have, I think, a low chance of producing a tornado as it continues to move towards Fort Stott here in eastern Kansas. So this will be a storm that we are keeping an eye on. For now, it is still a little bit elevated, but I definitely wouldn't rule out a tornado threat with that as it continues to move down to the southeast. Now, further down to the south and west, we have another cluster of storms that has rapidly gone up. We have a ton of storms that are firing off right now in northwest southwestern and northern Oklahoma near Cherokee and just the north of Fairview. And you can see these storms have gone up very quickly. This is only within the last 20 minutes or so that these storms have exploded. And one of the reasons why is because we have so much instability today, which is basically storm fuel. And we have values at upwards of 5,000 to 6,000 joules per kilogram, which is really excessive. We hardly ever see that. So with today's setup, we have a lot of storm fuel. That means storms are going to rapidly develop, and you might be caught off guard if you're not staying weather aware today, especially in parts of Oklahoma and Texas. Further off to the west as well, we have another cluster of storms that has been going up here over the last hour, just east of Clayton, New Mexico, all the way back through Beaver, where there's currently some spotty hail and wind, but this will be ramping up further over the next hour or two as these storms move down to the southeast, and I would expect that these storms will cluster together and eventually become a line of thunderstorms. We've also had some more elevated storms developing back over in far western Oklahoma and also the eastern Texas panhandle.
A new tornado
where we
warning
currently
has
have a
been
few
issued.
supercells that have gone up with mainly a very large hail and damaging wind threat. The tornado threat for now is low, but it is not zero. The biggest hailstorm right now is located just southeast of Memphis, Texas, and that'll be tracking towards Hollis, Oklahoma. And believe it or not, there's actually a camera here we're going to keep a close eye on the Radar Mega app over near Hollis, so that will be something we're keeping an eye on. Also, we have another tornado warning in Pennsylvania. This one is southeast of Pittsburgh. This is near Greensburg and Youngwood. So a broad area of rotation right now developing that is moving over towards I-76 over the next few minutes, and that'll eventually track towards Host, Teeter, and eventually Youngstown. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. I want to talk more about our actual timing for today, also the general threat of severe weather. Let's go ahead and begin with our threat of severe weather. In case you've not already heard, we have a level 4 out of 5 moderate risk of severe weather in place, which does include the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, and it basically includes almost all of North Texas now. If you are in North Texas, which we have a lot of viewers usually from North Texas, you guys are all pretty much in a moderate risk of severe weather now. This is almost the highest level, risk that you can possibly get.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Well, we're already starting out hot. We had a tornado on the ground in the Texas and Oklahoma border area. This is southeast or southwest of Boise City. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter, get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This has been observed by public. So this is a public confirmed tornado right now near Highway 5664. That is our couplet right there. It is just to the southeast of that highway. And it's going to be coming up into Buffalo Springs, Texas, and then eventually moving towards Coldwater and Thompson Grove. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, go away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. Again, this storm right now tracking to the southeast at about 20 miles per hour for Dallam County, Texas, and Cimarron County in Oklahoma. All right, as I was saying, we again have a moderate risk of severe weather currently in place. This includes again the Dallas-Fort Worth area, southwestern Oklahoma, and also goes back in the direction of Amarillo, Texas. Here's a slightly closer view of that. It literally includes all of the Dallas-Fort Worth area now. So all of the DFW Metroplex, you guys are now included in a moderate risk of severe weather. What? Oh, is there a tornado? Who is this? Can you give me the name? Apparently we have a view of this tornado. What is this? Okay, 1 second. We got a tornado, apparently a view of it. 1 second. Trying to get this up. All right, I got it ready to go. I don't he's not loading it though. Oh, now he's loading. Maybe. Oh yeah, look at that. We got a tornado on the ground. This is in Texas. This is John Moon. Yeah, that's the tornado right there. So we got a tornado in progress. Again, back over near Buffalo Springs, Texas. And that is what it looks like. That is live. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter. That is definitely a tornado. It's very photogenic too. So again, this is right along the Texas and Oklahoma border. This is again in Cimarron County, Oklahoma, and Dallam County in Texas. That is essentially almost a pipe that is down right now. This is a very photogenic tornado. I mean, this is a very low precip supercell too. I'm guessing the mid-level moisture is very low. Because, or the low-level moisture is very low right now in this area, because there's literally, like, almost no rain falling here. A very low precip tornado.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Very photogenic. So again, this is back over to southwest of Boise City in Oklahoma. That is going to be tracking the direction of Stratford over the next few minutes. Again, if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. We got another tornado warning. That is going to be for Texas County in Oklahoma, which is going to be just east of Guyman. Optima and Heartsea are going to be in the track of this. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. That is a broad area of rotation that could intensify as this moves down to the east-southeast going towards the Hardesty area. Once again, this is back to John Moon, who has a view of the tornado, which I think may... Oh, yeah, that's still on the ground. Look at that tornado. Far right side of your screen. This is still a tornado down. You can see it right there on the right. This is back over again in the Texas Panhandle. It's about to cross into the Texas Panhandle, located just south of 5664 roadway. And that is just a pipe of a tornado that is down right now. I do apologize about the audio being a bit laggy. I'm going to see if I can try to fix that. But you can see, again, tornado is clearly down right now. Okay, it's his side, so we cannot fix the audio. But that is, again, still a tornado down right now. That's about to cross into Texas. Coming up on Buffalo Springs, Texas. If you're in Buffalo Springs, seek shelter immediately and get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Literally, this is one of the more photogenic tornadoes we've had, like, this year. Very photogenic tornado. Just heads up, by the way, the lagging is not my end, it's on his end. Should come back in a second. Wow. This is quite the start to today. Again, today was not really expected to be much of a tornado threat. We were expecting a lot more of a wind threat today. And we have this very photogenic tornado in an open field right now. We're about to cross into Texas. It looks like it's hitting a farm right now. So again, that is currently moving towards 296 over the next few minutes. Your couplet right now is located just to the south of Felt in Oklahoma. And again, that'll be moving into the Texas Panhandle over the next few minutes. So live view again of that tornado that is currently down. Very photogenic. This storm right now is moving southeast at about 20 miles per hour. We still have a couplet on radar that is very definitive near 330 roadway just south of Felt. And this will be moving into Buffalo Springs here in just a moment. Wow. Look at that motion. There's literally almost no rain to be seen right now. It's literally just so photogenic. Once again, if you're just tuning in this in Dallam County, Texas, Cimarron County, Oklahoma, obviously a tornado in progress. It's been on the ground here for probably about 10 minutes now. It is now just crossing into the Texas area. It's now crossing over into the Texas Panhandle. Again, it is a little bit laggy just on his end, but that is, again, still a tornado down here. It's coming up on 296 near Buffalo Springs. It's the Twister movie cover.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It's still going. This tornado's been going for about 10 minutes now. It is still going. We have another tornado warning, by the way, that just got issued over near Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It'll pop up here in a second. That rotation's coming together really quickly. It's back over in Pittsburgh County, Pennsylvania. New tornado warning. Area of rotations near McDonald, going towards Mount Lebanon and eventually towards Pittsburgh. We got a very tight little inflow here and a hook echo just north of Cecil. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That is tracking again towards Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And we still have a tornado warning near Youngswood, which is a broad area of rotation near New Stanton going towards Greensburg in Pennsylvania. Once again, there is a tornado in progress right now here in the Texas Panhandle. This is a discrete supercell with a very tight area of rotation. One of the more photogenic tornadoes that we've seen all year long that is currently tracking towards Highway 296 and Buffalo Springs. This is once again a live shot from storm chaser John Moon here along the Texas and Oklahoma border. It is in an open field right now, but it will be approaching Buffalo Springs, which again, a lot of farms here, eventually going towards Thompson Grove. Long term, this storm will be going towards Dalhart. Dalhart in Texas will eventually be in the path of this, and then eventually going towards Amarillo. So once again, be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you are in this tornado warning. Get away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Is I don't know if the feed is just completely... refresh it. He's in a very low signal area. It is in the middle of Texas. I'm gonna keep him bottom middle of your screen until he fully comes back. I think the video feed is just frozen. Should come back in a second though. Huge shout out to Kurt with a very generous $100 super chat. W's in the chat for Kurt. I'm going to southern Wisconsin on Tuesday. What's the chances of weather? I think weather chances are 100%. You're going to see weather. No, I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of severe weather up there for a little bit. So once again, still a tornado down here. This back over in the Texas Panhandle. Couplet is still very tight on radar. This is potentially a strong tornado, but right now it is just in an open field. Debris is probably not being lofted up right now. Apparently this tornado is just like stationary, which is why like even with the feed being frozen, this tornado may just not be moving very much. The tornado ate the signal. It might have. Once again, one of the more photogenic tornadoes that you'll see. Right now, velocities on radar still very tight. We don't have a great radar sight because we're in a bit of a radar hole here. We literally covered this area 2 days ago. We had a big radar hole, and right now the main area of rotation is, again, just to the west of Buffalo Springs. That is moving towards Coldwater, Thompson Grove. Long term, it's going in the direction of Dalhart, Dumas, and eventually Amarillo, Texas. So if you're in any of those areas, definitely make sure that you are staying weather aware as this storm continues to track down to the southeast. Let me put John bottom, we'll put him bottom right there. I do want to point out that our moderate risk of severe weather, once again, is one of the high, this is basically the highest risk that you can get for damaging winds now. We don't usually see high risks of damaging winds or hail. It's usually driven by tornadoes. So today's threat of severe weather is extremely critical that you stay weather aware, because this particular setup is favorable for a derecho. We could see a large swath of damaging winds this afternoon and evening, which will be mainly impacting Oklahoma and Texas, especially North Texas, also back through Wichita Falls, Childress. And again, there is over 10 million people that are in the path of a potential derecho today. You need to make sure that you have multiple ways to receive alerts, have a tornado action plan ready to go, and stay weather aware, because we could literally have a derecho today. This is, again, a very serious situation. We will likely have a particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm watch issued later today, if not a tornado watch for parts of Oklahoma and Texas, because of the fact that we could see a derecho. Widespread damaging winds as high as 100 miles per hour will be a possibility. The Storm Prediction Center literally has all this hatched area from Oklahoma City and also near Amarillo, Texas, all the way back towards Shreveport, included in a potential for damaging winds as high as 100 to 110 miles per hour today. I personally think the worst of this line will really ramp up back over near Wichita Falls and then eventually go into the Dallas-Fort Worth area today. On top of that, the tornado threat really is not that high, but it is there. I mean, we have a large 5% tornado threat, and if we are to get a tornado, which obviously we have one on the ground right now, bottom right of your screen, there is the potential for a large or even intense tornado today. So that is definitely a big concern. We also could see hailstone sizes as large as the size of DVDs because of how steep our lapse rates are, which are basically how fast our temperature is decreasing as we go up into the atmosphere. And that could come out of any of the supercells that are right now forming back over in the Oklahoma and Texas panhandles, or even maybe one of these elevated storms that's going up right now near Memphis. We also got a storm that is attempting to go up right now near Claude and Amarillo. Connor Croft is coming up on that. He is bottom left of your screen. Got a decent base there right now over near Claude. that storm will be something that we need to keep an eye on as well. Right now, again, this is a live shot from John Moon, which again, I think he is just completely out of signal right now, but this is what the tornado looks like here back over in the Texas Panhandle right now. It is a very photogenic stovepipe tornado back over in Dallam County in Texas. This also includes Cimarron County, Oklahoma. This warning is still right now observed, and it is for at least 2-inch sized hail as well, which means the size of limes are currently coming out of the sky, going into Buffalo Springs, Texas over the next few minutes. Once this connection comes back, we will we'll go back to him, but it is still on the ground, so definitely make sure that you are in your safe place. This is definitely still down and on the ground right now. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I did want to briefly touch on what we could compare the wind speeds that we're going to see with our probable derecho today on the tornado side of things. So you already talked about it. We're expecting winds up to 100 miles per hour, if not higher. So if we do see 100-mile-per-hour winds, you can compare that to an EF tornado. Personally, I do think that we could see wind speeds even higher than that, probably into the EF2 tornado range. There's going to be many reasons today why these storms are going to be much stronger than a normal MCS that we would see. I'll touch on those in a little bit once we don't have an active tornado on the ground, but there's going to be a lot of other things about this derecho that we have to talk about just because it is going to be more significant than some that we've seen recently.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, today, again, we could literally compare this to to an EF1, EF2 type tornado with how high the winds are going to be today. And it's going to be a large swath of winds. This is not your typical line of thunderstorms in the summer that's producing some 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, and it's only hitting, isolated locations. We are talking about a large line of basically widespread damaging winds across a very large area, Oklahoma, Texas, and these are not small population density areas. We are talking about areas like Dallas-Fort Worth, which I really do think is going to see significant severe weather tonight, almost no matter what. Again, we have a large 45% wind risk in place. Anywhere in this pink area is where I almost undoubtedly think we are going to see upwards of numerous to widespread damaging winds between 80 to 100 miles per hour. Now, not everybody's going to see winds that high, but that is what you need to be preparing for today. And I also would not rule out the potential for an isolated storm producing damaging winds as high as 110 miles per hour with this particular setup. We also have very strong northwesterly flow aloft, which is going to help to really amplify this line of storms over the next several hours. Now, this isn't going to be a really quickly organizing line of storms. I honestly don't even think we're going to have a full-blown organized line of storms probably until about 5, 6, 7 o'clock. So it's still a few hours away. But in the meantime, we have all these little discrete cells that have been firing up and semi-discrete cells. You can see them already over in northern Oklahoma and also the Oklahoma Panhandle, and then back over here also near the Oklahoma and Texas border. And basically over the next few hours, as these all organize, we are eventually just going to see a large line of storms come together back over in southwest Oklahoma and the Texas Panhandle, which will lead to a really significant and more than likely very severe mesoscale convective system later this evening. So that is why you really need to make sure today that you are honing in on having multiple ways to receive warnings, having a tornado action plan ready to go, and have multiple ways to receive alerts. And again, I would really highly recommend as well, if you're not already, make sure you're subscribed to this channel. We are going to be live covering this throughout the entire afternoon and evening with a lot of storm chasers, lots of live in-depth coverage as well. I'll be relaying reports. We're going to have very in-depth radar analysis as well as these storms continue to evolve here over the next few hours. But again, we are expecting a substantial severe weather outbreak today, and I would again classify this as more than likely a major severe weather outbreak today. And yeah, all right, back over in the Texas Panhandle, bottom middle of your screen, that stream's been frozen for like 8 minutes now, but we definitely think there is still a tornado on the ground back over in the Texas Panhandle. This is near Thompson Grove and Buffalo Springs. Still a very tight couplet right now, heading down to the southeast. This is a very photogenic tornado as well that'll eventually go towards Dalhart, Texas, and then eventually Dumas, Channing, and then Amarillo. It is a discrete supercell. There's really not much stopping this, and as long as it stays discrete, we will probably continue to have a tornado on the ground. Also, scanners are saying that this tornado is still on the ground, so this thing has not lifted despite the feed being frozen here for quite some time. That is still on the ground. It is still going, and it's going to continue here to move down to the southeast. So if you are in this tornado warning, please make sure that you are seeking shelter if you've not already, back over in Buffalo Springs, Texas. We have our other tornado warning near Guyman, Oklahoma as well. This one has been broader over the last few minutes. That is coming up on Hardesty. That'll eventually approach 412 and then go down towards Perryton, Texas. So definitely make sure that you're staying in your safe place if you're in this warning. 2-inch sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds are likely out of that storm. Back over in Pennsylvania as well, just a quick update. We still have a tornado warning near Pittsburgh. Rotation's been pretty broad on this storm, but we have a potential for a tornado with this as it goes into Bridgeville and then eventually approaching Heidelberg, Mount Lebanon, and then approaching the southwest side of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So if you're over in Pittsburgh, be ready to go to your safe place. A tornado does remain possible with that storm. Let's go back over to the Kansas and Missouri border. This is a storm that we are keeping an eye on back over to the south of Mound City near Fort Scott. This storm has had a little bit of rotation at times. Right now, it looks like more just a wind and hail threat for right now. If this is able to stay discreet, I would not rule out a potential for a tornado as that storm comes up into Nevada, in southwestern Missouri, and then eventually going towards El Dorado Springs and as well as Stockton, just to the northwest of Springfield. Also back over near Cherokee and as well as Pond Creek in Oklahoma. These storms are ramping up very fast. We currently have half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, but I am noticing some very strong areas of downburst winds, and really that is most pronounced right now near Wauketa, Oklahoma. We are starting to see some really strong downburst winds, at least measured around 50 to 60 miles per hour on velocities, but it could easily be higher than that. This is again tracking the direction of Medford and as well as Pond Creek over the next few minutes. And we also have another very strong area of downburst wind south of Cherokee that is going to be heading in the direction of Helena, and again just off to the northwest there of Lahoma. All right, John has been frozen for a long time, but he's still, I'm pretty sure there's still a tornado. I don't think it's lifted at all, but that is again what the tornado looked like a few minutes ago back over east of Texline in Texas. We still have a tight couplet on radar, so there's likely still a tornado down right now approaching 296 Road. That'll be heading again towards Thompson Grove and Buffalo Springs. By the way, a huge shout out to SW Tortex with the $200 super chat. W's in the chat. That is way too kind. Lots of weather lately, lots of hours live streaming, so Red Bull resupply fund. I do not drink Red Bull. I do not drink energy drinks, so I do appreciate that. I usually drink tea or, unfortunately, soda. Thank you, Sam, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Also, Ben Williams is back on that storm back over along the Missouri and Kansas border. And that is what this storm looks like right now. It has had some broad rotation.
But it's kind of right there. It's actually kind of right in front of us. It's trying to rotate.
So Ben Williams is on this.
Which
this
makes
could
me
definitely
think that, like, if we could just get this, if we just had a favorable storm, that wasn't all like, you know. That's so weird.
So this storm's rotating a little bit right now,
all, like,
but more than anything, a hail and wind concern for the time being. Tornado threat should ramp up on this storm, I think, in the next hour or two.
That's a lot of, like, vorticity and, like, upward motion right there in front of us.
This back over to John Moon, which is still frozen, but he had a tornado there several minutes ago, back over near 296. According to Scanner, this tornado is still down and on the ground right now, again in Dallam County in Texas, moving down to the southeast. New severe thunderstorm warning in Oklahoma. This is a large one. That's going to be back over north of Fairview, Enid, and also just to the west of Ponca City. This is for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and also quarter-sized hail. So be ready for all hazards of severe weather here, but right now the biggest concern being damaging winds. This is tracking towards Enid, Oklahoma, and this is the beginning of a long-term mesoscale convective system and possibly even a derecho. Again, this is just the beginning of it. We are starting to see at least organization now into more of a line here, and that is why there's such a large severe thunderstorm warning for several different storms that have gone up here back over in northwestern Oklahoma over the last few minutes. Also, this is what the future radar looks like. I do want to give you guys a quick idea of what it looks like here over the next several hours. So this is what it looks like right about now. Again, we got clusters of storms ongoing and kind of ramping up here across the board. Notice how we are going to have a much more organized line of storms by tonight, moving into areas like Dallas, Fort Worth, southern Oklahoma. And this is where we're expecting the threat of widespread damaging winds. This really will ramp up over the next few hours, but it will become a lot more organized, I think, by the time this reaches the Dallas, Fort Worth area. And this is going to produce the potential for widespread 80 to 100 mile per hour damaging winds and embedded tornadoes in this line of thunderstorms as well as it tracks down to the east-southeast. So again, and also I also want to show you guys this. I didn't show this on our videos at all, but I do think this is kind of important to look at. This is the HRRR wind gust map, and you can actually see if we let me zoom into the Dallas-Fort Worth area, for example. This is what we could see for like wind gusts in a widespread area tonight. You can see that we could see wind gusts up to 80, maybe even 90 miles per hour in some of these areas, and notice how this is a very widespread area of damaging winds.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
You can even see some areas upwards of 90 to 100 miles per hour just east of Dallas-Fort Worth. So that is another important thing to note, is that these winds, again, will basically be widespread. I'm not just saying that, like models are literally depicting that, and that's not always the case with some of these severe weather events. We have a brand new confirmed tornado warning. This one's going to be back over in the Texas Panhandle. This is the same storm that's been on the ground here for a little bit for Dallam County in Texas and Cimarron County in Oklahoma. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is currently located just to the north of 87, also going in the direction of 385 over the next few minutes. Our main area of rotation right now is just to the northwest of Thompson Grove. So Thompson Grove, you need to be in your safe place now in the Texas Panhandle. We are still sitting at 5 tornado warnings right now, so we actually have quite a bit. Again, today is supposed to be more of a windbag rather than tornadoes, but with these initial supercells, the tornado threat is definitely going to be elevated, and then we're talking about the potential for QLCS tornadoes. Also, new severe thunderstorm warning east of Amarillo. This is for half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is what that storm looks like right now. This is Connor Croft looking at it, and we are starting to get a little bit of a base to this storm, and this one might be something that could get tornadic too, depending on its evolution. For now, it's going to be more of a significant wind threat, but initially, the tornado threat is more elevated with these discrete supercells. We definitely need to keep an eye on this. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I wanted to briefly touch on one reason that our QLCS that we're going to have later may be more significant. So I'm going to do the good old draw a beautiful picture here to try and explain what exactly is going on. So pretend, there's going to have to be a lot of pretending, but we're going to pretend that this right here, this is a line of storms. This is what your QLCS looks like on radar. The 700 millibar wind speeds today are very, very favorable of having a rear inflow jet. What that means is we're basically going to see energy and just a bunch of stuff making their way into the back of the storm. And this is actually going to help fuel the winds that we're going to have in the storm. In a normal QLCS, when we don't have a strong rear inflow jet, most of the strong winds are located along the front line of that storm because that's where the outflow is occurring. However, when we do have a rear inflow jet like we're going to have today, the winds are moving all the way through the entire line of the storm, making a larger wind field in general. What this means is not only are you going to have 100-mile-per-hour winds just along the front line of this, we're going to see a lot stronger winds further back in the storm as well. So this is going to mean a longer duration of these damaging winds, leading to more damage in general. So you might not be able to just pull off the road and wait these ones out. You might have to actually see something more like a sturdier shelter, just because there's going to be so much moving around. So these destructive severe thunderstorm warnings that we're going to see today are probably going to be issued 2 hours in advance at some points in time. Take those warnings and listen to them. Please take shelter as if it was a tornado warning, because it's going to be very similar to an EF1, EF2 tornado, except for the intensity and duration is actually going to be longer.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. That is an amazing drawing. Picasso at his finest. Again, that is basically what we're going to be talking about, though, today is, again, this entire line of thunderstorms is going to be so large, and it is also going to be producing destructive winds for a long period of time. That is all going to be moving in the direction, again, of Oklahoma and Texas. It's going to be forming over the next couple of hours, and we're really going to start to see a very intense line, at least a severe mesoscale convective system today. But as already mentioned, a derecho is a possibility today, and we will talk a little bit more about the derecho criteria and what exactly needs to happen for there to be a derecho today, but it is fairly likely that we are going to see at least a severe mesoscale convective system, which is an intense line of thunderstorms. All right, over the last few minutes, again, we have Storm Chaser John Moon on this. He's been completely frozen here for I don't even know how long, probably 10 minutes. But this storm, I think there is still a tornado on the ground. It is still a confirmed tornado warning here near Highway 296. That is, again, tracking towards 385 over the next few minutes, and then eventually going towards Dalhart, Texas, in the Texas Panhandle. This has been a confirmed tornado now for quite some time, moving down to the southeast. So if you are in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place. This storm near Amarillo is rapidly going up, by the way. It's intensifying very quickly. Again, we have a ton of instability today. Again, it's off the charts with how much instability we have. Riley will talk about that here in a few minutes, but the amount of instability that we have is going to help to basically kick off these storms very rapidly. We are going to be having these storms fire within 15 to 20 minutes, and they are going to be huge very quickly. Basically, our cloud tops are going to be building very rapidly with today's setup. We have a very low level of free convection, which basically means that our storms are going to be rapidly going up, our parcels in the atmosphere. So that basically means these storms are building very fast, which is also going to lead to the potential for huge hail today. Right now, this storm's at $half sized hail, but we could easily see this storm get up closer to DVD sized hail at some point here in the next 30 minutes or so, maybe the next hour. The Storm Prediction Center has also mentioned that the potential for hail as large as the size of 5 inches in diameter is a possibility, and you'll notice that the 30% hail risk right now includes pretty much all of the Texas Panhandle, most of central and western Oklahoma, and also the Dallas-Fort Worth area. But I do think if we see any hailstones over the size of softballs today, it'll be mostly confined to this region, and I think our area of like 3 3-inch sized hail potential will be a little bit further off to the east. So again, this will be pretty much the maximum hailstone size in this area, and then probably 2 to 3.5 inches in diameter back over in areas like Dallas, Fort Worth, also back through Oklahoma City. Now that basically means you should be protecting your vehicles. Again, this is going to be destructive hail, I think, across the southern plains today. And in addition to that, if you have any friends or family that for whatever reason have their cars left outside, you're probably going to want to make sure that they are protecting their vehicle as well, because that is not a good idea to leave your vehicle outside today, especially with how high the winds are. Keep in mind that winds will be very high, which also means that there could be flying debris, which could also lead to, damage to your vehicles or whatever else might be outside. By the way, this storm is, again, going up very fast. The latest radar scan is already showing pink and black colors popping up on reflectivity just to the southeast of this radar site. So this storm is building rapidly south of 287. Huge CC drop already, which is indicating very large hail falling already just to the southeast of Amarillo, Texas. This is coming up on Claude, and then Claude, I think, and then eventually going towards Clarendon and Howardwick in Texas. Bottom left of your screen, that's Connor Croft on this storm. Freddie McKinney and also Storm Intermedia are also coming up on this, so we're keeping an eye on them. But this storm is rapidly intensifying, at least with a very large hail threat. The tornado threat is questionable, but I do think there's a chance for a tornado with this storm. If we were to see one, it would be somewhere over here near our outflow boundary on the western side of this. So we'll be really keeping a close eye on this here over the next several minutes. Also, we have a severe thunderstorm warning just outside of Chicago, Illinois right now. So if you're over in Chicago, we got golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds near Naperville, Wheaton. That is eventually going towards Chicago, Oak Park in Cicero, and Oak Lawn in Illinois. So if you're in this warning, be ready for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We did have a couple reports of up to golf ball sized hail already just outside of Chicago, just to the west of Wayne. We also have a damage report back over in DeKalb, Illinois, that there's a photo of 5 utility poles that were blown down in Peace Road and Route 38. That is from this supercell that is currently now tracking towards Chicago. So be ready for that if you're over there. Look at this, by the way. This is Ben Williams. He has quite the view right now of this supercell back over in the Missouri and Kansas border. This storm's producing tennis ball sized hail right now. There's broad rotation. Looks like quite the storm rotation here. On it. Just past a Wendy's as well. Not an ad. Just thought I'd point that out.
Big time lightning. Fort Scott, there's big hail. If you're in Fort Scott, there's big hail coming. I don't know if it's big hail, but you have a lot of it's warned for tennis ball size hail now.
Oh yeah, pretty cool.
We got tennis ball size hail warned on this storm. So if you're in Fort Scott,
So yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on that. That is, again, Ben Williams. This is the storm right now back over in Fort Scott, Kansas. It is currently producing up to tennis ball sized hail. Could even be larger than that. We got a little CC drop popping up on radar, which, again, when we were looking at the CC radar, also called the correlation coefficient, what this is essentially showing us is different things that are falling out of the sky besides just rain. So when you see these blue and green colors pop up, that's usually indicating some very large hail, and that's what we're seeing right now on radar. And in some cases, we can also determine if there's a tornado on the ground, which obviously there's no tornado with this as of now, but it is definitely producing some very large hail. Back over southeast of Wichita, we also got storms rapidly going up right now. This is back over just to the south of Wichita, Kansas, going towards Bartlesville. Again, we got a large line of storms that is attempting to form now back over northern Oklahoma. Again, this is really not the main line of storms, but it is a line that'll be producing some significant wind and the potential for tornadoes as well. Also, the storms back over in northern Oklahoma are still rapidly intensifying. We got a big surge of damaging winds right now, moving into Medford and Pond Creek in Oklahoma. This is damaging wind potential upwards of 70 miles per hour. That is moving into Medford and then eventually going towards Blackwell and Ponca City. So be ready for the potential for a considerable threat of damaging winds as this storm continues to move to the east. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, so I wanted to point out the cape that you were talking a bit earlier on our HRRR model. So honestly, this looks like a setup that if you guys are from the Midwest, you know how we always see these giant severe thunderstorms come through every single summer where it's just really warm and it's really moist outside. And that's kind of what we have going on in Texas right now with these very high cape values. The storms are definitely going to take advantage of this, and this is part of the reason why we're expecting to see winds as significant as we are going to today. You can see that our highest areas of cape basically are the moderate risk, and if I go ahead and play the loop here, you can actually see when the storms move through and just take full advantage of this cape. And this is the exact reason that we're expecting to see winds as strong as we are today. In fact, the SPC just put out a mesoscale discussion for straight line damaging winds with a peak intensity of 95 to 115 miles an hour. So earlier we were talking about 110-mile-an-hour winds. Well, now the SPC is talking about 115-mile-per-hour winds.
Yeah, thank you for the update. This is, I didn't even see this. This is just coming in now. This is extremely strongly worded. I don't know if I've ever seen this before. We have our most probable peak intensity here across Texas and Oklahoma, upwards of 95 to 115 miles per hour. That is, I've never seen this ever. I mean, obviously they haven't had this product out that long, but I mean, when you're talking about the potential for 95 to 115 mile per hour winds, this is straight line winds. These are not tornadoes. These are straight line winds. That is substantial. This is in the ballpark of EF0, EF1, even sometimes EF2 type tornadoes, but instead it is straight line damaging winds. And on top of that, there's a potential even for strong tornadoes if we were to get one. With how high the winds are going to be today, it really would not be hard for there to be a strong tornado. Again, that is for sure in play today. Also, they've mentioned the potential for hail as large as the size of softballs, maybe even a little bit larger than that. Right now, the details is that large hail and a tornado threat will be increasing throughout the afternoon before a significant wind threat increases across Texas and also southwestern Oklahoma. This again goes until 5:15 Central Time, so we'll probably have a severe thunderstorm watch by then. I also want to point out that there will probably be, I would have to assume we're going to get a particularly dangerous situation severe thunderstorm watch, which is the highest level watch that you can basically get. That is definitely a possibility, I think, for today. But again, this is something that you want to be taking seriously. Again, be prepared for this. This is not everybody's going to see these high winds. I want to make that clear. You're not all going to see winds this high, but you want to make sure that you're prepared for winds as high as 95 to 115 miles per hour, as that is entirely a possibility today. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So I figured we should go ahead and pull this up. This is the categories for hurricanes, and we know that mesoscale discussion was for 115-mile-per-hour winds. This puts us at a major hurricane, a Category 3 hurricane. That is above the 111 miles per hour that we need in order to have a Category 3 hurricane. So it is possible that we are going to see winds in Texas and Oklahoma today that would be conducive to a Category 3 hurricane.
Thank you for the update. And yeah, that is basically what the threat is today. We're basically going to be seeing the potential for a hurricane, but in this case, it is severe weather. It's going to be all basically wind here with our mesoscale convective system, which again could potentially be a derecho as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a new tornado warning in Chesterfield County, Virginia. This is back over just to the southwest of Richmond, Virginia. I've actually been here before. This is over near Winterpot, coming up on Brandy Oaks and Woodland Pond, just east of Skin Quarter. Again, if you're in this warning, seek shelter, get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building as the storm continues to move to the east-southeast, going towards Woodland Pond, Chesterfield, and Chester, just to the west there of I-95, and again, just southwest of Richmond. This is a discrete supercell. We have, again, a mesoscale convective vortex that is in place here today, which is basically where we have kind of like a mini low pressure system, if you will, and there will be a potential for some of these supercells to form and maybe produce the potential for an isolated tornado. This is remnant from what we had yesterday back over in Missouri. Also, the tornado warnings around Pittsburgh have been canceled. We are just looking at gusty winds right now for Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Very low tornado risk at this time. It's not zero, but it is low. Riley has another update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we have a few delayed reports coming off of our storm in Chicago. We had a report of 2-inch hail and another report of 70-mile-per-hour winds. This storm is currently warned for ping pong balls and 60-mile-per-hour winds, however, is about to go directly through the downtown Chicago area. And I do think there is a potential that it may be a little bit stronger than what it's warned for. So just make sure that we are ready for that in Chicago.
Thank you for the update. Yeah, we got a big supercell right now. This is maybe a little surprising for some of you that are in Chicago, but this is a pop-up storm that it fired a couple hours ago and is actually pretty intense right now near Naperville, Illinois. That is moving into Downers Grove, Darien, and then eventually pushing into Oak Lawn, Burbank, and eventually Chicago. Really broadly rotating as well right now. It's not, I don't think, enough to get a tornado warning anytime soon, but this is a storm that we are going to have to keep an eye on as it continues to move to the east, eventually going towards Chicago. But again, up to 2-inch sized hail is falling with this. It is currently warned for ping pong ball sized hail. This will be moving into Chicago, I think, here in the next 20 minutes or so, so be ready for this if you are in Chicago. Back over south of Kansas City, we got another little storm that's popped up along our boundary here, back over near Clinton. This looks more than anything like a big hailstorm right now, with ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds just outside of Montrose, going in the direction of Clinton, just north also of Lowry City. And then back over here near Fort Scott, we got a big hailstorm that is up to tennis ball sized hail, and then also 60-mile-per-hour winds and a lot of lightning. Again, Ben Williams, bottom right of your screen, is on that storm. He is currently positioning on it, so we don't have a view of it right now, but it looked like a pretty gnarly storm. And then back over in southern Kansas, line of storms is rapidly forming right now. Most of this will be scattered, damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. This is really not the main mesoscale convective system or derecho that we could see today. And then also a brand new severe thunderstorm warning back over in Ponca City, Enid, and then just south of Arkansas City here in northern Oklahoma. That is for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and half-dollar sized hail. This is all rapidly intensifying. Most of it is moving to the south and east right now. Notice that we have an outflow boundary right about here, so there's really not much of a potential for tornadoes with this as of right now, but there is a potential for gust nados or even land spouts along the leading edge of this boundary, so something to keep an eye on here if you're back over in northern Oklahoma. But more than anything, a significant wind threat is the biggest concern. Also, our tornado warning in the Texas Panhandle has been downgraded. It is back down to radar indicated. We still have a broad area of rotation that is going to be coming up on Highway 87 just east of Tex Line over the next few minutes, so if you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible in case this thing does end up trying to produce the potential for a tornado. This is over to Tornado Pagey. They're currently looking at the storm just east of Amarillo right now. Let me try to see their view right now of the storm near Amarillo, which is starting to organize right near our boundary. It's pretty elevated as of right now, but it is a storm that may produce the potential for a tornado if it can latch to our boundary later on. Right now producing golf ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. So if you are in this area, make sure that you are ready for that. This is, again, just back over to the east of Amarillo, Texas right now. It's also another cool view of it. This is from Connor. See how elevated it is. Look how high the clouds are off the ground right now. It's a very elevated storm, but if this can get closer to the boundary, there is a chance for a tornado. Huge rain shaft there on the right, in addition to hail falling.
Just hopping on the walkie here, just south of Claude, Texas.
I just want to quickly talk about this. This is a little update, and in terms of our watch that we're going to have issued here in a few minutes, probably within the next 45 minutes, if I had to guess. This is, again, if you're just tuning in, this is what we're talking about. Back over in southwest Oklahoma and also parts of north central Texas, a sharp gradient of extreme ML Cape exists, which is mixed layer Cape along the Red River Valley near Texas and Oklahoma border into north central Texas amid steep below to mid-level lapse rates. Upscale growth increases the potential for rapidly increasing destructive winds upwards of 80 to 100 miles per hour is likely. A tornado watch or a PDS severe watch is likely. So we will likely see a particularly dangerous severe thunderstorm watch. And I'm going to be honest, I don't know the last time that we had a particularly dangerous situation severe thunderstorm watch. I feel like it's been a while. But that is obviously that's what we're probably going to have today. We have a moderate risk of severe weather in place. And for the record, you don't usually see moderate risks of severe weather just for wind unless we have the potential for a derecho, which we do today. So that is going to include, again, a large chunk here of North Texas and also southwestern Oklahoma. And also the last severe thunderstorm watch that we had that was a PDS watch, which is a particularly dangerous situation, was May 29th of 2024. If somebody can find that watch for me, let me know if you can pull that up for me. But the last time we had a particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm watch, was just over a year ago today. That was about 373 days ago, I want to say, approximately. So it's been quite a while since we've had a particularly dangerous situation severe watch. But we could also get a tornado watch. I personally don't think we're gonna get a tornado watch. I think they'll probably go with the PDS severe, but we'll see. Tornadoes are still possible, by the way, literally no matter what. So here is that watch that was last year. I'm not gonna lie, I don't even know what watch it is. This thing looks weird. This is our last PDS severe watch, though. It was basically it was almost in the same area. It was in the central and southern plains here, back over in northern Oklahoma, southern Kansas. They basically had high risks for wind and hail. So this is the last time we got a particularly dangerous situation severe watch, which was up to 90-mile-per-hour winds, by the way. And as I've already alluded to, the mesoscale discussion that the Storm Prediction Center has is upwards of 115-mile-per-hour winds. So I find it hard to believe we do not get a PDS severe watch here this afternoon for this threat of severe weather. It would be kind of surprising if we didn't get that. Maybe stock for the $5 super chat won't be bad by the time it gets to Bowie County. It will. Guys, I think the worst of this is actually going to be in North Texas. Like, I genuinely think that by the time this line of storms moves into the Wichita Falls area, that's the time where it gets really organized, and that is when the highest winds are probably going to be happening. I think the peak of this wind threat will be right in this area. Like, I think it's actually going to be further south and east than where our moderate risk extends up to. So if you're back over in Wichita Falls, Vernon, Texas, Dallas, Texas, this is an area that you definitely want to make sure that you're prepared for. I think Dallas-Fort Worth is going to get hit pretty hard as well. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley. You're muted.
Hey, Max, this is our new derecho definition. So they actually went ahead and added a ton more guidelines to this. So basically the biggest point is you got to have winds over 58 miles per hour from the same MCS. It has to be over 60 mile per hour or over 60 miles long in this direction. And then also has to have a wind swath of about 250 miles in this direction. There's a bunch of other things that you need to, such as a severe wind report. So those are anything greater than 75. And you can't have a gap in more than an hour. But we could definitely see all these criteria be met today. It's going to be way harder to get a derecho this year than it was, say, 2-3 years ago. But I do think we're actually going to reach all of these new criteria that we have set by the National Weather Service.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. I do think a derecho is entirely possible today, especially since we are probably going to be talking about destructive severe thunderstorm warnings a lot today, which means basically damaging winds that are exceeding 80 miles per hour. So we should have plenty of those today with these storms that continue to fire off. Right now, the biggest concern initially is going to be very large hail and damaging winds and the potential for tornadoes with any of these discrete supercells. Right now, this storm is still just off to the east of our boundary near Claude, east of Amarillo, Texas. We're keeping an eye on this, though, in case it does get closer to our boundary. There is a chance that this thing does become a bit more tornadic. And back over to Ben Williams right now. This is back over on our storm along the Missouri and Kansas border, just to the northwest there of Joplin. Looks like a gnarly hailstorm right now. Again, this thing's producing hail as large as the size of tennis balls. It's now down to limes, and then 2-inch hail. 2-inch hail and also 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible. A little contaminated, but I do think there's at least some mid-level rotation on this storm.
They're in both lanes driving very, very slow.
They also Josh for the $5 super chat. Will Keller, Texas be in the PDS severe watch? I think it's possible. Hey, Kevin, also for the super chat. Stay safe there in the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
Gosh, I don't have any roads till I get a view. There's so many trees here.
That is a crazy looking storm. Once it gets a clear view, we'll go back to him. Definitely looks pretty crazy. That's what the storm looks like on radar right now. The last couple scans, we have even a larger hail core right over Ronald in Kansas, coming up on Godfrey, Edward, and then Garland. So if you're in Ronald, Godfrey, or Garland, make sure that you're prepared again for up to 2-inch sized hail. Could even be a little bit larger than that. We also have a 3-body scatter spike popping up on radar that is north of Garrard. And this is like an artifact on radar. This isn't like something that you can see visually outside the scatter spike. It's just because of the hail. And how large it is basically scattering these like water droplets basically from off this storm. So that is why we have this massive hail core here that is also producing a little 3-body scatter spike. Very, very large hail is probably coming out of this. I would assume this is at least tennis ball sized hail again, if not even larger than that. Also in Clinton, Missouri, this hailstorm is rapidly intensifying as well. I wouldn't be surprised if they upgrade this warning. If you're near Clinton, Missouri, and just north of Lowry City, this storm could also be producing hail as large as the size of tennis balls. That is currently tracking again into Clinton here over the next few minutes. This is also Storm Runner Media. This is a storm back over in Amarillo right now. Really beautiful looking storm here. Still elevated, but looks pretty. Hey, JK for the $10 super chat. Driving from DFW late this afternoon. How far south do I need to go to stay safely at a hotel in an uncovered parking lot? Probably down towards Waco. Maybe even further south than that. Thank you, Lotus, for the $20 super chat. Really appreciate that. I'm glad they clarified derechos more. Personally, I feel like they deserve their own weather warnings, but that's my own opinion. The only problem is it is hard to predict a derecho in real time. Like, you can't really predict one in like beforehand or even sometimes in real time unless we have a ton of reports coming in. There have been cases where we've even been close. Like this year back over in Pennsylvania and Ohio, we did have a PDS, or we at least had a really intense line of storms that almost was a derecho. And if we had used the old scale for derechos, that would have been a derecho. That was a couple months back, but it was not a derecho because the new scale is a little bit different. We basically need damage or at least wind gust reports, at least 3 of them that are at least 75 miles per hour, which we did not have. So this could easily classify as a derecho. I think we will have a derecho today, but it's only a matter of time until we know for sure. See the storm a little bit better now. That is the structure back over near Fort Scott, Kansas. An impressive looking supercell here.
We're keeping service, right? Yeah. Pretty good service out here. Much better than...
Nice looking storm there. The Pittsburgh storm was 100% a derecho. It wasn't because of the new classification. Also, we just got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This one is not nearly as strongly worded. But it is going to be back over in the mid-Atlantic, back over in parts of Virginia and Maryland. A couple tornadoes and localized damaging wind gusts remain possible throughout the early evening. This does indicate that we could see a couple tornadoes, not necessarily strong, but a couple tornadoes are possible, damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, and then $half sized hail or less is also possible. This threat should continue at least through about 7 or 8 o'clock Eastern time, so definitely continue to stay weather aware if you're back over in the mid-Atlantic region, as we are anticipating at least some significant severe weather to happen there over the next few hours. Another mesoscale discussion also just came out back over in Texas near Alpine, Fort Stockton, Odessa, and Sanderson. Large hail and severe wind threat will increase throughout the afternoon. There is currently a 60% chance of a watch being issued. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's get Sir Freddie McKinney has gone live. We're gonna get Freddie McKinney bottom middle of your screen. We'll check in with Freddie McKinney. He's back over in the Amarillo storm as well.
Welcome to the Storm Society there, Illy.
They're underneath the base of this storm. Again, there's been a little bit of broad rotation on radar, but it is still a bit further away from our outflow boundary. So the tornado threat pretty much zero for now.
But you have this weak couplet right in front of us, so... I don't really... Ooh, yeah, we do got some bigger stones coming in here.
We have a confirmed tornado again in Texas. It did not up... that for some reason didn't play the alert. We have now a tornado on the ground again in Texas. This back over in the Texas Panhandle. It was just upgraded to observed by the public again. So if you are in this tornado warning for Dallam County, Texas, seek shelter, get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This has been back over in Dallam County, Texas. This is currently tracking down to the southeast. The tornado right now will be located just to the northeast of Cordelina. This is moving south at about 20 miles per hour. So again, just to the west and south there of 296. That is basically going to be paralleling, or maybe actually, it's kind of going more south here over the last few minutes. So we'll be coming up on 87. It may just stay to the west of Dalhart, depending on how the storm evolves here. But little small discrete supercell here, continuing to move down to the south and still producing a tornado. We had a tornado earlier with this storm. I'm trying to find the photo of it, but we did have a tornado earlier with this storm, and I don't know if we have a view of it with any chasers, but let me at least show you guys what it looks like from earlier. This is what the tornado looked like earlier from John Moon. Again, it was a pretty defined tornado. I mean, it was literally a photogenic tornado, and we may have another tornado with this storm right now, currently tracking to the southeast. So yeah, if you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place. It is a confirmed tornado near the Rita Blanca National Grassland as well, so it's a pretty rural area up here in northwestern Texas Panhandle. It's back to being confirmed. Also, Ben Williams, look at this.
See that?
This is a very interesting looking storm right now. Looks like we got a wall cloud trying to form. This back over in near Fort Scott.
It's rotating up above. It's rotating right here up above, but this part on the bottom is not connected to the base of the storm as well. So
definitely trying to organize.
No, there's decent rotation actually on there.
There is some rotation. I don't think that's really a wall cloud. It might just be scud, but above that, it is definitely rotating. You can see it spinning just a little bit. A little mesocyclone developing on this.
And it could do something interesting. But right now, it's just not the case.
Oh, never mind.
You see broad rotation. See these reds and these greens right here?
On the
Yes, that's the green is.
Hey Chevy for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities.
See these reds and these greens that are kind of close to each other? That
Yes,
gives
I do,
us
Ben.
an indication that this thing is rotating.
Hey James for gifting a membership. Oh, we just lost signal. We'll go back to him in a second. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, that storm in Illinois near Chicago is actually starting to get some broad rotation on it from the terminal radar, the ORD radar. Doesn't look like much from the MWS radar. However, I have seen almost this exact same looking storm on terminal radar produced before. This is something that we might see a tornado warning for. It's actually a really low reflectivity hook there south of Darien. May try and see something happen with that.
Hey Riley for the update. Yeah, this is actually rotating a little bit. It's very weak rotation, but it is just south there of Darien, and it is going towards the south side there of Chicago, near Burbank and Oak Lawn. So if you're back over in Burbank, Oak Lawn, near Cicero, make sure that you're staying weather aware of this storm. Again, currently producing quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. There is a little terminal radar site here near McCook that is currently indicating at least a little bit of weak and broad rotation. It's not very visible from our regional radar site. There's just a little bit there. It's not much, but it's over Highway 83. But definitely rotating. Coming up on Oak Lawn, Burbank, and then eventually approaching the Auburn, Gresham, Greater Grand Crossing, South Shore, and South Chicago over the next few minutes. Back to Ben, where we do have a storm. Again, this is right along the Missouri and Kansas border that has begun to rotate just a little bit. Still a little elevated. Bottom right of your screen, you can see it's rotating a little bit just south of Fort Scott, coming up on Arcadia. Huge hail core on this thing, probably at least 2-inch diameter hail, if not bigger.
See, look how it's becoming.
Cool little looking storm here.
It'll probably go back and forth.
Thank you, Emily, for the $20 super chat. Make sure you have an extreme wind warning enabled on your map. Actually, yeah, that's a good idea. I will just in case. I think almost everything's just gonna be severe warnings. Pretty sure it actually might already be on. Maybe not. No, it is already on.
They just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for 2-inch hail, so sounds about right.
By the way, if you guys are saying stuff in cam, just ping me. I'm not looking at it.
I wonder how big that hail is in there, in that core. It's gotta be
Interesting if Ben
yeah,
punches the hail core there. It's still, again, very weakly rotating right now there along the Kansas and Oklahoma border. Also, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning just to the north of Fritch in Boger. This is currently producing $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That is moving in the direction of Miami and Pampa. Little hail core on this. Again, this is a very explosive environment. We've already kind of talked about this, but there's a lot of instability today. And this is honestly an environment where you would call this almost a nuclear cape, because we have over 5,000 joules per kilogram of instability today. That's a lot. For reference, you really don't need much more than like 1,000 or 2,000 for, you know, significant severe weather. And you don't even really need that much instability for significant severe weather. So when you look at all the instability that we have today, let's go over to this right here. You can see all the instability that we have in today's environment. Riley alluded to it before, but like this is just storm fuel. And so we have a lot of it today, upwards of 5,000 to 6,000 joules per kilogram in some areas. And this is going to help to make these storms explode rapidly. So again, definitely be ready for a lot of storms. It's going to be widespread. You can actually see even by tonight at 10 p.m. in central and southern Oklahoma and North Texas, we have upwards of still 5,000 joules per kilogram of instability, which is a ton. That is a lot, especially for 10 p.m. You don't usually see those numbers that high that late at night, which is why we already have a lot of storms out there, and they're only going to get more widespread as we go throughout the rest of this afternoon and evening. They have added a tornado possible label to our storm near Chicago. As we just alluded to a few moments ago, there is rotation right now west of Oak Lawn. So this is for Menard, or actually is this? Yeah, this is for Menard and as well as Sangamon counties. I think it's a storm, or is it a different one? Oh no, it's a different one. All right, we actually have a tornado possible label in the storm near Springfield in Illinois, but the other one is still rotating. But back over here near Springfield, Illinois, this has also just been upgraded with a tornado possible label that is currently tracking to the east-southeast. A little bit of rotation currently located west of Athens, going towards Sherman, and then eventually going into Springfield over the next few minutes, just south of Petersburg. There's also southwest there of Lincoln. This storm's also producing $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is quite an interesting looking storm right now. Back over, not this one, the one back over near Amarillo.
Good day.
Looks very interesting.
Yeah.
Multiple stacks of clouds here.
Stinnet Sanford.
This is a Tornado Pagey again, just east of Amarillo. Starting to get a couple hailstones falling. You can hear them a little bit. They're very faint, mainly because they're probably small. But this storm is producing up to golf ball sized hail right now. Near Claude.
Wow, that is so blue.
I know.
A new tornado warning
All right,
has
they
been
have issued a
issued.
new tornado warning for Armstrong County in Texas. I know what that storm. Where is Armstrong County? That is this storm. All right, they just issued a tornado warning on this storm. That is going to be where literally almost every chaser is right now. Southeast of Amarillo, just out to Claude. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building just to the east of Lake Tanglewood. So we got Freddie McKinney, Tornado Pagey, Storm Intermedia, and Connor Croft all on this storm right now. And they are all looking...
Wow.
Holy crap.
That was quick.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm kind of surprised it's tornado warning because we don't really have anything yet. But I mean, it might be kind of like at least an early warning in case this thing does ramp up. Still looks pretty elevated.
The main part of the core. So
this is Freddie McKinney underneath the storm right now.
Stones.
This tornado warned us.
What? All right, we're tornado warned, chat.
I was waiting for his reaction. What?
Yep. Just got the EAS alert. We are red boxed. We are.
Emergency alert. National Weather Service.
All
Tornado
right.
warning in this area.
There goes Siri.
Until 4:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Take shelter now in a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building if you are outdoors in a mobile home. Or
We
a
are
vehicle.
tornado warned,
Move to the closest
so
substantial shelter and protect yourself.
There's nothing
from
on the
flying
warning that
debris.
even has a
Check
report of
media.
anything.
interesting.
It's a very interesting tornado
All
warning.
right.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of surprised by this one because we don't have anything right now rotating. I'm gonna look at this next radar scan and maybe something will change my mind. But I don't see really much here that would indicate a tornado warning. I mean, the boundary is so far to the west of the storm too. There's really nothing rotating. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so we have a funnel cloud report on that storm near Springfield, Illinois that is a tornado possible. I would imagine that is why they went ahead and upgraded that to tornado possible. It doesn't look like anything's on the ground on radar, but definitely be prepared for a tornado warning.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's just outside of Springfield, Illinois. That's heading towards Sherman and I-55. Again, we got a broad area, weak area of rotation right now. Again, funnel cloud report there a few moments ago just south of Athens. So be ready for that if you are in Springfield, Illinois. Be ready at least for $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. The hail might actually be slightly larger than that. We are starting to get a slightly larger hail core over Salisbury, Illinois. And so I'll be moving to the downtown area of Springfield here in just the next few minutes. Back over in Chicago, we still have a warning here for quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Velocities on radar do not look as impressive. I think the little brief area of rotation that we had is a lot weaker. Really not much there anymore. I think more than anything, gusty or damaging winds and then some hail will be possible. But this storm's by no means as intense as it was earlier. We actually had reports of upwards of tennis ball sized hail near Batavia, west of Wheaton, earlier, back over in the western Chicago suburbs. So this storm's actually had a history of producing some pretty big hail, and 2.5-inch diameter hail was really not my bingo card back over in the Chicago area today. So definitely a little surprising there. See if any of these storms have anything new here. Back over near Fort Scott in Kansas. That is where Ben Williams is, bottom right of your screen, which is feed just went down. But this storm right now is producing the potential for upwards of 2-inch sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. No tornado possible in this as of right now, even though we've had some broad rotation that is currently tracking towards Liberal, Missouri, and just also going towards Arma and Kansas and Pittsburgh. So be ready for that. And then back over in northern Oklahoma right now, we got a large area of damaging winds and hail currently spewing out of these storms that have rapidly formed near Cherokee back through Ponca City. Our most significant storm right now is located near Caldwell. And so that is currently moving to the northeast. We have some velocity scans that are coming in now over 60 miles per hour. So this is at least 60. I would assume our winds are a bit higher than that, maybe near 70 miles per hour, coming up to South Haven and Caldwell in southern Kansas. We still have a confirmed tornado warning in the Texas Panhandle. This is the storm east of Tex line, which I'm not seeing much rotation anymore on this storm, but still a little bit of rotation just to the south there of 296, right near 87. That'll be tracking eventually towards Dalhart, Texas, and also producing up to baseball-sized hail. Also, the storm that is southeast of Amarillo is currently tornado warned. This is a view of that storm right now with Connor Croft. Oh, wrong button. This is Connor Croft. It'll load? Maybe. That is Connor's view of the storm right now, which is, again, tornado warned. Nothing looks imminent, but maybe something coming here soon. Thank you, King, for the $5 super chat. Also, thank you, Jenny, for the $10 super chat. Yeah, good idea, by the way. If you have animals outside, pets, you know, cows, whatever it might be that you can hopefully shelter, then, you know, make sure that you're protecting them. By the way, tornado is still on the ground according to Storm Chaser, or according to Scanner, back over in the Texas Panhandle. So this is still on the ground according to scanners and Storm Chasers back over north of 87. So continue to heed this warning and stay in your safe place if you're back over northwest of Dalhart. And if you're over in Dalhart or Cactus or Stratford, be ready for that storm. It is still tornado warned as of right now. We got an update to our warning in Henry County, Missouri. That is the one south of Warrensburg, north of Springfield. This has just been upgraded to 2-inch sized hail and also producing damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. That is moving towards Lowry City, Warsaw, Cross Timbers over the next hour or so. The hail core right now is just south of Clinton. Not as large as before, but definitely still some significant hail going towards Deepwater right now. Why is there a moderate risk of severe weather but low tornado values? Well, today's risk of severe weather is literally driven by wind. We have a moderate risk of severe weather in place. It's not always going to be driven by tornadoes. Today's environment is very favorable for a mesoscale convective system, and even possibly a derecho, which is why there's a moderate risk. And a lot of the time when we have derechos or you know, large wind bags like what we're going to have today, we don't actually usually have that much of a tornado risk. But with today's setup, it's a little bit different. We do have a tornado risk. There's a 5%. It's pretty large. But a lot of the tornadoes that we are going to be seeing, at least within the next 2 to 3 hours, will be coming out of these little discrete supercells that have fired. Back over near Amarillo, for example, we got one in the Texas Panhandle. So those ones are producing the potential for tornadoes. But here's the thing. Once this line of storms forms, that is when we're going to start to see a QLCS tornado threat, which means tornadoes embedded in a line of thunderstorms really ramp up, especially once these storms hit the Wichita Falls area. I think from Wichita Falls and eastward, that is where our greatest tornado threat will be out of our line of thunderstorms. So basically anywhere in this area. So definitely make sure that you're ready for the potential for tornadoes. And honestly, I'd be treating every severe thunderstorm warning today as if it were a tornado warning, because there will be a chance at times that we could see damaging winds as high as 115 miles per hour. So that is definitely something that you want to keep in mind. Thank you, Deanna, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Also, this is John Moon. I think he's actually came back here. He's back over on that storm, back over in the Texas Panhandle. So this is where we just had a tornado. Doesn't look like we have one anymore. If we had one, it'd be on the left side of your screen. This is a view of that confirmed tornado warning. But he has come back. We'll keep him bottom middle in case there's something that drops again there. Let me also go to Freddie McKinney is getting slammed by hail right now in this Amarillo tornado warning. This is Freddie McKinney. If it loads, there it is. Yep, Freddie's getting hit by hail now. He's in the middle of this hail core.
Yeah, we'll just let him roll.
He's reporting hail up to the size of about golf balls to 2 inches in diameter.
Wow. Wow. Yeah. They're getting pretty good. They're pretty good in there. Oh, yeah. Are we breaking the wind chill a little more? We got a new crack.
This is some big hail and it's frequent hail. This is an idea of what the hail can be doing with some of these supercells today.
Wow. All right, here, look. Oh, yeah, here we go.
He's got a crack.
Here we go.
Bro does not want his windshield anymore.
Yeah, windshield's breaking now. Windshield's starting to get cooked. Oh yeah, here comes the core. We're coming into it. Coming into the core here.
Loopy with the super chat. Windshield fun.
Thank you, Loopy.
I think Connor's also kind of driving through.
One here too. Yep. Oh, she's all right here.
Oh, there's another crack, another one.
Windshield.
Bro's gotten to, I think, 6 different windshield cracks.
Yep, everybody's losing their windshield.
Oh yeah, it completely.
Getting bigger.
Windshield's getting trapped right now.
Yeah, windshield's getting cooked. I'm just eating it.
Yeah, we got 2 more.
Yep. Ah, dude, and a little baby one. Whoa! Hey! Oh! Just got hit in the. I just got hit in the shoulder.
There are so many cracks in this windshield.
I just kind of want to
It is
see if I
literally
can.
gone.
Look at this. Oh my gosh!
Look at all the hail on the ground. It's almost accumulating.
Whoa! I'll bring him back.
Just southeast of Amarillo.
Where'd that one go?
Wow!
We got a new visitor. Look at him.
Oh hey!
Yeah, that's a cheese curd size hail, by the way.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah. Oh, we're hailing.
I think Connor's getting hit too now. Connor's losing signal, but he's literally right next to them. He's getting slapped by hail too.
Not a thing. These are like.
Stormer Media is also driving through it.
I let a big hailstone bounce off the hood.
Freddie has about like 10 cracks in his windshield, I'm pretty sure. If you look at radar here, he's literally in the middle of this thing. This is the hail core here. You can see all the black and white there. That is all at least quarter-sized hail, if not larger. Currently back over near 1258 Road and also 207. Freddy's windshield, again, basically destroyed now from this hailstorm, and it is also still producing the potential for a tornado. It is still tornado warned here, but 2-inch sized hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds is what this supercell is currently warned for. Also, new tornado warning in the Texas Panhandle that is northwest of Dalhart near 87. Seek shelter if you're in this warning. This has had a history of producing tornadoes. Still is rotating and it has had a wall cloud. I'm keeping an eye on a chaser that is on that right now near 87. That is tracking down to the southeast right now towards Dalhart. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Mac. So actually, if you pull up a Radar Omega and you look at the location of all of our chasers, they're all kind of in one small area there. And that is actually the same exact spot that GR2 is tagging with a possibility for 3.72-inch sized hail right now. So unfortunately, I don't think a lot of our storm chasers are going to have windshields to finish off the chase today because a 3.72-inch hail is nothing to mess around with. Also, we are starting to receive reports from the area of flash flooding as well. So if you're driving on any of those roadways, probably just don't. You don't want to drive through water and you don't want to drive through hail.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. And yeah, Freddie is still getting slapped by hail. It's not stopped yet.
It's still depositing.
Yeah, it's all right.
Bro is literally he's not gonna have a windshield here soon.
Hard
Look
to
at all the
see.
cracks just in front of the
Yeah, I
camera.
can't even see the road.
I think Freddie has made a mistake.
Right now, it's like there's hail built up all the hood. Oh, is it? Yeah. It's snowing.
It is snowing in Texas, guys.
Yes.
Huge shout out to SW Tortex again for another $200 super chat. That was in the chat. Really appreciate that. What does Garland, Texas look like for tonight? The greatest concern will be damaging winds as high as 80 to 100 miles per hour. Also, huge shout out to Patricia with the $100 PayPal donation and Ron with the PayPal donation. You guys are way too
Yeah,
kind.
there's just a lot of little ones.
W's in the chat for
A lot of
Ron
little
and Patricia as well.
Nothing big, though.
The hail core has just gotten larger, by the way. It is growing in size. So they're kind of in the middle of it. Stormer Media, I think, is actually getting slapped a little bit further north here into the hail core. But I don't think they've gotten a crack yet, even though they're more into the hail core right now. See all the hail coming down, though. This is at least 2-inch diameter hail, if I had to guess, maybe larger.
pretty far off this, but if we keep moving south...
I think Freddy's still getting hit by hail, but he's finally getting out of the hail core. That's good news.
Yeah, the problem is
Justin,
just
for
the
becoming a member.
trajectory of it. The outflow boundary is oriented.
This is Texas. This is the Texas version of snow, by the way. This is literally Texas's version of snow. Big hail core, though, just east of 207. That is going towards Clarendon. That is at least probably 2-inch sized hail now. I think it is larger than before. So, all right, we got breaking news. We now have a PDS severe thunderstorm watch. Riley posted this, by the way. This is the first time since May 29th of 2024 that we've had a particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm watch, across parts of southern Oklahoma and also Texas. All right, so this goes until 11 p.m. The main concerns, this is really strong wording. I mean, read everything here. We got a few tornadoes likely. That's not super strong wording, but that is still strong wording. Widespread hail up to DVD-sized hail is likely. If you don't know what a DVD is, which many of you might not know what a DVD is, that's 5 inches in diameter. I don't know what else is 5 inches in diameter that I can refer you to with this, but like that's massive hail. That is larger than a softball, all right? So 5-inch sized hail is a possibility. We could literally have DVDs raining out of the sky. Widespread wind gusts up to 105 miles per hour is also likely. So if this wasn't, I mean, this is something that you need to take seriously, all right? I cannot stress it enough. I know this is not a tornado watch. I know this does not say we're going to see a bunch of wedge tornadoes, but that's not the case with today. Again, we've been trying to communicate the message that today is going to be much more of a big wind and hail day rather than a tornado day. But also the winds being upwards of 105 miles per hour could legitimately be, you know, that could literally be an EF1, EF2 type tornado that's in a widespread area, but instead it's straight line damaging winds. So it still can cause major damage similar to a normal tornado or even a strong tornado. So you need to be taking today very seriously. On top of that, the tornadoes that could happen today could still be strong. With how high the winds are going to be, we'll have a big RFD surge. We could easily get a strong tornado still with any tornadoes that do occur. So today is, again, the day that you need to be really staying weather aware, having multiple ways to receive warnings, and having a tornado action plan ready to go. Once again, this is a particularly dangerous situation. Severe thunderstorm watch for the first time in a year across parts of Texas and Oklahoma. Now, I do want to point out that Dallas-Fort Worth, you're not included in a watch right now. Most of North Texas is not in a watch right now, but you guys will be added to a watch presumably in about 3 or 4 hours once this line of storms gets a little bit closer to you guys. Also, I do want to pull up the probabilities on this watch because they are pretty high, I'm pretty sure. But we have, again, very strong wording across the board on this severe thunderstorm watch. And these are the probabilities right now. So first off, we have a high probability of severe wind, high probability of damaging winds exceeding 80 miles per hour, high probability of severe hail, and then we also have a moderate probability there of tornadoes, and then the potential for EF2 tornadoes also exists. Again, a particularly dangerous situation. I mean, I can't stress it enough. If you're anywhere in this area, you need to make sure that you're protecting your vehicle. If you have trampolines, hatch those down. If you have any loose lawn items, make sure those are hatched down so they don't go flying. This is, again, a particularly dangerous situation. And keep in mind that our flying trampoline meter today is at a gone forever stage, which is the highest level that you can get on our flying trampoline meter. I don't even remember the last time we issued a gone forever stage in our flying trampoline meter, just for the record. This is a very high level of flying trampolines that we are going to see today. It'll be a flying trampoline outbreak on top of everything else that'll be probably flying today. By the way, this storm over near Amarillo is actually starting to rotate a little bit. A lot of chasers are underneath. It looks like an area of broad rotation.
It's ramping up.
This is Freddie McKinney. He's not getting hit by hail anymore.
There's Brandon. What up, Brandon? Alright, I guess we might have to just keep dropping south, because the problem is this thing is also dropping south pretty quickly, so...
By the way, this storm is now destructive.
The storm itself...
They've gone ahead and upgraded this to 4-inch sized hail and 80 mile per hour damaging winds. This is a extremely dangerous situation for Armstrong County in Texas. This is the highest level severe warning can also get when it comes to the categorical level. This is an extremely dangerous situation. We have softball-sized hail falling. We got 80 mile per hour winds happening. It could even get higher than that as the storm continues to track to the east and southeast. Look at the hail core. This thing is literally huge. A lot of white and black showing up there, which is a substantial hail core, which honestly, if Freddie or Storm Intermedia or Connor were in that for any longer, this would have been a disaster for their windshields. But this storm is definitely rotating. See how low the clouds are getting.
Right behind us.
I'm sorry, I'm getting water on the inside of my windshield here.
So again, you can see it starting to rotate. The clouds have gotten really low on this storm. This thing is definitely gearing up for a tornado. Did not look like this at all a few minutes ago.
Man, look at the motion in there.
It's very one-sided. It was trying to tighten up a little bit more a minute ago.
Hey, Burke, for the $5 super chat. I would not be surprised. I think we'll get a PDS watch for Dallas-Fort Worth if the line of storms is as intense as it is.
It's very interesting in there, guys.
I'm glad we're not on the road to the north.
So again, this is beginning to rotate right now back over just to the southeast of Amarillo. Also producing 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds and 4-inch size hail. Could even be larger than that.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing that area anymore, Brandon. I mean, I see where it would be. I'm just not seeing a ton of right to left. I see a ton of left to right.
Also, this is over to Freddie McKinney.
Right to left. I see it's left to right.
Yeah, hopefully Starlink will come in clutch.
Gonna try. I'm gonna test it.
Is it not working?
It's on AT&T right now.
If it's working, I'll just leave it.
Decently from my perspective.
Okay.
We can switch it.
Again, this storm was really elevated about 25 minutes ago, and it's actually gotten a lot lower to the ground.
Not that I can see.
I do think the tornado threat again is ramping up on this supercell.
It's all just
and it's a discrete supercell, which also helps to increase the tornado threat. And this is where our greatest tornado threat will reside today.
That's fair.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Yeah, it's rotating pretty good now.
Yeah.
Hey, Terry, for the $5 super chat.
Pretty good. Yeah. It's almost like due east.
Terry. We said in the chat, Freddie needs to go find his hay bale from a few days ago to make sure it's safe.
Up there. Yeah, chat. This thing's trying rapid rotation. Where's the
A7 is still transferring data.
Is it still?
Yeah.
What's it at?
Like 37
Is it
minutes
trying,
left.
Connor? I'm trying to put my
Thing's really cranking.
Take this.
Yeah, it's trying now. I'm eating my own words.
They're
some Motorola.
Yeah, they're Motorola.
The little funnel there on the left, it almost looked like that was a funnel.
Yeah, they do a pretty good
It's definitely rotating. This thing's
Let me check it.
definitely gearing up for a tornado right
They
now.
work good when you have AT&T service. Yeah, when you don't, then you're out of luck. They can connect to Starlink though, but then
Even
Starlink
bottom middle of your. Everybody's looking at this right now. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
So this is a look at the maximum expected hail size from this storm that all of our chasers are on right now on GR2. As you can see, the color table on GR2 goes up to 5 inches. We are all the way up to 4.59 inches in diameter hail being recorded on radar. That is why we have the destructive sphere with thunderstorm warning. It's warned for 4. I would not be surprised if there are stones that are larger than 4 in there, and I do think this could continue to develop a stronger hail core with even larger hailstorms over the next couple of minutes. The storms off to its north are in the same environment. Once those become a little bit more discrete, it's probably going to do the exact same thing.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. And so, yeah, this storm right now could be producing hail larger than 4 inches in diameter. Right now, warned for softball-sized hail and 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds, which is already an extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning. But I wouldn't be surprised if they got bumped up to at least 4.5-inch diameter hail just off to the east here of 207 Road. We had golf ball-sized hail reported by public, but it's probably higher than that. Again, that was when storm chasers were in the middle of it, and that was also way before this thing looked as intense as it is now. So right now we got, again, a large rotating wall cloud now back over here southeast of Amarillo on this tornado warning. This is Freddie McKinney. You can see it is organizing. Got left to right motion there on the left side of your screen.
We'll see. It might drop right as this. It's going to rapid and rain, but it also.
It's really kind of in the middle of nowhere. It's eventually going towards Clarendon and Lakeview.
So.
A lot of stringy scud coming out of it.
Hey, DS for the super chat.
Is stuck on tack 1 right now. Oh, wow. I see some pretty good, what is that?
They also Vance for the $10 super chat. I think it'll be okay over in Kansas City tonight.
Looks like it's trying.
Yeah, it definitely... I literally can't. Freaking walkie will not connected.
It's also
guys,
Connor
it's
Croft.
trying to drop a tornado.
If Connor and Freddie are looking at this, this is a rotating wall cloud back over on the tornado warning near Highway 207.
Yeah, it's trying to reorganize to the left. It's trying to reorganize to the left.
Back over to Freddie here. Bottom right of your screen is again the supercell.
Is it faster to do that and drop down than it is to go south and go?
Oh yeah, we'd have to go all the way down.
Yeah, but it also looks like it's going pretty far south. It's almost moving due south right now. Trying to get my walkie to actually like connect.
Hey, tough for the $20 super chat. Fudge hail. Look at all that motion there on the left.
Faster. Dang, okay.
Got a lot of motion with this storm.
Well, it might be the play.
A lot of motion.
Yeah, there he is.
I think the one problem with this storm right now is it's east of our alpha boundary. It's not really along it. It's the one problem it has right now, but it is cranking a lot.
I think I'm probably just going to go south. Even though it might. I just think it'll be clear roads at least.
New FD surge coming in.
Hey, Richard for the super chat.
Yeah, it's close to dropping something. It's just, yeah, it's just kind of struggling still.
Got a little bit of the rear flank downdraft surge coming in. That's our RFD surge.
It's over the middle of nowhere right now. Literally over the middle of nowhere.
Perfect. Hey, Low Tobin for the $20 super chat.
Which is good, yeah. I mean, it's obviously good. It's the middle of nowhere here. Oh, we got Connor here too. So everybody is literally here. Literally everybody is here.
So again, this thing is rotating. We've had a wall cloud on it for several
minutes.
minutes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And so this storm is still capable of producing the potential for a tornado. We have a new tornado warning in North Texas. This is near Paris, Texas. This is in North Texas, believe it or not. We have a tornado warning back over just to the south of Paris. This is one area that I did not think we were getting a tornado warning in anytime soon. It is a small discrete supercell that has gone up just to the southwest of Paris. So seek shelter if you're in this warning for Lamar and Delta counties. It is radar indicated rotation. If I had to guess, there had to have been a report of something rotating here, maybe a wall cloud or a funnel cloud, because you don't usually get tornado warnings on something that doesn't really have much rotation on radar. So definitely seek shelter near Cooper and Roxton, Texas. This is by its lonesome out here. We also got a large severe thunderstorm warning near Marshall, Texas. That is for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going towards Carthage. Yeah, a little bit of a surprise once again, just south of Paris. That's near going towards Crossroads, outside of Ben Franklin, Prattville, and also Enloe will be in the path of this. Look how large this wall cloud has gotten. It's a huge
yeah, we just got a big wall cloud here, chat, but it's just not able to tighten up. It's not able to tighten up yet, so we're gonna have to pop south. Yeah, it's probably time to roll south.
Yeah.
Probably time to roll south here.
It's also Connor's view.
Starting to lose visual of the base.
Hey, Brennan for becoming a maximum velocity member.
Almost time to go.
Bro's just waiting for the hail. He wants to get some more hail.
Rain's really taking it out.
Hey, Jason for the super chat.
And you can still see the big wall cloud.
Starting to lose a little bit visual. Actually, let me go to Stormrunner real quick. Stormrunner is also looking at it still. He's about to lose it too. But look how much the wind is picking up right now. This storm's capable of 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And we are at least seeing around probably 60-mile-per-hour winds start to surge in from our rear flank downdraft and our hook echo here.
It wants to so bad.
Yeah, no, we've just about completely lost visibility. Got another 30 seconds. I'm going to bail south.
Look at this, by the way. This is Vince
All of us
Walty.
over here on 70 don't have a
Wow,
road.
this is the same storm.
So if this thing...
Vince Walty's also inside of the Radar Omega app, also with Project Weather Eye. You can download Radar Omega and watch almost all the chasers that we have today are on Radar Omega. It's the top link in the description below on iOS and Android.
If this thing tornadoes, it's going to be in the middle of the void, and like nobody's going to be able to be on it, which is kind of sad, really.
Yeah.
There's a beautiful view. It's basically an open field out here. Once again, this storm is still warned for 4-inch size hail, which is the size of softballs, and 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds coming up on Clarendon.
No. I've been driving a Camry for 4 years.
Jeremy, I'm on channel. You copy me? I'm copying you.
That's a wide shot of our storm right now. Still got a lowering there, decent cloud base.
Copy him. Copy you, Daniel.
With 4-inch hail and 80-mile-per-hour winds now.
Thank you, Crazy, for the $5 super chat.
Top of a hill now, Daniel. Do you copy?
Right there on the left side of your screen, you see that like little bowl that's kind of coming down right there? I think you might zoom in on it, but that right there looks like it's spinning a little bit. It is the area of interest. A lot of scud kind of coming down from this thing. It's definitely still trying to organize. And keep in mind, if this was able to drop a tornado, it would likely be on the stronger side of things, just purely because of our environment here today, and also with how high the winds already are with the storm.
Copy that.
Probably be a pretty photogenic tornado, too, if we get one.
3.5-inch hail reported.
Looks a little messy under there.
That's got a nice core.
Pretty view, though.
Also, Tornado Pages view, they're driving away, or they're kind of positioning, but they're driving away from it right now. Still very ominous skies from their POV. This is also Freddie McKinney.
Thank you, the 50 bomb there, Lord Taco.
Right over the hill there.
I'm guessing yours completely froze.
Yeah, mine froze up. I could switch over to Starlink. What? $50 super chat?
Yep, from Lord Taco.
What a guy.
I'm going to keep sitting here, but we might want to start moving south a little bit because that rain is going to...
So if we go back over to live radar right now, again, this is still a substantial severe thunderstorm warning right now. 4-inch size hail, 80-mile-per-hour winds. Moving down to the southeast, eventually going towards Clarendon, Headley, and Lakeview. Memphis is also in the path of that. We got a lot of storms right now firing up in the Texas Panhandle. Again, all of this at some point in the next few hours will merge into a large line of thunderstorms, which will track across Oklahoma and Texas. That's kind of what we are waiting right now. We also got storms that are firing up back over west of Dallas-Fort Worth. So I got a couple little storms that are going up right now. We'll definitely have to keep an eye on those for the potential for severe weather. And once again, we do have a tornado warning right now just southwest of Paris, Texas. That's near Roxton and Cooper. If you are in this warning, make sure that you are in your safe place. We don't have any really knowledge of why this was warned. I'm guessing there was probably at least some sort of wall cloud or funnel cloud, because on radar, there's nothing visually here that looks interesting to the point where we would get a tornado warning based off velocities here. So that is my assumption, but if you're just southwest of Paris there, be in your safe place. Long term, that's going towards Sulphur Springs, Como, and possibly even Mount Pleasant. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So one thing that I wanted to talk about quickly is our tornado reports for the day. So obviously we saw the tornado in Virginia, and that was one thing, or not, sorry, we saw the tornado in Texas, but we also had a tornado in Virginia. This was confirmed via a spotter. Apparently it was on the ground for at least a brief period of time. So we are up to 2 tornadoes today, one in Oklahoma/Texas and one in Virginia.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So that we do have an environment again back over in the mid-Atlantic today where a few tornadoes are possible this afternoon and evening from a remnant mesoscale convective vortex, and there are a few supercells still out there capable of producing tornadoes. So we've at least had 2 tornadoes today. Actually, I think we're at 3 because we did have another one, I think, just southeast of Clayton. So that storm is still tornado warned. This produced a pretty photogenic tornado to start today's stream and is still capable of producing a threat of a tornado as it continues to track down to the southeast here over the next little little while. But again, the big concern right now is going to be this storm back over near Clarendon. Going towards Howard Wick and Headley over the next few minutes as well. Thank you, Taz, for the $5 super chat. Don't forget your animals. They need protection too. Yeah, again, if you have any animals, pets, anything like that, plants, all those things need to be protected today. Anything that has life. Goes back over to Freddy on this storm that is still tornado warned back over here near Clarendon. That's the wrong button.
Charlie, do you think this thing's
Freddy has a pretty
speed?
good view, and he has trees now all of a sudden. Actually, this is a really...
Having a drone fly.
This is a really good view of this storm. This is from Tornado Pagey. Really cool looking storm here. This is from the south on 207. So it's looking north up into the hail core and also the area of rotation. Nathan Moore has... It's a Storm Chaser IRL. He has a little lowering here. It's very scuddy. Still spinning. This is tornado warned here for another 10 minutes at least. There's a lot of scud. Nothing really super organized, but everything's pretty low here to the ground. Is Dallas good for no tornadoes? Dallas definitely has a tornado threat tonight. Thank you, Philip, for the $10 super chat. Shout out to Jay with the $25 Venmo donation. Really appreciate that. Not really seeing a whole lot of rotation on radar. Just the clouds are all so low to the ground. Hey, Illyria for the $10 super chat. Hey, we might actually... I might go storm chasing at some point in the next few weeks.
A new tornado warning.
If we end up
has
getting
been
a
issued.
northern plains setup, I actually might go chasing. It's possible. You might actually see a storm chasing live stream on this channel. You never know. Got a new tornado warning in Texas. That is on this storm for Armstrong and Donnelly County. This has been upgraded. It is up to grapefruit size tail. So grapefruit size tail is now falling. That's going just south of Clarendon right now, also going towards Memphis and Headley. So if you're in this tornado warning, get to your safe place away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Once again, grapefruits are falling out of the sky. This is basically deadly hail. I hate to say it, but it basically is. I mean, if you're standing outside and you get hit by a 4.5-inch sized hailstone, that's coming down at 100 miles per hour. That is going to hurt a lot. So do not stand outside if you are in this tornado warning for Armstrong and Donnelly counties in Texas. I believe we have a different CWA region here. I'm not entirely sure, but if we do, they may issue another warning further down to the south at some point here in the near future. But broad rotation right now in the mid-levels, or in the low levels. In the mid-levels, the rotation is stronger, which is why they are continuing a tornado warning for this. And if this can get near that outflow boundary, which it is trying hard to get closer to this outflow boundary, there is a chance for a tornado. Largest hail right now is falling just to the east of Highway 207. That is tracking in the direction of Highway 70, just south of Clarendon here. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning. Again, we still have a very kind of scuddy lowering off to the left there. So there is a lowering here. It's not as definitive as before, but it is trying to spin. It's still trying to drop a tornado.
How you doing, Rebecca? It's good to see you.
See all the scud there on the left. A lot of low-hanging clouds. That's what we call scary-looking clouds. So that's, again, just south of Clarendon there.
Ooh, Skittle, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Good to see you, Rebecca. Hope you're doing well. All right.
Still a really good view of the storm.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have another confirmed tornado warning in Texas. That is back over in the northwestern Texas Panhandle. Just northwest of Dalhart. This storm has produced, I think, 3 separate tornadoes now. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. This storm is endless with tornadoes at this point. Another one, as we would say. It's now 3 different tornadoes with the same supercell. This is Weather Spotters confirmed, I believe. Yeah, Weather Spotters confirmed a tornado at 4:23 p.m. Central, which is literally a minute ago. So seek shelter again northwest of Dalhart. That is in Dalton County, Texas. This is back over on our storm just south of Clarendon, which is, again, the warning, the severe warning was just upgraded as well. It is now up to grapefruit-sized hail for this entire warning. The greatest hail, again, just being east of Highway 207, west of Clarendon. This is destructive and pretty much deadly hail that is falling right now.
By the way, happy birthday.
Going towards Clarendon, Texas. Still got rotation on this storm, left side of your screen.
Yeah, that I can't do much better when I'm that close, unfortunately, Lisa. It's zoomed and maxed in, and yeah, it's not going to focus on nothing to get better.
All right, we'll go back to him in a second. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So I actually have a few different things. First off, this grapefruit-sized hail has actually been observed. There's a public report of grapefruit-sized hail that's 4.25 inches in diameter. This is also supported by the hail size on GR2. Actually, it just got upgraded. Let's see what it says now. 4.07 is the radar indicated hail, and 4.25 is the reported hail. This is the same storm that all of our storm chasers are on, but obviously they're not going towards the hail core of this storm, because that is one sure way that you can make sure that you're not going to have a windshield. The other thing that I wanted to talk about is our increasing chances of seeing a derecho. So this is a derecho composite from the SPC, and it's going up. It's not at the max values that we're going to see yet. This is what it looked like 4 hours ago. We're peaking around a 6. You can see 2 hours ago we're up to a 10, and now we are up to a 12. So this is a composite parameter, and if you love math and you want to do a bunch of math, this is actually what the parameter is looking at. It's a combination of our downdraft cape, our most unstable cape, our 0 to 6 shear, and our 0 to 6 mean wind. So this is a composite that was generated by the NSSL in order to better forecast derechos and when they might occur. So this is what we're going to look at as it increases throughout the day. Anywhere here is where we're probably going to see this start to form, and then we're going to see the highest values move further off to the east throughout the day as our area of highest wind potential does increase. Another thing that we talked about earlier that I want to mention again is because of the way that our 700 millibar winds are oriented today, we are going to see a greater area of wind field. Instead of just seeing it along the front line of the storm, it is going to be basically the entire rain core of the storm that is having these very intense damaging winds. And that is probably part of the reason that we saw the PDS severe thunderstorm watch. Once again, that watch is for DVD sized hail and winds up to 105 miles per hour, and this is going to be in effect for quite some time. So don't think that these storms are done. This is probably not the only round of storms we're going to see today, and we have not even seen that line pop up yet today.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, again, we are still probably an hour or two away from actually having a line of thunderstorms. Believe it or not, we do not have a line of storms yet. We are going to more than likely here soon, but right now we don't even have one. It's right now just a big cluster of storms that have now fired up in the Texas Panhandle. And within the next hour or two, we will see a full-blown line of thunderstorms develop, basically a large mesoscale convective system, which is likely going to be very severe, and we might even see a potential for a derecho here this afternoon. So if you are anywhere in Oklahoma or Texas, you need to be ready for this. Again, right now, this is a particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm watch, which again, this is the first time in over a year that we've had a PDS severe thunderstorm watch. We also have storms going up rapidly west of DFW. This was not in the forecast. So we got storms going up right now west of Dallas, Fort Worth, well ahead of our line. This supercell west of Mineral Wells, we need to watch like a hawk. I mean, this thing already has a hook on it, and it's right along the outflow boundary. So I would not rule out a tornado threat with this as it moves in the direction of I-20 just to the south south and west of Mineral Wells. It's not a super favorable environment for tornadoes, but this storm in particular, with it being right next to an outflow boundary, may try to do something funky here within the next hour. South of Paris, Texas, we still have a tornado warning. That's for Delta County, Texas, near Cooper for 16 more minutes. So that goes until about 4:45 p.m. That's going towards Tira. Be in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning. That'll be tracking eventually towards Mount Vernon and Sulphur Springs. We also have a huge supercell west of Shreveport with golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Has a little bit of a hook echo to it, but I do not think this is that tornadic right now. Very broad rotation moving into Carthage, Texas here over the next few minutes. I think we may have a view of the confirmed tornado. Not entirely sure. John Moon is on it. This is a confirmed tornado warning northwest of Dalhart. I'll see if he comes up. There is a lot of dust being kicked up right now. Waiting for his feed to come up. I think it's going to in a second. Now, left side of your screen, there's a lot of dust being kicked up. I'm going to wait a second, I think, until he has a view of that. Let me go over first to Vince Walty. Or that's not Vince Walty. That's Storm Intermedia, though. They're looking at this supercell that's currently producing grapefruit-sized hail. And on top of that, 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds and is rotating and trying to produce the potential for a tornado. Very ominous view there.
I'm just worried it's not going to wait for us.
Oh, a huge shout out to Redeemed.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Shout out to Redeemed with the $50 super chat. Really appreciate that. I honestly think the biggest concern back over in like the North Texas area will be wind today, but there's a chance for some significant hail. All right, new tornado warning this near Boger, Texas, just south of Stinnett, and going towards Skellytown, or yeah, Skellytown? Yeah, Skellytown. Northeast of Amarillo, near Boger. Seek shelter if you're in this warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Main area of rotation is going to be located right over Boger. It's going to be a very non-precip type tornado if we get one, as the storm continues to track down to the southeast. So that'll be, again, going towards Skellytown here over the next few minutes. Pampa's also in the path of that. White Deer is also in the path of that as well. So we now have 4 tornado warnings, and I think all of them are in Texas. Yeah, every single tornado warning we have is right now in Texas. The most substantial one right now is this huge supercell southeast of Amarillo. And again, this thing has a gnarly hail core. I'm not even going to lie. I wouldn't be surprised if they warned this for DVD-sized hail. This hail core has gotten so large, and it is a very discreet supercell. We'll definitely have to wait and see if any chasers actually... I highly doubt any chaser would punch into this, but if they want to end their chase early, they might. So, you never know. Back over to Nathan Moore, looking at this tornado warning cell from a distance.
I'm going to see if I can do something. Let's try this.
Got a huge hook echo on this thing, too. If this thing can latch to an outflow boundary, it could produce a huge tornado.
Let's go...
A lot of cloud ground lightning, too. This is Connor's view. 207. I'm gonna go to Vince, who is also looking at this.
It's a severe thunderstorm watch with particularly dangerous situation attached to it. Because we're looking at wind up to 105 miles per hour.
Got a lot of lightning. Look at all the lightning. It's very frequent with the supercell now. The lightning's definitely upticked, which can sometimes be an indicator of increasing tornado potential. Hey, Brian, for the super chat from Ontario, Canada, and also thank you, Pick Artist, for the $10 super chat.
Oh, you can't even get out.
Stephenville will probably be mostly a wind threat up to 100 miles per hour. Could also see the potential for an isolated tornado, and also very large hail as a possibility. By the way, we're not looking at a storm here, but Tornado Pagey is actually behind a radar truck right now. So that right there in front of them is a radar truck that is near this storm. I'm not sure whose radar truck it is, but it is a radar truck. That is keeping up with this discrete supercell, which is pretty cool.
And inflow's picking up.
The radar trucks are basically localized radar sites. Usually they are more privatized, but
I don't think it's a
they do help with research and such.
But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it looks absolutely terrible in person.
Look at this. This storm is insane. The radar scans keep getting crazier and crazier. This hail core is just... I don't know how else to put it. It's literally massive. We can do a little measurement on this thing. The hail stretches about 10 miles from southwest to northeast, just west of Clarendon. It's about a 10-mile wide hail core, which probably all of this is at least 2-inch diameter hail right now. Rotation's also starting to ramp up a little bit. We don't have a whole lot of inflow yet because of the outflow boundary. It's still a little bit stable, but we definitely have a very strong RFD surge that's developing on this thing. I do think the supercell is starting to organize, and the hook is beginning to reach out more and more towards this outflow boundary area here, just to the north of Silverton. We could get a pretty big tornado out of this storm if it's able to drop. Thank you, Jay, for the Venmo donation. I appreciate that. Any threat for Abilene? Literally almost all of North Texas is, or anywhere really in Texas, at least like Abilene, north of I-20, you're in a pretty significant threat of severe weather tonight. So yeah, I mean, Abilene, you're probably going to get damaging winds at the minimum. We're basically going to have widespread storms if you're anywhere in the yellow or red. So if you're in the yellow or red, you can expect storms. But it's very likely. If you don't get a storm tonight, it would be shocking. The only area where you may not see storms would be right over here. But even then, I think, you know, storms will basically be widespread. They wag him for the $10 super chat. East Dallas going to be predominantly a wind threat tonight. Again, damaging winds can be as high as 100 miles per hour. Back over to Vince on the massive hailstorm. The latest report that we had, again, was 3.5-inch diameter hail, but we have not had a report in a while. It could be larger than that. We could have DVD-sized hail tracking in the direction of Highway 70, eventually going towards Lakeview and Memphis, Texas. A little bit of scud there on the left. It's definitely just trying to organize, I think, right now. Probably going to take a few minutes.
Lightning's definitely increasing. Sometimes we see
Vince also just pointed out that the lightning's increasing, which, again, is an indicator a lot of the time of an increasing tornado threat.
Could be a sign. Or not.
Continue to keep a close eye on this storm. We're currently sitting at 20 severe thunderstorm warnings. The vast majority of them are in Texas and Oklahoma. I do want to quickly go over to Illinois. We have one warning for Decatur, Illinois, which is right now for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. There's also a tornado possible label on this. I'm not seeing much rotation, but if you are back over in the Decatur area or Mount Zion, be ready for at least hail and wind and a very low tornado risk. We also have severe weather ramping up a little bit back over in Virginia, mainly a damaging wind threat with these storms moving towards Farmville, Crew, and Blackstone. Tornado threat right now is very low. I'm not seeing really any tornado or any storms really rotating that much, maybe a little bit north of Tappan, Hancock, but that's about it. So I think generally speaking, our tornado threat's still kind of on the lower side of things over there. Back over in northern Oklahoma, we got a huge area of storms that's developed. These are mostly going to be outflow dominant storms. I don't really anticipate much of a tornado threat out of these. I think a lot of this will just be a lot of wind and some hail as they kind of sporadically move. Some of these storms are moving north, or most of them are moving southeast, but storms are also forming further to the north off of this outflow boundary that is pushing off from our storms here. So some more storms will fire off, maybe as far north as Wichita, since we do have enough instability.
Tornado warning has been issued.
And we also have enough energy there for there to be the potential there for maybe a few storms that produce the threat of damaging winds and maybe a tornado threat. Brand new tornado warning here just to the west of Dalhart, Texas. Got a large hook echo on this storm moving down to the south-southeast over the next several minutes going towards Highway 54. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible and get to an interior room of your home or building. This storm again has been rotating for quite some time. It's a little bit contaminated there, but that is definitely rotating there near 1727 roadway, going down to the southeast. And a tornado could drop pretty much at any time here as this continues to go down towards Highway 54, just west of Dalhart. Luckily, Dalhart will likely be missed by this, but nonetheless, this storm is definitely still trying to produce the threat of a tornado a little bit further off to your west, kind of rural parts here of Texas. We go back over to Vince on the storm that is currently producing grapefruit-sized hail and is also tornado warned here. This storm, again, is producing really large hail, and we are starting to see maybe a wall cloud trying to form. It's been struggling to, but it's definitely trying still. The heck? Oh, that's this. Go back to Vince. This is Vince right now in the storm back over just to the east of Amarillo.
Yeah,
the hail
really
core
I don't think that's going to tornado.
continues to grow in size.
Kind of crapping out. I think this is going to end up being the beginning of our very, very strong wind event.
Got grapefruit-sized hail at 80-mile-per-hour winds out of the storm. It is slowly moving to the southeast, too. Hey, you have it for the $20 super chat. Decatur, Texas, going to be more of a wind threat tonight. By the way, let me go back over to Dallas, or just west of Dallas here. Quick update on our severe storm west of Mineral Wells. This one is right along an outflow boundary. The biggest concern right now is hail. This storm is rapidly intensifying. Wouldn't be surprised if they upgrade this warning to golf ball sized hail here in a few minutes. Just southwest of Wichita, or just southwest, sorry, of Mineral Wells, west of Weatherford. That is going to be approaching I-20 over the next few minutes. So be ready for this back over near Gordon and Strawn. There is a broad area of rotation as well. I don't think this is going to be enough for a tornado warning in the near future, but it may get tornado warned if it's able to stay discreet, since it is right along our outflow boundary here, which also promotes it being a little bit more unstable in this environment. Tornado warning has been canceled back over south of Paris, Texas. This storm has literally fizzled here over the last few minutes, but we have multiple storms right now going up right now across the northwest side of the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. None of these, again, are tornadic or are currently really that severe, other than the one that's near Mineral Wells. But we need to keep an eye on these, because as these scale up, we definitely could see very large hail out of these storms, some damaging winds, and maybe even a very low tornado risk. But keep in mind, our main event is going to be the line of storms that fires up back over in western Oklahoma and also the Texas Panhandle, which right now is ramping up. We're expecting that to really ramp up here over the next few hours. But right now, our most significant storm is this massive hailstorm, grapefruit-sized hail, 80-mile-per-hour winds moving towards Lakeview, Turkey, and Quita, Texas. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning here that has grapefruit-sized hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds, and a tornado possible label on it. That'll be tracking to the southeast, again, just west of Memphis, Texas. So definitely make sure that you're staying weather aware and having multiple ways to receive alerts here back over to the west of Wichita Falls. The storm still has a little lowering on it. I don't know if they're going to continue a tornado warning further to the south,
radar indicated,
with the outflow boundary being a little bit further west of where our hook is, but it's definitely producing significant severe weather nonetheless.
Expect shattered windows, extensive damage to roofs, siding, and vehicles. Locations impacted include Turkey, Caprock Canyon State Park,
Get the weather radio going.
Valley Schools, and Bryce. This is a potentially deadly storm. Seek shelter in an interior room on the lowest floor of a well-built structure. Abandon vehicles in search of a more substantial permanent structure. Stay away from windows. This is a dangerous storm, capable of producing large hail driven by severe winds. Seek shelter now inside a sturdy structure. And
yeah, it's still a little wall. I mean, it's really just not much of anything yet, but we're continuing to keep an eye on it. Let me go back over to the Texas Panhandle near Dalhart. This is our latest radar scan, and still got an area of rotation right now just to the south of 87. That is going to be tracking into, again, rural areas here near Twin Mill, Ream, and King. That is also going towards Highway 54. There's still radar indicated rotation. Again, this storm has produced a tornado multiple times now. It still has an observed tornado warning tag for the northern tornado warning here for the next few minutes near Highway 87.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
What? Apparently we have a tornado on the ground? On this storm. What? No, we don't. Oh. We do not have a tornado on the ground. Why did it say that? Oh, no, we do. What is this? Oh, the other warning was updated. All right, so the one west of Dalhart has just been upgraded. This is a confirmed tornado west of Dalhart. So it is back on the ground. So the storm that's west of Dalhart, this is, I think, the fourth iteration of there being a tornado with this thing. It is back on the ground. Our couplet right now located near 1727 roadway, and that is currently tracking to the south-southeast. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, again, on the lowest floor possible. Again, very tight couplet right there going towards Highway 54. But the other storm also looks crazy. Look at the structure. This is the one, again, producing grapefruit-sized hail, 80-mile-per-hour winds. It literally has multiple stacks of clouds on top of each other here. Just to the southwest of Clarendon. Missed a beautiful cloud ground lightning strike, did I? It's a crazy looking storm. Another cloud ground lightning strike right there. This storm's producing still a lot of lightning.
Oh my god, I just caught the most amazing photo ever. I'm returning to the car.
You put this into some, like, you know, you probably put this into a textbook or even into a calendar.
Oh my god.
Quite,
guys, look at this.
Quite literally unbelievable.
Look at what I just got.
Wow, look at that. This is wild.
Out of focus now.
Absolutely wild. It's a more zoomed out view.
Fix your car.
It's Nathan Moore. Also Storm Chaser IRL on YouTube.
Oh. Oh. Oh my god. These bolts, guys. What the?
This is wild. Now, cloud of ground lightning that we have is also crazy.
Oh my god. Oh my lord. Oh my god.
Yeah, when you move the car.
By the way, the guy that is standing outside, definitely not recommend that you do that because of all the cloud of ground lightning. If you are storm chasing or even looking at this storm or anywhere near this storm, yeah, don't do not stand outside with a camera. That is like the worst decision possible. You're almost the tallest object out here. It's not safe to be doing that. The amount of cloud of ground lightning that we have too is really ramping up. We do have a tornado, it looks like, on that other storm. I don't know if it's gonna load fast enough. I'm gonna wait a second until it loads. The other storm, we do have a view of at least a funnel.
In a video, I guess it was last week.
Oh my god, the amount of cloud of ground lightning's literally non-stop here.
Standing out in the field off the road, taking pictures of the storm and the lightning, and the whole lightning come.
Yeah, we got a tornado down right there in the middle of your screen. That's back near Dalhart. You can see it right there in the middle. We got a tornado down there in the middle. I don't know if he's gonna zoom in. There's still a tornado down there on the ground near Dalhart. This is another tornado. Again, right there in the middle of your screen. You can see it. It's going down towards Twin Mill and Ream in King, Texas. Look at that. Still got a tornado down. This thing's dropped, I think, about 4 different tornadoes. It's a non-condensed tornado right now. It's back over west of Dalhart, Texas. It actually looks like it's kind of roping right now. Looks like a rope. Luckily, this is pretty rural areas, but again, this near 1727 roadway. Still got a tornado down here, up towards 54. Little noodle. More condensed a few moments ago. Now it's a bit more of a noodle tornado here. I don't think it's on the ground anymore. I can't see it clearly. I'm gonna keep an eye on him. Let me get back over to...
Yeah, I remember that, dude. I do remember.
Let's go back over to Vince. Vince still has a crazy structure shot here back on our grapefruit-sized storm with 80-mile-per-hour winds as well. Looks crazy. I think he has a view again of it. Maybe. I think it's right there in the middle of your screen still. I think it's just a really tiny, non-condensed tornado now. Jacob McMillan's up here, is he? Let's see where he is. We might pull him up if he actually has it. Yeah, he is on it. Yeah, keep it pulled up. Alright, let me go back over to Vince. There was a tornado. I don't think it's down anymore. This is back over to our incredible supercell back over southeast of Amarillo. There is still a tornado warning on this for 11 more minutes. Going in the direction of Turkey, Texas. Lakeview and just west of Memphis. Currently producing grapefruit-sized hail and 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Still a very destructive supercell here. But look on radar. This is what it currently looks like. We don't have a whole lot of rotation. Again, the main area of rotation will be right in this hook echo. We still got an inflow, but the inflow is not very strong with this being a bit more outflow dominant. It is tracking again towards Lakeview, Texas, eventually going towards Childress. We got a huge hail core as well, just southwest of Clarendon and south of Howardwick. And then back off to the north of Boger, there was actually a funnel cloud on this storm a little while ago. I don't think it's rotating as much anymore. Outflow boundary is way ahead of our supercell, so the tornado threat at least a little bit lower for the time being. Near Boger, Skellytown, that's eventually going towards Pampa and White Deer in Texas. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in that safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That is currently moving down to the southeast. Back over to the west of DFW, we still have a severe warning here west of Dallas-Fort Worth near Mineral Wells. That is for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. It is not nearly as significant as it could be. The main reason why is because we got more storms firing off to the west. And once again, these storms are not expected to fire today. Just keep that in mind. These were not really anticipated to fire up at all. So the fact that we even have storms this early back over to the west of DFW goes to show how favorable our environment is here across North Texas for just storms firing in general. We have a lot of instability. It's basically nuclear with the amount of instability that we have. So we got some big storms firing up there. Also in northern Oklahoma, we now have severe warnings near Bartlesville, Texas, and Pawhuska, eventually going towards Tulsa with damaging winds between 60 to 70 miles per hour and up to $half sized hail. This is back over to our supercell that is producing, again, grapefruit-sized hail, 80-mile-per-hour winds in the Texas Panhandle. The structure still looks immaculate. Looks insane.
This might tornado.
Rotation is attempting to intensify as well. Let's see the hook echo on radar. It's no longer tornado warned at all. It's also Freddie McKinney.
We have to just sneak up into the notch. See, we have to
maybe a little wall cloud
here.
forming there in the middle too. Something hanging down there. Hey, Donna for the super chat and Tristan for the super chat. Granbury is gonna be a lot of wind tonight. I think all of North Texas, a lot of wind. Hey, Megan and Roger and Brian for the Venmo donations. Really appreciate that.
I just have to sacrifice the windshield to get up into this thing.
Oh no, he's gonna blow out his windshield again.
Thanks, Catherine.
Ain't no way we're gonna blow out our windshield again.
I appreciate that compliment. Saying my camera skills are good.
You guys' camera skills are good. I love it when my car goes into mud mode as I'm passing somebody. That's always lovely.
What up?
And it goes back into mud mode, bro. My car's cooked. My car's probably about to just freaking explode at any moment.
David asked how we are.
Doing good, David. How are you doing, man?
I'm also doing all right.
Dude. My car will not stop going into freaking mud mode right now.
Mud mode?
Wow, look at that shot. That's a beautiful
This structure is
shot.
just insane.
I wish the action button didn't mess with the exposure.
Does it really?
Yes. It doesn't zoom in. It changes the exposure.
Very scuddy. Still sus.
Really?
I don't know if that's a bull or not. I don't think it is. Velocities still have rotation.
Shut that off.
Honestly, wouldn't be surprised if we got a tornado warning.
Jesse,
There's a hook
thank you for
echo.
the super chat, man.
There's some mid-level rotation still.
What are you erming?
Just another view of this storm right now.
I feel like
it's just insane.
I feel like I see kind of a bowl in there.
Yeah, coming up.
Look at all the lightning. This is a lightning machine. West of Lakeview, Texas. issued a new warning here for 3-inch sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds as well. The rotation is definitely there. We have a very strong RFD surge, and also inflow's definitely intensifying. It's not really consolidated into a couplet yet, but we are definitely starting to see an uptick of rotation. So another view from Tornado Pagey as well. Just incredible structure here.
Now it's back to mud mode. Bro, dude, what? My car is tweaking out right now. Just tweaking.
Thank you, Ashley, for becoming a member. Welcome to Velocities. By the way, we still have an observed tornado warning back over in the Texas Panhandle. We did have a view of this tornado a few minutes ago, but no longer. It does not seem like it's on the ground anymore. We're keeping an eye on a couple chasers that are currently on this storm. Main area of rotation is now south of 1727 Road. It's going towards Rem, Twin Mill, and then eventually King, Texas. So if you're in any of those areas, make sure that you're seeking shelter, getting away from windows, and getting on the lowest floor possible. That is a supercell that has now produced, I think, 4 or 5 different tornadoes today. And then this one here is probably the most significant storm that we've had today. It's warned for 4-inch sized hail. It's no longer grapefruits, but it's softball sized hail and 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds again. So it is still an extremely dangerous situation. Severe thunderstorm. You can tell just by the structure itself that this thing is going to be packing a punch with all hazards of severe weather. Tornado still does remain possible as well as this thing continues to track down to the southeast. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Don't forget to share the stream as well if you have any friends or family in the path of severe weather today. We'll be covering this commercial-free live coverage for the next several hours here on YouTube. You can share the stream on Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, whatever platform you have friends or family on. Get the word out there. One of the best places to get weather coverage is on YouTube. Just back over to not Freddie, but Vince.
South.
Got a little bit of an inflow tail on the right there too. That's starting to pump in some inflow.
Actually surprised it's not.
Gonna help to organize this storm as well.
It's really tight rotation, but radar is not great. It does look like a fish. I agree.
Hey Russell for the super chat.
I think it's struggling with a little bit of stable air. It's kind of moving into some mixed layer sin. I'm kind of wondering if it's kind of choking it off.
Alright, we're losing Vince. We'll go back to him in a second. Actually, look at Nathan Moore. This is even a crazier shot. Wow. This is just insane. What an insane looking storm over here in Texas. We are eventually going to see a full-blown line of storms that'll probably look something like this. Within the next hour or two, we're going to have a line of storms that I think looks exactly like this. Right now, this is just one big supercell. Hey, Jessica, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. This is Tornado Pagey's view as well. Wow. This is just crazy. One of the crazier structures we've seen this year. Can't even get the entire structure in the shot. That's how large it is. Look at all the cloud-to-ground lightning, too. By the way, Tornado Pagey is using really, really solid internet. It's called ISP Tech. We're actually sponsored by them now, but they are using basically technology that can keep their feed up almost 24/7. So this is why it's so crystal clear right now. Out here in an open field in Texas. It's quite literally incredible, though, the quality of this feed. Almost feels like you're there. It's just a huge shelf cloud overhang, and then you got the rain shaft back there in the middle. Probably got some huge hail falling back in there, but it would be a little bit further back into our supercell. The amount of lightning with this storm, too, has been extremely frequent. I mean, we're getting cloud-to-ground lightning almost every 3 seconds or so. Thank you, Ken and Salamander, for becoming members. Huge shout out to Josh with the $500 super chat. What in the world? No message either. Now he's in the chat for Josh. The $500 super chat. You are absolutely crazy. I really appreciate the generosity, though. It helps out a lot. And also thank you, Misery, for the $20 super chat. Holy cow. Came out of absolutely nowhere. And no message. Yeah, W spam in the chat for Josh. There's also Storm Chaser IRL, a little bit more underneath it. He's actually looking into the inflow notch, our hook echo. So if we had a tornado, we have a little bit more of a view here of it, which right now, I would be looking in the middle of your screen for a potential tornado, which right now it's definitely not on the ground by any means, but still some rotation with this storm. Back to him in a second. Let me do... Right, a page, you'll put them bottom... Right. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we just got a wind report out of Armstrong County in Texas. It was a wind gust of 83 miles per hour as measured on a Mesonet station. So I think we're going to start to see a lot of these destructive winds across our PDS Severe Thunderstorm Watch. Basically now, from now all the way on for like the next 6-7 hours.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is this storm here. Right now, it is warned for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds, which is, again, already destructive. That is an extremely dangerous situation. Severe thunderstorm warning. On top of that, softball-sized hail is a possibility. We have not had a hail report in quite some time. The last time was a little over, I believe, an hour ago. It was about an hour ago now at 3.5 inches in diameter. So this storm, again, is still producing some huge hail, and then also very high winds, which has now been confirmed by a Mesonet station. Tornado Pagey is almost underneath this storm now. Look at this. They're like almost getting swallowed by it. You'd see a little bit of a blue tinge back in there. That is because of the sun reflecting some of the water droplets off in an interesting way, basically, and that is why we have a little blue tinge back in there. You got the large shelf cloud right overhead as well.
Yeah.
Look at all the CG strikes. Another cloud ground lightning strike there on the right. The amount of cloud ground lightning has been very frequent with this storm. Huge shout out to Chris with a $50 super chat. Always great work, Max and team. I appreciate that. Thank you, Chris. It's a very generous super chat. Streams would not be possible without all of you guys. I really appreciate the support.
Road, I got 1 mile.
Back over to Connor as well. He's kind of underneath this too. It's off to the left, but the huge shelf cloud is basically over his head right now.
Alright, we're about to get absolutely blasted here.
I do wonder if anybody's going to be hail punching. I do wonder.
Holy smokes.
I feel like out of anybody, Freddie McKinney would be the one to do that. So let's look at what Freddie McKinney's doing.
He is dirty.
Freddie McKinney's already lost half his windshield, so.
Alright, we're about to get absolutely blasted
This
here.
is where we deploy Eli.
No. Wait, Charlie, we gotta go a little further up before we deploy Eli. We gotta go a little bit further up before we deploy Eli.
Not in grapefruits. That's where I draw the line.
They're just DVDs.
Yeah, they're just
only DVDs.
Only DVD-sized hail.
Are they actually gonna punch into this? I think they might. Also, Tornado Page, he's right underneath it. They haven't moved yet. But they're basically underneath the shelf cloud. And the winds are probably going to ramp up very quickly here in the next minute or two. Freddie McKinney is also
so close to the hail.
basically in the same spot. They're about a mile further to the south, but
dude,
it's
I'm
a
so
crazy
tempted
view.
to drive into
Thank you, Eric, for the $20 super chat. Congratulations on becoming a degree meteorologist. Best of luck to you. I appreciate that.
Because we were just gonna, since we don't have any
By the way, pending there not being severe weather tomorrow, we will be on the Weather Brains podcast on YouTube.
Good job, Brandon.
You guys know what that is. Connor had a pretty good view. I'm gonna go back over to Tornado Pagey. They're now underneath the shelf cloud entirely, and the winds are probably gonna pick up rapidly here in the next minute or two.
And there's so many cars.
There's a lot of chasers here. No, I don't think any of these guys want their windshields blown out.
Oh my god.
On top of that, this is Stormer Media's view coming into the storm right now. Hey, Max, the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you. W name, by the way. Wow, Freddy's view is literally looks like an ocean. Looks like a tidal wave.
This thing's a beast. This thing's an absolute unit. Oh, the supercell here, guys. This is just to the east of Silverton, Texas.
By the way, the only tornado warning that we have right now is a confirmed tornado warning west of Dalhart. This one is still a severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-per-hour winds and 4-inch size hail with a tornado possible label on it.
Yep, I see that there. There's probably a heavily rain-wrapped, hail-wrapped tornado in progress with like 150 mile an hour.
Alright, Tornado Pagey's now getting out of there. Also, we just got a new severe thunderstorm watch for basically all of North Texas. We go over that. We got a brand new severe thunderstorm watch. This, again, pretty much encompasses all of North Texas here. That is going to be for Dallas-Fort Worth, back over into East Texas, and also a couple counties in western Louisiana. This goes until 9 o'clock Central Time, where a couple of tornadoes are possible. Scattered hail to the size of softballs is likely, and then scattered damaging wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour is also likely. So be ready, again, for significant severe weather across North Texas. If you have any friends or family in North Texas, make sure to share the stream with them. Again, we'll be live here probably throughout the entire evening, even into North Texas. And I do want to point out one thing. We've had storms firing up in North Texas over the last few hours. Notice how this only goes until 9 o'clock tonight. We are going to see storms after 9 o'clock tonight. We are going to have a line of storms. So this is only the first of probably 2 watches that we will have in this area. So just keep that in mind if you're back over here in North Texas. We are going to have a second watch. I'd be surprised if we didn't, because the line of storms, the potential derecho is going to be coming through between like 9 and 12 o'clock tonight, which is obviously, you know, later than this. But we've had some storms firing up around Dallas-Fort Worth, which is why they've gone ahead and issued a severe thunderstorm watch. Well, right now, west of Fort Worth, we got one storm just out the Mineral Wells, producing $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And then back over west of Shreveport, we've had a significant supercell going for quite some time with 2-inch sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, which is approaching the Louisiana and Texas border. Also, a ton of lightning is currently coming out of that storm. And then we've had a few other storms firing up right around Dallas-Fort Worth. We got a couple actually in Denton County. These are probably going to be big hailstorms here soon, so be ready for that. Back over near Denton, Little Elm, and Frisco in Texas. Back over to Freddy with quite an incredible view again of our supercell west of Memphis.
Yeah, that is terrifying. I mean, it can't be good for the vehicle to constantly be switching between modes either.
Yeah, I don't think
Storm still has a tornado possible label on it.
Just now, just switch.
Let me go back over to...
Eli, how many...
What? Let's back over to Connor. Actually, Storm Media has a good view. So Stormrunner's looking right into it. Put a ton of cloudy ground lightning on this thing, too. Hey, Brandon, for the $5 super chat.
Driving like a freaking grandma right now. That sign just said Earth slides.
What the heck just happened?
Look at Vince Walty's view. This looks like a spaceship.
Awesome views off of the storm.
Wow.
Holy
You can also watch Vince Walty inside of the Radar Omega app. You can download with the top link in the description below. There are a ton of storm chasers inside the Radar Omega app, which does include Freddie McKinney, Tornado Pagey, Stormrunner Media, Nathan Moore, Vince Walty, and many others. What an incredible view here. like a spaceship. Thank you, Aaron and B, for the super chats. By the way, we do have a new severe warning for Joplin, Missouri. This is near Carthage. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail, maybe up to half-dollar-sized hail. I'm not expecting much more out of this storm. The tornado threat pretty low. We don't really have a whole lot of rotation, just wind at this point. If it is able to become more discreet, there is a low chance of an isolated tornado out of that. Back over northwest of Oklahoma City, we also got a couple storms that have gone up near Canton, south of Fairview. That is for quarter to half-dollar-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, which these storms will be moving towards Oklahoma City, so be ready if you're in Oklahoma City for the potential for some large hail and damaging winds. Don't forget, there could be hail as large as the size of 2 to 3 inches in diameter out of those storms. Confirmed tornado warning continues for 6 more minutes to the southwest of Dalhart. I'm gonna be honest, I don't see much left with this storm when it comes to a tornado threat. Does not seem to be rotating as much as before. With that said, the storm's been a surprise. I mean, we've had like 4 or 5 different tornadoes now with this singular supercell, and
a new tornado warning has been issued.
They may have just issued a new tornado warning on this. Hartley County, Texas. Where's Hartley County? Yeah, so they did issue a new tornado warning on this. It's going to be radar indicated. So this will continue as a tornado warning. Still have a broad area of rotation. Winds going towards the radar and winds going away from the radar. That is heading towards 54 and then eventually tracking towards 767 roadway just west of Channing, Texas. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter. Very rural area. Tennis ball sized hail, big concern. There are a couple chasers on this storm that we're keeping an eye on, but as of now, nothing definitively happening with this near Highway 54. Literally, almost, I don't know if there's like anybody in this warning. It is a very small one, but 36 people. Middle Water is the main place. So if you're in Middle Water, Texas, and you're one of the 36 people watching, seek shelter. If you're along Highway 54, definitely a good idea to be staying away from this area as well. Back over to Vince with a spaceship here near Turkey, Texas. This storm is still warned for 4-inch sized hail, so that's softball sized hail, and 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. It is legitimately a huge spaceship out here. Thank you, Cody, for the $5 super chat. I'm going to give the same answer for basically everywhere in North Texas tonight. All right, I think the greatest concern is going to be tonight, even though there are storms already out there. I think later tonight we're going to have a ton of storms that are all in a line of storms that'll be producing damaging winds upwards of 80 to 100 miles per hour. Not everybody's going to see that, but that's the peak intensity, I think, for today. And then also there will be a threat for very large hail, especially out of the supercells that are going up right now. That's over the next few hours. Hail could be as large as 3 to 4 inches in diameter, and then a few embedded tornadoes in our line of storms as possible. I think the tornado threat with these storms that are going up right now west of Fort Worth are low, mainly because of them being so clustered together. If they end up being a bit more discreet, things could definitely change a little bit. But for right now, these storms are very close to each other. Also, look at this. This storm here near Gordon, Texas is towering up to 62,000 feet. So this storm is 62,000 feet tall right now. Back over in Gordon, Texas, which is actually absurd. That is a really tall thunderstorm. I mean, it's literally just a nuclear environment today. I keep saying that word, but the amount of instability that we have is just so high. Like, we have, again, upwards of 5,000 to 6,000 joules per kilogram of energy. It's a very favorable environment for tornadoes today.
Hey, though, folks, we do have to get moving, so we're probably gonna have to pass this guy because I don't want to get caught up in this thing.
It's also Connor Croft. He's looking at the shelf cloud a little bit closer to the storm here, south of Clarendon. Still got a hook echo on the storm. Still rotating.
I lost it again. Brandon, there is a road that goes.
Just got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This is going to be back over in the Texas Panhandle in western Oklahoma. This is also very strongly worded. You can't get any higher, I don't think, than this. Sorry, the GIF is on the screen there. But this is our new mesoscale discussion. Let me just put this into one screen here. So there you go. So another strongly worded mesoscale discussion. Giant hail and severe wind gusts remain possible with the remain likely with our mature supercells, which we got a couple right now. One near Dalhart, the other one south of Clarendon. A tornado is also a possibility. Notice our most probable peak intensity for hail, 4 inches or larger in diameter. So there's still a chance for hail as large as the size of DVDs. If you don't know what a DVD is for some reason, Riley, try to find a photo of a DVD. It's huge. It's 5 inches in diameter. I can't really give you much more of a measurement, though. It's just massive, all right? So it's larger than the size of a grapefruit. Best chance for a tornado right now is going to be in the two little purple areas that are hatched. So the storm near Clarendon, which a lot of chasers are on right now, and the one near Dalhart, which we also have a couple of chasers on. Neither storm right now looks imminent, but both of them are still rotating and have the potential for a tornado. But if you're anywhere up here in the Texas Panhandle near Amarillo, Shamrock, Wellington, west of Elk City, be ready for a very large hail threat, and then in addition to the potential for 90-mile-per-hour winds and a tornado threat as well. Just back over to Vince. So the chaser program just crashed. I gotta pull all my chasers back up. This thing looks absolutely crazy.
If we stop, we might get in trouble with the hail.
This is a mothership of a supercell. Absolute mothership.
This guy's getting past. He's going to cost us our auto glass if he doesn't get moving, so we're going to go around him immediately.
Alright, we'll go back to Vince in a second. He's losing connection. By the way, this honestly is pretty fitting for today. But we have a nuclear cape design. Would you guys want a t-shirt of this? Nuclear cape. We've been talking about nuclear cape like all day today. If you guys want that, let me know. We might add it to our store. Wow, look at this. Holy crap, this is crazy.
Alright, fuck it. I'm stopping for a photo.
So once again, the storm near Turkey, Texas. This is just insane.
Dear God. This is the most fucking...
Apparently there's a lot of chaser convergence. What a crazy looking storm. It's also Freddie McKinney.
If there's a tornado buried back in there somewhere.
Freddie is currently located in Turkey, Texas, so he's a little bit further down to the south. Vince is looking more into the inflow. We go back to radar real quick, just to give you an idea of what we're looking at here. Vince is right here, and then you got most of the other chasers here. So this is more of an looking towards the inflow and also looking into the hook echo, which is why it looks so gnarly. It's a huge mesocyclone. Vince has low signal, though. Back to him in a second.
Esteline, Texas.
This is Freddie McKinney. I think Vince maybe just came back. Wow. Look at that little blue stripe at the top of this structure. That's just crazy. This is such a neat looking storm. Who would have thought today would have been a structure day with the, a supercell like this?
Run.
Going back to Freddie. Freddie's running away, he's saying.
Oh, he's running. Oh, he's running. He's running.
Well, if there would be a tornado, we'd probably see it. The structure's just insane.
Magnificent structure.
We no longer have a confirmed tornado warning that has now been downgraded to radar indicated in the Texas Panhandle. We only have one tornado warning, that's the one west of Dalhart. We're still keeping an eye on.
Dropping south.
Look at the... this is just so crazy to me. Look at the blue tinge at the top. It's literally circling the top of our mesocyclone. Got blue tinge buried back underneath the base too. It's actually crazy. This is
like a
this
few
back to
miles
Freddy
out
too.
ahead of the primary
Or
structure,
Turkey,
which
Texas.
also looks kind of wild.
What a crazy storm. Thank you, Michael, for the $5 super chat.
Almost like the underside of a mushroom. Freaking wild. You got on the wide?
I can put it on the wide now.
Oh, I don't know what it looks like, but...
At least they still have their back windows.
Not bad.
You see that other tier?
Yeah.
It's like 2 tiers.
Yeah, if you desperately need an east option, there should be a left turn on the county road.
Just crazy. Every perspective we're getting of this storm from the
like,
east side of the
turns
supercell
like
just looks absolutely
2
insane.
miles to your south, but otherwise you can
It's
continue.
east of Highway 70, south of Lakeview, southwest of Memphis.
Yeah, that's going to be a mud road. I'm not going to take that one.
So once again, Vince Walty with Project Weather Eye, and also inside the Radar Omega app, which you can download with the top link in the description below. That is the weather app we're currently using. I also want to point out that he has deployed these cameras that are called Project Weather Eyes back over in southwest Oklahoma. So as we eventually get a line of thunderstorms, there are cameras deployed exclusively in the Radar Omega app that will have a view of these storms between Lawton and also just west of Altus. So we're keeping an eye on those cameras for later on for probably pretty good viewing here of this line of storms as it continues to move to the east and as it eventually forms. Again, we don't even have a line yet. It's just a bunch of, discrete, semi-discrete storms. But in the next hour or two, we are going to eventually see this all kind of scale up into a line of thunderstorms. Back off to the west of DFW, these storms are not really staying together very well. Quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, the main concern. After these storms merge, there is a low tornado risk as that goes towards Toller and Granbury, so we'll be keeping an eye on that. We got some more storms also firing up near Denton County, west of Paris as well in Texas. Biggest concern initially is hail and wind, but the tornado threat should begin to increase with these storms over the next hour or two as wind shear starts to increase a little bit. But I think the tornado threat is low for North Texas out of this first round of storms. The second round of storms will be more significant. Back over in Joplin and Carthage, just ping pong ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. The tornado threat basically zero with those storms. And other than that, there's really not many severe warnings outside of Oklahoma, Missouri, Kansas, and Texas right now. It's mostly Texas and Oklahoma. Back off to the northwest of Oklahoma City, new severe warning just southeast of Canton. That is for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is going to be heading in the direction of Edmond, and also Oklahoma City and El Reno will eventually be in the path of this. So be ready for that. And then back over along the Texas and Oklahoma border near Cheyenne and Elk City, another big hailstorm has gone up with golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Freddy has a spectacular view now.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
That structure is gnarly, dude. She is gorgeous.
My shot of said structure is also gnarly.
Thank you, Phil, for the $5 super chat. Also, thank you, Rain, for the becoming a VIP Velocity member. Really appreciate that. Shout out to Alan also with the $20 PayPal donation. I appreciate that.
I'm gonna try to cook a little ways out ahead of it. If I can have a...
Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, the new severe thunderstorm warning update that all of our chasers in is for 4-inch hail in 90-mile-per-hour winds. This is basically going to be one of the most destructive storms this area has ever seen. 4-inch hail moving at 90 miles per hour is not something you want to be outside in, so please take shelter if you're in the town of Turkey, Settlement, or Tampaco.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, this is an extremely dangerous situation. This is the most significant storm that we've seen today, like across the board. This is not the largest hail that we've seen, but it's also the largest wind that we've seen. 90-mile-per-hour straight line winds currently moving here across this severe thunderstorm warning. That is about the intensity of an EF1 tornado, but in this case, it is straight line damaging winds. So really can't stress it enough. If you are in this area, you need to be taking this extremely seriously. You need to be staying away from windows. Do not try to look outside for this. We could literally have hail reaching out like miles in advance of where our actual hail is falling. Like our hail course here right now, but hail could fall, miles out in front of it because of those 90-mile-per-hour winds pushing that hail, from northwest to southeast with how high these winds are. This is, again, a serious situation near Highway 86, and that's one of the reasons why most chasers are trying to avoid being anywhere near the core of this storm right now, is for that reason. You don't want that to ever get near you. You don't want that type of hail hitting you. You don't want wind-driven hail, which that's what we're going to be seeing, is wind-driven hailstones, which is very dangerous. Could literally go into windshields and as well as side windows.
That's what I'm doing, but I'm having to...
That's what it looks like right now, again, from the south side of the storm. This is back over near Highway 70 in Turkey.
So well, so I can get that fixed.
If we can run into each other down here, once you get out from beyond that storm, I can crash wrap your back.
Still got a super blue tinge there at the top of your screen.
If I can catch up to you, great. But I mean, I'm still,
all that blue is all the water droplets reflecting from our sunlight, which is from this position. It's more off to the west of where they are.
Stay in touch on how far east you get later. But I'll fix it if I run into you.
All right, hold on, Chad. Hold on.
Oh goodness, he's getting out of his car.
Turning on to 6, 5,
This is Mr. Lightning Rod.
Smokes. All right, well, for some reason, I forgot to put my mic on, but look at this. I'm holding my mic, so it might be a little ASMR here, but this is an incredible supercell here, guys. In fact, I switched to the wide.
Bro just dropped his mic.
Oh, my gosh.
Dude, what's going on with this guy's mic?
That is beautiful. Straight down the road. That is a beautiful shot.
Hey, Freddy's got to be careful. He's a lightning rod. I mean...
There's a little screenshot for you guys. Hopefully you can
Hey, you put that on your phone. That's a nice screenshot for your
It's kind of cutting
your
in and
wallpaper.
out, but oh, dude. That looks crazy, bro. Crazy. It's beautiful. Beautiful supercell here. All right, I'll go ahead and hand this over to you because we're going to have to go.
Gotta go.
Gonna have to go.
Gotta move.
Gonna have to go. That is a ridiculous.
So Connor's view.
The fishing road ever. Just
Connor had a good view a second ago.
And curves and 90-degree turns and curves.
I'll go back to him in a second. This is back to Freddy.
For the kind words there.
You guys are ahead of me and you're concerned you're not gonna beat it.
Okay.
I think on 656 you beat it.
All right,
I don't know. This thing is cooking at me.
we're gonna have to cook.
All right, Freddy's starting to drive. We'll go back to him in a second.
This thing is insane! Holy crap, Chad! This thing's insane! Oh my gosh! It's building another tier down too.
Wow.
This thing's nuts.
You take 656 to 1440 and then take 1440 over to 83.
This is literally crazy. There's also Tornado Pagey's view. What a storm. Might be, again, we've had so many crazy structures this year. This one definitely at the top of the list for what we've seen on stream. Back over to Freddie McKinney.
Incredible.
This thing is warned for grapefruits at 90-mile-an-hour winds.
I got scared. He was like sprinting toward the road. I was like, all right, dude, you're about to become a freaking bug on the windshield if you don't stop. He scared the crap out of me.
This man yapping.
There's a wall cloud developing there. We're going to turn here so for a second so you can pull him up here.
Yep. Right.
The National Severe Storms Laboratory has researchers on this storm. They reported a 90-mile-per-hour wind gust at their location.
Wow.
Right, he's driving right up into this thing.
90-mile-per-hour wind on this storm, Chad. That is out of this world structure, though. Just still on AT&T and
No.
That's on Star. Yeah.
Hey, Dan for the super
this
chat.
Service is just gonna be having a meltdown.
I'll go back to Freddie in a second. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so those 90-mile-per-hour winds are observed from the NSSL team out there trying to collect hailstorms. Apparently they overturned a center pivot, so that would be a sprinkler in that area.
All right, thank you for the update. There's a 90-mile-per-hour wind gust report there. Back over about 14 miles to the west of Lakeview, Texas. That is on the northwest quadrant of our severe warning right now, which again is still warned for softball-sized hail, which is 4 inches in diameter. And then on top of that, 90-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is still an extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning here, just to the south there of Clarendon and west of Memphis. We still have one tornado warning, which is back over to the southwest of Dalhart. So if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible as the storm continues to track down to the southeast. Might be ramping up again, might be gearing up for a new tornado, we'll see. As of right now, I'm watching a chaser on it. It looks pretty elevated, but it might be doing something here soon. The one further down to the south or southeast is obviously way more concerning, especially for the long term, especially since this thing is producing 90-mile-per-hour winds already. It's just a discrete supercell, and in the long term, this can become a huge line of thunderstorms. Everything is going to combine into a line, but for right now, it's just a big cluster that is moving down to the southeast as of right now. This is what the storm looks like right now. It's been kind of building a double-decker kind of thing to this thing.
And
where we've gotten kind of like a lowering kind of forming underneath our shelf cloud. So that's an area that we need to keep an eye on. That's what it looks like. This is also Connor's view. Go over to Connor. Thank Kodos for the $10 super chat. Dallas should be hit, and you could actually get storms over the next couple of hours, but they'll be more isolated tonight. Widespread storms closer to 10 to 12 o'clock.
That is just incredible.
Apparently, Chelsea Dahlman is in the middle of this storm right now. I don't think they have audio, but they are literally in the middle of this hailstorm. Like, they're in the middle of this storm that's producing 90-mile-per-hour winds and 4-inch sized hail. So I'm going to keep an eye on them. Everybody has low signal right now. We'll go back to radar. They'll be bottom middle of your screen, but they're like in the center of this storm. I'm trying to pull up the map so you guys can see it. This is a little map of some of the chasers that we have, and so they're in the center of this hail core. They are in like almost the dead center of where we could have softball-sized hail falling, and on top of that, we probably have winds as high as 90 miles per hour. So, yeah, that's no fun. Hopefully, they stay safe in there.
You guys take 656.
They have no audio, but they are in the middle of it. I haven't seen any big hail yet. Back over to Freddy, which he has low signal. We'll go back to him in a second. Thank you, Alexandra, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. A quick heads up, in case you guys didn't already see, we've been talking a lot about Nuclear Cape today. We now have a new shirt out at shopmaxvelocity.net. Nuclear Cape in all sorts of different colors. You can check that out at shopmaxvelocity.net. It is the second to top link in the description below. As today, we do have Nuclear Cape. And our instability values today are around 5,000 joules per kilogram. This is a classic springtime setup where we just have an unbelievable amount of instability in the atmosphere. We have, again, right around 5,000 joules per kilogram. This is what it looks like right about now. Anywhere you see pinks and white colors, that's indicating an extreme amount of instability, which is basically storm fuel, and we have a ton today. So as we go into the evening, we're still going to have very high values, even back over near Dallas-Fort Worth, which is going to keep these storms very, very, very intense. So yeah, big line of storms coming through tonight. Let's go back over to Connor.
You beat me, Connor?
And lost signal. Let me go back to Freddy. I think he came back. Everybody has low signal in the storm.
Putting out a ton of outflow, driving that damaging wind threat.
See that?
Oh, there's a CG right there.
A little scut finger there? I think so. I mean, it's not tornadic, but there's like a little spinny. I want to say
hey,
that
Jackson,
might be a
$10
little
super chat.
funnel
Keep
there.
those pets safe
But
tonight.
it's
Bring them
not,
indoors.
like,
100% agree.
Just to clarify.
Yeah, if you are in
Just been scut,
the
but
risk
it looked
tonight,
like it was spinning.
you're definitely going to want to make sure that you're protecting your pets, plants, all that good stuff. This is coming from this same supercell, by the way. This is Tornado Pagey. You can actually see some of the downbursts. You can't really see the downburst winds, but you can see all the dust getting kicked off the ground right now. That is from these downburst winds. So you can see all the dust kicking off the ground here. And it is in a fairly rural area, so it's going to be easier for this to kind of kick out dust and dirt. We saw this a lot with our Morton tornado just a few days ago. They are also losing signal. Back to Freddy. Also, good idea, by the way, if you've not already done this, for tonight, anybody in the risk area, again, we've already talked a lot about our risk, but I just want to mention that if you're anywhere in our moderate or enhanced risk of severe weather, even in our slight risk, make sure that you have a tornado action plan ready to go, have multiple ways to receive warnings. One of those can be this stream. It can be, you know, a television station.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
It can be a lot of different things, right? But you also want to make sure, if you are included in this area, you have your flashlights ready to go. If you have phone devices, make sure you charge those up. If you got laptops, any other sources of light, make sure those are also charged up, as we are anticipating there being the potential here for significant severe weather with widespread damaging winds between 80 to 100 miles per hour, in addition to very, very, very large hail. This tornado warning just got upgraded to confirmed back over just south of Dalhart. And so this is apparently on the ground again, just to the south of Dalhart near Highway 54, that is tracking in the direction of Channing, Texas. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible and get to an interior room of your home or building. We actually have a chaser on this right now. Let me get them full screen. Give me 1 second. Gotta find a slot. All right, this is number 4.
And then just get pounded by hail.
They're underneath the base right now. Let me refresh it 1 second. So this is where we would have a tornado. This is Jacob McMillan. You can see a large wall cloud here. We apparently just had a tornado here a moment ago.
This road is cooked.
No evident tornado, but this is where it was just confirmed by weather spotters.
If I would stop sliding. Man,
this is emergency management confirmed. This is the 5th different tornado that's been confirmed on this storm.
Got 4-wheel drive on. We gotta turn back. Oh, it's so annoying. Our risk. I hate when the risks like this don't work out. Very interesting hailstone structure. Hold on.
I don't see a tornado right now, but there's definitely a wall cloud.
Hold on, chat. Let's get some traction back here. And then I want to show you guys what the hail's doing. Hopefully I don't die.
Bro, this storm's also producing 2.25 inch sized hail.
Hold on, chat. Look at...
You hear the hail hitting his car right now.
You got like a little bit of a... Look at that. It's like... Look at that. It's like really condensed there in the middle, but then on the outside it's like super spiky and clear. Like that's very dense hail there.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of concerned that I think he needs to get out of there. I don't want him to have his windshield get blown out.
All right. Well, we gotta turn around. This road's washed.
Hey, Sammy, for coming to Maximum Velocity member. All right, I'm gonna keep an eye on him. I'll put him bottom. Maybe bottom right. I don't know which number it was. All right, let me do. Ben Williams has a crazy structure, I think, near Joplin right now. Bottom right of your screen, that's over at Joplin. Actually a crazy looking structure there. Put Jacob on here. All right. Let's go back down to the other storm. That one apparently was upgraded to confirm once again, but does not look super concerning yet. There's been a lowering. Back over just to the west of Esteline, this storm is still producing up to 3-inch sized hail and 90-mile-per-hour winds. They will likely issue a new severe thunderstorm warning here in a moment, going in the direction of Childress, Texas. Quanah as well will be in the path of this. So again, be ready for the threat of significant damaging winds. Paducah will also be in the path of this here in the near term. So be ready for a significant storm here tracking down to the southeast. Going towards 656 roadway and just southwest of Childress. I'm surprised we don't have a new warning yet, but we should have one in a second. Back over in Joplin, Missouri, that is where we have quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds currently falling. This storm is producing also a frequent amount of lightning, so we are continuing to keep a close eye on this. This is back over to Connor, who has a crazy structure. I'm going to go over to Freddie, though. It's Freddie McKinney on the 90-mile-per-hour windstorm here.
And we're holding steady at 89.
Yeah, this has been a nightmare out here per usual for service, but yeah, shout out to everybody watching and all the streams right now.
Bro, I didn't even see that. WE Live.
That's what it looks like in Joplin, Missouri right now. This is one of the Missouri.traffic cams. So that's the storm rolling in right now. into Joplin, which right now is warned for $quarter to $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. There's also a frequent amount of lightning with this storm. Got a large shelf cloud coming in. Got a little bit of dust. It looks like being kicked off the ground a little bit. Maybe a little bit of debris, kind of dirt. Also, again, blue tinge. We've had a lot of blue tinges today.
Like 200 kilobits per.
Very blue kind of day with all these storms.
Jeez, these roads, man. They're nuts.
That is a bell box issue. It doesn't necessarily.
They just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for this storm that Freddy's on, back over to the south of Memphis, west of Childress. This is up to baseball-sized hail and 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So it is still a destructive and extremely dangerous situation. Severe thunderstorm warning here for Turkey, Texas, west of Childress. That'll be moving towards Paducah, just north of Matador, and north of Roaring Springs. Moving down to the southeast. Again, be in your safe place if you're in this warning. Treat this as if it is a tornado warning, as it is producing all hazards of severe weather, including still a low chance of a tornado. They do not have a tornado possible label on this one, but I still wouldn't rule out a tornado with this if it's able to stay discreet, which so far it has. We have another storm that just went up near Crosbyton, Texas as well. That one will likely get warned here shortly for hail and wind. Just to the east of Lubbock, coming up towards Dickens, Texas, moving to the east-southeast. West of Dallas-Fort Worth, and even in DFW, we have a new severe warning for a large area. Corinth, Frisco, Plano, Garland, Carrollton, just east of Denton for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. So be ready for, again, some significant severe weather out of this storm. This is once again not the main event in North Texas. We have a line of storms that will be producing much more significant severe weather later on. This again is not our main event. That is just a discrete supercell. We have another one also south of Paris that's doing the same thing, hail and wind. And then another one that is still going, golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds with broad rotation, moving towards Glen Rose in Texas, just west of Granbury. So be ready for that. Looks like Jacob McMillan has some hail again.
In the middle there, where it's much more dense.
This is back on our confirmed tornado warning.
So we're gonna keep going. We unfortunately have to get way around and get gas. So we're gonna lose our storm for a moment, chat. But you know, it is how it goes.
Back to him in a minute.
I'm gonna freaking race against this thing.
Connor is positioning right now in our destructive severe storm in Texas. Keep an eye on him. Ravioli hail. What? Sunny side up egg size hail. That's actually, I'm not gonna lie, that's probably the closest thing to it. It actually looked like an egg, I'm not gonna lie. Wow, look at Freddy. This storm's just been crazy. I've said it 5 million times, but it's still crazy.
Worth looking into, because this storm
still has a huge shelf cloud. It's pretty elevated right now, so the tornado threat's low, but
I feel like we can come back on it. We can go over here, drop down towards Paducah.
Storm of my life. Connor, I'm not even mad about the tornadoes anymore. I mean, this is raw insanity.
severe weather over for Amarillo. You guys are not done. I'd expect storms there in the next couple hours. You guys are definitely not done though by any means. Yeah. Severe watch goes for 3 more hours as well. It's back over in Joplin, Missouri right now as we have a severe storm rolling in. Got a large shelf cloud overhead. Damaging winds again up to 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail will be rolling in over the next few minutes. Bottom right of your screen will be the Joplin storm. They actually upgraded the warning to $half sized hail for all of Joplin, and Neo Show is also included in this. Back over to Freddy. No tornado risk right now for Joplin, by the way. No tornado risk.
Trying to give you guys a good shot. Just tough because this road will not stop turning. There's a little flat, though. There we go. Ooh, a nice CG. I don't know if you guys caught that. It might have been too late.
Mr.
There's
Lightning
a little
Rod.
flat.
Thank you, Addison, for the $10 super chat. Paris, Texas, biggest concern, and again, for all of North Texas, the biggest concern will be damaging winds up to 90 miles per hour, maybe as high as 100 miles per hour. This is Connor, which, wow, we're getting close and personal here. This is Connor looking at the storm as well. He's adjusting the camera. Bro is cleaning his camera. All right, I'll go back to him in a second. So back over to Freddy.
So we can stream to YouTube. I would like to stream
West of Childress.
live to YouTube. Live on YouTube.
Believe it or not, the storm's producing 80-mile-per-hour winds.
YouTube. Tube you.
Freddy is singing. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning that's just been issued. It's back over for Glen Rose, Texas, just east of Stephenville. That is for golf ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is tracking to the southeast right now. So if you're in the severe warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. Back over in Denton, Texas, and Frisco, and Plano, and Garland, we have a severe warning here. This is not tornadic, but it is producing some quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. There's still a potential for a brief tornado out of one of these storms, but I think the main event when it comes to even a tornado threat will be out of our line of storms here over the next few hours. Back over to Freddy. Some like weird scud thing there on the right. It's kind of weird. I don't know if that's an inflow tail or if it's just like
Losing
warped.
it. I'm losing my mind.
Freddy is losing his mind.
Lost it, actually. YouTube. Streaming on YouTube. Ooh, nice CG there. Charlie, you're gonna have to plug in our plug in that nice little jingle we had there into the AI.
Hey, Ranger, I remember.
Fred and Eli. Horses. That's a cow horse. Course. It's a course. You got that right. It's a course.
It's back over to Joplin.
Cows? Cows or course?
Another view of our Joplin storm right now. Decent little supercell here. Got a nice little cloud base there. We just had a wind damage report also just outside of Joplin in Galena, Kansas, which is on this particular storm. Amateur radio spotter reported outside of Galena, Kansas, that there are high winds and 8-inch tree limbs down. So the storm is at least causing some minor damage in and around Joplin and also to the suburbs. To the west of Springfield. This storm is going south, so it isn't going towards Springfield. It's going more in the direction of Anderson, Neosho in Missouri. This is Connor.
Just stay on. How hard is it?
On the storm that is destructive west of Childress. Thank you, Turbo, for the $20 super chat. Fried egg. Hey, that hailstone did kind of look like a fried egg, too. Not gonna lie.
Thanks. Keep up the good work.
Wait, what?
We still have one confirmed tornado warning. This is south of Dalhart, Texas. Again, there's really not a whole lot of rotation here. I'm surprised this is confirmed. I don't know who saw it, but there's really not a whole lot of rotation here. We had a view of a wall cloud, and that was really about it. But if you're in this warning, seek shelter. It's a very rural area, eventually going towards Channing. It should stay in rural areas of the western Texas Panhandle, hopefully, and hopefully not go towards Amarillo. But it's right along the outflow boundary, so that kind of helps this storm be able to produce the potential for a tornado. You can see our outflow boundary. It is literally marching back to the west right now, which is creating instability further to the east, which means if any supercells form along it, the tornado threat would be slightly more elevated, but very large hail and damaging winds would come out of that. West of Childress, this is our destructive severe storm with 80-mile-per-hour winds, also producing baseball-sized hail tracking down to the southeast. It'll eventually be going in the direction of Quanah, Vernon, Paducah, Seymour, and Wichita Falls, Texas are some of the longer-term trajectories of this large supercell. Thank you, Cammy, for the super chat. Appreciate that. We're also starting to see, again, a lot of clusters of storms form. We got multiple clusters of storms forming here just west of Oklahoma City. This is all going to congeal into one line of storms over the next few hours. So we got one cluster here. We got another cluster here. We got another one right here near Paducah. So all these are clusters that are all going to be capable of producing, again, significant damaging winds. And once it's all organized into one line, that's when it's going to be the most substantial, in terms of a line of thunderstorms. This back over in Joplin, Missouri right now, in downtown Joplin. Damaging winds are starting to pick up here. Right now, this warning is again for 60-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar-sized hail. You can see the wind is starting to pick up a little bit on this downtown traffic view cam. This is also another view on I-44. Very low cloud base here, probably only 1,000 to 2,000 feet off the ground. It's actually been warned. It's up to it's actually been upgraded to 70-mile-per-hour winds. So this is now up to 70-mile-per-hour winds for Joplin, Missouri, and half-dollar-sized hail. There are reports of sirens going off in Joplin, which may be because of the winds being up to 70 miles per hour. Also, shout out to Bob with the $20 super chat. My whole team is watching. I appreciate that. Appreciate them tuning in. Again, this is a storm right over Joplin right now, producing up to 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is also from Ben Williams just a moment ago. Look at this. Wow. Ben Williams is in Joplin. The structure, I've already talked about it a lot, but the structure is just crazy today. Absolutely crazy. I'm gonna try to see if I can get let me see if Ben Williams is...
Yeah, well, they do it. They've done it before. This is
Ben Williams is still in Joplin. That's what it looks like.
I wonder since after the...
He's driving away from it right now, but... Crazy looking storm. Look at Freddie McKinney's view, by the way. This is back over on the destructive severe here in Texas.
Sites.
At this point, the storm is very elevated. So the tornado threat definitely low right now, but it is still looking like a crazy supercell. Baseball-sized hail, 80-mile-per-hour winds.
I love that musical.
Are in play.
No. I might even find a little place to do a little stoppy up here.
This is also in downtown Joplin right now. Another live shot on LP 49 and 20th. Winds are picking up a little bit here as well. Look at this view. I don't know if Tornado Page is their low signal. They have a really cool view if they come back.
Oh, gosh.
Back to Friday.
Here we go again. Here we go again.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Alright, I have a brand new tornado warning in Texas.
You gotta play the cowbell.
A brand new tornado warning in Texas. This is going to be back over in Hartley and Oldham counties, which I believe is this storm, which has been rotating for quite some time. That's going towards Channing, Texas. It'll pop up in a moment. But we're back up to 2 tornado warnings. I think it's the same storm. This thing's been tornado warned forever. Going towards Channing, Texas, and Highway 767. If you're in this tornado warning, get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Long term, this has the potential of going towards Vega, Texas, Bishop Hills, and Amarillo. We also got some storms now trying to go up near Amarillo. So, yeah, if you're in Amarillo, you're definitely not done with severe weather. Freddy's gone out of his car. You know what that means.
What's in what?
What is that?
Whoa.
You see that little...
What are you?
Yeah, there's like a little alien space capsule here. Oh my gosh, go full wide on this.
It is full wide.
Bro. This is incredible.
Wow. Storm's producing 80-mile-per-hour winds and baseball-sized hail. We got alien capsules out here.
Beginning of the derecho here. In fact, it's already started. Already has a good 90-mile-per-hour wind in this thing. That is gorgeous. Here goes the storm riders. Justin Drake and Simon Brewer just went by. But wow, what a beautiful storm. Dude, look at the stacks over here.
I know.
There's 1, 2, you got 4 stacks.
Whoa.
Got stacks on stacks. On stacks on stacks.
This is the classic IHOP pancake stack structure. Hashtag not an ad, even though I wish it was.
Nah, we'll give it a second. All right. Actually, I'm gonna look for an opportunity to get in.
It's a deer stand? Is that what that thing is?
Gonna get in now.
What is that little alien capsule over there? What is actually, like, what is that?
I'm gonna give them a couple more seconds of this shot.
All right, you're good, you're good. That's gorgeous, though.
Sing us a song.
The shot to the left, just wild. With those pancakes.
Charlie, that's gonna be stuck in my head all day now. That was kind of a close CG.
All right, let's rip. Let's rip before
all right, Freddy's moving.
Before the 5th big boom gets us.
5th big boom. Tornado Pagey's also underneath this thing. It's a little crazy looking storm. And this is tracking down to the south-southeast. We also got a new severe storm that has gone up near Roaring Springs. This thing is blowing up fast. This is likely where our line of storms is going to really start to ramp up over the next hours in this area. We got a new storm that has gone up near Crosbyton, Roaring Springs, near Dickens, going towards Spur. That is for ping pong ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds tracking right along Highway 82. So if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, stay away from windows. Tornado threat is low since this is off to the east of our outflow boundary, so it's going to be fighting, kind of being lower to the ground. It'll be a little bit more elevated, but wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado with this. Again, I think our tornado threat really increases once this congeals into one line of thunderstorms. Back over in Dallas-Fort Worth near Denton County, we do have a severe warning here for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That is tracking towards Garland, Carrollton, and Dallas. Lots of quarter-sized hail reports there just southeast of Denton County. And then also to the west of Dallas-Fort Worth near Glen Rose, this storm is still producing golf ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That is tracking towards Morgan, Meridian, and then eventually going towards Highway 6, just outside of Stephenville. And we have one more severe warning in North Texas for half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds southwest of Paris. That storm is not looking too significant, though, as of right now. It looks a little bit weaker than before. Back to our tornado warning in the Texas Panhandle. As of now, nothing on the ground. We actually don't have much rotation at all on radar. It's gotten a lot broader over the last few minutes. With that said, we are keeping an eye on this storm. This has had a long history of producing tornadoes. Bottom right of your screen is a live shot of that storm. It's obviously very ominous, but no visible wall cloud or anything like that right now. But still a storm we need to keep an eye on, especially since it is still along an outflow boundary. And as long as it stays that way, there will be a chance of this producing a tornado. Also, east of Amarillo, we got a bunch of hail and windstorms going up, but nothing more than ping pong ball-sized hail right now. Also, quick update for Oklahoma. Northwest of Oklahoma City, large cluster of storms is fired up. They've issued a large severe thunderstorm warning for this area. These storms are not moving very fast. They're pretty stationary. Ping pong ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds will be possible as these storms slowly move to the southeast at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. And then over in Joplin, we have 70-mile-per-hour winds coming through and also half-dollar sized hail as this line of storms continues to push down to the south and south-southeast over the next several minutes. So again, continue to stay away from windows if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning. By the way, we have a severe warning in California. This is south of Mammoth Lakes. Fresno and Madeira counties are included in that. I don't know the last time we had a severe warning in California, but that is not something you see very often. It's back over to Connor on the storm here north of Paducah, Texas. Thank you, Heck No, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so just an update on how this event is portraying itself right now. So it isn't actually as linear as what we thought it would be, and this is kind of a trend that we're seeing on the HRRR. If we look at radar, there's a lot more scattered convection going on in a lot more areas than what we thought, and this is actually working to sort of keep things from moving too linearly, too fast. It is going to happen sooner or later. This is the latest run of the HRRR, the 21Z, and we can see that it has it going linear by about 11 p.m. Central Time. I don't know if you can see the time. I think my head's on it, but this is at 11 p.m. Central, and this is actually slightly later than a lot of the other previous model runs were showing. If we go back to even the 18Z HRRR, we can see that it has already taken a way more linear look all the way around 8 p.m. But the difference is now we have a lot more convection extending off to the south, and this is sort of keeping it in a more scattered mess of storms instead of a line. This is a good thing. It's going to mean that we're not going to have as much damaging winds, although our storm cells will still be capable of producing large hail and tornadoes. We're still waiting to see when that transition to a linear line is going to happen. It is going to happen sooner or later, but it looks like now that it may occur a little later. If I had to guess, it's going to occur right as it's starting to move out of our PDS severe thunderstorm watch, right before it gets to Dallas, probably between Wichita Falls and Dallas for sure. But for now, we're going to continue to see the convection in the supercell storm mode. That does mean that we're going to have an increased tornado threat. However, with how much hail these storms have, there's a very, very cold and a very, very strong rear flank downdraft. So hopefully that is going to help limit the tornado potential, but there will still be that probably 80, 90 damaging or 80 to 90 mile per hour damaging wind threat.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. This back over in Joplin, Missouri right now. We were talking about how there were 70 mile per hour winds, and it is getting windy here. This on I-44 at mile marker 4. And so you can see the wind really picking up right now. Got a semi. Hopefully they stay safe. But winds right now around 60 to 70 miles per hour in Joplin, Missouri. This storm again tracking towards Neosho right now. We have a broad area of rotation as well, but I think more than anything, this is just a strong area of downburst winds that is currently tracking to the south. Going through again Neosho right now. Also, Connor has a spaceship. Back over in Texas. Hey, DT for the $5 super chat. I've seen severe warnings in Hawaii. I think I've seen a tornado warning too in Hawaii. I've never seen tornado warnings in Arkansas, or not Arkansas, in Alaska. I've seen test tornado warnings, but nothing like legit.
Once I get out ahead of this a little bit further, I'm going to tape this thing down.
Hey, Todd for the $5 super chat. All right, the confirmed tornado warning is about to end. And we've had a confirmed tornado warning back over in the Texas Panhandle. That is ending literally now. So we're back down to now a normal tornado warning once again west of Channing, Texas. Last couple scans are starting to get a little bit more convergence on this storm now, heading into the Channing, Texas area. So if you're in Channing, be in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Again, long term, this is heading towards Amarillo in Texas. Again, that's moving down to the southeast right now. This storm's been downgraded quite a bit for the hailstone sizes. It was at one point up to 4.5-inch diameter hail. It is back down now to ping pong ball sized hail. That is currently tracking to the southeast. Also, going back to Joplin, I didn't realize this is mile marker 4 in Joplin again. This is again on I-44. We still have 70 mile per hour winds coming through here. This wind has been going for approximately like 3 or 4 minutes now, so it is still very windy. And this is something I want to point out, by the way, with our line of storms that'll be moving through like the Dallas-Fort Worth area later today or tonight, and also across many areas in Oklahoma and Texas. This is basically what we're going to be talking about, is these surges of damaging winds. They'll probably last upwards of 10 to 15 minutes, so it almost feel like you're in a hurricane for, 10 to 15 minutes with this line of thunderstorms. I just want to point that out. This will be kind of what it's kind of like, at least slightly what this will look like later. We'll probably have, consistent damaging winds like this for a pretty long period of time. Thank you, Adler, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. I'm glad I can help. It's still pretty windy here in Dallas-Fort Worth. Or not Dallas-Fort Worth. Windy in Joplin. I just said Dallas-Fort Worth. Also, we do have one severe warning outside of Joplin near Veneta. That's just quarter-sized hail and 60 mile per hour winds. But again, this storm's really intensified a lot here over the last 20 to 30 minutes. It's up again. This was not really producing much of anything significant up until now. This is actually a live shot in Joplin right now from Ben Williams.
Chat, you think this storm's a W or an L? Let me know, chat. W or L's in the chat for this storm. It's pretty cool.
This is live in Joplin.
It's pretty windy, so I say it's a W. No tornadoes, just some wind and hail.
Hey, Topsy, for the $10 super chat.
Big enough to really damage property, except for that stuff.
I think Dallas is going to have a significant threat for wind. I think that's the biggest concern for tonight.
Some property, but other than that, it's probably nothing too crazy.
Back over to Freddie McKinney.
Baculines tonight.
Raise a little structure over here. To the west of Childress. We're losing him. This is Tornado Pagey also looking at this structure. You see the real bad weather hitting Springtown?
Cool.
I think it's gonna hit a lot of areas in Texas. Look at that mezzo. This is still a crazy looking storm. It's near Crosbyton, Texas.
Oh,
Wow.
that's crazy.
This thing literally looks like a spaceship still.
That is chill.
Yeah, now we have no cellular, but 100% Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's go. I fixed it. Okay.
It's Freddie McKinney
That
as
is
well.
oh my gosh.
If we go back to Tornado Page, you can see the blue tinge once
Such
again,
a-
kind of lining one of the, like, kind of in the clouds there, in kind of the middle of your screen. More of the water droplets kind of being reflected by the sunlight here. Huge shout out to Felicia with the 5 gift memberships. Really appreciate that.
Yeah.
I was mad, but as the structure started to get better, like I don't have a mad bone in my body.
I'm gonna try to find a place where we can stop up here. Enjoy this.
Greg and I can confirm that rabbit did make it. I repeat, the rabbit did make it.
W rabbit? I don't know what the dog.
What happened to a rabbit?
I'm gonna look for a little.
This thing seems to be getting a Paducah a little quicker than I thought it would.
Almost want to ride it out in Paducah.
Did you hear me, Jaden? I didn't know.
Jeez, that is insane structure. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This thing.
This is literally insane. Storm's still producing up to 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds, but it is producing some of the craziest structure that we've seen this year.
It's got those nice.
Man, now I want biscuits.
It's like a nice buttery biscuit.
Shush.
What? It's a nice
I want
buttery
biscuits
biscuit.
now. It's your fault.
Dude.
Quit reflecting my fingers.
Oh! Oh! Please tell me you saw that bolt, chat.
I wasn't
Please
looking.
tell me somebody
I missed it.
screenshotted that bolt, bro. That was beautiful. That was a...
This once again is northwest of Paducah, Texas, where we are witnessing one of the craziest structures that we've seen this year.
I am smelling 100-mile-per-hour wind. The cow farts. Oh, yeah. Oh, hey, there's a feedlot.
By the way, we got a new update from the Storm Prediction Center. This is going to be back over in central Oklahoma. So we are expecting the wind and hail threat to increase if you're back over near Oklahoma City, Norman, Chickasha, Elk City, or Hobart, north of Lawton. Hail could be as large as the size of apples, maybe even a little bit larger than that. And then damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour is also a possibility. We got multiple clusters out there, and the Storm Prediction Center has also mentioned that these two clusters of storms are going to merge at some point, which means that we will start to see the development of a line of thunderstorms, which will eventually lead to a very severe mesoscale convective system, possibly even a derecho.
A little further.
My goodness.
A little further.
This is just insane.
Trying to find a good spot. Stop. Chat, if you've not already, be sure to drop a like on the stream here. Quick plug, quick plug.
Quick plug. Also, if you haven't, join the Discord.
I'm gonna pull off, I think, after these trees.
Also, this is Tornado Page's view. Still a fairly elevated storm. Again, the tornado threat pretty low out of this, but the structure's just insane. Just outside in Childress, Texas. Thank you, Midwest, for the super chat. Good to know. Thank you, Brett, for the super chat as well.
Really? It's just so blown out over here.
Oh, it's not nothing to worry about that. Look at that.
outside of his car. Gotta go over to Freddy.
Oh, dude, this is beautiful.
Mr. Lightning Rod.
This is actually gorgeous. I gotta grab my, whoa! Where's my, my A7? Oh, it's up on the thing. Grab my A7 here real quick. See if I can snap a couple photos.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are seeing National Geographic's very own Freddie McKinney and Eli out there in the field hunting with supercell in Central Texas. We'll see if they can make an approach.
They're on a wildlife expedition out here in Central Texas.
Smokes, dude. That is just absurd. That is crazy. The layering, there's so many stacks up in there.
That's crazy.
Technically, this thing could do a tornado, maybe, at some point. Because this is a mezzo here. It's not really rotating that fast, but, you know, you never know. It could still do something there. There's a nice bolt. Dude, I actually caught the bolt. I caught the bolt.
He's got on the good old handy-dandy camera.
There we go. I caught it on my photo there. Nice. That's how good I am at photography. I don't even
This is just an
need a
insane
freaking-
structure.
I caught that at a 1/60th shutter. I don't know, chat. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. We probably got a roll here.
Pretty good. Thank you, BT, for becoming a member.
Before it starts slinging softballs.
Yeah, I'm gonna beat this radar truck. Jeez, what a shot, though.
It's back over
Another
to
day, another beautiful shot.
Tornado Pagey, also looking at this large mesocyclone.
Just trying to rotate down there.
They're saying it's starting to rotate a little bit. A little bit of mid-level rotation. What is his accent? I have no clue. Looks like a hurricane. Okay. I don't know what this looks like. I mean, Freddy alluded to this as a buttery biscuit, I'm pretty sure. I don't see that at all. For the record. Yeah, Freddy in his prime was a surfer, if you're talking about Freddy. His prime, he was a surfer. Yeah, once again, this storm's still producing upwards of 70-mile-per-hour winds, ping-pong ball-sized hail. Also, we have a new storm that went up south of that storm, east of Crosbyton, that is now up to at least ping-pong ball-sized hail and also 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This storm currently is tracking to the east, so be ready for that. North of Spur, basically tracking right along Highway 82. Got two more storms that have also just gone up just to the east of Lubbock. Those ones are going to probably become very big hailstorms. Probably going to see some significant damaging winds as well as those continue to track to the east. So be ready for that, again, just outside of Lubbock. The tornado warning northwest of Amarillo only goes for 3 more minutes. I don't think they're going to reissue this. The rotation's gotten a lot broader on radar, just outside of Channing, but continue to stay in your safe place if you are in that tornado warning, just in case it does drop something for whatever reason in the next 3 minutes. And then we got a lot of storms up going here near Amarillo, a lot of instability. Again, as we've talked about, there's nuclear amounts of instability today. We have literally 5,000 to 6,000 joules per kilogram of instability, which is a ton. Means our environment's very unstable, and so it's going to be very easy for storms to fire up, and you are clearly seeing that right now on radar. We got tons and tons of storms firing up, especially along these outflow boundaries that keep getting shot off by these storms. Over in western and northern Oklahoma, we got a couple of different clusters of storms ongoing. These will merge at some point and likely become a one cluster or even a line of storms, and as these continue to track down to the east and southeast, they will be producing the threat of significant damaging winds as high as 70 miles per hour, and then on top of that, the threat of hail is expected to be somewhat significant, especially in the short term. We have golf ball sized hail falling near Canton right now. Back over in Joplin, we have a severe warning here for 70-mile-per-hour winds and as well as a $half sized hail. This storm's gone a little bit weaker, but the highest winds are near I-44 going towards Seneca and Neosho over the next few minutes. And otherwise, everything's been pretty isolated for severe weather. We still have severe warnings back over to the south of Washington, D.C., but I don't really see anything rotating. It's mostly just isolated hail and wind for the time being. This is back over on our safari out here east of Lubbock, where we have, again, a huge storm here, still producing all hazards of severe weather, but the biggest concern being hail and wind. This is Vince Walty. I have a really good view of the storm here in a second.
On us pretty quick.
Look at that. A little 360 camera here.
I tell you, this looks like a big wind producer, that's for sure. Look at that radar, it's starting to get that shape. They did
back over to Freddy.
Right now, or at least it's going to turn into a pretty stout MCS. And if it's not this, then I just don't really think the derecho really develops as much as was originally forecasted.
Do you think Dallas is going to be bad? I do think most of North Texas is going to get hit pretty hard tonight. Like, I personally think Texas is going to, like, North Texas will be hit pretty hard tonight by the wind. And then potentially tornadoes on top of that.
Isn't this where you wanted to ride it?
I think Southern Oklahoma is going to be the same way as well.
Yeah, but I'm not. Just because that's just us just saying goodbye, and then our chase is done. So I want to make sure, like, it would be fun to ride it out here, but then our chase is done, you know?
Freddy doesn't want to be
no, we're
slapped by the hail is what he's saying. His windshield's already cracked a bunch from the hailstorm earlier.
That's a pretty good.
Really?
2-inch hail and
Go back to him in a second. By the way, this is a little interesting trend that we are seeing on the HRRR model. We go over to the HRRR. This is the 22Z run. Notice how we have a bunch of storms out there, and then eventually by around 9-10 o'clock, notice how we have a huge line. This is a little bit different from before because it honestly shows like almost two different segments of storms, which this would more than anything just be two very severe mesoscale convective systems ongoing, even by around 10 to 11 o'clock tonight. And then it all kind of congeals into one line of storms overnight as it moves across Texas and Louisiana. It's a little bit different from our previous runs because our previous runs were showing that we'd have a large line of storms really impacting Dallas-Fort Worth and as well as really all of North Texas, which I think is still going to happen. I just think it's interesting. The evolution may be a little bit different than what we initially thought. I don't think the threats have changed at all. I think we're still talking about, you know, widespread damaging winds upwards of 80 to 100 miles per hour, but it also might be a little bit different looking. It might not just be a line of storms like this. We actually could have two lines of storms, something like this coming out of the north rather than coming out of the west. So definitely something to keep in mind. That is definitely a possibility with this particular setup today. Back over in North Texas, we still have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings back over just to the west of Cleburne. This storm is still producing golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds outside of Stephenville going towards Glen Rose, Texas. That is eventually also going towards Morgan and Meridian. So if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. The tornado threat on that storm is pretty low. Just outside of Plano and McKinney, we also still have a severe storm here. This is a brand new one that's gone up with quarter to $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds tracking towards Rockwall and Terrell, Texas. And then over in Sulphur Springs, quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds is continuing with this storm. And as that continues to move southeast, it will be probably a severe weather maker. We also have one big supercell back over in East Texas near San Augustine that is producing 2-inch sized hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds. There is a tornado possible label on this. We have a couple outflow boundaries here, and if this storm is able to reach that outflow boundary, there is a chance that this thing will try to drop a tornado going towards Jasper. We got a big hail core and also frequent lightning with this cell. So definitely something we're going to have to keep an eye on going towards Jasper. I think there's actually a camera that might be looking at this, but I'm going to look in a second. There's one in Manny, I think. We may have a view of that. Actually, yeah, we do. This is a view of that storm from one of the HAZ cams This is in Manny, Louisiana. It's looking in that direction. But that's the storm right now from a distance. It's going to be on the far right side of your screen. We'll probably have a better view of that here in about 10 to 15 minutes as that storm gets a little bit more into view. Also, back over in Amarillo, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for ping pong ball-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. As of now, there are no tornado warnings. The only one that we had has now been allowed to expire back over near Channing. But we have a bunch of hail and wind that is starting to ramp up here across the board in and around the Amarillo area. And then back over near Joplin, Missouri, we still have a damaging windstorm here around 70 miles per hour, which is probably no longer 70 miles per hour. If I had to guess, it's probably lower than that now, tracking down to the south. We'll see if... See if Ben has it. Oh, Ben is no longer live. All right.
Earliest in the year I've ever hit 40+ tornadoes. So
it's also Jacob
I'm on pace right now to break
Jacob has apparently
record.
seen 40 tornadoes this year. That's actually crazy. All right, let's go back over to Texas. In Fort Worth, or is Fort Worth getting a tornado, and what's the percent chance? I mean, it's possible. Like, you could see a tornado tonight. It's just going to depend on the evolution of our storms. Again, if we have a line of storms that's organized by the time it gets to DFW, let's just say it looks like a line like this, and it's all organized, there will likely be a few tornadoes. If it doesn't really organize until about here, or something like that, like the latest HRR model has shown, then it's probably going to be more of a wind
new
threat.
tornado warning has been issued.
That didn't last very long. We have a new tornado warning in Oklahoma. That is north of El Reno. Just outside of Calumet. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. That's near Watonga, Texas. That is definitely a strong area of rotation right now. So Watonga, Texas, you guys are, or sorry, not Texas, Watonga, Oklahoma, you guys are in the track of this. Greenfield, Oklahoma, you guys are in the path of this. Eventually going towards Calumet, El Reno, and Oklahoma City. A little bit of a surprise here. We'll be keeping an eye on this as it continues to move to the southeast. This will be eventually going towards the Oklahoma City area, so we definitely have to keep an eye on this. And the rotation's honestly gotten pretty strong over the last few minutes. Got another radar scan coming in here in just a moment. This will be going in the direction of El Reno. Hey, Dale for the $10 super chat. Also, shout out to Rebecca with the $20 super chat. I'm in Shelby County, Texas, in a camper. Well, it's a good idea if you're in any of the moderate, enhanced, or even slight risks of severe weather today that you do have a plan ready to go in case you are under a tornado warning or a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. As, again, if you're like in a camper or a mobile home, it's just not safe to be in any of those places during any sort of event here today. Hail is different. I mean, usually you're going to be fine. I mean, it's going to be the same thing for almost any building in hail, but... yeah, you want to be ready to go to a different place. If you have friends or family nearby that you can go to, that might be a good place to stay at to ride out the storms tonight. By the way, latest radar scan, we still have a pretty strong area of rotation coming up on Watonga, Oklahoma. They'll be moving into Greenfield, right along Highway 8, Calumet, and then El Reno's going to be in the path of this in about 45 minutes or so. We got about 45 minutes until this is knocking on the doorstep of El Reno, Oklahoma. Hey, Michelle for the $20 super chat. Also, new severe thunderstorm warning. That is for Paducah, Texas. Just south of Childress. That is for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and golf ball-sized hail. Just to the west of Seymour. Got a couple more hailstorms also going up northeast of Post. We got another one that's going up near the outflow boundary, and so that one will probably be more of a hailstorm. Still a low tornado risk with one of these storms if they're able to latch to an outflow boundary, but for right now it's mostly a hail and wind threat. Across the board. I know things for the $5 super chat. Thanks again for all your hard work. Be sure Cheese Curd gets some num-nums. She will be, don't worry. I think after today, we're at least going to get a little bit quieter of weather. Might get a little bit quieter. Let's back over to Tornado Pagey on our storm near Paducah, Texas. Can't tell what that is in the middle, but there's some dust being kicked up. Could even have a gustnado. think actually Vince has this too. On the left. Some dust being kicked up. Maybe a gustnado.
Surprise, we're back by.
This storm's really been diving south really quickly over the last hour. It's really sped up a lot. You can see over the last several radar scans, it is just racing now to the south and southeast. It's about to be moving into Paducah, where we're expecting 70-mile-per-hour winds and golf ball-sized hail, and then back over near Highway 82 is going to be in the track of this just to the west of Seymour. Yeah, this thing's really sped up a lot. Thank you, Aaron, for the $20 super chat. Thanks to your whole team, Max. Never been more weather aware in my life. I'm glad I can help. It's awesome. Appreciate the super chat. Latest radar scan on our tornado warning in Oklahoma. Still a strong area of rotation near Watonga, Texas. Or, I keep saying Texas. Watonga, Oklahoma. Going towards Calumet. So over the next few minutes, we'll be crossing over Highway 8. If we have a tornado, it'll probably narrowly miss the town of Watonga. And I-40 will eventually be in the path of this. El Reno is about 40 minutes or so out from the storm. Currently moving southeast at approximately 35 miles per hour. We can kind of time this out a little bit. This is 30, we'll do 35 miles per hour. Here are some of like the impact time zones here. So El Reno about 7:19 p.m. or so is the ETA. And then Oklahoma City would be sometime around 7:30, 7:40 on this supercell. Strongest area of rotation just west of Watonga. Also, the severe warning in East Texas, just to the west of Zoeli in Louisiana near San Augustine, has been upgraded to tennis ball-sized hail. It is also producing damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, and there's also a tornado possible label on this storm. Biggest hail right now is located over the north side of San Augustine, just south of center. Otherwise, we don't have a lot of storms out here in East Texas. That's been really the main one so far today. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we just got an update from the Storm Prediction Center about all the tornado reports we have today. So we actually have two tornadoes from Virginia, one in Westmoreland County and one in James City. We also have a tornado that was in Oklahoma, and then, of course, the one that we've been watching in Texas over the last, 4 hours. I think the entire time we've been live, that storm has been tornado warned for at least a majority of it. So that's all we have on for tornado reports on the day. However, we are already up to 66 hail reports. 15 of those are significant, and 80 wind reports, and 3 of those are significant.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So we already have a lot of storm reports coming in. And again, the main tornadic supercell is this one right here, which produced, I think, 4 different tornadoes at least. Now it has become a storm that is still rotating. It's still rotating a little bit, but I think more than anything, it's now caught behind our outflow boundary, so it's a little bit more stable. So the threat of a tornado is definitely going to be a bit lower. Also, it looks like a bunch of chasers are now crossing over a ton of dust from the supercell near Paducah. The visibility has dropped to a very low amount. Almost like a dust storm out here near Paducah. That is from the downburst winds from this storm. Also, the hail core is blown up on this again.
Now I'm going to get run into somebody who knows how to drive and is actually driving fast, and they're going to run into me.
It's back over to Freddy.
Go ahead and throw on my
I can't see a
rear
darn
facing.
thing.
Can barely see anything here.
Rear facing here for a second.
Darn.
Electric visibility.
You got something.
Oh, I did get something.
What do you have service?
Back over to Tornado Page as well. Everybody's driving through this right now. It's gotten very dusty very fast. This is right along the Highway 83 corridor between Paducah and Guthrie, Texas.
Look how tall it is.
Well, the dust has...
We'll be keeping an eye on all of them. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, looking east of Lubbock, Texas, we have a severe thunderstorm warning there near Dickens and Spur. It looks like this is starting to wrap up and form a inflow notch, so this could get a tornado warning in the next few minutes.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, we are starting to see a little bit more rotation on this storm. It's actually a non-precip area of rotation just to the west of Dickens, Texas. So be ready for this. If you're back over near Spur in Dickens, Texas, possible tornado threat trying to ramp up here. I got a little hook on this as well. Looks like maybe an outflow boundary kind of sticking out here towards 836, which would help this thing rotate a little bit more. But definitely rotating. We definitely could see a tornado warning on this near Dickens in the next few minutes. So if you're in Dickens and Spur, get ready to go to your safe place. Back out here in parts of western Texas, again, far northwest of Abilene. Go back to Oklahoma. We'll look at the latest radar scan here. The last radar scan does show a little tightening southwest of Watonga, but that is a non-precip area, so I'm not convinced that that's rotation. If we have a tornado on the storm northwest of Oklahoma City near Watonga, Oklahoma, it would be right about there. And currently, it looks like the rotation's a little bit off of that. So, a little bit more. I think this is probably more of a wind threat more than a tornado threat. I think initially it had more rotation, but we'll keep an eye on it in case something does change. Also, Connor is driving through a plume of dust again. I can pull him up.
Don't come on here saying it's my fault when I had to stop and get gas after racing ahead of this thing for
Back
the
over
last
in
2
Paducah.
hours.
Basically got a dust storm from all the...
There's no way to leave earlier. That's all I'm saying.
All the wind.
That makes no sense.
The storm's still producing damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, which would make sense why we have all this dust being kicked up. Hail core is also intensifying. We could have hail larger now than the size of golf balls. If we look at radar right now in this storm, you can actually see the scatter spike on radar. This is looking from the Frederick, Oklahoma radar site, but we got a scatter spike popping up, which is a 3-body scatter spike. When this happens, it usually indicates some very significant hail, and this storm is definitely producing that now. We do have a notable CC drop as well on that, so definitely very large hail falling near Paducah. This will probably get upgraded, if I had to guess, for larger hailstone sizes as this moves into Paducah and then eventually tracks down towards Highway 82 over the next few minutes. Also, Vince Walty's about to drive into this. Lots of dust racing. Thank you, Bethany, for the $10 super chat. Thank you for making us all feel safe, keeping us updated every second. I'm glad I can help, and I appreciate the super chat. Riley has another update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, there's a mostly stationary storm right now in New Mexico with a flash flood warning on it. There's reports of 4 to 6 inches of water rushing over the road within this flash flood warning, and I do think they're probably going to receive another inch or two of rain. These storms over here are mostly stationary, so we're probably going to see at least some sort of significant flash flooding event in the area as these storms basically just sit over the same area for the next couple of hours.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So, flash flood warning, that's near Hogback Butte, near Highway 56. This is actually an area that we had a PDS tornado warning yesterday. It was a radar-indicated PDS tornado warning, which got some people off guard. But there's now significant flooding there today.
Even there. Also,
looks like we kind of have some gustnados here. Maybe kind of spurring up a little bit. There's a little bit of spin with the little dust that's being kicked up, so possibly a few gustnados on our outflow boundary over here near Paducah. You can see off here to the left side of your screen. Hey, future for the $10 super chat. This channel is quite exciting. Keep up the great work. I'm glad I can help. Alright, we're losing them a little bit. Stay here for a second. We got a couple new mesoscale discussions from the Storm Prediction Center, one of which is back over in Virginia, Maryland, where an isolated threat for a tornado damaging wind event or hail may continue through the evening hours. Greatest threat for a tornado will probably be back down near Richmond and also in southeastern Virginia. And we have another mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center for North Texas, and also back over into very far western Louisiana. Severe hail and wind threat remains possible over the next few hours. Or next several hours with these supercells. So be ready for that. Back over in North Texas, mainly around Denton County. Look at all the dust, by the way, being kicked up by this storm. So another view of all the dust being kicked up from our downburst winds near Paducah. This is still upwards of 70-mile-per-hour winds that are kicking all this dust up. We can sometimes get gustnados out of stuff like this.
Great to see almost 1,000 of you guys in here. The latest
dust is just absolutely everywhere. More dirt. Multiple different views of that right now. This storm's still producing significant hail. It's warned for golf ball sized hail. The new warning out in front of this is now warned for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds and baseball sized hail. If I had to guess, they're going to upgrade the warning for Paducah probably up to baseball sized hail and 80-mile-per-hour winds as well. This warning, though, just west of Seymour has, west of Seymour has just been upgraded to 80-mile-per-hour winds, which is for this supercell. So I would have to guess the National Weather Service Office of Lubbock will probably upgrade this warning here in the next few minutes based off of that information. Riley has another update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, there are reports of a brief tornado on the ground, and our tornado warning in Oklahoma has since lifted, but there was a tornado on the ground, and we'll probably try and do it again here as it moves closer to the town of El Reno.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So this storm near Watonga has at least had a brief tornado, and that would have been probably within the last few minutes. We have a small little tightening there near 2540 roadway on the southwest side of Watonga. Relatively slow-moving storm going towards Greenfield over the next few minutes, and then we'll be tracking towards Calumet. So if you're back over in Calumet on the northwest side of town, I'd be in your safe place. The main area of rotation, again, over 2540 roadway, moving down to the southeast. Hey, Queen Cape for the $10 super chat. I don't think St. Louis is going to see a whole lot tonight. Maybe some damaging wind potential if this line of storm is able to organize. But aside from that, probably not going to see a whole lot in that area. They've actually gone ahead and canceled the severe warning in southwestern Missouri. This storm was producing significant damaging winds. No longer is, though. It's no longer even severe, not even a special weather statement. So even the storms near Tulsa, not severe as of right now. The vast majority of our storms that are severe are back over here in Oklahoma and Texas. And I am expecting within the next couple hours that we'll have a big line of thunderstorms here. That all kind of congeals into one. But the main area of at least clustered together storms is right now outside of Oklahoma City. Storm Media's got a cool view of our Paducah storm.
261.
We're also inside the Radar Mega app, which you can download with the top link in the description below. Thank you, Brian, for the $50 super chat. Big shout out to Cheese Curd, Oreo, and Chip for being the coolest while their cat dads are busy helping us keep us all safe. I appreciate that. Thank you, Brian, for the $50 super chat. I really appreciate the generosity.
No, but I feel like I said 260 yesterday. Now we're at 261.
Also, shout out to John with the PayPal donation. Appreciate that. Oh, the dust still being kicked up from these winds. Riley has another update. Wait 1 second. All right, go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, our storm with the tornado warning on it in Oklahoma City actually just got a wind gust reported of 77 miles per hour outside of the area of rotation. I would expect probably an 80-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning for places like El Reno, Edmond, and maybe all the way into the northwest side of Oklahoma City.
All right, thank you for the update. So this storm now back over in Oklahoma could be even more significant than initially thought. We could be having damaging winds upwards of 80 miles per hour going towards Oklahoma City. So be ready for that again if you're over in Oklahoma City, back over near El Reno, Weatherford, Clinton, and near Hennessy. Right now is warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds, but could get upgraded here shortly. Got a huge shelf cloud there at the top of your screen. Tons of dust being kicked up off the left. Storm is likely producing damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. Tornado Pagey has a very interesting view as well. Almost it's like a column of dust right now going up into the sky. Wild.
It's so weird.
Almost looks like a tornado, but I don't think it's rotating at all. And even if it was an area of rotation, it probably wouldn't be a tornado. It's like a gust-nado. Thank you, Eli, for the super chat. With the tornadoes being possible in Texas and Oklahoma, why are there no tornado watches? It's more because of the fact that today's event is way more geared towards wind than tornadoes. Even though we are going to see a few tornadoes, it's way more geared towards wind. And so that's why they issued, instead of a tornado watch, they issued a particularly dangerous situation severe thunderstorm watch. Because the fact of the matter is, if they did end up issuing a severe thunderstorm or a tornado watch instead of a severe thunderstorm watch that's PDS, people would probably not understand that today is more of a wind threat, and if they're not under a tornado warning, they might not take it as seriously. So having a PDS severe thunderstorm watch, which again, this is the first time in over a year that we've had one, that is why that is in place. I think it's just a better communication for the general public rather than anything else. Especially since, again, we're not talking about like all these supercells producing tornadoes. We're going to have a big line at some point, and that's what's really the biggest concern tonight for widespread damaging winds. We're already seeing a significant storm here near Paducah. This one's been significant ever since it started near Amarillo, and it's probably going to continue.
Look at all these gustnados.
Wow, look at this.
Little gustnado fest.
Nathan Moore is literally right underneath this area of dust that's being kicked up. It would literally be mistaken for a tornado. I don't think this is a tornado, but this could easily be mistaken for a tornado. Really underneath this area of dust. Hey, Robo, for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that. Definitely looks sus.
No,
it is spinning a little
out of it. It zoomed all the way out. That's how close it is.
He's going to position his camera a little bit lower, but definitely looks interesting. Will this reach DFW? This is gonna, I mean, there will be a line of storms to some extent tonight that reaches DFW. There's all the dust being...
I don't think it was a tornado. I just think it was being sucked up into the air.
Yeah, you got all that dust being sucked up.
Oh, one of these speakers is croaked. Not that one.
PDS dust, pretty much. By the way, the tornado warning in Oklahoma, I don't think is going to go much longer. It expires in 5 minutes. The rotation's gotten pretty broad. This is Connor's view of this dust being kicked up. It's literally become such a dusty sky at this point. We haven't had a whole lot of rain out in Paducah this year, so that's why there's a lot of dust being kicked up right now.
It won't work today. It is what it is. But that's not terrible.
Particularly dusty situation. Is that why we have a PDS or severe thunderstorm watch? We're going to change the name from particularly dangerous situation, severe watch, to particularly dusty situation. Hey, Goose for the $5 super chat. I don't think there's a whole lot of concerning there in Virginia, to be honest. I think really generally it's just going to be isolated hail and wind. Very low tornado risk still existing over there. Back over near Spur, Texas, we've been keeping an eye on these storms. We had a little tightening there a few minutes ago back over near Dickens, Texas. It's got a little bit broader, maybe a little bit of rotation still left, but more than anything, just hail and wind. They did add a tornado possible label to this storm near Dickens, Texas, that is moving in the direction, or basically paralleling 82, eventually going towards Knox City. We got another storm that is blown up near Jayton that is also producing 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and ping-pong ball-sized hail. And then further to the south near Post, Texas, this storm has also gone up, and we'll probably get a severe warning on this here shortly. East of Post, going towards Aspermont, Hamlin, just north of Rotan in Texas. And then down to the southwest of Dallas-Fort Worth, we still got a severe storm near Glen Rose going towards Morgan and Meridian. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and golf ball-sized hail. And then the storms that are northeast of DFW, not nearly as significant, but they are producing at least some level of marginal hail and wind. Just off to the west of the Louisiana and Texas border near San Augustine, we got a big storm here producing significant damaging winds as high as 70 miles per hour and 2-inch sized hail. We actually have a little bit of rotation popping up on radar over the last couple scans, so I'll have to keep an eye on a potential tornado threat with this storm as it moves right along Highway 96. And then Oklahoma City, get ready for significant damaging winds. Again, there was a report recently of as high as 80-mile-per-hour winds west of El Reno. And as this line continues to push to the east, we may end up seeing damaging winds as high as 80 to maybe even 90 miles per hour going to Oklahoma City, El Reno, Edmond, Norman, Moore, and Chickasha. Basically all across central Oklahoma here over the next hour or two. But this is the beginning of a line of storms that will likely become our mesoscale convective system, possibly even a derecho. And also near Amarillo, Texas, more than anything, just a lot of hail and wind right now in Amarillo. We got one supercell that is still trying to go here near Highway 385. Has a hook. The only problem is it is north of our outflow boundaries, and as long as that is the case, the tornado threat will likely struggle a little bit, but it may increase a little bit if this converging area of outflow boundaries kind of comes together. Maybe something happens out here to the east near 1061. I'll give it a low chance of this producing a tornado, though, anytime in the near future, but if it were to, it would be going towards the north side of Amarillo. So I'll be keeping an eye on that. It's back over to Nathan Moore, who's underneath this storm at Paducah. We still have a lot of dust that's being kicked up by this storm. It is currently warned for up to 80 mile per hour damaging winds and also tennis ball sized hail. Still keeping an eye on that, but I think it's going to be moving outside of their range here soon. A lot of the chasers right now are driving south towards 82, so it's going to be one of two things. They'll either, one, go east, or two, go towards the western storms, which I think they'll probably go towards this supercell, if I had to guess. Hey, Future, for the $15 super chat. I don't think there's going to be much of a threat in Virginia for the rest of the day. Again, it's just mostly isolated damaging winds and hail. Maybe a spin-up tornado still being a possibility, but we haven't really had any rotating storms since like 2 or 3 o'clock this afternoon. And overall, the only place I think there would be a tornado threat would be in here, near Richmond, at this point. That'd be the main area to be watching for. All right, tornado warning outside of Oklahoma City expires in 1 minute, and we'll be back down to no tornado warnings again in a moment. Hey, Robert, for the super chat. I think anywhere in North Texas tonight, got to be ready for significant damaging winds. We'll go through the future radar in a minute as well. Where is Bob? It's a interesting view. Bob Pack back on a storm.
Southwestern, I guess, let's say.
Just to the south. This is not the Paducah storm. This is one that actually had a little bit of rotation, but back over near Spur, Texas. Interesting low-hanging clouds here. Very ominous skies as well.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to end up back in Aspermont. So I've got to go east back to the highway.
Also, tornado warning has officially ended, but this storm's starting to organize a little bit.
I'm going to Aspermont. That's my escape. A lot of motion in that over there. Now, it is also starting to dive a little more southeast.
Hey, Roy, for the super chat. What's the time frame for Canton, Texas? We'll go through the timing here in a few minutes for those in North Texas, and across the board, we'll go through the timing. We're going to keep a close eye on Bob, but that is a large lowering, at least a large cloud base there. Back over near Spur, Texas. We got multiple supercells again firing off here, and we actually got a little bit of rotation just south of Spur.
Eventually, the storm, the cell to the southwest is going
back to him for a second.
Probably mess that one up.
Yeah, he's looking at the storm near Spur. There is definitely a wall cloud trying to form here. This thing could become tornadic here soon. Also, new severe thunderstorm warning just north of this storm for Dickens, Texas. 70 mile per hour damaging winds and golf ball sized hail be possible. But again, this storm near Spur, Texas, going towards Jayton is definitely organizing. What the heck was that? The latest radar scan is still showing, again, an area of rotation near 1081. That'll be going towards Jayton, but it's definitely starting to rotate a little bit here. It's very similar to the storm that we had near Dickens. Kind of looked like that as well. Had a little bit of rotation, so this one's definitely starting to rotate. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, of course, the question that people have been asking all day is whether or not this will be a derecho. And with the way that it has started to play out this morning and how we saw a lot more discrete convection, it seems like the only reason this isn't going to be a derecho is because it's not going to be an entire line for 100 or 250 miles or greater. This is still going to have very, very strong damaging winds, probably upwards of 100 miles an hour around the time it's making its way to the DFW area. I actually do think we're probably going to see winds stronger than what we thought further off to the east as well, closer to Tyler and Shreveport. But it's probably not going to be a derecho with how it's playing out so far in the early hours of the event.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, I mean, it's still possible that we get a derecho. I mean, but we would literally have to have this line of storms congeal within an hour. And that's probably not going to happen. But we do have a lot of storms firing up here in Texas. We also got a lot of storms still in Oklahoma. The only reason why this would not, again, be classified as a derecho, at least as of now, I mean, we're nowhere near having a derecho anyway. But the only reason why we wouldn't have one is because this is not yet into a line of storms. If it becomes a line much faster than currently what it looks like, then it's very possible it still happens. No matter if it is or isn't a derecho, though, don't like just start saying, oh, nothing's going to happen, because there is still going to be every hazard of severe weather. Nothing's changed there. It's just that we have not seen a line of storms form fast enough. So a severe mesoscale convective system is still very well in play, and we will likely still see, numerous to widespread damaging winds as high as 80 to 110 miles per hour. And then on top of that, the threat of tornadoes embedded in our line. Back over in Oklahoma, we have a brand new tornado warning. This is north of Hinton, just outside of Calumet, west of El Reno. This one is definitely looking a little bit more concerning. We do have a hook echo just to the east of Thomas, and a strong inflow west of Greenfield. This is currently tracking to the east-southeast, and it'll be coming towards Highway 8 here over the next few minutes. Main area of rotation located just off to the west of 2500 roadway. Keep in mind that this is not the same storm that was rotating before. This is a different one that is actually now ongoing. This is like a new supercell that is basically kind of formed in our huge cluster here. The initial one that was tornado warned was the one near Watunga. So if you're in this area going towards Calumet, seek shelter. This is for Canadian, Caddo, Blaine, and Kingfisher counties in Oklahoma. And this will eventually go towards El Reno and then Oklahoma City. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, a lot of people have already been saying this, so I think there's a good awareness around it, but I do want to mention it now that it's closer to the start of the game time. The NBA Finals are ongoing in Oklahoma City. I think the game starts in 10 minutes from now, and it unfortunately is looking like there may be either a destructive severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning for the stadium. So I don't know what their severe weather protocols are. Obviously, Oklahoma City, you guys are used to this stuff. You get a lot of tornado warnings. So maybe just go ahead, hop on Google, hey, what happens if I'm at this game and there is a tornado warning? Know where you're supposed to go if that does happen, because unfortunately it does look quite likely that there will be a tornado warning or destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma City.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, if you're back over, if you're for some reason watching our live stream and not watching the game, I mean, it's possible, but if you're watching the stream before the game, I mean, just a heads up. There will likely be severe weather coming in your area here over the next hour or so, and it may not be tornadic by the time it gets there, but we could have a destructive severe warning for a lot of the Oklahoma City metro, depending on how this line of storms evolves. Right now, it's warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds and ping pong ball size tail, which does not meet the criteria for a PDS or a PDS severe warning yet for that area. But something to keep an eye on. We have had a report of upwards of 80-mile-per-hour winds before.
Impressive, but it's
this is back over near Spur, Texas. The storm's been rotating. It's up to tennis ball sized hail now, and 70-mile-per-hour winds. Bottom right of your screen, definitely rotating. Got winds going away from the radar and towards the radar. Huge lowering here. We'll see if a tornado tries to drop out of this near Spur. So again, go towards Jayton here soon.
I think I need to get back to the main highway because I also need to consider.
Hey Frank, for the $20 super chat, I really appreciate that.
On my eastbound option, where there is road construction in one lane and a light that is stopping me. As I mentioned earlier.
All right, Bob Pack is now positioning. Got a view of the trees, the wildlife.
If I come to that thing and it's red, and
actually, I think Freddie McKinney.
I don't have time to sit there and wait on it for 5 minutes.
Might be going towards this. You can kind of see it out in the distance there. Yeah, Freddie is going down towards this storm, so we'll have more views of this storm here soon. But Bob Pack bottom right is on the storm right now. It's definitely rotating. Again, this is south of Spur, Texas. No tornado warning as of right now. I do think this does deserve a tornado warning at some point if it continues to rotate like this. Last several scans definitely showing a much more defined mesocyclone here. The northern supercell that was ongoing north of Spur has fallen apart mainly because of this storm that's kind of merging into it. We'll have another velocity scan there in a second. Nothing so far here in southwestern Oklahoma, but again, we're going to see some storms, I think, in the next few hours, especially with all the ones that are coming out of the Texas Panhandle. Back over west of Oklahoma City, this is the latest on the tornado warning. We still have rotation right now just outside of Greenfield in Oklahoma that is going towards Bridgeport, I-40, and Calumet. That will eventually go into Oklahoma City. El Reno is also in the path of this. But as of now, it doesn't look like we have a tornado, but we could still get a tornado at any time as this storm tracks down to the east-southeast. Let me go back to the... Oh, actually, back over Midland. Little heads up here, Midland, Texas. Severe storm here for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Not too substantial. They have added a tornado possible label to this storm, which I do agree with. Just south of Spur, Texas. Again, we got a hook echo. Very definitively a hook echo. Got a huge hail core as well, just west of 208. And rotation's picking up. Definitely could get a tornado at some point as the storm moves to the east-southeast towards Jayton. You can kind of still see the storm here. This is Bob Pack driving away from it, but you got the lowering back there in the middle of your screen. Don't have any tornado as of now, but we could have one at some point in the near future as this storm moves east-southeast.
I've got 2 record buttons that I need to remember to hit when I need to really record something. That's one on the Stream Deck, one on the camera. So the Stream Deck I can record.
We'll keep an eye on him. Gonna get into position here. Hey, Tina, for becoming a member, welcome to the Velocities. What about Springfield, Missouri? I don't think Springfield's going to get much more than isolated damaging winds. I think kind of most of Missouri is really going to be just isolated pop-up storms. We got a couple right now west of Jefferson City. Beyond that, really not a whole lot. Also, they have gone ahead and ended the severe thunderstorm warning southwest of Cleburne, so that is no longer ongoing. They've actually canceled all of the severe warnings in North Texas for the time being. Again, keep in mind that this is not the main event. The main event is what is out to the west. All right, and this area of storms will really speed up as we go later into the evening hours, and it'll get there probably by around 10 to 12 o'clock for most of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. There could still be some pop-up storms between now and then, though. Back over in St. Augustine, Texas, we still have a significant storm here that is producing damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour and 2-inch sized hail, which is the size of limes. That is currently tracking to the south-southeast towards Pineland, Browndale, and then eventually going towards Jasper and Newton, Texas. Tons of lightning on this supercell as well. This has not really shown any signs of weakening. We've had some broad rotation on this as well, so there's still a chance of a tornado with this storm as it continues to track down to the south-southeast. By the way, this is kind of funny, but it kind of looks like we got an arrow pointing to the east here. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning, though, just west of Seymour. It's basically a Dorito chip for 80-mile-per-hour winds and baseball-sized hail. The severe warning for Paducah and other areas in this general vicinity are also currently around tennis ball-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. There's still a significant supercell moving east-southeast. Hey, Slinky for the $10 super chat. I'm not going to lie, I have not watched XFL or UFL at all this year. I just haven't. With this latest radar scan, by the way, we have a very tight couplet right now off to the east of the Lubbock radar site south of Spur. It is possible that this could be a little contaminated, but definitely something that we need to keep a very close eye on. This supercell. It's right along our outflow boundary. Usually you would see a tornado further off to the east, kind of in here, especially with our hook right here. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max, what I think's going on there is we do have a little bit of hail contamination. GR2 actually is tagging the storm with probably 3.72-inch sized hail. That's a lot larger than the 2.5-inch tennis ball sized hail it's warned for. We could see an upgrade to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, but I would imagine that Lubbock is going to hold off on a tornado warning due to how much hail is in the area of the rotation.
Thank you for the update. That does make sense. Again, a lot of hail falling with this storm. Currently warned for tennis ball sized hail. Might be a bit larger, though, than that. Going eventually towards Jayton, Texas. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning, even though the warning expired before. They have issued a new warning just southwest of Glen Rose, Texas, going towards Meridian. This is going to be for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So the small little supercells that have formed all around North Texas this afternoon continue to produce some level of severe weather. And we also have a new severe warning just outside of Tulsa. That is also for 60-mile-per-hour winds, as that will continue to move down to the southeast. And we still have a tornado warning west of Oklahoma City. Rotation on the last few scans has gotten a little bit broader. We still have a very large surge of RFD, which is your rear flank downdraft. We probably have damaging winds around 60 to 70 miles per hour sitting in just this area west of Greenfield, Oklahoma. And then the rotation and the inflow going to the storm is a bit weaker. So it's overall a broad area of rotation, not nearly as strong as before. Just to the south of Watonga, that'll be going to Calumet in about 25-30 minutes. And then El Reno will be in the track of this within the next 45 minutes or so. So get ready if you're in El Reno, if you're in Binger, if you're back over in Eakley, Oklahoma, you should be ready for the damaging wind and hail threat, and then a potential tornado risk may exist even as far east as the Oklahoma City area. Keep in mind that our tornado threat for today is not super high, but we do have a large 5% tornado risk, which encompasses the Oklahoma City metro, all of North Texas, also back over into the Texas Panhandle. At this point, the greatest tornado threat is going to be in this region here. We could still see an isolated tornado or two outside of this area, but our greatest threat will be across North Texas, also across parts of Central Texas, and then back up towards the Oklahoma City Metroplex. And the wind threat is still very significant. We basically have a very large 45% wind risk here, again, where a derecho is still possible, even though it's not as likely as before. And then on top of that, we could still, I mean, at the bare minimum, we're still going to probably have a severe mesoscale convective system here, which will produce numerous to widespread damaging winds as high as 80 to 100 miles per hour over the next several hours. This is the latest radar scan on our storm near Spur, and as of now, this again could be just contaminated south of Spur, Texas, but we still have at least some broad rotation moving in the direction of Jayton over the next few minutes. It is a discrete supercell, so it has a better shot at producing a tornado as it again goes towards Jayton over the next few minutes. Let me pull up a future radar. Been meaning to do that. Apparently we have a winter weather advisory in Alaska. That's an important update, apparently. This is the future radar for the next several hours. So again, over the next few hours, we're going to continue to see all these storms kind of congeal into one line of storms. It should really start around 8 to 9 o'clock is when I think our greatest threat for damaging winds will really ramp up. And that'll really be most impactful still, I think, in North Texas. By around 10 to 11 o'clock, that is when a line of storms is going to be rolling right through the Dallas-Fort Worth area with all hazards of severe weather on the table, but damaging winds being the biggest concern, in addition to large hail and the potential for a few tornadoes. And then as we go into the overnight hours tonight into early tomorrow morning, that line of storms will continue to push into northeast Texas, going towards Texarkana, with a large swath of damaging winds continuing, likely widespread still, even through Texarkana. And then by 3 to 4 in the morning, this line of storms will start to fall apart. May still have some severe weather out there, though, both over in the Mississippi River Valley and then also back over just to the south of Dallas-Fort Worth. And then tomorrow afternoon and evening, more storms back over in West Texas. But I think overall the severe threat will at least be somewhat lower. So that's the general timing here for the next several hours. And back over in Amarillo, Texas, we still got a big hailstorm coming from the northwest. This storm is falling apart. I don't think Amarillo is going to be too concerning. I think just some isolated quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds are going to be the main concerns. This is a new graphic that the National Weather Service of Norman has just posted. I do think this is a helpful graphic to show you guys because it literally gives you everything that you need to know if you're in Oklahoma City or in that surrounding area. Basically, anywhere in Oklahoma City, Harrah, Shawnee, Norman, Purcell, Lindsay, Rush Springs, as far north as Watonga, you're in this general area where we are watching for a threat of large hail up to the size of golf balls, wind gusts as high as 80 miles per hour, possibly even exceeding 80 miles per hour, which again is destructive, and then also a low tornado risk over the next few hours. This goes until 9 p.m. So again, make sure that you have multiple ways to receive warnings, have a plan in place if a warning is issued in your area. And if you're under any warning today, I've already said this a lot, but if you're under any warning, you should be seeking shelter if it is a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning, because it is likely going to be a situation where we have destructive winds with most of these severe warnings, especially over the next few hours. And if you're in a mobile home, you should go to a sturdy structure ahead of time. If you can find one, that is preferable. And that is all across Oklahoma City. We still have one tornado warning in effect, and that is the one, again, just west of Oklahoma City there. Also, this storm going into Crowell, just northwest of Seymour. This has just been upgraded from not just baseball-sized hail and 80-mile-per-hour winds, but it now has a tornado possible label. We still have a broad area of rotation that is going to be heading towards Highway 82, eventually going towards Knox City. This is a live shot of that storm currently from Vince Walty back over here.
Apparently it's
near Highway 82. Looks still a little bit elevated, but we do have a shelf cloud still in place.
Here, and it makes no sense to me.
There's some broad rotation southwest of
put the
Crowell.
turtle there to get killed for a reason or something, and it's like, no, shut the hell up. Just shut up.
Good shot to Richard with the $20 super chat.
But like, I feel like that's
My now go-to weather source on the southern plains of Texas. I'm glad I can help.
Like,
appreciate you tuning in.
Just F the turtle in the middle of the road. You know what I'm saying? Like, I understand it's not a person, but don't you think it's kind of shitty to just leave the...
We're keeping an eye on that. Again, that's currently going down to the southeast. This storm's also still producing some very large hail. We're in for baseballs right now, and our largest hail would probably be right in this core, in that white area. I don't think this is as much of hail as the northern side is, with our CC lining up with a more significant hail core coming up towards Highway 6. This will eventually go towards more populated areas like Seymour, and then in the long term, if this single supercell just keeps going and it doesn't not organize into one line, it will eventually go towards Graham, and then eventually I-20. Might even make it to might even make to Weatherford. I won't even rule that out. Kind of going in that general direction right now. Is Abilene at risk? You guys are at risk. I'll be watching for these storms that are back off to your northwest. I think we're probably going to get 1 or 2 more storms that initiate off these outflow boundaries, and once that happens, we should see the wind and hail threat pick up pretty rapidly out of those storms, and then this should all organize into a line. I honestly think within the next couple hours, this is going to be what organizes into a line. I don't know about the Oklahoma stuff, because it is a little bit less organized, and it's honestly turning into just one huge supercell. So it may be more about this stuff in Texas rather than what's happening up in Oklahoma City. But the Oklahoma City stuff, we've had no convection in Oklahoma City so far. So this should still be pretty organized, and it will likely still produce significant wind, hail, and maybe a tornado going towards the Oklahoma City area. What is the power of the Abilene wind? I mean, any of these storms could still produce damaging winds as high as 100 miles per hour. This is still in play. By the way, quick update on Virginia. I've been touching on it a couple times, but I just want to give you guys a quick update. We only have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings as of right now.
A new tornado warning
and
has
none
been
of these
issued.
are really rotating. Just a little bit of broad rotation near Ashland. Very low tornado risk. Overall, though, the main concern will be damaging winds. All right, we have a brand new tornado warning in Texas. That is actually the storm that is going to be just off to the south of Cromwell. So if you are in this warning, just west of Seymour, seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Just south of Cromwell, going towards Seymour, Texas. It is a broad area of rotation as of right now. On top of that, we got a ton of hail with this storm. So this may be gearing up for a tornado going down to the southeast. This is really only one of a couple times that we've had a tornado warning on this storm. We have not had many tornado warnings on this. I think we had, this is now, I think, only the 3rd tornado warning that we've had on this storm. So again, seek shelter. If you're in this warning, get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Vince Walty is currently looking at this storm from the south on Highway 82. What it looks like from a distance. The tornado, though, would be more wrapped in the rain back there. Still pretty elevated from this perspective, but there may be a tornado buried back in the rain somewhere. But we'll keep an eye on him. He's going in the direction of this storm right now.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Okay. Well, we now have a confirmed tornado in Fannin and Lamar counties in Texas. What the heck? This is southwest of Paris. This is the 2nd tornado warning that's been in this area. And now this is a tornado on the ground. So if you are back over west of Roxton, you need to be in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is, again, an observed tornado in Fannin and Lamar counties that is emergency management confirmed. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, bathroom, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. I'm kind of surprised. I'm not going to lie. This is the 2nd tornado warning we've had over here today. And it's now officially a confirmed tornado. It's going to be coming up into Ladonia, Flat Prairie, Oak Ridge, Bartley Woods, Lee Day Crossing, Pleasant Grove, and Harmon. Just to the south of Windham is where this tornado will be located. So the tornado is going to be located right here, southeast of Shady Grove. And then moving into Oak Grove and crossing Highway 34 here in just a few minutes. So seek shelter if you're in this warning. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so we just got this severe thunderstorm warning that does include the northwest portion of Oklahoma City. It does look like the majority of the storm's going to move off to the south. However, we did just get a 71-mile-per-hour wind gust report off of the north side of this storm. So it is still quite possible that we will see winds upwards of 70 miles per hour make their way through the Oklahoma City area. Further south towards Moore and Norman, Oklahoma, you guys are almost certainly going to be right in the middle of this when it comes through. Probably still looking at 30 to 45 minutes till that storm starts impacting areas like Moore and Norman. So you guys do have time to take action if you need to protect any property, pets, or anything else.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So yeah, again, if you're back over in Oklahoma City, be ready for significant damaging winds and then the potential for a tornado as well. We still have a tornado warning in place west of El Reno. It's radar indicated. We have not had much rotation over the last few minutes, but definitely looking at a significant wind threat right now heading towards the Oklahoma City area. Also, looks like we do have a relatively large lowering on our storm back over near Spur, Texas. Waiting for Freddie to come up. Freddie just had a view of a lower. I'm going to wait for a second. But this storm's definitely ramped up. This is just to the west of Jayton. Rotation's gone a little bit stronger over the last few minutes. And again, they may issue a tornado warning on this. It is currently warned for tennis ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is currently heading down towards Aspermont and Hamlin in Texas. So be ready for that. If we have a tornado, be located near 208 Road. Tornado warning back over west to Wichita Falls right now has gotten extraordinarily rain-wrapped. I mean, we don't even have an inflow notch anymore. A few scans ago, we at least had an inflow, and now it's getting pushed out. It looks like a huge hailstorm now and a windstorm currently just to the southwest of Cromwell. So if you are in this warning, seek shelter. I mean, it's a destructive storm with at least up to 3-inch sized hail, and then also the threat of 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And then back over northeast of Dallas-Fort Worth, southwest of Paris, there is a reported tornado on the ground back over near Bartley Woods going towards Oak Ridge. And if it's still on the ground, it'll be going to Flat Prairie and Pleasant Grove. Once again, that is emergency management confirmed as of now.
This is the storm we're heading towards
right now. That is the lowering that we
west.
have right now. That's from Freddie McKinney. I think Bob Pack also has this now. Let me go back to him. He's on the storm near Spur. See, just a decent, I wouldn't really call this a wall cloud yet, but definitely a decent base to this storm.
Well, you are rotating.
It's a live view of that
There's a bunch
storm.
of fruit flies landing on my vehicle. Keep the windows up, Bob.
Apparently there are flies. I don't know if you guys heard that. This is the storm that is currently tornado warning near Cromwell, Texas. A little bit of a distant view. If we had a tornado, it'd be on the right side, right middle, kind of in there. Clouds look a little bit low.
I mean, this is really the only good thing to chase right now. There's a tornado warning out northeast of Dallas by Paris, Texas, that's observed, but that's way far away. So, yeah, this is still probably the best thing to chase. Structure's pretty good.
Hey, Richard, for the super chat. I already said that, but I appreciate that.
Alright, coming into Benjamin now. Been a while since I come through here.
Quite a gnarly storm.
And I'm gonna get precipitation here in a minute.
Just back over to Bob Pack.
See, it's
He's going
closing
back
in
to his
on me
radar.
right there.
Back to him in a second. I think Ben Williams has a photo. This is back over in the Joplin area. We actually have some damage coming out of the Joplin area. Some trees down. That's actually a huge tree that fell. This is from the severe storms that were producing damaging winds up to 60 to 70 miles per hour. So numerous trees down from straight line winds. That is on the north side of Joplin, Missouri. And also major flooding. Look at this. Yeah, major flooding. Back over in Joplin. That is literally that's literally an underpass right here. That's actually wild. By the way, the tornado warning west of Oklahoma City will be allowed to, or actually was canceled, so we no longer have a tornado warning in Oklahoma. The only 2 tornado warnings that we have right now are in Texas. We got one just southwest of Paris, which again is a confirmed tornado according to emergency management. If it is still on the ground, it will be coming up into Ladonia in Texas over the next few minutes, and then tracking towards Cooper, Commerce, and Tira. Again, this is a very discreet cell. It's just very low-topped and not very intense by any means. It's a pretty small little storm here, but this is now the second storm we've had in this area that's been tornado warned. It's towering up to about 48,000 feet, which really does not compare to the storms
A
that we
new
have back off to
tornado
the
warning
west.
has been issued.
Another tornado warning. This one's going to be for Kent and Stonewall counties in Texas, which is this storm, which I agree with. This one is going to be back over west of Jayton, Texas. Jayton, you are included in this tornado warning, going towards Aspermont as well. Bottom right of your screen is a live shot of this storm near Jayton, which does have a wall cloud this storm again going down to the southeast towards Highway 70. It's moving southeast at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. Main area of rotation right now is just off to the west of Jayton. Also, outside of Seymour, Texas, this tornado warning still got some rotation. That is going to be heading down towards 267 and then crossing 82 in a few minutes. Bottom middle of your screen is still a live shot of that from Vince Walty, looking off here to the north. Let's see if he has anything real quick. Actually, I'm going to go back. Yeah, we'll go to him for a second. That's what the view looks like right now, looking at the tornado warning just south of Cromwell, Texas. This is north of Knox City. It's quite the structure. I don't know if this thing's going to produce a tornado, but it definitely has a pretty crazy structure to it. So I'll be keeping an eye on that, but huge hail core for sure. Southwest of Cromwell. Yeah, once again, the tornado warning in Oklahoma was canceled, but still producing significant damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, and also ping pong ball sized hail is a continuing threat with this storm. Last couple scans still showing fairly strong rotation right now in our hook echo just to the southwest of Jayton. This storm may produce a tornado here in the next few minutes near 208 and 380. We got a little storm that's kind of nudging this hook a little bit, and if that happens, we might get a tornado out of this storm just southwest of Jayton, Texas. I think Bob Pack is not far from this. He's bottom right of your screen still. He's currently the closest chaser to this that we have on live right now. We're definitely keeping an eye on him. Road networks are a little bit sparse, though. Also, new severe thunderstorm warning near Midland, Texas, also for Big Spring. That is for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and golf ball-sized hail. Actually, if you look at velocities on radar, this is intense damaging winds coming down right now. We got upwards of 70 to 75-mile-per-hour winds racing off to the northeast right now. So this is definitely a intense storm. Make sure that you're staying away from windows on the lowest floor possible. You can see the wall cloud, by the way.
There's a red box, so
in the middle of your screen. They're inside of the tornado warning near Jayton, Texas.
Some red boxes there in the chat.
Definitely got a wall cloud back there. Spot on the tree
Charlie,
line.
what's the latest?
Keeping an eye on him. He's gonna be bottom right of your screen, but he's coming up on this pretty quickly. They've blown for the $10 super chat. That is true. Yeah, that's a clear view now of the wall cloud.
It's got a nice RFD cut on it, and the still has a blocky wall cloud.
Southwest of Jayton.
I think the storm west of Aspermont looks pretty good. At some point, Aspermont's going to get a good view as the storm approaches.
What town? Thank you, Charlie. Wait, where? Wait, where is it? Where are we talking, Charlie?
Who's gonna get a good view?
There's the tornado warning emojis.
Got a weird scut finger hanging out of it.
Hey, look.
They're in the tornado warning now.
There it is.
They're near Aspermont right now.
Alert. National Weather Service. Tornado warning in this area until 7:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Take shelter now in a basement.
Latest scan shows a really tight couplet now east of Claremont. This may be on the ground beyond the tree line here.
Okay.
It's possible.
Thank you, Charlie.
Substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Check media.
Back to Freddy in a moment. Yeah, definitely a very tight couplet here on radar. And it's also a little bit more, it's getting a little bit more rain wrapped. We got that little nudger coming out of the south that's kind of helping to amplify a little bit more spin here on this storm just southwest of Jayton. So again, tornado may be imminent going towards Aspermont over the next few minutes. Also, they've just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning, which is another extremely dangerous situation. Severe thunderstorm warning for Seymour, Texas, near Highway 82. Also includes Benjamin, Monday, and Gorey. That is for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds and golf ball-sized hail. The storm is currently tracking down to the southeast. Again, Vince Walty, bottom middle of your screen's looking at that. I'm going to go full cam to him. That is what it looks like in this tornado warning near Seymour. And it looks like quite the storm. Decent amount of lightning, too. This is the same storm that was producing grapefruit-sized hail earlier. It's really not changed at all. Same exact storm.
Oh my god, this is awesome. Like, trust me, people, this looks way better in person. Like, with YouTube and streaming and video compression, you just can't get the real look at these storms unless you're in person.
Hey, Gem Dragon for the $10 super chat. Can't help but notice Freddie McKinney looks like and sounds like Bailey Zimmerman. I don't know who that is.
My phone just shut off. Excuse me? My iPhone just rebooted when I took the picture. What the hell? It's so cool it broke the camera? Alright, it's rebooting. I might have to go grab a backup phone if it's going to do this. Yeah, because I want to take my picture.
This is Freddie's view of the storm back over near
Dude,
Jayton.
have you ever heard of not having trees in Texas? Why are there so many trees?
There's still lowering off to the right. There's just too many trees.
Dude.
I guess trees can't exist in Texas, guys. Get rid of them.
Hey, Freddie, how do you got a view from your
It's Freddie's orders.
I'm not stepping in that.
point? I just brought...
Oh my god, the stupid Wea needs to stop going off too. Holy cow.
Thank you, KD, for the $5 super chat. What do you expect for Armor tonight? I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of hard to tell right now. The one thing that I've noticed is, like, we have this line of storms that is trying to form now back over in central Texas, but we got this big gap right here of just a bunch of rain that's not really producing anything. Like, there's just rain, and it's going to kind of stabilize the atmosphere some. So it's going to, I think, depend more on what happens back off here to the west with these other storms, because this could actually kill some of the threat of severe weather here in Oklahoma. Texas does not look any different. I mean, we've had storms in North Texas today, but I mean, those are not really going to stabilize the atmosphere, assuming we get a line of storms. We still have a confirmed tornado warning near Ladonia in Texas, just southeast of Windham, west of Roxton. Still observed tornado via emergency management, so continue to stay in your safe place. It is unknown if it is still on the ground, but that was as of about 15 minutes ago. And then our only other 2 tornado warnings are back over in central Texas right now. Latest scan on the Jayton storm, a little bit broader, but the main area of rotation is now about to cross over 70 and 380, and Freddie's now driving by more trees. See if Freddie does not get trees for a second. I don't know if he's going to be able to see it, but... Nope, more trees.
Ooh, that's going to be a cool shot with the volcano there. Whoa, a deer just crossed the road. It's gone, though.
Hey, Doug, for the $20 super chat. My new friend Chelsea loves her stream. It brightens her day.
Yeah, I think we'll be fine to get to this road.
Chelsea's doing well. Also, thank Barbara for
perfectly
becoming a member, and Cat for the $20 super chat. Also, Blown for the $10 super chat.
That'd be an amazing shot of the volcano. That's also covered up by trees.
Chat, can
Blown,
you
I
guys
don't do
see
any
the
sort of
volcano?
shout-outs with businesses and stuff
Supercell?
like that. Because I can't verify if they're
Maybe it breaks
reliable
up
or not.
here.
It does.
Actually, yeah, we do get a little break here, I hope. The tornado drops behind the volcano. There we go. There we go. There's a beautiful shot.
A little bit more of a shot here of this tornado warning cell. Latest scan actually has a tight couplet again. Near Claremont.
Wow.
Hey, while we're at it, this is Nathan Moore with a rainbow. This is back over... I don't know where this is. That's back up near Paducah, Texas. Got a little rainbow shot there. Let me go back to Freddie.
More of like a bold. So where that blocky
yeah
wall cloud was.
Some sus scud in there. It looked like a little funnel for a second. I saw what you're talking about. When you pointed it out, I was like, oh. But
this is back to the storm south of Cromwell is tornado warned. So. It looks really elevated, but it looks pretty. I don't think this storm's going to produce, but it is still tornado warned. It is currently warned also for 80-mile-per-hour winds and golf ball sized hail, bottom right of your screen. It's quite the incredible shot here.
So, tornado warning remains in effect.
We'll go back to Freddy in a second once he has a better view.
We've also got the potential for 80 mile-per-hour winds in there. And I believe it. It looks like a big wind producer to me.
Alright, let's go back to Freddy. He's getting a little bit more of a view of that. It looks like he has a bowl. Got a little bowl right there. This is the south of Jayton. There's still a little tight couplet on radar, so that's probably what that is.
I don't care about those trees. I said it to be good earlier.
It'll, depending on the exposure.
Hey, Ronnie, for becoming a member, welcome to the Velocities.
I remember you telling me that. So I've been periodically changing it.
That's good.
Hey, blown for the super chat as well.
What you need to do.
I just switched over to Dye's Air Force Base, which is a little further than Lubbock, and it's definitely rotating.
Wow.
Good.
That's a nice base. Really nice base.
The only thing severe in Indiana, I've had a couple of blasts, is only damaging winds up to 60 near Middlebury and northern Indiana. Otherwise, I don't expect much other than just isolated damaging winds in Indiana tonight.
Super south thunderstorm here. Unclear if this thing will acquire or be able to produce a tornado, but it could. It definitely could. So, and we might have to just drive up this road.
Thank you, Andy, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities.
Maybe this road 70. Although I'm trying to figure out where exactly it's... Interesting, yeah. Just trying to figure out how exactly we want to approach this thing. Look, good scud lowering there.
I got another little lowering there on the left. I don't think that's tornadic, though. Oh, big CG right there.
Keeping an eye on it. Well, we found a nice field. That, I think it's pretty much coming like right at us from this.
We still have a tight couplet on radar.
I'm also wondering, Charlie, what do you think of that?
Or Highway 70.
Other cell. There's two supercells here. There's another one to the southwest. What do you think about that one too? I know this is a tornado warn one, but we got two supercells.
By the way, on radar, I'm looking at the storm again just southwest of Jayton right now. But on radar, we also have a large scatter spike popping up on our storm just south of the tornado warning for the Rotan area. So we likely have significant hail here. It's warned for golf balls. It might be larger than that, though. It could even be up to baseballs. They've also issued a large severe warning for Rotan, Hamlin, and Haskell. That's for 70-mile-per-hour winds and golf ball-sized hail. The storm, again, currently moving to the east-southeast. The tornado warning also back over near Cromwell, Texas, and also near Seymour has been canceled. It's definitely gotten pretty much just messy. It's a lot of hail and wind. This will likely be the beginning of our line of storms forming that is moving down to the east-southeast. There was also a 74-mile-per-hour wind gust reported about 15 minutes ago there, just southwest of Cromwell. And then here's your tornado warning again, just to the south of Jayton. The confirmed tornado that we have is southwest of Paris, which only goes for 5 more minutes. If I had to guess, they're probably going to cancel the tornado warning. Latest warning that they put on this is quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So we shouldn't have a confirmed tornado warning here probably in the next minute or two on that storm.
So that's been getting.
But the Jayton one still has a large wall cloud. We'll go back to Freddy in a second. This is also Vince Walty on the storm that has gotten very elevated here north of Abilene. So pretty little structure.
Wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour and golf ball hail are still possible. Severe thunderstorm warning still remains in effect.
Thank you, Andy, for becoming a member. Stormwater Media's got an interesting view.
And like stalled for like a few seconds.
They did a second ago.
Wait, Corey, our tornado warning down here is
Go back over to Freddy.
Charlie, how is you feeling?
Alright, filming over there.
Click Freddy and it did not go to Freddy.
9.
Freddy's behind trees again.
Cluster looked like sent out a boundary.
Latest scan showing somewhat broader rotation. The rotation right now is more rain wrap, so it's going to probably be visibly hard to see.
Our tornado warning down here is in a BTP.
We got a little bowl there.
I
It's
feel
just
like
nothing crazy.
the area of interest on the supercell.
3.14159, several other digits.
On the ground,
High.
High.
Okay. Well, we need to get you feeling a little better there, Charlie.
More cloud of ground lightning.
10, 6, 4.
Virtually Arkansas.
So many chasers to watch. This is nuts. When you think about it, there's
more
more than just these storm chasers. I mean, there's like probably thousands.
A lot of good numbers, though.
Probably today we at least have 500 if I had to guess. But the thing is, with all the chasers, they're not all live. A lot of them are just out there taking photos or just out there for enjoyment more than anything or whatever it might be. Thank you, Greg, for becoming a member.
You feel a 1?
All right, we got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This is going to be across Texas for those in Central and North Texas. So this does include areas going towards Dallas-Fort Worth. A bow echo may develop over the next few hours, an organized swath of severe winds, and perhaps a derecho. So they're still mentioning the potential for a derecho. May begin soon. Peak wind gusts of 75 to 100 miles per hour is going to be a possibility. This includes Central Texas. It includes North Texas, near Aspermont, Guthrie, Haskell, Crowell, Wichita Falls, Gainesville, and the Fort Worth area. The peak intensity, again, up to 100 mile per hour damaging winds, up to 2.5 inch diameter hail, and then also a potential for a few tornadoes will exist. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, our tornado warning in Texas that all of our chasers are on, they just have a brief funnel report on it. No longer a funnel according to the report, but it did sound like it tried to produce there for a second.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So this storm is still actively trying to produce a tornado here going towards Aspermont, Texas. The only problem that it's going to have is that it has a lot of convection out of the south that is probably going to hinder its development, and we may end up seeing the new tornadic development further to the south, which actually would put Abilene more at risk in the long term if that is to happen. So if you're back over here in the Abilene area, definitely be staying weather aware, as this storm may try to produce a tornado at some point in the near future as it continues to move down to the east-southeast. It's just to the west of Hawley in Texas, off to the west of Hamlin as well. What is a derecho? It's basically a large swath of damaging winds that exceed. It's basically like 400 miles long, and it also produces at least a few reports of greater than 75, 80 mile per hour winds. But on top of that, it also produces just widespread damaging winds in general, which is still possible. And I do think it's entirely possible for North Texas tonight that does happen. We are starting to see at least some formation of that. It's just a matter of if it will happen or when it will happen. That's what it's going to come down to. Hey, Jason, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. What is a wedge tornado? It's usually a tornado that's like a couple miles wide. Wow, look at Freddy. This is Freddy's view of this storm.
It's got a crazy left edge to it.
Back on our tornado warning.
2, 7, 10, 2, 2. A lot of twos. A lot of twos. My chat thinks it's going to be the severe warning storm.
Well, chat, I agree.
Yeah.
Quick. I think it'll be that one. That one's gonna be dropping.
I'm thinking maybe.
Too.
Yeah, we might just go down the Roden and you can go pee. But I'm thinking we might just go down to Roden. PDS code yellow, guys.
Sorry, guys, give me 1 second.
Yellow.
I'm placing an order for food, and I'm...
Zero.
Believe it or not, I'm getting
You
a
want
kid's
to give
meal.
up. You want us to just give up. I see how it is. I see how it is.
You can do it, Riley. It's fine.
Let's see. Do we have to drop down to?
So once again, a live shot of our tornado warning here west of Aspermont. The confirmed tornado warning has ended. This is now a radar indicated tornado warning.
You're not allowed, Charlie.
South of Jayton. We did have a fall cloud report on this earlier.
Oh. You encourage
From
Charlie,
where? Buffalo Wild Wings.
You, what's the word? Inspired Charlie.
Problem is, I'm trying to eat something that I can actually eat on stream, and like I'm trying to get. I don't want to get wings because that'd be super messy. Any cheese curds? I may or may not be getting cheese curds. I'll be honest. I might be getting them. Cannot confirm or deny though.
This thing just looks like a downright monster.
Yeah, this thing's a beast. I wonder what's going to happen when these things merge. Oh, here's Jaden. There goes Jaden. Jaden!
Jaden Pepinon. So it looks like on live radar right now, once again, this storm is still rotating. It's not rotating as much as before. I really think the southern supercell might be the one that tries to cook here soon for a tornado threat. It's got a bit broader. Again, that's the storm that Freddie's been keeping a close eye on. Also, west of Oklahoma City, this storm's been downgraded quite a bit. It's now down to 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. That is moving to the east-southeast right now, eventually going towards Norman and Chickasha. But again, these storms have been falling apart too. I'm actually kind of surprised. Everything in Oklahoma, for the most part, has been falling apart because of all this convection that's been out in front of it. It may re-intensify, especially with our western storms, but at least a good sign there, hopefully, for the near future. We also got a few severe storms back over to the east of Tulsa that is going in the direction of Locust Grove and then eventually Siloam Springs. Could even impact Fayetteville, currently with 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds as the main concern north of Tahlequah, going towards as well Stillwell. Again, tornado warning near Paris has been canceled. No longer a tornado warned for quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then back over here north of Abilene, still watching the storm rotating. Got some tennis ball sized hail falling with it. The scatter, we're actually seeing a much more definitive scatter spike now near Rotan. Depending on what Freddie McKinney does, he might get hit by some big hail here soon. We'll have to keep an eye on that. He may be getting hit by big hail here soon. Big 3-body scatter spike. G's positioning. We'll go back to him in a moment. Hey, Michael for the sewer chat. What are the chances of rain today? Once again, could be 100%, could be 0%. This is Tornado Pagey coming up on this storm now. Yeah, Freddie can punch the hail core. His windshield's already blown out, so he might do it. We'll see. Or it's almost been blown out. Might just put the finishing touches on it. We'll see. Hey, wide open for $5 super chat. Go Pacers. I do not have a preference, by the way. If you're asking who I'm rooting for, I do not care. Probably the Pacers, though. I like the story. Thank you, James, for the $20 super chat. Max, you're my favorite meteorologist. Thanks for everything. Unfortunately, my wife's favorite is Riley. Wow. That's not very nice. Riley's pumping his fist. Unbelievable. Max like hockey? I don't usually watch hockey. Not a big hockey person, personally. Where are we at right now? We're currently near Rotan, Texas, northwest of Hamlin. You're blowing for the $5 super chat. How long does it take to do the hair in the morning? Bro, this hair takes me, like, I don't do anything to it. I literally just wake up and it looks like this. There's very rare times that actually I do anything to my hair. Freddie McKinney has a view, I believe, or he will in a second. Freddie just turned his camera back. All right, we'll go back to him in a second. He's a little bit further down to the south. He's probably going to punch this hailstorm. But this one, again, is still tornado warned for another 9 minutes at least. Rotation is pretty rain-wrapped right now. Just to the west of 610, going towards Aspermont.
Oh, that lightning's happening there. No, I think down here.
Hey, Denny for the sewer chat. How's Edmond, Oklahoma looking? I'm sick and also dealing. I'm sorry to hear that. I think, honestly, Oklahoma... I think Edmond, Oklahoma, I think really all of Oklahoma might actually kind of get spared by a lot of the significant severe weather. I'm not going to say it for certain yet because we don't know what's going to happen yet, but like we've had a lot of convection down here, and if this continues, it may stabilize the atmosphere entirely. So let's just kind of hope that's the case. But there are still storms back off to the west. These could intensify too. I still think we're going to see significant severe weather in North Texas and Central Texas tonight. I think that's a given. Like, I don't see this changing at all because we have not had any convection that's really gone into these areas. But it's still very unstable. We have basically nuclear energy, as we've already talked about, which basically means we have a ton of instability, a lot of CAPE in place with 5,000-6,000 joules per kilogram of instability. So this should still be a very favorable environment, again, for all hazards of severe weather, including the potential for even a derecho. I also want to point out we do have a nuclear cape t-shirt. Speaking of nuclear cape, you can check this out at shopmaxvelocity.net. Pin link in the chat, also second to top link in the description below. As we talk about nuclear cape, just came out today apparently. All right, let me go back over to Tornado Pagey. They are currently on this tornado warning cell. They're inside of the warning right now. It goes for 7 more minutes. Looks a bit more elevated right now. Still a lot of lightning, a lot of cloud ground lightning. Freddy's going to the southern storm, which looks way more interesting in my opinion. This is Freddie McKinney. They are coming into dust. There's the leading edge there, though.
Okay, on my CarPlay, it's not working.
Charlie has been silenced.
My CarPlay is dead.
This thing has massive info. Massive info into it.
By the way, the Brewster County, Texas storm now up to 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and 2-inch sized hail.
This is nuts. I'm just now getting to the intersection of 1670. You guys went south towards Raton.
All right, Freddie has just lost signal. By the way, this is Connor Croft. He's back over near, he's north of Abilene, Texas, near Seymour. It actually looks pretty here. This is an outflow dominant storm. It's just a big shelf cloud. Kind of a cool view here of this storm. Let me go back over to Tornado Pagey on the tornado warned storm. Cameras outside the window. Hey, blowing for the sewer chat. Kind of scared. Can you tuck me in tonight, bro? What? Wow.
Goodness. I can't.
This back over to Freddie McKinney. He has a good view now from the south side of the storm.
This looks absolutely hail.
We're not kidding. Coming over this curve, my goodness.
It's up to baseball-sized hail right now. It could easily be larger than that. This storm's gonna be, honestly, this will be very interesting because Freddy might actually drive into the hail core. The hail core is huge. We got a ton of lightning, and we got a huge 3-body scatter spike here. Like, this scatter spike is approximately 22 miles long. So, yeah, this is huge. Like, this is a huge hail core. Coming up towards Highway 70 here in a few minutes. And again, you can track all these different storm chasers inside the Radar Omega app at the top link in the description below. We got Tornado Pagey, Storm Intermediate, and Freddie McKinney. Freddie may or may not go into the hailstorm. I have no clue if he's going to, but I wouldn't be surprised if he does.
It's insane with the dust working.
Storm looks pretty crazy though right now. It still has a chance of a tornado, but I think it's going to be contingent on this hail core not being as substantial as it is right now. Hail can't kill off the tornado threat.
Look at the dust flowing in here.
This looks gnarly right here.
This is all inflow dust. It's just making this look like a freaking
insane with all the dust getting sucked into it.
This looks nuts. This looks actually insane. It actually just looks insane right now.
The hail, oh my gosh, yeah. That more persists to
hit a wall, dude.
Hit
a wall.
Yeah, you don't seem like you're doing too good. You doing okay?
Ladies and gentlemen, just pulling you back to our radar here, I want to show you where this
Let me go back over to Tornado
heading and
Pagey.
what it is
They're
doing.
also coming up underneath the shelf cloud right now in the storm. Hey, Jennifer, and as well as Tina for becoming members.
So in case you didn't hear it, the storm is tornado warned. It is not. 2.5 inch hail. Yep.
We're back over to Freddy.
Right. This storm up to the north is also producing large hail as well.
Back to it in a
report
second.
of 2-inch diameter.
Thank you, EV, for becoming a member. We actually have a severe thunderstorm warning in Colorado for Park County. There's actually a tornado possible label on that. I want to quickly check that out. Where is that? West of Colorado Springs. That's wild. Got a little severe storm up in Colorado right now. By the way, the tornado warning in Texas will expire in 30 seconds. Right now, we got a big line of storms that is likely forming here in the next hour or so. Currently located across central Texas near Abilene. Right now, nothing organized quite yet into a bow echo, but at least the Storm Prediction Center has mentioned that we may get a bow echo here soon, and it may end up becoming a derecho as we go later into this evening. But right now, we just got a bunch of big supercells out here, and this should all merge into one within the next hour or two. Graham will be in the path of that. Abilene as well in the path of that. Also, the storm southwest of Paris is much weaker. So that one did produce a tornado earlier, but no longer is. Going back to Freddy, he has a really good view of this storm that is currently just ended its tornado warning, but it looks like a crazy storm. This thing's probably producing up to 4-inch sized hail right now, if I had to guess. There's a huge scatter spike on it.
It's going to turn. Maybe follow the storm. Oh, excuse me.
This is also Storm Intermedia. Looking at this storm as well.
The second day in a row.
Near Roton, Texas.
Isn't that incredible? Yeah, if I actually pull out my camera and start taking photos, you know it's good.
It's crazy that they have.
Must be crazy, you guys.
Hey, Rory, for becoming a member.
Now
Welcome to the Velocities.
At their peak.
I'm sorry, Garrett. Yeah. This is just wild. The dust that's getting sucked into this, my goodness.
Isn't that incredible?
Yeah, if I actually pull out my big camera and start taking photos.
Back over to Freddy. Looking right up into this thing right now.
Must be crazy, you guys. Seeing both structures at their peak.
I think we've entered the sus hour. Thank you, Megan and Rory, for becoming members.
Sorry, Garrett.
We really need a sus hour emoji and a shirt.
This is just
Can't believe we haven't done that yet.
the dust that's getting sucked into this. My goodness.
That leading edge looks interesting.
I'm losing view of the structure because of the dust.
Legitimately like a elephant trunk nose.
Yeah, it's like a
like a giant trunk.
Wow. This is an elephant storm.
Yeah.
Where's Freddy? He's just west of Rotan, Texas. Bottom right of your screen.
I had to go for like 6 hours, and I finally just got done. So I walk into this gas station. The bathroom's out of order, of course. And then I walk into the Dollar General across the street. As I'm like asking for the bathroom key, the tornado sirens start going off. So all the employees start flipping out. They're like, "We gotta take shelter in the bathroom." I'm like, "Wait, guys, there's no tornado warning. Please just let me go to the bathroom." And so I'm like convincing these people
They read up for becoming a member.
in the bathroom that they want to take shelter in.
Whoa, look at that.
And they finally
Look
let
at
me.
that dust.
A little bit of dust being kicked up there. I have a Gus NATO. Can't really tell though. Spinning.
That's a crazy dust.
Could be a Gus NATO.
Crazy dust float there. What the heck?
Got some dust here on the leading
my
edge of the
gosh.
storm. Hail core keeps getting larger too.
That is a wild. Is that a Gus NATO?
Actually, so just
I don't know.
I'm gonna pull up to this intersection here.
suffering for like 5 hours holding in that shit. It was terrible.
Hey, Diana, thank you for the super chat there. Huge W for mods, but I agree. I agree. I'm just pull in here.
Nobody want to take shelter in there. Like, it's just terrible.
I'm gonna stop
I'm just
here.
over it. I'm over the day.
Severe warning for baseballs.
Tons of dust being kicked up again, possibly a Gus NATO. Just outside of Rotan, Texas. The hail core bottom right of your screen is still massive.
Baseballs, isn't it?
At least
Emergency
baseball
alert.
size hail.
National Weather Service.
Siri's coming.
Severe thunderstorm. Warning in effect for this area.
Yeah,
Until
Siri.
8:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for destructive baseball-size hail and 80 miles per hour winds. Take shelter in a sturdy building, away from windows. People and animals outdoors will be severely injured.
All right. Riley has
so-
an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Mac, so on GR2 obviously we do have the same large hail core, but we also have a 4.25 inch maximum expected hail size. This is the algorithm that the radar program runs to determine how big the hail could be, and obviously, that is up to 4.98 inches now. That's almost 5-inch sized hail on GR2. So definitely some very, very large hail, and unfortunately I think this is going to go right into the town of Rotan.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So we could have upwards of DVD-sized hail right now falling with this storm.
Hot inflow just
It looks
piping into this
pretty
thing
crazy right
now. Dude,
So we could literally have DVDs coming out of the sky
That
here
is
soon
all
going towards
inflow.
Rotan.
That's being pulled in there. So we'll see. I mean, it's gonna be tough to get a. It's gonna be tough to get a tornado out of this thing, just because it's gonna be hard to see it. I think. But I think it definitely has a tornado threat. Whoa,
dude,
this is nuts. Absolutely nuts here. Absolutely incredible supercell here.
Dorner Media also has a cool view of this. It's crazy.
I think they accidentally muted the mic. Oh, they're back. Or maybe not, I lied. I'll text Freddy and see if we can get him to turn the microphone back on. But let me finish chewing for a second. Yeah, this
Look at how much dust being kicked up by this thing.
next. So that's the immediate area.
Once again, this storm is producing the potential for up to 5-inch sized hail. The warning is up to baseballs, but I still think that's way too low for this storm. The scatter spike is, again, huge. Got a huge CC drop. If you're in Rotan, Texas, definitely take this seriously. Be ready for a substantial hailstorm as this storm continues to track down to the southeast over the next several minutes. It does not look like it's letting up anytime soon.
Baseballs.
Yeah, I'd say at least.
And Freddie also thinks it's at least around
We have
that.
to get ready to run here. I have to get ready to run. Okay, I'll pull him in when I come in. You found it? He got his phone. Look.
I used my flashlight.
Oh, shit.
Hedged underneath the seat.
That's not good. Dude, we're gonna run there.
Watch this
Look, we're about to get. It's all.
All right, we're losing Freddie. We'll go back to him in a second. Yeah, and this storm still looks crazy. The last radar scan, too, actually, it was maybe some rotation near Rotan. It's hard to tell. This could be very contaminated, but I wouldn't rule out something there north of Rotan. Rotan. Storm Intermedia is driving through a ton of dust right now, but they have low signal. You can kind of see all the dust or dirt being kicked up. They're basically in a dust field here in Rotan. So this is going to be from the damaging wind potential that's upwards of 80 miles per hour right now.
Keep him on the back. Huh? Keep him on the back. So I would. No point having him up front, but I'm also saying I can't clear my own view. Probably just gonna take some of our water bottles and just put it in there as windshield fluid.
You literally can't see anything. Just like completely, almost no visibility here from all the dirt that's being kicked up.
Dust.
Also, Tornado Pagey, they are currently next to where we could have upwards of 80-mile-per-hour winds. The wind's been picking up here over the last couple minutes. This is on the north side of Rotan near Highway 70, which looks like there's low signal here.
I know.
This is where we could have up to 80-mile-per-hour winds, though. You can see the tree swaying there. It's probably around 50 to 60 so far. Back to Freddie.
Nice little ripper there.
Thank you, Wilson, for becoming a member.
Dude, a pizza box just blew across the road. Dude, this thing is a nice little gustado here. Also, just some pizza boxes blew across.
Thank you, Edward, for the PayPal donation. I appreciate
Dude,
that.
it's still going.
There's another one.
Oh, there are. All right, we got twins now. Twins. Dude, I want to intercept one. I want to. Wait, we are gonna intercept one. Hold on. I gotta.
There's a third one.
Wait, there's one right here. We're right on it. I'm trying to time it. I want to get hit by it. Ah, dude, why?
It's going the other way.
Dude. Come
Got a
over
little
here.
Gus NATO right there on the right, I think.
Come over here.
Little Gus NATO right there.
Oh, hey, Brandon.
You might 0-meter a Gus NATO. See it spinning on the right. Alright.
I was talking on the radio to them, but their service cut out.
Freddie,
Essentially what I was-
Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we did just get an observed 81-mile-per-hour wind gust that Freddie, or on that storm that Freddie's on. So that destructive severe thunderstorm warning is going to be allowed to continue and should also be upgraded to a confirmed tag.
Hey, Riley, for the update. So this storm right now that is over here in central Texas, west of Abilene, which is going towards Abilene, is not just producing massive hail, which, again, I say massive with actual, like, intention here. Like, this is huge hail. This is at least 3-inch sized hail, more than likely falling over the northwest side there of Rotan. And on top of that, it's also producing damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. So this is a substantial storm right now. You need to be taking seriously if you are in Rotan, and get away from windows, be on the lowest floor possible. It's still producing 80-mile-per-hour winds in baseball-sized hail, but probably larger than baseballs, if I had to guess. Back over in Haskell, Texas, we got 70-mile-per-hour winds and ping-pong ball-sized hail falling out of that storm. We've also gotten some severe storms going to the south of Oklahoma City near Ardmore. These are not that significant, more than anything, just quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Tornado threat is still low on these storms, very low at this point, but it may increase if any of these storms can latch to an outflow boundary. Let's go back over to Freddie here. He might be coming up on a gust NATO. He also might be coming up on low signal. I think he's coming up on low signal. We go back to...
Okay. Their connection might have come back. Let's see.
Back to Storm Media. Wow, look at that.
Party wants to go back into Rotan and just take shot.
Storm just looks crazy.
Dude, I know that hail has gotta be just unreal.
Do you think this pans out for DFW? I still think DFW will get hit pretty hard. Hey, Daniel, for becoming a member. Also, thank you, Erica, for the super chat. We need a pizza box tumbleweed t-shirt. It's an interesting idea. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Feel free to share the stream with your friends and family. We'll be live again throughout this entire severe weather event here today / tonight, which we are now kind of going into tonight. It's almost 8 o'clock Central. This is what the storm looks like right now here near Rotan, Texas.
Not too far from 180, but I got to stop up here and put some water.
This looks insane. It'll be interesting to see if any of these chasers punch into the hail. I know Tornado Pagey, they are kind of on the edge of it right now. I think they're getting hit by it. Their quality is kind of low because of how tall the storm is, but they are currently driving in the middle of this. They're almost in the hail core right now. They're on the edge of it, on the north side of Rotan. You kind of hear the small pellets hitting their windows. It's probably P to maybe dime-sized hail at worst case scenario. Apparently, Tornado Pagey may actually, they might actually core punch that storm, meaning they might intercept the hail.
Cloud tops, that's a sign of a very tall, powerful updraft.
Hey, Ramble Wild for the $10 super chat. We just got a new SPC outlook for tonight. I'll give you guys a quick update on that here in a moment once I get all the graphics pulled up.
About to approach 180 here. I gotta stop and put some water in my windshield wiper fluid because I can barely see out and I'm out of fluid.
But, I mean, we might get into the dust.
So we got some updates for tonight's severe weather threat. Let's do that. So this is our new risk of severe weather for the rest of the night. The Storm Prediction Center has maintained a moderate risk of severe weather, which does include almost all of North Texas. It still includes Abilene, Texas, so nothing's changed there. Again, all these storms are now organizing, so we should have a full-blown line of storms within the next hour. Should be a potential derecho here as well, if not at least a severe mesoscale convective system. Enhanced risk includes southern Oklahoma back towards the Abilene area as well. Main concerns for tonight remains to be significant damaging winds, could be as strong as 80 to 100 miles per hour. Again, that's destructive. You're going to want to make sure that you are ready for very high winds tonight. That's in the category of EF1 type tornado winds that are going to be happening, but in this case, it is all straight line winds. The tornado threat is also still there. We have a 5% tornado risk, which encompasses the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, also going towards Shreveport, Louisiana. And then we also have a chance for very large hail still, especially out of our supercells that are across Central and West Texas, but could still see very large hail even back over near Dallas and Fort Worth. Tornado Pagey, I think, is kind of punching the core. They're in low signal, though. Keeping an eye on them. I'm back to Storm Intermedia for now. They come back, we'll go back to them. Again, this is the entire storm right now near Rotan, Texas. Currently warned for softball-sized hail, so this has been upgraded. It's now up to 4-inch sized hail and 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds for Rotan, Hamlin, Anson, and Roby, Texas. So this is a, again, extremely dangerous storm right now that's moving to Rotan and Hamlin. And then we'll be going towards Abilene, Texas in the long term. If you are over in Abilene, be ready for this storm because that is what is heading your direction right now. It's a major storm. One of the most significant supercells that we've had all day long.
Yeah, I don't think we're escaping the dust.
Just Freddie McKinney right next to this thing. He's coming up into Roby, Texas right now.
Intercept here, guys.
Oh my gosh, it's a freaking hail core just spiked just northwest of Rotan. Oh my god, so you're about to get...
There's still a low chance that this thing does try to produce a tornado at some point, too.
Yeah, that hail core is unbelievable. There's a huge hail spike on it, too.
Back over to Tornado Pagey. They're getting baseball-sized hail right now in this storm. So they're in the middle of it. See the wind picking up. They got baseballs falling out of the sky right now. They're pretty close to where the softball-sized hail is falling. They're trying to get out of there, but their location corresponding to the hail core. They just drove right into this thing. Looks like they might be going back out into the lighter rain now, but they were just driving through baseballs a second ago.
Guys, we're
Also, storm intermedia going through no visibility. Got dust going right across the road here. I think Freddie McKinney's in the same position too. Visibility has just dropped substantially. This is all from the 80-mile-per-hour winds that are surging out in front of us. So if you're driving on the roadways anywhere near the northwest, anywhere northwest there of Abilene, be ready for this type of weather where there's just dust being kicked up everywhere.
Also, power lines are warning to come down and over.
This is insane outflow in here. You gotta
Where's
be
the power
kidding
lines
me.
wanting to come down at? Ahead of you, I'm just looking at the lines.
Hopefully we have enough time to get to Robbie before the hail comes in. Otherwise, big problem.
There's some strong winds. I'm getting hit with precip too.
Yeah, hopefully the hail's not in here somewhere.
Interesting to see if Freddie does go through the hail.
Power lines where I am, so I must be a ways to the west of you.
Jeez! Wind is cooking.
Huge shout out to Steven with the $100 super chat W's in the chat for Steven Pizza. I'm not getting pizza, but I do appreciate that. Huge shout out to Steven. This is Tornado Pagey. They're also kind of underneath where that hail core was. They just got out of it, but they did have hail around the size of baseballs on really the eastern side of the hail core. They weren't really even in it. So storm's definitely producing some really big hail. See the winds picking up as well right there. This is at least 60-mile-per-hour winds. Could easily get higher here in the next few minutes from this storm. Let me go back over to radar here. So again, this is what it looks like on radar. We got a huge hail core. This is your RFD surge or your rear flank downdraft. We got velocities right now being picked up at near 70 to 80 miles per hour. We even have a 90 mile per hour velocity scan there just north of Rotan. On the other hand too, there is maybe a little bit of broad rotation. I don't think it's really rotating quite yet, but I think this is going to start to rotate more as it moves east, as long as it can stay discrete. If it's just one single supercell, I mean, there's definitely a chance for a tornado down the road going towards Abilene, Texas. The storm's further off to the north, mostly wind right now between Seymour and Haskell, Texas. That's between 60 to 70 miles per hour. We are expecting all of this storm activity to congeal into one line of thunderstorms over the next hour or so. So again, be ready for basically widespread damaging winds here across central and north Texas as this line continues to push east. And then back over in southern Oklahoma, we got damaging winds and hail continuing here between Ardmore and Henrietta, and also up near Sulphur, but nothing tornadic with those storms as of right now. Near Oklahoma City, we got a little severe storm here with 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. It's a line of storms. This is not really tornadic. It's just going to be some damaging winds. Honestly, Oklahoma City may get speared with the worst of this severe weather event, but continue to stay weather aware in case things do change. And then also back over near Childress, Texas, 70-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail are continuing there. Tornado Pagey's got an interesting view here. This is literally near Rotan. Got a bunch of dust being kicked up. It's not really swirling much. It's not like a gustnado or anything, but definitely interesting view here. Tornado soon, it's possible. I would give it like a 30% chance this thing actually produces a tornado in the next like 20 minutes, but I do think it's possible. They're looking south for the record, or for what it's worth, and then if we're looking north, that's the area that we need to look at for a potential tornado threat. We're just seeing all the outflow winds basically pushing up a bunch of dust. It's over Freddie McKinney.
Lights on.
Off to the left is where we'll be looking for a potential tornado threat. This is in Roby, Texas, by the way.
So I think we're fine.
Look at the hail core bottom right. This thing is huge.
Wall was
It's
deceiving.
huge.
It looked like the hail core.
There's some rotation there. 4-inch size hail still a possibility with this storm, which is the size of softballs, maybe larger than
I'm
that.
on the fence. So should we go through town and bail south, or should we let it hit us in town and take shelter under
Hey
an
Lou, for the
awning and see what
$50
it's
super
got?
chat, really appreciate that. It was in the chat for Lou. Also, thank you, Baz, for the $5 super
Yeah,
chat.
I do too. Is there
Storms
any,
will be hitting Tyler, Texas
any
tonight,
good
I think.
awnings around here?
Let me flip around and scope for you guys real quick, okay? Let me let you know. Let me come back into town real quick.
If you see someone else, someone's going under the awning right there. Let's see.
There's awnings
Every
there.
awning that we've seen has been taken.
Don't be surprised if your home is covered in dirt tomorrow. If you're back over here in Roby or Hamlin or Anson, Texas, maybe in Abilene. We'll see if this storm might be as intense as it is now as it goes towards Abilene. There isn't really much stopping it. It's actually going to probably hit Abilene straight on unless we get something that weakens it, like some convection out in front of the storm.
I don't know if this will do it.
Let's do it. Come on, let's do it, guys. Let's ride it out right here.
Oh.
It's like they're getting gas.
Tornado.
It's the latest scan. We still got some broad rotation right now, northeast of Rotan. The latest velocity scan as well is indicating up to 100-mile-per-hour winds. It is unknown if it is actually that high. But if we have 100-mile-per-hour winds, that is very, very destructive. We also have a lot of hail, so there could be some hail contamination. But yeah, 100-mile-per-hour velocity is not something you want to be messing around with. If the winds are up to 100 miles per hour, that's basically a Category 2 hurricane here. Moreland towards Hamlin, Anson, and just off to the north right now of Roby. So if you are anywhere in the severe warning, you need to be in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. This is a very dangerous supercell right now that is currently tracking to the east, and will likely continue to produce a threat for significant severe weather as well. But Abilene, you got about 45 minutes to an hour until this thing is knocking on your doorstep. I do think Abilene, Texas is in the crosshairs here of a very significant line of storms. Thank you, Sam, for the $10 super chat. No derecho tonight, then? It's still possible. The Storm Prediction Center did mention it's still possible. It's going to depend on how fast this line of storms can congeal and if it stays intense enough all the way towards Shreveport, which is still possible for the record. So, yeah, I do think that we may end up seeing a derecho, but I would say it's like a 20% chance right now because this is still not a line of storms yet. We really need to see a line of storms form here, which has not happened yet. Winds are really picking up now.
Yeah, there's a pretty good couplet in there.
This back over in Roby, Texas, which is right barely to the south of where this huge hail would be, but you can see the winds really picking up here, even underneath this gas station. There's also a couplet
I think at this point
west
we
of
gotta hunker
Hamlin.
down. I don't think we can get anywhere. It's a little too late. A little too late.
Keeping an eye on them. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So this is taking a look at GR2 again, looking at that maximum expected hail size. This is the KDYX radar looking at our destructive severe thunderstorm warning. And we've finally reached it on radar. It is that DVD-sized hail, 5 inches in diameter. That is just to the east of Rotan. We also had a 3-inch indicated hail on this, although this storm further off to the north is down to 2.89 right now, which basically any other day of the year, that would definitely be a very significant hail that you'd be worried about, but today that's actually some of the smaller hail that we've been seeing. Even in the last radar scan, we still have 4.96 inch hail on this storm near Rotan, so definitely a considerable hailstorm ongoing there. In terms of what we can expect this to look like for the next couple of hours, it does seem like these storms are going to be what will congeal into a line here into a derecho. We originally thought that that was going to be our storms further up north in the Oklahoma Panhandle region as well as the Texas Panhandle, but it is not turning out that way. If these storms actually do manage to congeal into a line, this will probably be an actual derecho because they're already starting to turn into a line. We're already seeing those wind gusts be reported that are definitely significant. The only questionable parameter is whether or not from end to end it will reach 150 miles. We should see a 250 mile per hour trail of wind damage if this does occur, but it really doesn't make a difference in terms of how intense these are going to be. You can kind of see on the newest future radar update, that's the HRRR, that it does form much more of a line than the last model runs that we were talking about. It goes almost all the way up into central Oklahoma now, and it does still lapse towards Shreveport. And in classic MCS fashion, it will die eventually by taking a southern turn off to the south, where the environment is not going to be as good. Back on the radar again, it seems like our chasers are going to actually want to or have to core punch this storm. We've already had people come through this hail core, and we only saw up to baseball-sized hail. We may see some of our chasers go back north through the hail core just for fun to see if they can get any of those larger hail values.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. Back over in Roby.
Channel 1.
It's hurricane force winds.
Absolutely absurd.
So this storm is, again, definitely producing at least 80-mile-per-hour winds. It's literally been consistently like this.
Oh, I already got hit by a few. This awning isn't going to do enough.
Yep, they're coming in hot.
This is...
Here they come. See them?
Oh, wait.
Yep, you can hear them too on the roof.
Storm intermediate, too. I'm going to go back to Freddy. They're literally underneath a gas station. They don't have much of a choice anymore. But this is definitely a substantial hailstorm and windstorm. Wow.
Oh, my gosh, they're big. They're big. They're big. Big hail coming in. Here, hand it to me for a second. Here they come. Wow.
Wow.
Getting intense. Already golf balls. Guess way. Oh, getting some side. Wow, this wind is ripping too.
This is crazy right now in
Like
Roby,
a hurricane
Texas.
out here.
Got a ton of hail falling, hurricane force winds. This one's going to be going towards Abilene here in a little bit.
Oh my gosh. This is absolutely insane, dude. Gotta really watch the wind too. The only thing I'm worried about is the awning.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't want the awning to come down. This is
Here, it's about to get so much worse.
I know, we're not even to the 60 dBz yet.
Yeah, they aren't even in the worst of the hail core yet. They're only going to get worse, I think.
Oh my gosh, what have we done? What have we done? Oh, it's coming in. Pull it up for a second.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They've issued a new tornado warning in Carter and Murray counties in Oklahoma. Put that bottom right of your screen.
To the awning here so that I can roll this down a little better. I'm gonna take it again for a second.
Yeah, that's a sulfur storm.
Whoa! Oh, the wind's getting really strong now.
We actually got flooding already starting to ramp up here.
Oh my gosh.
Ardmore, Oklahoma, by the way, you're included in the tornado warning. Bottom right of your screen. Lone Grove and Springer. Seek shelter
I
if
think
you're
it's
Ardmore.
60, 70, 80 mile an hour wind out there. Gotta really watch this awning.
It's also Storm Intermediate's view. Apparently their card is full, but you can see the wind. Oh man, look at Freddy's.
This is insane.
It just keeps getting stronger.
All right, hit it back to me again. Oh my gosh.
Literally looks like a hurricane. It's basically at that point right now.
I'm surprised this isn't tornado warning with how big of a couplet that is.
Dude, I know. Oh, getting water in here. So for the hail's not too big though. It's only like ping pongs. Ping pong max so far, but we're not even to the.
Yeah, window down is kind of wild. At least the wind's going the other direction, but still.
Yeah.
Really long way to go. At the yes way.
At the yes way.
It is the yes way the way.
Is it the way?
It is the yes way the way here. Pull us a little bit closer to these ponds. That's what it's like actually in. Just want to pull a little closer to the pump so that when I roll my window down, there's not as much water coming in. There's like literally a waterfall.
You don't just take a shower?
Yeah.
The storm is still warned for 4-inch size hail, 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds.
Little waterfall here. There you go. All right. You can pull in front of me. You're gonna get some of the hail though. It's kind of angling in here.
Jaden, you got room to back up. You've got like at least 2
I just want to throw it out there,
feet.
by the way. I got
You
cheese
could probably
curds.
pull
It
behind
is
me
chalk.
actually, like if you go crosswise or sideways.
I got
this,
cheese curds from Buffalo
awning.
Wild Wings.
The bigger hail's just about here.
Oh, just got showered again. Oh.
Soaked out there. That was so much fun.
By the
got
way, I got a
soaked in
kid's
my
meal and I
car.
didn't get my drink. Just want to throw that out there. I didn't even get a straw, but I didn't get a drink either. They have upgraded this
I
warning.
see you, Jaden.
Wow.
Jaden's on the move.
This is up to 90-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is the second highest warning that we've had today for wind and hail combined. 4-inch size hail, 90-mile-per-hour winds, and this is legit. Like, this is definitely producing both. Going towards Hawley, Anson, and eventually Abilene, Texas. The storm's absolutely crazy.
All right, it's kind of lightening up here, which is interesting. Oh, here comes the water coming back in.
This will be going in the direction of Abilene.
Appreciate you guys for tuning in here. We are about to get absolutely rocked.
I really want that drink too. I've run out of actual
not
drinks
here
that I
yet.
can have.
We're about to
Other
get
than
it.
water.
We're about to get it.
Latest scan, guys. What do you think of?
Even though this warning doesn't
the
say
worst
extremely
thing, yeah.
dangerous situation, it basically is. All right, it basically is an extremely dangerous situation here for the Hamlin, Rotan, and Roby areas, and also Anson. You need to be staying away from windows on the lowest floor possible. This is the highest, this is almost the highest level severe warning you can even get. I mean, you can't really get much higher for wind and hail combined. You can get up to DVD size hail, you can get up to like 100, 110 mile per hour winds, but yeah, I mean, this is just literally insane, this supercell. So again, if you're anywhere in this warning, you need to be taking this seriously. If you are back over in Abilene, I would be prepared for this. The storm is going in your direction. Like, it's trying to go down to the south, and so Abilene may end up getting hit by this storm as this continues to track down to the east-southeast. It is a very dangerous storm right now. And yeah, also back over in Oklahoma and Ardmore, we do have a tornado warning here. If you're over in Ardmore, Oklahoma, you need to be in your safe place. The main area of rotation right now is located just to the west of Springer. So that is your area of rotation. If we were to have a tornado, it would be coming into the northwest side of Ardmore over the next few minutes. I don't really think this has a really good chance of producing a tornado long-term because of all the convection. We got a little bit of rain that's going to merge into this thing, and it could kind of choke it off and kind of provide rain, cool air, and kind of weaken this thing. So that's possible. By the way, the winds are picking up again. Literally intensifying yet again. Back over in Roby. This is another wave of wind. And this is what I'm talking about with the potential for a line of storms tonight.
Thank you.
In North Texas, is that we could literally have this line of storms produce at least a couple of waves of high winds. And it's doing it again where we have, once again, strong winds going right through Roby, Texas. This is another example of that. It's starting to intensify again. Storm is again warned for 90-mile-per-hour winds, which is basically Category 2 level winds. Yeah, the wind's definitely.
Just want to pop in and give you guys a quick rundown of what's going on.
So you can see the wind surging here.
Stuff farther up to the north.
Go back over to Storm Intermedia.
That's where the
Now reporting on this storm.
Not as much hail anymore, but still a lot of wind.
Copy that.
And
70,
we lost their signal.
Maybe 80-mile-per-hour gusts here.
I like it was mic cut out.
Hey Charlie, if Casey pops into the stream, can you give her the rundown?
All right. Back over to live radar. By the way, Tornado Pages bottom left of your screen, they are currently positioning out in front of this. We got a couple other chasers also out in front of this, so we're keeping an eye on them as well. But right now, if you're back over near Hawley, Texas, you need to be ready for this again. We are likely going to be seeing hurricane force winds in Hawley, Texas here very soon, and Anson, Texas. If you're back over in Abilene, definitely be ready for this as well. Again, this storm's all right now pushing down to the southeast, and it's very concerning in my opinion. The line of storms further off to the north, or that cluster, will probably turn into a line here soon. It's mainly 70-mile-per-hour winds. Wow, the wind just keeps going. This is crazy.
Whoa!
Let's got another surge of wind here.
All right, here we go.
It literally just doesn't end. That's a third surge of wind that we've had now.
Use the pumps as cover.
I hear a roar.
The tornado sirens are still going off too.
Here. Ooh. Oh my gosh! Did you hear that? You might have to hold power flashes. Power flashes. We got power flashes.
There's power flashes apparently.
Here come some stronger winds.
Got power flashes. Oh my gosh! I take it back.
Wow.
I didn't mean to make fun of you.
Right back to hurricane force winds.
This awning. This freaking awning might go. This awning
They just
might
issued
go.
a tornado warning for this storm, by the way. It's gonna be for Jones and Fisher
A new
counties.
tornado warning
Awning
has
is
been
wobbling.
issued.
Car is shaking.
I don't know where to hold the camera.
Dude, point out here. Look at the wind. It's like a hurricane. This is hurricane force wind. Oh my gosh.
This does include Rory, Texas. It does not include Merkel, Tyre, Abilene yet, but it's going in that direction.
I'm just trying to watch the awning. I don't want it to come down.
More power flashes just moments ago.
Did you hear that roar? When it was coming through. I heard it again. I heard another.
Going across the road.
They're saying they hear a roar.
Just had my car in reverse with my foot on the
Hey, for the record, if you look bottom right of your screen, there could actually be a tornado barely off to the northeast.
That's what I was worried about.
I just got hit in the face, bro.
Hey, we're in a tornado warning.
Oh, they tornado warned it?
Tornado warning just issued for here.
Oh, there's a... What is that?
Well, that's lovely.
Which is really weird because, you know.
What the heck is that
Wait,
thing?
did you hear that roar again?
That pipe?
Yeah.
Where's the couplet? It ain't gonna come in house, is it?
Where do we gotta go?
No, it's passing east. Should we go south while we can?
Dang, we probably should go south.
This is rained on.
Yeah,
This
I
point-
just got freaking
Plastic barrel?
soaked.
Trash can?
West of Abilene.
Got a flying trash can.
Like Trent.
Couplet's going just east.
Yeah, we should probably go get in position for it again, because this is obviously intense. Hey, your guys' Allied gas station, the back side of it's ripped off. Of the awning, was that like that when we pulled in?
Not sure. What do you guys want to do? Should we go? If we go, we won't be in the hail long.
Oh,
If
it
we
did.
book it.
Let's just.
Wait, it
let's
did rip
go.
it off.
I'm on board.
What did it rip off?
I can't key up.
Some damage here.
I can't key up, but I'm game. Yeah, I did rip part of the gas station awning off there, so.
Huh.
Dang.
Oh, there's damage. Again, this storm was just was tornado warned a couple minutes ago for Rory, or Roby, sorry, in Texas, just south of Hamlin. It is going towards Abilene, so again, if you're in Abilene, be ready for this. We got a huge surge of wind, and if we were to have a tornado, it could be rain-wrapped. It also could be a bit further to the east. It could be in several different places, but it is just a large hurricane, basically, but it's a little storm. You know, it's not a hurricane, but it basically looks like one with how high the winds are and everything, so... Once again, if you're in the warning, you need to definitely be in your safe place. It is currently warned for 4-inch sized hail, and also 90-mile-per-hour damaging winds are a possibility. This is still a destructive storm. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, this is that 100-mile-per-hour wind report on GR2. So this was via Mesonet. Obviously 100-mile-per-hour winds. Those are something that you don't normally see out of thunderstorms. But apparently this occurred near Gorey, Texas. There was a Mesonet station that was there that got in the strongest part of that winds. And funny enough, they did just downgrade the warning associated with that storm to a regular severe thunderstorm warning. Hopefully they upgrade that again because it's definitely producing very, very strong winds.
Hey, Riley, for the update. So basically, the storm has now produced at least up to 100-mile-per-hour winds already. And so what we just saw was probably just an appetizer to what it actually is producing. This is also Tornado Pagey. They're looking at the structure from the south. That's the structure from the south. This is near Sweetwater, Texas. They're currently positioning, but you can see it there. As the structure from the south right now. I think Bob Pack also has a view of this, but... Freddy's currently driving down to the south. They're trying to get out of this area. But again, the rotation's still fairly strong right now. This is the latest scan. Pretty strong rotation over 1085 roadway. The velocities are peaking at 103 miles per hour. Actually, a 108. So again, the winds could literally be as high as 110 miles per hour right now, just out of the singular supercell. Also near Haskell, Texas, and Newcastle, this storm is right now warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds. It is pretty much outflowy right now. It's not really doing much of anything tornadic-wise. I don't think it will for a little while until it organizes more into a line. And then back over in Ardmore, Oklahoma, we still have a tornado warning here. Actually, rotation's pretty tight right now, just off to the southwest of Springer. That is going to be coming up into the northwest side of Ardmore here in a few minutes. So if you are at Ardmore, Oklahoma, you need to be in your safe place away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This storm currently moving down to the southeast at about 30 miles per hour. And they have just downgraded a warning. I don't know which one it was. Brewster County, Texas. Where is that? Oh, that's way down there. All right, never mind. All right, this back to live radar. Latest scan still showing very strong rotation right now. Back over near 1085 roadway. No tornado page. He kind of has a view of this. That's the wrong thing. Oops. Actually got some rays right there in the middle of your screen there. That is with the sun setting and the clouds. Yeah, you can see those rays right there at the top of your screen. That's again from the sun setting. It's about 8:30. The sun sets right about now. Kind of a cool view. And then on the left side, obviously your storm. It's pretty split divide between it being kind of sunny and then massive storm.
This is all the modest out here.
But once again, this storm is still very dangerous, producing up to 90-mile-per-hour winds and 4-inch sized hail currently tracking down to the southeast. I'm going to see if we have another view of this. I think we do. Maybe not. All right. Thank you, Stella, for the $10 super chat. Thank you, Lou, for the $50 super sticker. Really appreciate that. All right, Riley has an update.
Hey, Max, just wanted to start pointing out where we think that this could congeal into a line. Obviously, we used to have a lot more cells down here, but this part down here has started to sort of connect together. Up here as well, it's all sort of starting to connect together sooner rather than later. I do expect to see additional convection go up in between these two separate lines, and that is going to lead to obviously one giant system that would technically be that 150 miles long that we need for a derecho. This also is around the time period that the storms would be able to start taking advantage of our 700 millibar winds, and that's when they can form a very, very strong rear inflow jet. They're not really doing that yet, and we're already seeing winds upwards of 100 miles per hour. Unfortunately, we are starting to get more damage reports where we had that 100 mile per hour wind gust just off to the south in between Monday and Gorey. There was a semi that was overturned on Highway 70 or 277 associated with that damaging wind area, and we're also seeing more reports of vehicles being blown off the road. No injury reports yet, but there's widespread tree damage as well.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. I just want to throw it out there, by the way, in case you saw me making faces. This grilled cheese from Buffalo Wild Wings might be the worst grilled cheese I think I've ever had. It looks good, but it's terrible. I don't know what it is, but it tastes really bad. All right, off topic. Let me go back to Storm Intermedia. They have a pretty good view here of this supercell that is, again, tornado warned right now. You'd actually see the inflow coming in from the right there. That is attempting to help organize our area of rotation.
Maybe it's turning a little bit.
A little inflow tail right there. The main area of rotation is just east of Roby right now. It's got a little bit broader, but we definitely have hurricane force winds still a possibility with this storm as it moves towards Abilene. The destructive severe warning has ended because of it expiring, but we'll probably get a new warning here in a moment.
Be interested to see if this thing can suck that in or not.
It's the cheese they use. I didn't get wings because it would be too messy.
Cell over here, even if the overlay deactivated, is tornado warned. We just intercepted just west of the circulation, and we've got some pretty violent conditions there. very see we have 1,200 of you guys watching. If you guys have not already, please be sure to have smashed that like button and hit that subscribe.
All right, we'll back to them in a second. But that's a view again of the storm right now, just to the southeast of Roby. Let me go back over to Ardmore. Latest radar scan showing broader rotation now just south of Springer. I don't think this Ardmore storm is as concerning as before, even though it had a tight couplet. There may have been a tornado, but it's definitely gotten weaker over the last few minutes. But still be in your safe place in case there's a tornado. We have pretty poor radar coverage near Ardmore, Oklahoma. This will be moving into Dixon, Mansville, Gene Autry, eventually going towards Medill and Kingston. We also have a severe warning near Durant. This is a little storm that's popped up out in front of our line. That is for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And we also have severe weather now rolling into Bowie, Texas, just outside of Gainesville. That is for 65-mile-per-hour winds and also quarter-sized hail currently moving down to the southeast. And then back over near Oklahoma City in Norman. This area of storms right now is mostly 60-mile-per-hour winds and eventually going towards Shawnee. And then otherwise, it's mostly going to be, again, what's happening in Texas right now, just off to the west of Graham. We got, again, a significant line of storms that is going to be organizing over the next hour with widespread damaging wind potential and the potential also for some tornadoes. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Max, so we're getting the graphic for it. It hasn't generated yet, but it's important that we mention right now that we do have a new PDS severe thunderstorm watch. We'll have that graphic to you in a second, but this is not the current watch. This is an extension. So I believe what they're doing is replacing the watch that we had off to the east of our current PDS watch with a new PDS severe thunderstorm watch. So definitely going to have an extreme situation here. I believe it's probably going to include places like Dallas, Abilene, Fort Worth. We're going to get that graphic, but please be prepared to take shelter for a storm that's 2-3 hours away right now.
Hey, Riley, for the update. Yeah, so back over in North Texas, we've had a severe thunderstorm watch, and as I've alluded to a lot, this was only supposed to go through 9 o'clock tonight. The line of storms is coming. Like, we're going to have a big line form, I think, over the next few hours. So North Texas, you're going to be under a new watch here very shortly, if not within like the next couple minutes here. So we are expecting a brand new watch across North Texas, which actually just was issued. So we have a new watch that has been issued. You can actually see it now. It is a particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm watch. This is, again, a very rare situation. Across North Texas and, you know, Louisiana, a little sliver of Arkansas as well. We do not see this very often. The last time we had a singular PDS severe thunderstorm watch was back in 2024, in May. I think it was May 29th of 2024. That was the last time we even had one of these. This is now the second one that we've had today. And that includes pretty much all of North Texas. It includes most of Northeast Texas, Northwest Louisiana, and Southeastern Oklahoma, where a few tornadoes are possible, scattered apple-sized hail is possible. And then they've also mentioned that widespread wind gusts up to 100 miles per hour is expected. That is expected. That is not like a possibility. It is basically expected that we are going to be seeing widespread wind gusts here across North Texas and Northeast Texas. So you need to be taking this very seriously. I've already talked about this a lot, but this is the main event. This line of storms that is forming will be the main event for North Texas. I do fully expect that it is going to get very, very, it's going to get very active very fast here in North Texas. We don't have many storms there right now. We got like one severe warning, but this is all going to organize into a large line of storms and then eventually produce the threat of basically widespread severe weather over the next few hours. So again, have your tornado action plan ready to go, have multiple ways to receive alerts, and get ready for a very intense line of thunderstorms here as it rolls across North Texas. Again, we will be live covering pretty much this entire thing. So make sure you're subscribed to the channel and click the bell icon so you're notified, even though, I mean, there's nothing you're going to be notified about, but just make sure you're subscribed to the channel. We'll keep you posted with the latest. That way you can at least see us on the YouTube feed and all that good stuff. All right, back over to the west. We still have a tornado warning northwest of Abilene. This goes for 26 more minutes. The rotation's gotten a lot broader. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning now, which does include Abilene, Texas. So if you're in Abilene, Texas, be ready for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds and golf ball-sized hail. Sorry, 1 second. All right. Yeah, again, if you're in Abilene, Texas, we got 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds, golf ball-sized hail. That's going to be coming up here over the next hour or so. You need to make sure that you're staying away from windows and on the lowest floor possible as this storm rolls in. This has been a very intense supercell, as we've already seen from Freddie McKinney. We had very high winds back over in Roby, Texas, and we are expecting that these high winds are going to continue as this supercell continues to track down to the southeast over the next several minutes. This is a live shot here from Tornado Pagey looking at this storm right now. You can see the structure off to the left here. That is the supercell that is capable of 80-mile-per-hour winds and golf ball-sized hail.
I-20 will... Okay. we're supposed to be looking at the storm, but wow. Sunlit on us. It is getting very dusty. Whoa.
Some dust. Starting to have trouble.
We're going across dust again. So this is out in front of our storm here. So we're already getting... This is on I-20, by the way, which is actually kind of dangerous.
A new tornado warning.
This is on I-20, which is a popular interstate. And so with this storm coming, we're going to have outflow dominant winds also coming from the supercell, which is going to push out a bunch of dust. And it's going to create very low visibility. Obviously, it was very brief there, but it will be much thicker as this storm gets closer to Abilene. We have a brand new tornado warning. By the way, Bob Pack, middle of your screen, has a really good view of the storm too near Abilene. Brand new tornado warning. This one's for Durant, Oklahoma. I'm actually not surprised by this. It is a little discreet cell out in front of our line. But we got a little hook right here over Highway 91 that is moving to the east-southeast. It will eventually track towards the Red River Valley. If you're in Durant, Oklahoma, though, seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This storm will, again, be moving to the east-southeast, just south of Durant. It's moving east at about 8 miles per hour. 8 miles per hour is the speed. It is very slow. One of the slower supercells that you'll see, which means at some point this line of storms will catch up and absorb that discrete supercell. The severe warning for the Oklahoma City area was just upgraded to 70 mile per hour damaging winds. So Norman, Oklahoma City, you guys are now included in up to 70 mile per hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. This storm is currently moving down to the east-southeast right now. So eventually going towards Shawnee. This is Bob Pack's view of the storm near Abilene right now. Structure actually looks crazy on this thing. Absolutely crazy.
About to hit the junction of the other highway up here ahead. Yeah, just to the left.
Hey, Vincent, for the $10 super chat.
Watching that tornado.
Wichita Falls, you guys are probably not going to see much more tonight. I think the worst of it's already past you.
Tornado.
Once again, this storm is still tornado warned just outside of Abilene, Texas right now. That's what it looks like.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Alright, we got a new tornado warning. This is going to be over in Atoka and Bryant counties. We have 3 tornado warnings now in southern Oklahoma. The new one is for Caddo.
I dropped my phone.
Going towards Bachito. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Again, another little surprise here. This is literally the 3rd tornado warning in this general area, and we got multiple discrete cells that have just kind of popped up out in front of our line. So definitely seek shelter, Durant and Caddo. These storms are moving east at 9 and 8 miles per hour. That's it. These are very, very, very slow-moving storms here. But the Durant one did look a little bit more concerning. The Caddo one really, like, look at the rotation. This is the last 7 scans, which goes from 8:33 back to, what is it? Let me get the timing here. So this is over the last 6 minutes. This rotation is basically stationary. So if we have a tornado on the ground near Caddo, which it's possible with how tight this rotation is, it is basically stationary. So seek shelter if you're in Caddo. This structure, again, is just unbelievable here near Abilene.
Where can I get? Let's see.
Looks like a spaceship again. Back to looking like a spaceship. Got the rear camera here. A little bit of cloud ground lightning back there too. Hey, Jaden, for becoming a member. Thank you, Vincent, again for the super chat. Hey, Robert, for the generous super chat. Appreciate that. Also, shout out to Robert with the PayPal donation, and Edward with the PayPal donation, and John. Just back over to live radar. If we have a tornado near Caddo, Oklahoma, it'll be right over near Kennefic. It's basically stationary, moving east at maybe 9 miles per hour, 10 miles per hour. It's very slow moving. And then back over in Durant, Oklahoma, if we have a tornado, it'll be down to your southwest near Colbert. It's very slowly moving to the east, and it'll be coming up on a Chile and Calera maybe within the next hour. Again, it's a very slow moving supercell. So expectations are kind of low on its overall speed of getting to those locations. Also, they've downgraded the severe warning from ping pongs all the way down to, or all the way from 4-inch diameter hail. It's all the way down now to ping pong ball sized hail. So this supercell is weakened very quickly, but unfortunately it is bowing out, which means we are going to get a significant wind threat back over in Abilene and Hawley, Texas. So you need to be ready in Abilene and Hawley, Texas for very high winds. That is the biggest concern right now back over in the Abilene area here in central Texas. There is a large shelf cloud that is visible once again. This is Bob Pack looking at it. Got a huge shelf cloud here that is going to be located right over 1812 Road, just south of Anson. Look at all the lightning with this.
Very nice.
Ton of cloud ground lightning right now. Shout out to Scott also with the PayPal donation. I appreciate that. We just got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This is across central, kind of southern Oklahoma, just south of Oklahoma City. Some severe gusts may occur over the next few hours. There's up to 80-mile-per-hour winds, and then on top of that, up to golf ball size tail will be a possibility. We also just got another mesoscale discussion back over in Missouri, just south of St. Louis. Main concern will be up to 70-mile-per-hour winds and also golf ball size tail.
They just reissued a...
Once again, this storm is going towards Abilene right now. They've issued a slew of severe warnings, by the way. I need to go back over to radar. We got a slew of severe warnings right now. Anywhere from 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds currently across a large chunk of central Texas between Abilene, Graham, and Olney, Texas, Newcastle. Anywhere from 60 to 80-mile-per-hour winds are likely. Abilene is in the destructive warning for 80-mile-per-hour winds. Everything else right now is 70 miles per hour, other than the Seymour storm. So, again, significant damaging winds coming. This is a large line of storms that's forming. It is still possible that we do end up getting a derecho out of this, but at the bare minimum, a severe mesoscale convective system is likely here across north and central Texas. It is all going to be eventually pushing into North Texas later on. I would also be keeping an eye on these storms here near Throckmorton. There is a chance that this storm, if it's able to get a little bit more out in front or near that outflow boundary, I definitely wouldn't rule out a potential for a tornado, which would be more of a QLCS tornado threat. That is heading down towards Breckenridge and Eastland. So that'll be something to keep an eye on. Also, northwest and north of DFW, we got severe weather rolling into Bowie and Gainesville right now with damaging winds up to 65 miles per hour. And in addition to that, there's going to be a little bit of quarter-sized hail and frequent lightning. This is back over to Abilene, Texas. This is live, just outside of Abilene.
Actually, I could probably just go ahead and do 36. Yeah, I can just do my normal route that I would.
Would we be worried about tornadoes in Collin County? I wouldn't be worried. Just stay weather aware. I think the biggest concern will be wind. They've just upgraded a severe warning, I think. Maybe? Yeah, so this severe thunderstorm warning, still 80-mile-per-hour winds for Abilene, but it was downgraded to ping pong ball size hail.
Tell them either.
Trying to beat this thing to Abilene.
This is Freddie McKinney just south of it.
Cut it off. Glad we have a nice interstate here.
Oh yeah.
I'm getting good fuel mileage though. What?
We're not getting too. My brain.
Hey, Jeremy, for the $20 super chat, and Tim for becoming a member.
Eli is officially cooked.
All right, let me get back over to
The
Bob.
good thing is we don't have to go that far now.
I mean, this thing is rotating.
And Bob is
Yes,
located near
it's very
Holly, Texas
broad.
right now.
I mean, I can sit here and look at it and see it doing it.
By the way, all 3 tornado warnings right now in southern Oklahoma have broader rotation. Just continue to stay in your safe place. The most concerning one to me right now is near Cato, or Caddo. The one south of Durant's gotten a little bit broader.
That's interesting looking.
But if we had a tornado near Durant, it'd be over Colbert. And also near Pickwick. Storm Intermedia's view. They had a view.
Dust.
They got more dust coming up in front of them. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go back to Freddy
Hey,
on
little
3.
Gusnado here. Whoa.
Freddy has a Gusnado apparently. Got another Gusnado.
Dude, what the Sigma, dude? I need a cord. Thanks, man. Jeez, this wind is winding.
The wind is.
And we lost Freddy. Oh, nope, he's back.
Yeah, it kind of looks that way. Where do we ride this thing out at? Merkel, maybe?
Thank you, Jeremy, for the $20 super chat.
Whoa.
Dust storms are terrifying.
Upgraded their membership to W supporter.
I'm not gonna lie, this isn't really like a
Thank
dust
you,
storm.
JP.
By the way, this is Bob Pack's view. He actually he had a really cool view there a second ago. I think we might have it again in a second. Maybe. Get a really cool view. Oh, he's gonna turn around. All right, let's see. I think he has a really good view of this. Maybe not. Maybe he's driving around. All right, I'll go back to him in a second. Yeah, this isn't like a dust storm. It's just a lot of the thing is like all the downburst winds that we have, which is up to 80 miles per hour near Abilene.
It doesn't look
They are
all that,
surging
like, menacing hail
out from our
right
storm,
now.
and it's basically kicking up all this dust, especially with how dry it's been recently.
Oh, we're up to what?
You're at 14 sigma.
Dude, what is wrong with me today?
Like in a major windstorm.
You
with
should have
zero
done
visibility.
a
That's
lot more.
my only thing. As long as we keep going, we should be able to make it. I believe we can find somewhere to just ride it out in Abilene.
And they're coming up on the dust. This is back over to Bob
Yeah, it
Pack,
looks
who
like
has a
we're-
pretty good
yeah,
view
yeah.
of this storm. Get a few lightning strikes in a second. It's actually kind of cool. This is...
Well,
You know what?
east
I'm
down
gonna
by
get
like
on the power.
east and then south of like Graham, but I wouldn't worry too much about
Looking
hail.
from the
Right,
left,
what?
I
I
need
clicked
to
3
go
and it didn't
on
work.
the highway.
60, 70.
This is Vince Walty. He's back over near Olney, Texas, and it is actually a lightning show over here. You can see all the lightning. It's very frequent up here. Hey, Linda, from coming a member, welcome to the Velocities.
Oh yeah, yeah. I started over by.
Thank you, James, also for the super chat. Oklahoma is lame today. I mean, it's probably better that it's lame rather than it being super damaging.
I'm from Wisconsin. About 20 miles south of Madison. Did you? It's almost Canada. I figured. Yeah, it's nice until it gets cold.
Bob Pack is actually coming up. It looks like
looks like it's moving more east.
you got some dust that's about to pass in front of him now. Look at this. EDS dust intercept back over near Abilene. We're gonna drive right into it. I don't think they're gonna continue this tornado warning, by the way. I think it's gonna be just a big wind threat for Abilene, but even then, I mean, 80-mile-per-hour winds can still be destructive. Hey, Richard, coming member, and Tucker for the $10 super chat. Tornado threat Olney is basically zero.
Pretty much about it.
The line we thought it was gonna be.
Basically zero back
I mean, the
over in
worst of it right now.
Olney, Texas. If you look at the radar right now, it's pretty much all outflow dominant right now. So as long as it's outflow dominant on these northern storms, we're not really looking at much of a tornado risk until this congeals into one large line of storms. We could always get something that spins up as well, like over here. This is like the one area I've been looking at back over near the west side of Woodson. It's been rotating a little bit, but it's not like organized yet. If it stays behind the outflow boundary, this storm, it's not really going to be producing much of a tornado threat. But I think it's something we need to keep an eye on as this storm continues to move down to the southeast. Also, new severe thunderstorm warning all the way back up where we've already had storms today, Knox City and Mundy. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Back over in southern Oklahoma, we have 3 tornado warnings that are active. We got one in Durant, we got one in Caddo, and then we got one near Ardmore. I think the Ardmore tornado warning will probably just be canceled. The rotation's now moved outside of the tornado warning. And then back over near Caddo, Oklahoma. I keep saying Caddo. I'm pretty sure it's Caddo. Back over in Caddo, Oklahoma, this storm is moving east at about 9 miles per hour. It is very slow. Rotation's basically been in the same area for the last 20 minutes or so, and if there were a tornado, it could literally be stationary. But that's moving into Caddo over the next 2 minutes, and then crossing over Highway 6975. And then the Durant storm, the main area of rotation, is located near Colbert. That'll probably be moving into Chile. Durant's in this warning, but there isn't really much in Durant, so I'm not too concerned about that storm right now. We'll be keeping an eye on it. Back over to Olney, Texas. And we just got a new tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Speaking about Durant, it's literally for Durant. They've issued a new tornado warning. It's a bit of a radar hole, but we have a little area of rotation right now over the west side of Durant that is going towards Bachito, just south of Caddo, and then eventually going towards Bennington. Again, all these storms are moving east at like 5 to 10 miles per hour. So seek shelter if you're in any of these tornado warnings. We got 3 tornado warnings right now in and around Durant, Oklahoma. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So we just had an 81-mile-per-hour wind gust out of Avoca, Texas. That is actually 86 now. 86-mile-per-hour wind gust out of Avoca. That is the storm that is moving into Abilene right now.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Let me go back over to this. Go to, let me go over to Freddy. Oh, it's actually a cool camera. This is back over in Senerty Ranch in Texas. This is one of the Radar Omega cyclone ports, which you can watch inside of the Radar Omega app at the top link in the description below. It'll pop up in like 2 seconds, but that's a view right now of our storm near Olney, Texas. It kind of has like a little night vision camera going to it, so we can actually see the storm pretty well. I mean, there's a ton of lightning. This is in Loving, Texas, by the way. There's a boatload of lightning with the storm, and you got a shelf cloud rolling in too. This should be producing damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour as it moves into Newcastle, Olney, and then Graham, and then Bryson, sorry, Texas, and then eventually going towards Jack County near Jacksboro. All right, back over in Abilene, Texas, we still have a severe thunderstorm warning here for up to 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. The highest winds right now are approaching Hawley, Texas. These will be moving into Abilene within the next 10 minutes or so. So if you're in Abilene, Texas, now is the time to be staying away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. The tornado warning will probably be canceled at any moment because the rotation is gone. I would assume it's going to be allowed to expire. I mean, again, there's really nothing rotating here. The only rotation that could spin up would be probably off here to the north, back up here near Anson, Texas. So that is something we'll be keeping a close eye on. Look at this, by the way. This is a live shot also in the Radar Omega Cyclone Port at the United Rescue Alliance camp in Barclay. This is just south of Abilene. Another cool camera here. Looking at our storm in Abilene. Got more of a blue tinge there. That is, again, water droplets reflecting from the sunlight, which, again, the sun is basically set now, but we still got a little bit of a blue tinge here. Very cool. That's a cool little live shot. It's going to be bottom middle of your screen, at least for the time being. Look at this, by the way. Back up near Woodson, Texas. Velocities are now being measured at 80 to 85 miles per hour. We could actually have, well, it got upgraded, so, I mean, I guess that makes sense. They just upgraded the warning to 80-mile-per-hour winds here, northwest of Breckenridge. I would expect if the winds continue, we'll probably get a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Breckenridge and Graham here soon, also in the Newcastle area. So be ready for that. New severe thunderstorm warning near Sherman, Texas, Denison, and Gainesville. That is going to be for 65-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail that is moving down to the south Again, this is a kind of Boeing segment of storms right now that's moving down to the south. We got a little bit of storm activity that's actually moving northeast, but this will all kind of congeal into one line here over the next hour or so as this continues to move down into the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Again, we are currently expecting basically 2 lines. We're kind of doing nowcasting instead of looking at models because this is the most accurate way to look at it. But we currently have a line of storms here that is going to be moving into North Texas. I think this will be more what impacts Dallas-Fort Worth more than likely. And then this line of storms will probably be more of a western North Texas threat, maybe making it to Fort Worth. And then it should eventually become all one line of storms. New severe warning west of Shreveport. Get ready if you're in Shreveport for quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. We also just got a destructive 90-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning for Throckmorton, Texas. This near Woodson, just east of Haskell. This is technically supposed to be an extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning, but it's 90-mile-per-hour winds right now for Throckmorton, Woodson, just to the east of Haskell, Texas. So if you're in this warning, you need to be in your safe place. That's a storm shelter, basement, closet, bathroom, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. This is an extremely dangerous situation here with this storm moving down to the east-southeast. There's a boatload of lightning, by the way. Vince is on it. And you can just literally see on the Radar Mega app here, there's literally lightning everywhere. But the winds are the highest right now, just south of Throckmorton. But again, 90-mile-per-hour winds. It's basically a Category 2 hurricane here. Again, if you're back over in Abilene, Texas, we got about 5 minutes until the highest winds move into Abilene. Stay away from windows again if you are in Abilene, Texas. The wind should be picking up here in the next couple minutes. Put Tornado Pagey bottom middle of your screen. They are currently in Abilene, so I'll have a view of that. And also, Freddie McKinney bottom left is near Ty, Texas, which is just west of Abilene. Thank you, Beth, for the $20 super chat. Shout out to Lindsay. Shout out to her. Hopefully she gets through it. Thank you, Jen, also for the $10 super chat. Durant's pretty big, lots of people. Literally all of the Durant area is pretty much under a tornado warning. Unfortunately, we do not have a great radar site here, but we are at least basing it off of what we can see on radar, which is at least some rotation over the north side of Durant. Got a little bit of rotation near 91, and then the storm near Caddo is not really rotating anymore. So I think really the biggest concern is the storm over Durant and the one just north of Denison. Yeah, if you look at any reflectivity radar, it's just hard to see because we have a big radar hole here. But we could have a tornado near Colbert. Again, these are basically stationary areas of rotation. They are really not moving at all. So, and then the other one is going to be on the north side of Durant. If there is a tornado, it'd be over the north side of Durant more than likely. So be in your safe place again if you're in Durant or in Colbert, Texas or Calera. Thank you, Laura, for the $25 super chat for a new dinner, Max. I mean, I might need one. Literally snacking on cheese curds right now. That's all I'm eating. The grilled cheese was absolutely terrible. Might be the worst grilled cheese I've ever had. Definitely getting interesting over here north of Abilene. This segment of storms is bowing out a little bit, and there's a chance that we could get a tornado threat in this area at some point as that goes towards Cisco and Eastland. We need to keep an eye on this area of storm activity as it goes towards Breckenridge as well. Little bit of convergence maybe in the next half hour or so as this moves down to the southeast. Got a new graphic here from the National Weather Service of Norman, with our 3 different tornado warnings right now around Caddo, Durant, and Colbert. And take shelter if you're in this area. Golf ball size hail also a concern with these storms. But just figured there's a little bit of a relay there. There's a report, by the way, of possibly a mobile home destroyed in Rotan, Texas. They've also just updated the warning for Baylor, Ford, and Knox counties. That is the one that's back over here north of Rochester. That's an up to 70-mile-per-hour wind. So again, these storms are all ramping up right now. Everything is increasing in intensity. And I would fully expect that our severe weather threat will continue to increase over the next couple of hours across North Texas. As a reminder, we do have a particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm watch in place for pretty much all of North Texas for tonight. This is the highest level warning that you could possibly have. Or highest level watch, excuse me, you could possibly have for a severe thunderstorm watch. So again, be ready if you're in North Texas, the Dallas-Fort Worth area. High winds are coming. We got 2 lines of thunderstorms forming. We got one north of DFW, and we got another one west of DFW. And all of these are going to be producing significant damaging winds. If you have any friends or family anywhere in this general area, make sure to share the stream with them. Again, we'll be live here throughout this entire severe weather episode here, at least across most of North Texas. We got another destructive severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be back over in Breckenridge, Texas, just south of Newcastle. That is for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And then on top of that, quarter-sized hail is a possibility. So if you're anywhere in this area, just north of Eastland, make sure that you're staying away from windows. Treat this as if it is a tornado warning, because 80-mile-per-hour winds is basically a tornado. It is destructive in terms of the wind speeds that we could be seeing here over the next several minutes. Again, this will be moving through Breckenridge probably in about 20 minutes or so, so around 9:20, 9:25, and then approaching Strawn and as well as Ranger, Texas by around 9:35, 9:40 is the approximate ETA for those areas. And then Abilene, Texas is about to get hit by some high winds. This warning is still for up to 80-mile-per-hour winds. Despite the velocities being lower, I still have a feeling that the winds are a bit higher than 80 miles per hour. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I'm looking at this new considerable severe thunderstorm warning. This is actually behind our line, so the majority of our storms are over here right now. But we have another considerable thunderstorm behind the line. And it's actually going to go over an area where you've already seen winds of over 100 miles per hour today, and there's a flash flood warning. So unfortunately, I think that part of the side effect of our storm stalling before congealing into a line is we are going to see more severe convection occur behind the line as well. So we might be looking at something where we see 100-mile-per-hour winds come through, people kind of get an hour to like take a break from the severe weather, and then we have another severe thunderstorm warning or area of severe thunderstorm warnings coming through the back of that. So this is going to be very bad. If there is major damage, they have to do search and rescue. We're going to have to stall that for 2-3 hours. Unfortunately, we're already hearing reports out of Roby, Texas, that a mobile home was damaged and completely thrown by the winds. I do want to stress that if you're in a mobile home and you see one of these considerable or destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, unfortunately, it is not safe to occupy that residence whatsoever. You have to evacuate. You will be better off in something like a motor vehicle or lying down in the ditch uncovered if there is a destructive or considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Obviously, a car is the most preferable of those two options, but just know that a mobile home will not be safe during these warnings.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, so again, this is a very dangerous situation. I can't stress this enough either. If you're in a mobile home, you need to make sure that you are not being in a mobile home during one of these severe warnings, because it's not safe. You need to be in a sturdy structure, get into a ditch, go to a Taco Bell. Like, it doesn't matter where you are. Just make sure that you're not in a mobile home, because those are just not safe during any sort of destructive severe warning. Again, almost every one of these warnings is at least 80 to 90 miles per hour now. They've just upgraded the warning, by the way, back over here near Moran, Texas. This is up to 90 miles per hour. We got 2 different severe warnings right now at 90 mile per hour winds, and then on top of that, the one for Breckenridge is at 80. So I mean, we got 3 destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. The one in Abilene got downgraded to 70, but even then, that is still substantial. So please, if you're in a mobile home tonight or a trailer home, you need to make sure that you're going somewhere else. I would not be there tonight if you're in North Texas. If you have friends or family nearby, just be with them at least for a few hours, and then once the storms pass, you can do whatever. But right now is definitely not the time to be in a mobile home. Also, there is a chance that we have a little bit of rotation developing west of Woodson. We'll have to keep an eye on that. That's near the outflow boundary. But more than anything, we're still talking about more of a significant wind threat across the board with this entire line moving down to the southeast. Will Arlington be all right? Well, yeah, if you're in North Texas, including the Dallas-Fort Worth area, I would be taking this seriously. I'm not saying you're all right, because you're probably not. Again, we're probably going to see widespread severe storms across North Texas tonight. We already have widespread storms outside of you, and once these lines organize further, we are likely going to end up seeing a very organized line with basically widespread severe weather. For right now, it's pretty much numerous to widespread storms. The severe weather's numerous. It'll be probably widespread within the hour. Yeah, if you're over in, let me just do a quick little update for those like in North Texas, for example. As I'm saying that, we just got a new severe warning. So if you're in Denton County, brand new severe thunderstorm warning. That is going to be for 70 mile per hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. So be ready again for significant severe weather with this line as it continues to push south. But what I was about to say here is that we got 2 different lines of storms. We got one along the Red River. We got another one back over in central Texas. So this line of storms is going to be probably going more this direction could still impact the Fort Worth area. This line of storms is going to be pushing more than anything, I think, into Dallas-Fort Worth. So we got basically two lines that are happening, and this will probably all congeal into one line at some point, and it more than likely will congeal over somewhere in North Texas. Who knows where, but it'll probably congeal at some point in just a one large line. But it's basically two separate lines of thunderstorms right now that are ongoing. All right, let's go back to Abilene here. A little quick update. The highest winds now near Abilene are going to be on the north side of town. Again, the damaging wind potential not nearly as high as before. It's currently sitting at around 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. And be ready for some at least a considerable threat for damaging winds as this line of storms moves across Abilene, Texas. It will be approaching Clyde and Bayard over the next few minutes as well. A little bit of rotation still. I'm not really that concerned about an imminent tornado threat. I'm just, again, way more concerned about our damaging wind threat across the board. There will be some tornadoes, I think, but right now the biggest concern is definitely damaging winds. You can see the outflow boundary pretty clearly on radar too. This right here is your outflow boundary. That is also where there will be a surge of wind, and then there'll be more downburst winds inside of these storms as well as this line continues to push down to the southeast. We have a boatload of lightning as well near Throckmorton and Woodson. The highest winds with this entire area are currently located near Woodson, Texas, and also near Albany, I cannot say that, of up to 90 mile per hour winds. So, again, this entire stretch here of severe weather just north of Abilene is currently warned for destructive winds between 80 to 90 miles per hour. That is coming up into Breckenridge over the next few minutes. Something I would also keep an eye on is that we got a couple little discrete cells that are trying to form out in front of this line. If one of these is able to organize quick enough, there could actually be a tornado threat out of those. It's kind of similar to what we're seeing right now in southern Oklahoma. We've had some discrete supercells fire up near Durant, and we could see something similar over there in North Texas, where if a supercell forms out in front of our line of storms, that also could produce the threat of very large hail and maybe even a tornado threat. Over the last few minutes, we still have some broad rotation on a couple of these different tornado warnings in southern Oklahoma. I'm honestly not super concerned about a tornado threat with the storm near Caddo. If you're in Durant, again, just stay in your safe place. The warning goes for 8 more minutes. This one just south of Durant does have a more noticeable hook echo and may have stronger rotation. I say may because we don't really know. It's in a radar hole, but that'd be on the east side of Colbert coming up on a Chile and eventually going towards 78 over the next few minutes. Hey, and I'll reboot later. Remind me if I forget. It'll probably crash again. Got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This back over in the Texas Panhandle. A few instances of severe wind and hail may occur for the next few hours. Matador, Guthrie, Childress are all included in that new mesoscale discussion. So again, we're not quite done. We've had multiple rounds of severe storms over there in the Texas Panhandle. We got another one coming in here over the next hour. Yeah, if you guys don't know where the Red River is, again, if you don't live in North Texas or even in Oklahoma, you may have no clue what I'm talking about. But the Red River Valley is basically this right here. It's basically the border of Texas and Oklahoma. I used to live in North Texas, so I'm kind of just used to calling out these places. But if you are not familiar with the area, that is what that is. Huge shout out to Lana with the $50 super chat. In construction and tower rain, or I'm guessing that crane operations. A gallon. What? I don't know what storm chasers do. Most of the time, I'm pretty sure they just get out of their car and pee somewhere. Like, just being real. I'm pretty sure that's what they do. I don't think there's like any, like, I don't think they give it, like, I get a gallon jug or something. Thank you, Trevor, for becoming a member. Also, thank you, Robert, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Also, shout out to One Day with the $50 super chat. Really appreciate that. Any concerns for Lawton, Oklahoma? I think Lawton is kind of winding down. I think the greatest threat is honestly to the south and east right now. We've got a large line of storms moving into Lantana here soon. We actually got a camera in Lantana, Texas. Let me pull that up. Might put it on one of these camera slots. No, I'm going to wait. Once the lightning picks up, we'll go to it. This is actually a live shot right now from Abilene, Texas. There is a ton of lightning right now. Ton of lightning from this camera. This is one of the Radar Mega Cyclone ports back over in Abilene, Texas. You can watch these cameras inside the Radar Mega app at the top link in the description below. But a decent amount of lightning on the storm right now. Lightning's been pretty frequent. see. Let's do... Actually, the winds are picking up quickly. This back over in Oklahoma. I don't know what... Where's this camera located? Is this Oklahoma City? I don't think this is Oklahoma City, is it? Aiden, where are these cameras that you send me? Or is it Oklahoma City? Winds are picking up right now. This is on I-40. Oh, yeah, this has to be Oklahoma City. It's probably near Shawnee. But we have damaging winds with the 60 miles per hour here. Some cars are slowing down as well. Hey, Joe for the super chat. And also Christiana for the super chat. Where in DFW do I live? I don't live in DFW anymore, but I used to. When I lived there, I was in Denton County. Which again, I miss a lot about North Texas. I loved living there. See the wind picking up a lot right now. This is definitely damaging winds around 60 to 70 miles per hour. Thank you, Ashley, for the $5 super chat. Eastland, Texas, you get up damaging winds up to 90 to 100 miles per hour. That's the biggest concern. Am I single? Yes. I've never dated anybody in my life, believe it or not. Denton mentioned. I used to live in Denton. I used to live in Denton County. Shout out to Zachary at the $20 super chat. Just want to say I appreciate what you do. Fun fact, I help install the camera in Abilene. Oh, really? That's awesome. That's pretty cool. It's a small world. The winds are really strong here east of Oklahoma City. This is definitely higher. It's probably around 65, if I had to guess. Maybe 70. Wind's actually been pretty much non-stop here. Also, a lot of lightning. Wind kind of is swirling a little bit too. Initially, before I went onto this camera, it was coming from the bottom, like from the bottom of the screen, and now it's coming towards the camera. This is a westbound camera. Yeah, the winds are pretty strong here. Thank you off of the $5 super chat. Appreciate the super chat. Does Canada have tornadoes? Canada does get tornadoes occasionally. Yeah, pretty windy there in Oklahoma City. That is nowhere near what we're probably seeing right now back over near Abilene. Again, north of Abilene, Texas. Holy crap, look at this. This is a pocket of upwards of 95 mile per hour winds right now coming up into Albany, Texas. That is substantial. 90 mile per hour winds right now coming up into Albany, Texas. And there's just one pocket of high velocities. We got another one near 80 to 85 near Woodson. And I believe it, by the way. I believe the winds are that high. Like, I legitimately think, I know the velocities can sometimes be inaccurate since we're looking higher up into the atmosphere, but that is pretty reasonable. Apparently we got another camera in Oklahoma. 1 second. It's another live shot just east of Oklahoma City of the high winds coming through. Probably around 60 to 70 mile per hour winds just east of Lantana. This is also a live shot back over in Abilene. Got a large shelf cloud. I'm gonna wait for that to load, but there's a large shelf cloud right now rolling into Albany, Abilene, Texas. Whenever there's Albany and Abilene, I cannot say the two. I don't know why. I've always had this problem. It's actually terrible. It's a live shot again. You got the large shelf cloud near Abilene, Texas. Why do they put those two next to each other? I'm actually curious. It's terrible. Like, I've had this issue every time I've ever covered this area. North of Abilene, Texas. Over the last couple scans, we do have a small area of convergence that's trying to come together near our outflow boundary and Highway 600. I don't think this is tornadic right now, but maybe down the road there is a chance for a tornado as that moves to the east. Also, Tornado Pagey is actually, I think, driving towards our 90 mile per hour winds. So I'm going to put them bottom right of your screen. They are currently driving up towards Albany, Texas, near 351 and 180. Winds right now are estimated at upwards of 90 to 95 miles per hour. So if you're in Albany, Texas, if you're back over near Moran, Texas, be ready for very high winds. Thank you, Kaysen, for the $5 super chat. It's probably contamination.
A new tornado
You're getting
warning
wind,
has
a
been
wind gust that
issued.
high. Got a new tornado warning for Bryan County, Oklahoma. It's probably the storm near Durant, maybe. Albany, it's close enough. Just south and in Durant, another tornado warning in Oklahoma. If you are in this warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. The main area of rotation right now is near just northeast of Denison, Texas. That's going towards Bochito and Bennington. Boswell's also the path of this. Hey, Jessica, for becoming a member. By the way, on radar, there is a lot of contamination right now west of Sherman. It might look like that's rotating, but it's more of just contamination right now. Definitely wouldn't rule out a tornado with this line. I think right now, though, the biggest concern is going to be damaging winds. Get ready if you're on the northern side of the DFW Metroplex. We are expecting pretty much widespread damaging winds here over the next couple of hours. McKinney, Plano is also in the path of that. The other line of storms off to the west is way more intense right now, but granted, this is going to be moving more in the direction, I think, of just areas west of Fort Worth. So I think the line of storms that's north of Fort Worth is going to be the bigger concern for the entire Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, in my opinion. Hey, Kayla, for the $10 super chat. I would be staying away from windows if you're in Denison. The biggest concern is damaging winds around 65 miles per hour. There is still a low tornado potential, but it's pretty much zero by the time, by the time these storms get past you, like, it's gonna be pretty low. There you go again. We got another, we got another extremely dangerous storm here in northern North Texas. 80 mile per hour winds on this new warning. This is a destructive storm back over in Whitesboro, Sherman, Gunter, Howe, and Gainesville, Texas. So again, significant storm right now, 80 mile per hour winds just outside of Gainesville, Texas, going towards Sherman. You need to be staying away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Even though this is fairly contaminated, we have a big surge of wind right now that is pushing right into Oak Ridge, Callisburg, and Whitesboro over the next several minutes. So please stay away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible. Shout out to Peter with the Venmo donation. I appreciate that. Also, thank you, Christopher, for the very generous PayPal donation. Shout out to Will with the $50 super chat. Really appreciate that. Yeah, if you're in Durant, again, you're in the new tornado warning. And then back over here near Gainesville and Sherman, and it's another very high wind warning, basically. We're currently sitting at, I think, 4 different warnings that are at least 80 mile per hour winds. The 2 right now north of Abilene, Texas, are at 90 mile per hour winds. So just north of Moran, back through Albany, we're looking at 90 mile per hour winds right now. The worst of the wind is pushing through Albany as we speak. And the velocities are actually measured at about 100, close to 100. We're getting very close to the radar site, so these numbers will drop off a little bit. But it's about 90, 95 probably still going through the town of Albany, Texas. Time frame for East Dallas. I can give you guys like a general timeline. I mean, we cannot use a future radar at this point because they just would not be accurate. They're just too far behind. But basically, I think these storms will be in Denton and McKinney by 10, and then Dallas, Fort Worth probably by about 10:30, 11 o'clock. Moving my ETA right now. It could be sooner than that, though. I mean, this line has been organizing fast, and it is definitely moving pretty quickly down to the south. It actually might be in Denton by around 9:30. So it could be a little bit earlier than that. Let me get the speed on this real quick. About 45 miles per hour. We can do a little like measurement thing here. We can also do this inside of the Radar Mega app, little measurement tool. Oh, how accurate this is going to be. I think I messed this up. I think I did mess it up. That's unfortunate. Let me try it again. Messed it up again? Well, am I doing something wrong? Oh, I think I know what I'm supposed to do. I don't use this very often. Bruh. Well, I'm so bad at drawing shapes. All right, I guess I give up for now. Well, I mean, it's probably be around 940, 950 in Denton County, and also McKinney. Hey, Liam, for the $5 super chat. I'm in Denton getting ready to ride out the lightning. Been tuned in since around 6 o'clock. I'm glad you've been tuned in for that long. Hopefully I'm able to help you out. We still need to keep a very close eye on these storms near Albany, Texas, and Breckenridge. They are starting to try to reach out to our outflow boundary, and there's a low chance that if it does happen, like if this storm, that little hook reaches out to our outflow, there could be a tornado threat. I think the biggest concern right now is damaging winds, again, up to 90 miles per hour, but we are keeping an eye on a potential tornado threat with this line as it continues to track down to the southeast. Very high winds, once again, in a widespread area northeast of Abilene right now. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I wanted to briefly talk about a change in direction that we talked about earlier on the HRRR, but it is starting to come to fruition here. A lot of storms that you see move through Texas move west to east. That's just normally how we see storms move, but specifically with these MCSs, they like to take a southern turn as they enter the peak time of their intensity, and right was around the time that they're starting to diminish, and that's what we're seeing happen here. So this is looking back at the radar history. We can see we had our bow right here, and it's actually starting to move further off to the south. This is something that we predicted, and you can see that it's starting to turn towards DFW. Unfortunately, I think this is a trend that we're going to see continue, and this whole line here that's producing destructive severe thunderstorm winds and warnings is going to turn right through the Dallas metro area, unfortunately. So although it may look like the warning or the storms are moving off to the east, you need to know that they are not, and they are in fact coming towards you, so we have to be prepared for those in Dallas.
Hey, Riley, for the update. That's a good piece of advice. Also, tornado page you right now. They're coming up into our 90 mile per hour severe warning. They're about to get intercepted by really high winds. They're literally driving into it here over the next couple minutes. So we'll see how high the winds are. You can see the storm right in front of them. Tons of lightning too.
Yeah, that's really strong. The alpha. So how it's curved like that?
Yeah.
So yeah, they're about to drive into up to a 90 mile per hour winds here over the next couple minutes.
There was 100 mile per hour pheasant.
See all the lightning with this storm.
This is an urgent alert.
Right.
A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have a tornado on the ground in Oklahoma. That is for Durant, Calera, and Achille, Texas, or Achille, Oklahoma. If you are in this warning, seek shelter, get away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, just south of Durant, Oklahoma, going towards Bachito. This is confirmed via weather spotters. The tornado is located over near Chile. Again, we're in a radar hole, but the tornado will be located right about here. So again, this is a confirmed tornado just to the east of Colbert, south of Calera, and just south of Durant. It'll be possibly tracking into North Texas. The only thing is, this storm is moving east at like 10 miles per hour. It's super slow. So as long as it stays this slow, we are not really going to see this live much longer because the line of storm is going to merge with these discrete supercells. So I think our tornado threat is going to be a little bit lower soon, at least out of these storms, because they're all going to merge into one. But at least for now, this is a confirmed tornado. So the tornado would be probably right about here. It's basically over the town of Achille, assuming that that report is correct. Also back over in North Texas, again, big line of storms right now moving into Denton County here in just a few minutes. Denton County, get ready for 70 mile per hour winds. We do have a destructive severe warning for 80 mile per hour winds for Sherman, just east of Gainesville. Got a little bowing segment that's kind of formed. It's very small, but a little bow out here near Gainesville, which is helping to amplify our damaging wind threat in the Gainesville area and also over Whitesboro. Those 80 mile per hour winds will move into Gunter, Howe, and Sherman over the next few minutes. So if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, be staying away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. The one back over in Breckenridge is right now for 80 mile per hour winds. And we are keeping an eye on a low tornado risk, but more than anything, just very high winds. This is Tornado Pagey right here. They're about to drive into potentially upwards of 90 mile per hour winds. The severe thunderstorm warning for this area is still for 90 mile per hour winds. So it's still very destructive. One of the highest level wind warnings that you can pretty much get for severe weather here back over north of Moran. Once again, back over near Durant, Oklahoma, there is a tornado on the ground. Unfortunately, the radar coverage is not great. But if we have a tornado, it'll be near Achille right now. That's going to be moving east-southeast towards Highway 78. Apparently, the Durant radar site doesn't work. There's a Durant radar site, but apparently it's not working right now. Hey, Holly, for the $10 super chat. I take back all the good things I've said about Riley after that update you just gave. Unfortunate. How bad will South Fort Worth get? Basically, anywhere in North Texas could be anywhere from 40 to 50 mile per hour winds all the way up to 100. It literally could be anything. I think most of the area, though, will see 60 to 100 mile per hour winds. And we now have an update. We are at 90 mile per hour winds on the storm in Grayson and Cook counties in Texas. So again, this is a destructive storm right now for Sherman, Texas. We're up to 90 mile per hour winds. This is the, again, almost highest level wind warning you could pretty much get. It doesn't get much higher. We could get up to 100, 110, whatever. But this is a very dangerous situation if you are located near Whitesboro or Sherman. Again, stay away from windows. Be on the lowest floor possible. Treat this as if it is a tornado warning. We got 90 mile per hour winds again in Sherman, Howe, Gunter, Whitesboro, just east of Gainesville, Texas. And this is, I believe, this is radar indicated for reference, but no matter what, I mean, this could literally, just for reference, 90 mile per hour winds, it could easily, it's life-threatening to begin with, all right? But it also could literally send things flying like trampolines. It could cause substantial roof damage and window damage. It could also extensively damage things like trees and power lines. So all of those things right now are at risk of taking significant damage near Gainesville, Sherman, and Howe and Gunter. This will eventually be moving in the direction of McKinney, Texas, Plano, and Greenville in Texas, just outside of Dallas-Fort Worth. And then this line of storms right here is still producing around 70 mile per hour winds, but don't be surprised if one of these gets upgraded to 80 or even 90 miles per hour back over in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. This is still a very dangerous line of storms here. So I think Tornado Pagey, they're starting to drive through up to the 90 mile per hour winds over here. You can see the wind. It is very strong. This is in Albany, Texas, where 90 mile per hour winds are currently happening. It is very high. Hey, Mosley from becoming a member. Yeah, look at the winds. This isn't even where the core of the winds are. It's actually further south. But they are basically in some of the higher part of the winds here. Velocities measured here around 80 miles per hour, so it's nowhere near what it is further to the south, but it is definitely very strong. Basically a hurricane still. Thank you, TJ, for becoming a member. They just issued a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Breckenridge, Texas, just south of Graham, with 80 mile per hour winds possible. Hey, Sandra, for the $20 super chat. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Will, for the $100 super chat. That was in the chat for Will. Really appreciate that. Hey, Mosley, again, for becoming a member. Spencer and Eric for becoming members. So again, pretty high winds right now. This back over in Albany. Be keeping an eye on them. Also, we got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. Another strongly worded mesoscale discussion for North Texas and Southern Oklahoma. This is actually kind of crazy. Most likely area for derecho occurrence is going to be around and just southwest of Fort Worth. So the Storm Prediction Center has actually gone out and said that there is a pretty strong likelihood, basically, that there will be a derecho. That's near Abilene, Texas, all the way back through Fort Worth, Hillsboro, Brownwood, just outside of Waco. Winds could be as high as, again, 100 miles per hour. So the most likely area where a derecho will occur will be just to the west there of Fort Worth. But don't don't rule out that it could even happen further north too, because again, this line of storms here is also significant. We've had damaging winds upwards of 80 to even 90 miles per hour now here over the last few minutes, and it could still be very significant. So please be taking this seriously. If you're back over here, anywhere in North Texas. But again, most probable peak intensity is damaging winds up to 100 miles per hour. And then on top of that, there is still a potential for a couple of tornadoes and hail up to the size of golf balls. They've also mentioned that several 75 to 100 mile per hour wind gusts are likely. Widespread 60 plus mile per hour winds are likely. All of North Texas is in this. I'm really not too surprised. By the way, look at this thing right here near Graham. Look how this storm is spinning in a circle. You see this? It's actually spinning in a circle right now north of Breckenridge. It's not really tornadic right now, but it's literally just it's a storm. This is where our quote-unquote derecho is going to start. This thing's literally just spinning in a circle right now northeast of Abilene, Texas. Almost like a small little mesoscale convective vortex over there. Once again, if you're back over in Sherman, Whitesboro, and Gunter, Texas, we currently have up to 90-mile-per-hour winds happening. Again, be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom here just south of the Red River. And then back over in Durant, Oklahoma, this is our only tornado warning, and it has been confirmed by storm chasers. They may issue a new tornado warning going towards Ravenna, Texas. We'll have to wait and see. But I honestly think this discrete supercell is going to be caught up by this line within the next few minutes, which will probably limit the tornado risk with this storm as it continues to move east-southeast. So let's kind of just hope that's the case, but definitely still an impactful storm nonetheless. I'm going to put... Storm Intermediate is probably going to be on here in a second. We might put them on in a second. Again, this line of storms right now producing damaging winds up to 90 miles per hour. Just saw Tornado Pagey go through some high winds. We got a lot of high winds right now where our most likely beginning spot of our derecho is going to be near Breckenridge and then Moran. Tornado threat, at least in the short term with those storms, is low, but it could increase here soon. Thank you, Eric, for the super chat. Is Brownwood safe tonight? Really, nobody in North Texas is safe, guys. I can't stress this enough. We're under a particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm watch. You don't usually get these at all for any area. Like these are rare. Let me find this watch again. This is our PDS severe thunderstorm watch. Again, these hardly ever get issued. But it is a particularly dangerous situation. The last time we had one of these, again, was last year on May 29th, and it was not in North Texas, by the way. So keep in mind that we are talking about widespread damaging winds across pretty much all of North Texas. So if you're in any of North Texas tonight, you're not technically, quote-unquote, safe, all right? You're just not. You're in the risk here of significant severe weather, with, again, a few tornadoes being a possibility, but really, I want to hammer home that widespread damaging winds up to 100 miles per hour is the biggest concern. It's expected that we're going to see winds that high, and it'll be across a pretty large area. But most storms will be 60 to 75, but there will be plenty that'll still produce damaging winds over 75 miles per hour. There's also a threat for scattered apple-sized hail. So... and please be ready for this very intense line of thunderstorms. There are two different ones. We got one near Abilene, and then we got another one just off to the north of Dallas-Fort Worth. Whoa, look at this. They're going through high winds now. This is inside of our 80 to 90 mile per hour windstorm near Albany, Texas. This is Tornado Pagey. You can barely see anything. Look how high the winds are here. This is going to knock out power for sure. W's in the chat for Will for another $100 super chat. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Kyle, for the super chat. My dad is in Breckenridge in a horse trailer. Is he safe? I would not be in a horse trailer. I would be in a sturdy structure if possible. They are taking a beating here. And for letters for the super chat. First tornado page, they're in Albany, Texas. The storm's warned for 90 mile per hour winds, and they're definitely going through at least 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. It's in the core of the storm right now. I mean, the wind is just absolutely crazy here. Now, this is what we're basically going to be seeing here across western North Texas over the next few hours, is something just like this. We're losing signal, but yeah, the wind is absolutely crazy. But yeah, the warning again for 90 mile per hour winds. That is their location right there. Again, you can track them inside of the Radar Omega app. You can download it with the top link in the description below, but the wind is just absolutely insane here. What's for dinner now? I don't know. I'm about to order a soda because, like, literally, I didn't get a soda or anything. Didn't even get a straw. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued. This is back over in northeastern North Texas from McKinney, Texas, Greenville, Bonham, and just to the northeast of Dallas-Fort Worth. If you are in any of this severe thunderstorm warning, get away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible. Plano's also included in this. Greenville, McKinney, Bonham. Those are the main locations. Basically, all of Collin County included in this warning. They've just downgraded the tornado warning in Oklahoma to radar indicated. It is no longer a tornado warning. That is confirmed. Shout out to Elizabeth with the PayPal donation. I appreciate that. Also, we are getting new severe thunderstorm warnings just east of Abilene, Texas. We have one right now for Abilene, Texas. Ever since I said Albany, I cannot say Abilene. Abilene, Texas for 60-mile-per-hour winds and ping-pong ball-sized hail. And then the one near Clyde, Moran, just west of Cisco, is for 80-mile-per-hour winds. And that is because of this storm here that is dropping down to the south, embedded in our line of thunderstorms going towards I-20. Back over in Cisco and Eastland, we are currently looking at a threat for also up to 80-mile-per-hour winds. They've issued a 60-mile-per-hour wind warning here, but I would assume that's going to get upgraded at some point down the road as that approaches I-20. I really want to urge, if anybody's traveling on I-20 right now, that if you are on I-20 between, I don't know, Mineral Wells all the way back through like Abilene, Texas, that you are not on the roadway. Just like avoid this area if you can, especially if you have like a semi truck, because you could literally get flipped over from winds this high. So I would definitely make sure that you are taking this very seriously. Back over just to the west there of Dallas-Fort Worth. Let me see. Where's so Vince right now, bottom middle of your screen. He's coming up on the Breckenridge wind, which is probably around 70 to 80 miles per hour. That's that right there. And then Tornado Page, he's been in really high winds for several minutes near Albany. So I'm just letting you guys know those where their approximate locations are. Also, we will have a live cam in Lantana here soon. Actually, look at this. This is Storm Runner Media. They're looking at the structure just to the south of or just along I-20. This is looking north towards Albany, Texas. If we get a good lightning flash, you'll see the entire storm. It actually looks really cool. Oh, they changed their camera?
I was gonna say, DL, I was gonna revoke a specific card of yours, but we're streaming.
What card were you gonna revoke? What are you talking about?
Alright, they changed their camera. I'll go back to them if they have their camera back on. I'll keep them bottom left. They had a really cool structure shot a minute ago, though. This line of storms is racing into DFW right now. Denton County, you're about to get hit by up to at least 70-mile-per-hour winds here over the next few minutes, possibly higher than that. This is the terminal radar site, and the velocities right now are measuring winds around at least 70 miles per hour in Collinsville, Texas. Keep in mind that the warning right now for Sherman, Howe, and Gunter is up to 90-mile-per-hour winds. So this is still a very dangerous storm right now that is tracking into Gunter, Howe, and eventually approaching Sherman, Texas. So again, please be in your safe place if you're anywhere in this area.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Tornado threat again low for right now. Could increase if for whatever reason this
A
line.
new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, well, we have a tornado warning now in Texas. We got a new tornado warning for Grayson County, Texas. This is going to be near Sherman, and that is why. We actually got a tight couplet on the southwest side of Sherman, Texas. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. That is a tight area of rotation that could drop a tornado at any time, going towards Tom Bean, Howe, and Bells. Sherman is very populated, by the way. This is a very populated area. If you know any friends or family in this warning, make sure that they're aware of this. You can share the stream with them. Again, we'll be live covering this. This is, again, in Sherman, Texas, Dorchester, Howe, Luella, Bells, and Whitewright. About 46,000 people are in this warning, 26 schools, and 1 hospital. But this is a strong area of rotation, and this is that timing was actually kind of crazy. But yeah, unfortunately, this is this is embedded in our line of thunderstorms. It would likely be a rain wrap tornado. On top of there possibly being a tornado, we also have a surge of damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour, maybe even 90. That's moving into Sherman right now. Tom Bean and again, Bells are in the path of that. We also have a new tornado warning that is going towards Ravenna, Texas, but right now for Kemp, Oklahoma. This one did produce a tornado a little bit ago, according to storm chasers. And again, if you're in this warning, also seek shelter. We'll probably get a new warning going towards bottom Texas here in a few minutes. Hey, take 5 for the $20 super chat. My wife, Callie, is in DFW. Tell her it's a PDS trampoline threat. Hey, Callie, it is a PDS trampoline threat. You guys have now already seen, we are at the highest level trampoline meter risk for today. We are at a gone forever stage here across Texas and Oklahoma, but mainly in Texas. Trampolines are going to be flying everywhere. So make sure that you're hatching down your trampolines if you've not already. You got a little bit of time if you're back over in like Fort Worth, for example. Vince Walty is getting absolutely, he's getting hammered by wind right now.
Get off my ass. That's what I need.
This is back over in Breckenridge. Very high winds. This is likely 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. Just this is literally in downtown Breckenridge, back over northeast of Moran, northeast of Abilene. I think Tornado Pagey might be still in the high winds too. Tornado Pagey's still in probably 80, 90 mile per hour winds out here too. Hey, I just want to give you guys a heads up. If you're in Sherman, there is a potential here for a tornado, and I might even be on the stronger side of things. Again, velocities are still very strong right now, just outside of Howe. This is what it looks like on velocities on the terminal radar site. And I know it might be hard to tell. There is a little bit of, a glitch here, but you can actually see it is very tight rotation. Like this is possibly a tornado right now near Hilton, Texas. This is just on the south side of Sherman. So if you are in Sherman, Texas, again, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. This is a dangerous storm. Could easily have a tornado with this going into Tom Bean over the next few minutes. Again, if there is a tornado too, it could be on the stronger side of things. It's not a storm you want to be messing around with. About 46,000 people are in this tornado warning. Back over in Denton, we got our line of storms currently pushing into Denton County. That's going towards Corneth and McKinney. But again, if you're in Denton, you're about to get hit by up to at least 70 mile per hour winds here over the next few minutes. Hey, Jake, for the $5 super chat. Mineral Wells, this is your line right here. I think anyone near Weatherford, Mineral Wells, or even just outside of Fort Worth, like this general area is where we're probably going to see this line of storms. And keep in mind that this will likely be producing a potential derecho here over the next few hours with widespread damaging winds upwards of at least 70 to 80 miles per hour, maybe even higher than that. And then on top of that, the other line of storms is, again, we just got two lines. This one is going to be possibly a derecho producer. This one right here honestly could probably do the same thing, but I don't know if this one's going to last as long. But we should see both lines congeal into one here soon as this pushes into the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Notice how this one is moving kind of more to the southeast. This one's actually moving more southerly. Some of it is trying to move more to the southeast, but most of it is actually moving to DFW. So like they're both moving and kind of basically going to collide, I think, here in a couple hours as this comes up in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Man, this could be a tornado right now. Just south of Sherman, there is a potential tornado. If you are in Sherman, Texas, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. That is very concerning. We have a very tight couplet right now over the south side of Sherman, embedded in a lot of rain, and we could have a rain-wrapped tornado right now heading into Luella, White Mound, White Rock, and White Right over the next several minutes. That is a very tight area of rotation that is also rain-wrapped. That is not good. Very tight rotation right now, just south of Sherman. We just have a power flash on Tornado Pages feed. I thought I just saw a power flash. And keep in mind that power outages are pretty likely tonight, so have flashlights ready to go. If you have a weather radio, you're going to want to make sure you have that ready to go. Got a new radar scan coming in here in just a second. Again, there's a possible tornado right now near Sherman. We got a new radar scan coming in right now. We'll see if it looks like this. If it does, there could literally be a tornado here. That is a very tight area of rotation near Hilton. All right, latest scan, not nearly as tight, but there's definitely still rotation here coming up on Highway 75. We do not have a CC drop yet or a debris signature. Let me look at the terminal radar site too. The terminal radar site still shows very strong rotation. I honestly would not take the other radar site super seriously because I still think that this is strong rotation. I don't think it weakened that fast. But again, we could literally have a tornado on the ground near Hilton right now. Come up into White Mound and White Right in a few minutes. It's just north of Howe. It's crossing Highway 75 as we speak. For reference, by the way, if there is a tornado on the ground, it will be coming up on the Premier Truck Group of North Texas. Also, the Pradera Mobile Park. Again, if you're in a mobile park, you need to be in a ditch or in a sturdy structure right now because this tornado would be literally moving over that here in the next few minutes. It's also near the Exxon gas station in Howe. And then it'll be moving to Luella, going towards Sweet Darlings. And the Luella First Baptist Church and the hills of Luella is also in the path of this. The Tom Bean Football Stadium, the Melody Ranch RV Park is also in the path of this. Once again, if you're in an RV park in a mobile home, you need to be in your safe place right now. That's a storm shelter or a basement, a closet, bathroom, sturdy structure. Cannot be the mobile home. Not safe, especially if we have any sort of winds anywhere near what this is warned for right now. It's still warned at 70 mile per hour winds here. So. Let me go back to the tornado warning. We'll have another radar scan in a second. Again, I would not be surprised if we have a tornado in Grayson County right now. They take 5 for the $20 super chat. I literally don't even know who the Aggies are. Isn't that Texas A&M? I'm not like a fan of college really at all for football and sports. Thank you, Robert, for the super chat. Northwest Arkansas, probably not going to see a whole lot tonight. We got a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Denton and McKinney and Plano. That is Denton and McKinney. And Plano. If you're in any of this severe thunderstorm warning, you need to be staying away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Again, treat this as if it is a tornado warning. 80 mile per hour winds are substantial. And in this case, it is impacting a highly populated area right now, moving down to the southeast. Once again, 80 mile per hour winds. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for almost all of Denton County and also most of Collin County right now. Velocities on radar are measured at upwards of 70 miles per hour near Pilot Point, Texas. And then we also have pretty much the same thing back over near Gunter. And we still have strong rotation southeast of Sherman, where we may have a tornado on the ground at any time, moving to Tom Bean over the next few minutes. So if you're in Tom Bean, Texas, be in your safe place. And then eventually that's going towards Trenton, Wolf City, and Bonham. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley. Oh, okay. I put you on, but all right. All right. Thank you, Alhazi, for the $20 super chat. I live in Frisco. My house is shaking. The winds are definitely going to be strong. All right. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So 2 things. That warning in Denton County is an EDS. That's an extremely dangerous situation tag. Also, we're starting to see widespread power outages behind this probable derecho. So expect damage if you're in any of these warnings because we are seeing the power outages and it's only getting worse from what actually caused those power outages.
Hey, Riley, for the update. So yeah, again, this is an extremely dangerous situation for those in Denton, McKinney, and also Plano and Frisco. So again, be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you're in this warning. You need to treat this very seriously. This is, again, an extremely dangerous situation for this area. If you read the warning, pretty sure it says it somewhere, maybe not, but it is an extremely dangerous situation once again for the for Denton and Collin counties. It's not the entire county, but it's pretty much almost the entire county for both areas, like McKinney, Plano, Frisco, Denton, Little Elm, Flower Mound, and Louisville. Those are like the most populated areas here in these two counties that are included in this. This is a kind of a taste of what you could also see out of this storm. This is further west, but it gives you at least an idea of how high the winds could be. It's pretty much a hurricane. That's pretty much what we're probably going to be seeing in Denton County. For reference, this is in Breckenridge, Texas, where winds are at up to 80 miles per hour, and this is pretty much 80 mile per hour winds right now. That is just an idea of how high the winds are right now. But that's probably what we're going to be seeing here in the Denton and McKinney areas here over the next few minutes. Also, our tornado warning near Sherman, the rotation's not nearly as tight as before. I still think it's rotating, though. We have a strong inflow coming into the storm still near Tom Bean and a hook. If we have a tornado, it would be over the northeast side of Howe, moving into Tom Bean over the next few minutes, and then moving into Trenton, Texas. If you're over in Bonham, Texas, or Leonard, be ready for a tornado warning. They may issue one. I'm going to be honest, though, if you're in any of these warnings, you should still be treating them as if they're tornado warnings, because the winds are still high enough to have debris go flying into windows. We could have, even hail-driven. We could have wind driving hail into stuff too, which the hail isn't super large, but it's still something to keep in mind here. So again, if you're in McKinney, Denton, Greenville, Plano, Flower Mound, this is your time right now that you need to be in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And Mao, the wind is just crazy. Back over near Breckenridge, literally looks like a hurricane. This is a warning for 80 mile per hour winds. It's pretty much what we're going to see in Denton too. So the winds are pretty crazy over here. Also, Lantana, Texas, bottom left of your screen. That is inside of our extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning, which is 80 mile per hour winds, which once again is going to be for Denton, Frisco, McKinney, Flower Mound, Plano, and Allen, Texas. And multiple other locations. I'm not going to name off all of them because there's a lot of places here, but those are some of the ones that are included in this warning. Sirens are going off in Plano. The sirens are going to be going off, I think, for most of North Texas. Basically, anyone in a severe warning will probably have their sirens going off. They do go off, for the most part, for literally any of these warnings. I used to live in Denton County, so I know. Like, they literally go off even for a 60 mile per hour windstorm. So, I'm also getting reports of sirens going off in Denton. Tornado warning still continues near Sherman, Texas. The rotation's got a little bit broader over the last few scans. There is a possibility that's becoming a little bit more outflow dominant. I also want to point out there is a crap ton of lightning with these storms. It is literally insane how much lightning is happening near Denison and Sherman, Texas. So these are highly electrified storms. Keep in mind that there is a possibility, too, that lightning could start structure fires. Let's hope that doesn't happen, but that is a possibility as well tonight, especially with how much lightning is happening. A lot of the lightning should be cloud-to-cloud lightning, not like cloud-to-ground lightning, but nonetheless, definitely something you want to be staying weather aware of. Currently, we have about 260 lightning strikes every minute across both North Texas and Central Texas. So basically spanning across this entire area. We do have a new tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That is going to be for Bonham, Texas. If you are in Bonham, Honey Grove, Ector, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. That is for Bonham, Texas, Honey Grove, and Ector. Eventually going towards Roxton, Texas. That is also just outside of Cooper. This is another area of rotation that is actually pretty strong as well, just on the southwest side of Ravenna. For this being a line of storms, it's pretty strong. So again, make sure that you're seeking shelter if you are in this warning. This is another dangerous storm. Moving to the southeast. So again, we got two tornado warnings right now. We got one for Sherman, which is Grayson County, and then we got another one for Bonham, which is Fannin County, Texas. So they're starting to line up a little bit more now off to the northeast. You can actually see, this is the terminal radar site. Pretty strong rotation, actually, still from the terminal radar site near Tom Bean. And we also have strong rotation. You can barely see it because the radar gets cut off, but you can barely see. There's actually pretty strong rotation there as well on the southwest side of Ravenna. So those terminal radar sites are actually at the airports, so they have a pretty good view of these, at least the velocities here. Rotation's got a little bit broader, just southeast of Sherman. Let's hope that kind of continues. The terminal radar site still showing strong rotation, but a little bit broader on our regional radar site. We still have 80-mile-per-hour winds right now, surging towards Eastland, Cisco, also just outside of Clyde, Texas, and that'll be approaching I-20. If you're over in Weatherford or Mineral Wells, be ready for upwards of 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds as this line of storms continues to track to the east over the next several minutes. And once again, if you have any friends or family anywhere in North Texas, feel free to share this stream with them. If you're following us on North Texas Weather Center on Facebook, you can share our post on there as well. Get the word out there. Again, we are live covering the severe weather, especially for North Texas. This is literally where I used to live. So, and this is where we all began, by the way. This is where this entire channel began, was North Texas, believe it or not. Thank you, Krisha, for the super chat, and Wazoo for the super chat. I'm not snacking on anything right now. Apparently, I'm getting Diet Coke here soon. Whenever that comes. All right, we'll have another radar scan in a second for our rotation. As a heads up, the highest winds right now in the Dallas-Fort Worth area are currently located near Frisco, McKinney, and also near Flower Mound. Let me go to the terminal radar site and show you the velocities. You can see where the highest winds are right now. That green line, or the white line I just drew, is where all the wind is currently residing at. That's where we're going to be looking at damaging winds, kind of the starting point of damaging winds around 60 to 90 miles per hour near Corneth, Little Elm, and then going through Frisco. The highest winds are currently on the east side of Denton. They just went through Pilot Point. I don't know if we have anybody watching from Pilot Point right now, but if we do, let me know if you guys have any reports there. But those winds will be going through Pilot Point right now and then moving to Little Elm and Frisco over the next few minutes. Hickory Creek, Highland Village about to get hit by these winds as well. It's also moving through Argyle, Texas right now, and then near North Lake. Bartonville, Flower Mound, Louisville also in the path of this in the next 5 minutes. And then the Colony and Frisco, you're going to be hit by this in probably about 5 minutes or so. Velocities are still very strong on our tornado warnings, at least on the terminal radar site. The latest radar scan still showing rotation on both storms. Again, if we have a tornado on either one, the tornado will be over Tom Bean, Texas, moving into Trenton, and then the one near Bonham, Texas, is located on the northwest side of town. That is going to be moving over 82 here in a few minutes, and then approaching Dodge City, Windham, and Ladonia. So if you're in any of those areas, you need to be ready for, again, very high winds with this, in addition to the potential for a tornado as this continues to track down to the southeast. We're also getting more warnings in southern Oklahoma. Luckily, these aren't super significant, but 60-mile-per-hour winds right now in southern Oklahoma. All of McKinney and, again, all of Denton right now. We got an 80-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning. You need to be staying away from windows. This is still an extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning. It's basically the highest level warning that you can possibly get. Frisco, McKinney, Allen, and Plano. 80-mile-per-hour winds coming through over the next few minutes. Yeah, and camera bottom left of your screen is in Lantana, Texas. We'll have probably a pretty good view of the wind here in a few minutes. I think Lantana is like in Highland Village. It's like right about here. That is inside of our 80-mile-per-hour wind warning here. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, actually I have two different updates for you. So first off, we had a funnel cloud visible near Sherman, Texas about 18 minutes ago. That was the storm that was tornado warned, I believe. Also, the storm that Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton are on that's in Breckenridge did just have an observed wind gust of 75 miles per hour. We just got a new warning for that, and it appears like that is for 65-mile-per-hour winds, but that'll probably be upgraded to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning as well.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So yeah, Eastland, Breckenridge, and I-20 just south of Graham. We now have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. Observed 75-mile-per-hour winds. We have a new warning for 80-mile-per-hour severe winds here. Or actually 65, sorry. That's going to be for 65-mile-per-hour winds heading towards the I-20 corridor, Mineral Wells, and Grafford. And then the Breckenridge storm is currently at 80-mile-per-hour winds. Nonetheless, take this seriously. High winds right now moving across parts of western North Texas. This will eventually move towards Fort Worth. Riley has another update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, the storm that is moving through Valley View, Texas into Denton and McKinney just had another confirmed wind gust of 82 miles per hour. We really need to stress that is going to be a very significant thunderstorm. You probably haven't seen anything like this in a long time, and it is important to take shelter as soon as possible.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So we now have a confirmation that there are at least 80-mile-per-hour winds right now moving into Denton and Little Elm and Frisco. So this entire surge of wind here could be as high as 80 to 85 miles per hour. That's near Prosper, Little Elm, Corneth, Highland Village, Flower Mound, and also going towards Roanoke. There's a reason why we have a destructive 80-mile-per-hour severe warning. Even though velocities do not look like that on radar, that does not mean really anything. This is definitely producing very high winds, especially with how our northwesterly flow is positioned here in the upper levels. It is literally able to help produce these very high wind speeds across North Texas. By the way, the tornado warning in Bonham, Texas continues to look pretty concerning. The latest radar scan still shows some fairly strong rotation over the town of Bonham, Texas, or just over the northwest side. So if we have a tornado on this storm, it will be moving into town here over the next few minutes. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you are in Bonham right now. Dodge City, Honey Grove, and Windham are also in the path of this. There are a lot of people in both of these tornado warnings. At least Sherman's no longer in the warning, but I know for a fact that Bonham is also pretty populated. So again, please take this seriously if you are in Bonham, Texas. I'm trying to get the exact number here. It's about 21,000 people. So again, there's 21,000 people in this tornado warning. The rotation's still pretty strong on radar. There could easily be a tornado with this at any moment as it moves into Dodge City and as well as Bonham. I want to point out too, the terminal radar site has been showing some pretty strong rotation on our storm southeast of Tom Bean. It has gotten a little bit broader on our latest scan, but we still have rotation right now. That'll be moving into Trenton and Leonard. They may issue a new tornado warning. I'm not entirely sure. It's possible, but if they do, it would be going for Trenton, Leonard, and Blue Ridge. So be ready to go to your tornado shelter if you're in those areas. And as I've said multiple times, I would be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, bathroom, whatever it is, in North Texas if you're in any of these warnings. Because again, 80-mile-per-hour winds like what we're seeing in Flower Mound, Frisco, McKinney is destructive. And power outages are likely out of this line of storms as well. Thank you, Kodos, for the $10 super chat. Dallas is not okay. Guys, if you're in DFW, you're not okay. I don't know why I keep getting asked this question, but like literally, if you're anywhere in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, you're in the path of a line of storms. Like, it's coming towards you. This is all moving south right now. The line back off to the west is moving more east and southeast, but nonetheless, like, this is all moving to the south. So, yeah, Dallas is right in the path of this. Let's hope it's weaker by the time it gets there, but you guys are in the path of this. Thank you, long term for the $10 super chat as well. So Dallas can't sleep. You guys can sleep. You just got to get through this. I mean, this will probably be out of your neck of the woods in about an hour and a half or so. So you can go to bed. It's going to be a little bit of time. This is a live shot back over in Lantana, Texas, where 80-mile-per-hour winds are likely over the next few minutes. This is one of the cameras. The winds are starting to pick up just a little bit. We got some gusty winds coming in. But the wind should be picking up here a lot more in the next couple minutes. Lightning is also starting to ramp up there. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. It's in a rough radar area, but unfortunately, I think our tornado warning near Bonham may have a tornado on the ground. Very, very tight rotation. It's in the range folding, so we're not going to be able to see if there's a clear CC drop on that storm. But we need to take shelter and assume that there is a tornado on the ground with this warning.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So yeah, Bonham, Texas, you need to be in your safe place right now. If you've not already gotten there, there could be a tornado on the ground, and if there is one, it would be over downtown Bonham. All right, so if you're in Bonham, you need to be in your safe place. Again, Bonham, Texas, going towards Dodge City. It'll be coming up on Windham over the next few minutes. If we have a tornado in progress, it will be moving towards the Holiday Inn and Express in Bonham. It's actually over the North Texas Safari Park right now. Then it's going to be coming up on the Lake Bonham Park. There's also Lucky Dragon, TNT Cafe, Los Amigos, some of the restaurants in downtown. And then after that, it's going towards Prairie Point, which is there's a couple places there. And then after that, there's the Waltzing Creek Ranch and the Bug Tussle General Store that are in the path of this, going towards Honey Grove, Texas. So there's likely a tornado here. We don't know for sure, but based off just velocities, there is range folding, but based off velocities, there is likely a tornado. I would at least be taking this, I would be treating this as if there is a tornado on the ground. The rotation on our tornado warning southeast of Tom Bean here, that rotation's gotten broader. I think this tornado warning will be allowed to expire. The warning, though, for Bonham definitely still looks pretty concerning. We have a strong inflow coming out of the north and then a large hook echo, which our tornado will be pretty rain-wrapped over the town of Bonham right now. Hey, Woodward for the $20 super chat. Thank you so much for covering this. Bunkering down in Plano. I'm glad I can help, and thank you again for the super chat. Richardson, Texas, siren just went off. Thank you for the report. Denton, Texas, near the Texas Women's University. I mean, winds are going through that area right now. I mean, again, keep in mind that I also want to reiterate this. Our line of thunderstorms, we got one initial surge of wind. We're going to have another surge of wind, and then we'll probably have another surge of wind. Like, we're going to have 3 surges of wind more than likely with this line of thunderstorms. So even the first time, once you start to see some gusty winds, that's probably not the main event. The second round, that might be more like the main event. Even the third round might be like the main event as well. What does sirens mean? The tornado sirens. Most sirens go off in North Texas for any severe warning, but in this case, they're definitely going off for a destructive, extremely dangerous situation, severe warning for Frisco and McKinney. By the way, the highest of the winds right now are located, for the most part, over this area. The leading edge of our damaging winds is going to be right about here. So it's going through Flower Mound, Frisco, McKinney, and also moving through Plano and Allen in the next few minutes. So some of the initial wave of wind will be going through Flower Mound within the next couple minutes, and then also for McKinney. Keep in mind that there will be a lot of wind. It's not going to just be one surge, probably. It'll be multiple. It's going to be like 3 different rounds, probably, of wind within the next half hour that's going to be rolling through this warning. Because we got an outflow boundary wind, which is usually gusty. Then we got our actual downburst winds from the storm. That's usually the more significant of which happens. And then the third round, which would be kind of what's left over from behind of the storm. Thank you, N25, for the $10 super chat. I think you're going to be fine for the rest of the night if you already got hit by stuff. There's still a lot of storms ongoing over near Abilene, Texas, and there will still be a lot of storms in this area for the next several hours, but overall the main concern will be hail and maybe a little bit of wind. Definitely need to keep an eye on this storm right now near Clyde. That one's actually rotating a little bit. I don't think it's an imminent tornado concern, but something to keep an eye on. Our entire line of storms near Breckenridge going towards Weatherford, Texas is now down to 65 mile per hour damaging winds and $half sized hail. So not nearly as significant as before, but still significant. Still want to be staying away from windows. It could also intensify again as it moves further down to the southeast. Thank you, Bruce, for becoming a member. Also, shout out to Will with the $100 super chat. W's in the chat for Will. Really appreciate that. Shout out to Cassidy and Peter also for the Venmo donations. Is DFW going to get hit directly? It's actually, you know, there is a chance that Fort Worth gets missed. It's going to depend on a few things. First off, we got a little bit of convection off to your northwest. This line of storms is going to push, I think, through DFW, at least the east side, and then also going through Dallas and Garland. This line of storms actually could impact Fort Worth. This actually might be the line. It depends if it stays intense, but if it does, that would be what's going to impact Fort Worth tonight. So there's basically 2 chances here. Or we could just get convection here that kind of cools down the atmosphere and also stabilizes it, and the lines of storms fall apart in the Fort Worth area specifically, or just northwest of Fort Worth. Because honestly, so far, Decatur, Jacksboro, you guys have kind of been a little bit lucky here with at least the significant wind threat. So let's hope that stays that way. Latest radar scan near Bonham, Texas, still showing some pretty strong rotation on the southeast side of Bonham now. That is moving into Dodge City, Shady Grove, and Bartley Woods. That'll be coming up on Honey Grove and Ladonia also over the next few minutes. Just west of Windham. This is still rain-wrapped rotation, so again, if we have a tornado, it is likely going to be rain-wrapped and it will not be visible, so do not try to look outside for this. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Jones, Callahan, and Taylor counties in Texas. That is for 2-inch sized hail and 60 mile per hour winds. That is going to be back over on this storm near Abilene, Texas. So stay away from windows. It'll pop up here in a second. So Abilene, Clyde, Bayard, or Bayard, Texas, and Ty. You guys are all included in that warning. More significant hail is on the way. But it looks like in Lantana right now, it actually looks really quiet. This is the calm before the storm. Once again, this warning is for 80 mile per hour winds, and I would assume our 80 mile per hour winds will be coming into Lantana over the next few minutes, which once again, Lantana is near Highland Village, just to the southeast of Denton. So we're keeping an eye on that camera. It'll probably get very windy here in a moment. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, actually I have two different updates for you. So the first one is we're getting a lot of reports of water rescues out of Oklahoma. It sounds like we may have as much as 6 to 8 inches of water rushing over the road in some places west of Atoka. Also, back in the DFW area, I know we're all wondering whether or not these storms will impact Fort Worth. It actually looks like this MCS system that we have off to our west of DFW right now is actually taking more of an eastern turn and heading right to the DFW area. At some point, these two systems are going to try to congeal into one and only have one line instead of more of two separate areas of strong convection. So what we may see happen is this one continue off to the east until it meets up with this one, and this would impact the Fort Worth area. The chances of this one impacting the Fort Worth area, like you said, are probably lower, but we do still have to keep an eye out for these because sooner or later they are going to come together and congeal into one line, and that could happen over the Fort Worth area. Also, the amount of rain that we are seeing from parts of the system where we have more west to east trailing convection is really concerning as well. We're starting to see more reports out of Texas as well as flash flooding. Also, we are receiving slew of wind gusts out of Denton, and most of those are above 65, somewhere in the 65 to 70 mile per hour range.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, we still have a significant line of storms right now moving into Dallas-Fort Worth. Worst of it right now for DFW is in Denton, Frisco, McKinney. If you guys have any reports, by the way, any photos, videos, anything like that, you can add us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. You can also just post, if you have any like textual reports, you can put those in the chat as well. So again, that is going to be for Flower Mound, Frisco, and McKinney. Completely unrelated, but I do want to point out I got a DoorDash of 5 Diet Cokes, and I got 2. I don't know what's going on with DoorDash. Thank you, Asta for the $5 super chat, and Olaf for the $10 super chat from Plano. Appreciate you tuning in. Glad I can help. They're in Plano. Back to our tornado warning near Bonham, Texas. We still have a tight area of rotation. It's a little bit contaminated since it's so far away from the radar site. Possible tornado again just southeast of Bonham, moving towards Ladonia, just south of Windham, Texas. If you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. That is going to be heading up into Honey Grove over the next few minutes, then going towards Roxton, Cooper, and Tyra. If that is continuing to stay tornadic, that is the general vicinity of where it'll be going. Getting some reports of big thunder in Dallas. There's plenty of lightning, that is for sure. These storms are they are highly electrified. Worst DoorDash night in a long time. I've had an issue with my soda. And also, I had an issue with my actual food. I didn't even get a drink with my actual food, so I had to DoorDash a drink. Is a derecho still possible? I think the one thing that would limit this from being a derecho is the convection that's out in front of this. Like, all this rain that's in the upper levels is kind of stabilizing the atmosphere a little bit. It isn't really weakening these storms yet in Dallas-Fort Worth, but I think it's going to weaken these storms off to the west to some extent. But it's definitely still producing at least 60 to 65 mile per hour winds, just not as substantial as it could be. The line that's off to the north of Dallas-Fort Worth is way more significant still. Still warned for 80 mile per hour winds. We'll probably get a new severe warning in the next few minutes for those in Fort Worth, Dallas, and Garland. So be ready to go to your safe place if you're in any of this area. We'll see what the warning is for. I would have to guess it's probably going to be for something around 70 mile per hour winds, maybe 80. I'll have to wait and see. This is Tornado Pagey. Back over in Breckenridge right now, or just east of Breckenridge. They're actually going towards Mineral Wells. You can see how high the wind is right now. Pretty high winds there, back over near Mineral Wells. Hey, John, for the $20 super chat. Thanks for keeping my family safe in Calera, Tom Bean, and Little Elm. Glad I can help. Hopefully there was no tornado up there near Sherman. I mean, the velocities were pretty tight on radar, so I wouldn't be surprised if there was something up there. Latest radar scan, broader rotation now near Windham and Dodge City. That is going to be moving towards Cooper and Ladonia, Texas over the next few minutes. Stay in your safe place again if you're in this tornado warning in Fannin County. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, unfortunately we're starting to receive more damage reports. This one's out of Cook County, Texas. There's a thunderstorm wind damage there. It knocked over a very large tree on top of an SUV. Apparently the occupant of that SUV was trapped, but luckily it sounds like they were able to remove said occupant from the vehicle with no injuries. If you are parking in like an area to avoid these storms, remember A, don't park under overpasses, and B, avoid things that can fall on top of you. So if you can actually, I would probably park in a wide open area where there's nothing that could run into your vehicle, nothing that could fall on top of your vehicle. Just avoid areas where the wind may be blowing stuff into you, and don't park under overpasses because then you're opening yourself up to a whole bunch of other issues.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Also, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning, which will include the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Does not include Fort Worth, but it does include Dallas, Irving, Garland, Terrell, and Kaufman in Texas. This is including around, I think, 5 million people, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember how many people are in DFW. I'll get the number in a second, but Dallas, Irving, Garland, Terrell, and Kaufman, you guys are all included in this new warning. It's going to be for 65 mile per hour damaging winds, moving down to the south-southeast. So if you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Once again, it's not as significant as it could be, but it is still significant. Could knock down trees, power lines, and trampolines could go flying. And you never know. We could even get like a little pocket like of a microburst or something like that out of this line. That's always possible. It's happened before. So just, take this warning seriously. Prepare for the worst just in case something does go worse than expected with this line. There's also some rotation developing just to the south of Leonard, Texas. That's moving towards Greenville. So if you're in Greenville, Texas, be ready for a possible tornado threat just west of Commerce. It's moving down to the southeast. Going to be moving basically right along Highway 69 over the next few minutes. We may get a tornado warning on that. You can actually see on radar there is a small little inflow notch and a hook. So let me go back over to radar here. We actually just got a new wind gust report. Back over in Highland Village, 65 mile per hour winds were just reported. Let's see if this camera has anything. This is in Lantana. Been pretty... I don't know. Has anybody been looking at this camera? I haven't seen anything. I don't know if the wind's picked up a lot yet or not. Definitely frequent lightning. Hey, Bob, for the $20 super chat. Thanks for your great, dependable reporting. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Bob. For the generous super chat. We also have another camera coming up back over in Glen Heights, Texas. This is a brand new radar mega cyclone port. We'll be able to see the storms from here as well. This is looking actually northwest. It's looking in the direction of Fort Worth. So that'll be kind of a cool camera view that we'll have here as these storms come into Dallas, Fort Worth over the next few minutes. Was Freddie doing in Abilene? Probably sleeping, if I had to guess. Getting food, one of the two. I think he's done for the night. What about Connor bottom middle? He's currently going towards the Strawn and Mineral Well storms right now. Actually, look at Bob Pack. Put Bob Pack bottom middle. He has a lot of lightning back out there to the west. Hey, Brandon, for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that. Argyle is bright but super calm. Has anybody seen anything in Denton County? I'm actually curious. Has anybody like had anything crazy? Any like high winds? Also, Cody says, wind is quiet at North Lake. Should we still expect wind? We had 80 mile per hour winds reported barely north of Denton. They've downgraded the warning to 70 for Denton, McKinney, and Flower Mound. It's been calm. Denton County, no high winds? Really? It's been nothing? I'm not even gonna lie, that's actually kind of surprising based off the reports that we have. Got 63 mile per hour wind gust in Denton. Windows are rattling. We got faked out in Denton, Texas. I'm not gonna lie to you, this is actually kind of surprising based off the reports that we're getting. I don't like these are like reliable reports. We've had 260, 65 mile per hour wind gust reports along the I-35 East corridor, and then we also had an 82 just south of Gainesville. We've had multiple 60s also south of Whitesboro. This is seizure warning lightning right now. There's a lot of lightning with these storms. Yeah, once again, definitely don't go outside if you're in any of these warnings or even near these storms. There's a frequent amount of lightning right now happening with all this. There's a report. According to Durant and Bryan County Emergency Management, back over in Bryan County, Oklahoma, there was apparently a large multi-vortex tornado, according to Scanner earlier. That's not now, that was earlier. Several power flashes. That was the storm just south of Durant. Hopefully everybody's okay. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, both of our major airports in the DFW area are under a mandatory ground stop, so that means that there will be no incoming or departing traffic into those airports until this storm system makes its way through.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, if you're flying out of Dallas Fort Worth, expect that you're not flying tonight, or at least it's going to be delayed. And hopefully you're not stuck on the, I think it's the tarmac, right? Is that what they call it? I haven't been to an airport in a while. Back over to Tornado Pagey. This is back over near Mineral Wells, Texas, where we got up to 65-mile-per-hour winds coming in. I think their signal's low, but they got high winds, so we're going to keep an eye on them. That is, again, a line of storms. We got two different lines. Again, we got one line of storms back over to the south of Graham, west of Fort Worth. This will likely impact Fort Worth within the next hour. And then we got some discrete cells that have been firing off just to the west of and around Abilene that have been producing mainly a hail and wind threat. There is not really much of a tornado risk with these storms, at least for now. And then back over to the north of DFW, this is our other line of storms, which has so far been a bit more significant, at least in the last hour. That is still producing widespread damaging winds between 60 to 75 miles per hour and may even produce a tornado or two. There's still some broad rotation moving to Greenville, Texas over the next few minutes and then approaching Commerce. That will eventually go towards West Tallahassee and then also going towards Emory, just outside of Sulphur Springs. Tornado warning continues for 9 more minutes for Honey Grove. That is still a rain-wrapped area of rotation near Dodge City. I'm not seeing as much rotation on this storm, but if we had a tornado, it'd be somewhere between Windham and Ladonia. We have a little bit of range folding here, so it's a little bit harder to see on radar. If you're back over to Ladonia, west of Roxton, continue to stay in your storm shelter, closet or bathroom, as that storm continues to move southeast. Huge shout out to Will with the $100 super chat. W's in the chat for Will. Really appreciate the generosity. You've been way too kind today. Really appreciate that. Hey, Kodos for the super chat. I wouldn't be worried about the storms in DFW. Just stay weather aware. Biggest thing. Anyone know our Tornado Page is streaming? She isn't on YouTube. She might not be on YouTube, but she's still streaming to us. I don't think she's streaming anywhere else right now. By the way, if you guys have any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Riley, look through that. See if you see anything. Any confirmed tornadoes today? We've had, we'll go through it later in the stream, but I'm pretty sure we've had at least 8 tornadoes, 6 tornadoes, at least 6. We had like 5 in the Panhandle earlier. I think we had at least 1 or 2 in Oklahoma too. Thank you, Tanya, for the super chat. Will Tyler, Texas get hit? You're in the path of this. Yeah, Tyler, you got an entire line coming towards you. And I don't really think this is going to weaken a whole lot by the time it gets to Tyler. It'll probably be around the same intensity. So Tyler, Longview, Kilgore, Sulphur Springs, be ready again for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds at the minimum, but probably higher than that. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, just got a wind gust report out of Dodge City, Texas. Emergency managers are estimating wind speeds up to 80 miles per hour occurred. The storm's currently warned for 70 miles per hour, but I'm assuming we'll see a upgrade to 80 mile per hour winds. That would also make it a destructive severe thunderstorm warning.
Hey, Riley, for the update. So that's just outside of Bonham, Texas. That's also inside of our tornado warning. And there's a possibility that the wind is coming from our RFD surge, or rear flank downdraft. So that's surging probably from the backside of the storm from our initial area of rotation, or possibly even a tornado, which is why we have winds that are that high. So right around 80 to 85 miles per hour inside of that tornado warning, at least in the last few minutes. The tornado warning still continues here for Honey Grove for the next several minutes. And then back over in Carrollton, Plano, we got our highest winds moving through in the next few minutes. So again, we got multiple rounds of damaging winds that'll be moving through. But to give you an idea of where these winds are actually happening right now, I'm going to go to the terminal radar site. So we still have high winds, possibly near Denton and Corinth, but this right here is the leading edge of our damaging wind threat, that white line. So that's now moving through Carrollton, Bedford, and possibly near Fort Worth, but Plano is going to be getting hit by this over the next few minutes. Garland is in the path of that, and then it'll be moving to Irving in about 5 or 7 minutes. Dallas about 10 to 15 minutes from now. Mesquite is probably about 15 to 20 minutes as well, and then Terrell's about 25, 30 minutes out. All right, so basically this entire area in if you're anywhere in Dallas County, you need to be ready for this. If you're on the eastern side of Tarrant County, be staying away from windows. The first surge of probably 3 surges of wind will be coming through here. I still think this is gonna be our first surge. We got another surge probably back in here in our actual storms, and then maybe another one kind of on the backside of these storms. We go back to our actual radar site though. Say zoomed out. Once again, if you have any photos or videos, you can add us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. We're looking through those right now. And if you guys have anything, we'll possibly show it on stream. Tornado warning will expire in 5 minutes. Back over near Bonham. I'm guessing that one will be allowed to expire. This is back over in Frisco, Texas. This is from Craig on Twitter. Let's put on the audio for this one. So moments ago, back over in Garland. Lots of lightning, gusty winds. Honestly, I could fall asleep to that noise. kind of calming, I'm not gonna lie. Thank you, Tanya, for the $5 super chat. I think I already answered that. My chat is behind. Refresh this. This is back over in Frisco, Texas as well, just moments ago. At 10:11 p.m. That's definitely that's probably around 60 mile per hour winds right there. So, yeah, that's over in Frisco, Texas. That was from Jillian on Twitter. Me too, Max. I don't know who else couldn't fall asleep to that kind of noise. That's like literally white noise right there. We do have wind damage report coming out of Bonham, Texas, on about a mile north of Bonham. Emergency management is reporting thunderstorm wind damage and debris along US 82 and Highway 78 and Highway 121. So on top of us having an 80+ mile per hour wind gust, we also have a damage report there on the north side of Bonham, which would match up also with there possibly being a tornado. We had very strong rotation at the time of those reports happening. So there may have been a tornado. We got a storm that's gone up all the way out to the east here of Paris. Not really much of a tornado concern right now, but I wouldn't rule out an isolated spin up out of that storm. Right now, hail and wind is the biggest concern. Once again, our line of storms right now is pushing into Plano, Garland, and then eventually into Dallas here over the next few minutes. There's, I believe, I forgot to look at the number of people in this warning, but I'm pretty sure it's like 5 million people that are in this warning. So continue to stay away from windows, lowest floor possible, as this line of storms continues to push down to the south-southeast over the next several minutes. Once again, for Dallas County, Hunt County, Kaufman County, Rockwall, and Tarrant counties. Yeah, there's 3.9 million people in this warning, so that's a lot. Thank you, Kodos, for the super chat. Do you think a tornado is possible in Dallas? I don't think we're gonna get a tornado in Dallas. I think it's just the line of storms is not oriented in that way. We don't have like like the northern side of this is interesting because like if you look at this, it's all kind of moving down to the south. You don't usually get tornadoes with a southerly moving line of storms like this. It's harder for that to happen. But over here to the east is where we could have some spin up tornadoes. It's kind of on the northern segment almost of our Boeing segment here. This would be where it's more favorable for a tornado or two, which is why we've had tornado warnings over in this general vicinity. Now, on the other hand, west of DFW, I mean, this storm could produce tornadoes as well, but the threat of that is going to be more contingent on this staying organized. It's been a little bit unorganized here for a little bit. Oh, this is Tornado Pagey. They're driving through some really high winds again. Back over near Highway 180, just outside of Mineral Wells. This warning's for 65-mile-per-hour winds. Honestly, it looks a little bit higher than that. Thank you, Chris, for the $10 super chat for your next round of DoorDash food. I appreciate that. Thank you, Chris. Very windy still up there, just to the west of Weatherford. And this area of storms will be coming into Weatherford and Mineral Wells over the next few minutes. Mineral Wells, we got about 5 minutes until we probably see 60 to 65-mile-per-hour winds, maybe even a little bit higher than that. Put Connor bottom middle. Thank you, Crystal, for the $5 super chat. How's my day going? It's going. Been live pretty much all day. Live for about 8 hours now. All right, tornado warning has now just officially ended back over in the Honey Grove area, so we no longer have a tornado warning. We still have a couple areas of rotation that we're keeping an eye on, but right now it's mostly a wind threat. Got a little bit of rotation still ongoing near Greenville, but that's been pretty broad. Otherwise, it's a lot of wind right now and a lot of lightning. Damaging winds around 70 miles per hour, continuing across Sulphur Springs, Greenville, McKinney, Bonham, and Paris. Frequent lightning also continuing. But again, right now the wind threat is around 70 miles per hour on the northeast side of the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Continue to stay away from windows, lowest floor possible until these storms fully pass. If you're in Denton or Flower Mound, it's still probably, you're at least probably still dealing with some gusty winds, but you're no longer in any severe warning, at least for now. Not gonna lie, I'm kind of surprised this warning out west of Weatherford is not higher than 60 or 65. Looks more like 70 on this. Power outage in Anna, Texas. Thank you for the report. Also, this is over in Abilene, Texas right now. Camera is actually shaking a lot. We got a severe storm here with 60-mile-per-hour winds, golf ball-sized hail. There's also a tornado possible label on this storm. Look how much lightning there is and also how windy it's gotten. I'm in McKinney, Texas, and this storm is really underwhelming. It's probably better that it's underwhelming rather than overwhelming. Just throwing that out there. I'm gonna be honest though, like, we had a lot of wind gusts that were between 60 to 85 miles per hour. The warnings were warned properly. I don't think there would be anything changed to them. I'm actually kind of surprised we didn't have higher winds through like McKinney and stuff. It seems like it's been weaker than weaker than what we were expecting. It's very interesting. Because a lot of the, again, we had literal reports, like actual like observations with ASOS stations and stuff like that, upwards of 80 to 85 mile per hour winds. So, but even then, we've had plenty of damage reports. Better that it's not as intense though as it could be. I mean, it's still intense, just not as intense as it could be. Lenny James to the super chat. Idabel. Idabel's gonna be mostly a wind threat. Again, this northern segment of this line will be slightly more favorable towards an isolated tornado or two going towards Idabel. So that is one thing I'd be keeping an eye on. You're back over in Idabel. The FW airport is shut down. It is shut down, or it's at least temporarily down because of the severe storms. Sirens in North Dallas. Again, tornado sirens do go off across literally anywhere in North Texas for severe weather. I don't think it changes like based off of location. I'm pretty sure it's just the same across the board. I think every North Texas tornado siren will go off even just for severe weather. So there is no tornado warning though as of right now. Back over near Mineral Wells, we still have a little bit of rotation moving into Mineral Wells right now. There is a low tornado risk out of this storm. More than anything though, damaging winds the biggest concern. Going towards Weatherford, Fort Worth over the next several minutes. And back over in Abilene, we have a couple storms that are trying to rotate. We got two different discrete cells here. We got one south of Bayard and the other one just south of Abilene. If you're in Abilene, continue to stay weather aware. This is moving towards Clyde. Storm intermediate bottom middle of your screen is actually driving towards this, so we're keeping an eye on them. But this definitely has a chance to produce a tornado at some point down the road as it moves to the east. It's going to be coming up on I-20 over the next few minutes as well. Thank you, Cody, for the $5 super chat. Was super quiet. And anything in the future in Northlake was hyped all day for the fun. I don't know what's so fun about having high winds and damage, but I mean, yeah, over there in Northlake, you're probably winding down. The only thing I'd say, though, is like this line of storms back off to the west. If it can somehow upscale further north, there could be concern there, but that's mainly moving towards Fort Worth and Cleburne right now. So that may just stay down to your south. Hey Joe for the $5 super chat. P to dime-sized tail in South Abilene tagged you in a post on Twitter. Hey, also, Jax for the $20 super chat. Hail still a threat or on the leading edge of either line? There will not be much more hail. I don't think these storms are really hail producers. Again, these are lines of thunderstorms. The hail concern's way lower, at least for the ones in North Texas, like near Dallas-Fort Worth. The hail threat is higher back over near Abilene because we have multiple discrete supercells that are ongoing. So we could still see up to 2.5 inch sized hail. It could get as large as the size of tennis balls, but it's not nearly as significant as it once was. I mean, again, we had 4 to 5 inch sized hail earlier, so definitely not as substantial as it could be. Once again, if you're in Dallas, Garland, we got the highest winds coming through your area over the next few minutes. Also near Irvine. I keep saying Irvine. It's Irving. Bedford, Arlington, and Mesquite. And this leading edge of the line is where one of our surges of wind will be, and they'll have another one inside of the storm. Damaging winds could be as high as 65 to 70 miles per hour moving into Dallas County. It's entering into Rockwall County as well here over the next couple minutes, and then it will be moving to Terrell and Kaufman back over in Kaufman County in about 10 to 15 minutes or so. Greenville, you're also getting hit by this line of storms now. It's about to be moving to Paris, Texas in about 5 minutes or so, maybe 10 minutes. I still would not rule out a spin-up tornado out of something in here, out of this like little cluster that's developed between Paris and Dangerfield and Lone Star. And then also just off to the southwest of Fort Worth, or actually west of Fort Worth, we now have a new severe warning. So if you're back over in Fort Worth, we're not quite done yet. We got 65 mile per hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. Currently moving in the direction of Weatherford, going towards Fort Worth, Burleson, Cleburne, and Glen Rose. So again, continue to stay away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning. I'm going to put Connor bottom middle. He's in this new warning. Thank you, Misty, for the $20 super chat. Sirens are going off in Paris. What is going on? Again, sirens in Texas or North Texas go off for any severe warning. So 70 mile per hour winds are the biggest concern right now. Hey, James, for the $20 super chat as well. Yeah, same thing. I mean, again, there's no tornado warning there. It's just 70 mile per hour winds for now. What about Missouri? I think Missouri is pretty much done for tonight. There's only one severe warning up there right now. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning just south of I-20 near Putnam and Bayard. That is going to be for 60 mile per hour winds and ping pong ball sized hail. Right now, for our tornado concern, the greatest concern would be the storm near Abilene, which is just broadly rotating as of right now. Moving towards Clyde and Bayard. Storm intermediate is coming up into that here in a few minutes. I'm keeping an eye on them. Hey, Stella, for the $20 super chat. Really appreciate that. Getting a report in the chat. 40 plus mile per hour winds in North Dallas and getting stronger. Appreciate the little update. Apparently the Lantana camera is getting more intense. Really? Heck? Back over in Lantana, Texas. This is in Lantana. This is in Denton County. And I guess some of the wind, it's not severe, I don't think, but it's gusty. Some of the wind is kind of coming in late here. This is live in Lantana. So gusty winds right now in Denton County. It's not over yet. I mean, it's not severe, I don't think, but at least strong. Go back to live radar here. It's rough west of Denton. It's a lot of lightning. Somebody else just said Denton County, no wind so far. We've had very conflicting reports. We've had some people with very high winds in Denton County and then some people with absolutely nothing. It's been very 50-50, it feels like. Okay to go to bed in Frisco? Yeah, you can probably go to bed in like 20 minutes. I'd stay up for like a little bit longer, but you should be good here shortly. Hey, Laura for the $5 super chat. How's tomorrow look? We'll talk about tomorrow at some point later. More focused on what's happening now. Huge shout out to Christopher and Donna with the $50 PayPal donations. W's in the chat for Donna. Really appreciate that. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so after 1 whole hour, we have seen our first plane come back and land here at the DFW airport, and you guys can see that there's quite the lineup at the gates of traffic waiting to go out. We were on a ground stop for about an hour. It sounds like we're just starting to get flights back in. It's probably going to take a while before we start getting more outbound flights. There's been a number of flights delayed and or canceled, but hopefully they can get things moving again here shortly.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, there are delays and also some possible cancellations that'll come out of tonight just purely because of the weather, but hopefully it's just delays and nothing more than that. But again, a lot of storms continue to move through Dallas-Fort Worth. This does affect Love Field and also the DFW airport. So just a heads up, if you have any plans of flying out tonight or tomorrow morning, your flight may be impacted. Thank you, Trey, for the $5 super chat, and also Mark for the $5 super chat. What's Weatherford? What is Weatherford supposed to get? 65, 70 mile per hour winds, the greatest concern as of right now. Again, your wind is going to be coming in the next 15 to 20 minutes. This is a pretty fast moving line of storms moving east at about 40 miles per hour. So Weatherford and Springtown will be the main areas of the path of this here in the near term. Denton is uninspiring, just rain and some hail. That's one way to put it. I guess. I don't know how else to describe it. I mean, like, everybody's described this as if it's like such a bad thing that we did not have bad weather. Put Abilene bottom. Actually, we got Stormner Media has a view of this rotating supercell south of Abilene right now. Let me go to them. They have a decent view of this rotating supercell. You can see it right there. Stormner Media. This has a tornado possible label on it.
Not bad looking cell right there, guys, by any means. Got a decent little velocity on
it. Well, definitely severe level what? And there's no doubt about that.
I guess it does, doesn't it?
Yeah, that right there is the area of interest. South of Abilene.
We're getting close.
They're gonna be in the middle here.
Bottom right of your screen, that's what the storm looks like right now. It is discreet. Not rotating a whole lot in the low levels, but it's trying.
I'm just heading another 3 miles south to this town here.
Keep bottom middle of your screen. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so actually behind the line of storms out of Graham, Texas, we just got a 67 mile per hour wind report. This occurred 10 minutes ago, which is actually interesting because the majority of the thunderstorm in the area had already made its way through by then. What we may have going on is there's so much wind flowing into our MCS from the backside. It's really just a a large wind field. We talked about this earlier when we said that the wind field wasn't only going to be on like sort of the brim of the QLCS itself. There's going to be wind flowing in the back, and we're starting to see that. We also just got another wind gust out of Welch, Texas. It's basically the same thing, another 67-mile-per-hour wind gust, and that was also well behind the line of severe thunderstorms. So I think we're going to have a widespread wind field of damaging winds even after the severe thunderstorm warnings are canceled, just associated with that rear inflow jet that's going on behind these thunderstorms.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So yeah, back over behind this line of thunderstorms, there's also a threat of wind. With how strong our low mid-level winds are aloft coming out of the northwest, that's going to help to amplify even some high winds with even these small little storms. So there's a possibility even for some damaging winds out of that. It'll be more spotty at times, but again, generally speaking, between Graham and 83, that's where we may have some higher winds kind of peaking right now behind our entire segment of storms. Back over in Mineral Wells, the highest winds are moving through Mineral Wells right now. Honestly, this line is starting to intensify a bit. The velocities are starting to get a little bit stronger near Mineral Wells and also near Millsap. Right now measured at around 60 to 65 miles per hour on radar. Personally, I would not be surprised if it were higher than that. This line, again, currently pushing to the east. It will be coming up into Weatherford, Springtown, Millsap over the next few minutes, tracking right along I-20. And then keep in mind that this is heading right towards Fort Worth. This has not shown any signs of weakening coming up on Fort Worth. So if you're in Fort Worth or Azle or Benbrook or Burleson, be ready for at least 65 to 70 mile per hour winds. Could be a bit stronger than that as well as this line continues to track to the east. And also, we just got another severe warning for Eastland, Texas. That will be for ping pong ball sized hail and 60 mile per hour winds. Also, Tornado Pagey, as of 8 minutes ago, was reporting power flashes in Palo Pinto, Texas, which is this line of storms here. So the winds may actually be a bit higher than 65 miles per hour. But they did say there were power flashes, so... Hey, Devs, to the $5 super chat. Justin, Texas. I think you guys are probably fine for right now in Justin. Again, this line, if it can scale further north, it could be a problem, but I think this is going to stay just to the south of Denton County. But that could change. We'll see. I think it'll stay south of you guys, though. Should stay south of you. What does the power outage meter look like? We don't have the power outage meter, but I will look at the power outage map in a second. Hey, Julie, for the $5 super chat. If you're in Bonham in an RV, I think you'll be fine for tonight. Just stay weather aware and have ways to receive warnings. Also, thank you, Stock Dog, for the $10 super chat. We have thunder and buoy. Do you think there will still be bad here? Keep in mind that we have a lot of just rain and kind of elevated shower and storm activity behind our line of thunderstorms. So there will still be thunder and lightning behind this, but it's not going to really equate to much other than just being, you know, thunder and lightning. We're not really talking about more storms that'll be significant, I don't think, at least to the north and west of this line. So I think you guys will be fine. Yeah, let's look at the power outage map, and I'm kind of curious to see if it's bad or not. This is the latest power outage map from the poweroutage.us, and we actually have quite a bit of power outages across the board. We have 82,000 customers without power. Vast majority of the ones in North Texas are along the Red River Valley. We also have a slew of them back over in parts of the Texas Panhandle and just west of Wichita Falls, where there are some more numerous power outages. And then we had one supercell track across East Texas today, and I'm pretty sure that knocked out power for a lot of those areas. The Dallas-Fort Worth area, this is kind of early numbers. We'll probably see this increase over the next hour, but Collin County, at least 9,500 customers without power, and then about 300 without power in Denton. But again, this number should increase over the next few hours as the lines of storms continue to move through, and also those numbers update. I think they're still a little bit behind. Hey, White Critter with $10 super chat. It's going to sound crazy, but Richardson, Texas, I saw a ball of lightning. Promise I'm not making this up. It's possible. Back over to the west of Fort Worth right now, we do have a huge surge of wind coming into Weatherford over the next few minutes. So yeah, if you are in Weatherford, Millsap, Springtown, get ready for up to 70 mile per hour winds. I think they just updated. Yeah, they upgraded the warning to 70 mile per hour winds now going towards Weatherford. Thank you, Phone, for becoming a member. So again, this is still an intense line of thunderstorms, and it is actually organizing. So this actually could intensify further towards Fort Worth, maybe even up to 80 mile per hour winds. The velocities have gotten a lot stronger over the last few minutes. We actually have a 76 mile per hour velocity scan in the last couple minutes here, just outside of Cool, Texas. So if you're in Weatherford, if you're in Springtown, stay away from windows. If you're back over in Fort Worth, also be ready for this. Benbrook's also in the path of this. Very intense line of storms here going towards Fort Worth. Thank you, Owen, for the super chat. And Abilene, I got some video from the lightning. Where can I share it with you? You can send it to us on Facebook or Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. What happened there? What? There's damage over here. This is Tornado Pagey and Mineral Wells.
Are they really gonna do that?
Whoa, that's significant damage.
I bet they're stuck.
This is literally from the damaging winds right now. I don't know what this is from.
Around and go up and around.
But this is literally from our 70 to 80 mile per hour winds here back over in Mineral Wells. We actually have damage. I can't tell what that is.
Okay, I bet they're stuck.
That looks like... Anybody know what that is? I don't want to speculate. I can't tell what that is.
Oh, they're good now.
We're gonna find out in a second. We're radioing into them.
Oh, it's the ambulance. Wow.
There's an ambulance here too. Hopefully everybody's okay. Can't really tell what it is. Can't tell if that's part of a mobile home or if it's like a billboard or an ambulance on the scene. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So we've only received a little bit of information on this. It's a tin building, but apparently the whole building was demolished. It's unconfirmed whether or not it is occupied. Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton are obviously still on scene. If we get any more information, I'll get that from them and then let all of you guys know what happened there.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, there is damage there to a building in Mineral Wells. Keep in mind that the winds have actually been intensifying over Mineral Wells. This line of storms is not weakening to the west of Fort Worth. It is actually strengthening, and they may actually upgrade this warning to a destructive 80 mile per hour wind level as this goes in the direction of Weatherford, Benbrook, Fort Worth, and also going towards Azle and Springtown. So continue to take this seriously here. If you're back over in Fort Worth, we just had some big damage there in Mineral Wells, and that is a possibility with this line as it continues to track to the east. But again, that is not what you want to be seeing here with this line of thunderstorms. If we get any other updates, we'll obviously let you know. They're driving right out through Mineral Wells, so we'll keep you posted if anything new comes out of that area. Thank you, Hunter, for the super chat. Anything to be worried about in Rockwall? Rockwall, you're currently looking at like 60 mile per hour winds, probably, maybe 65. It's not as intense as it once was, but right now is pretty much your peak of severe weather. And then this other line of storms, as it approaches Fort Worth, we'll see if it can get to Fort Worth, but it's still very intense. We've had a lot of convection developing just east of the line. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out, because it is going to kind of stabilize the atmosphere, I think, a little bit, but it might not. The velocities are still very strong in this line. We're now getting up to 80 mile per hour winds on velocities just to the west of Weatherford. So back over near Weatherford, winds are really starting to ramp up. There is still a low chance, too, of an isolated tornado with this line as it continues to track to the east. If we're able to get a little bit more rotation on one of these storms, got a little bit of a kink kind of forming here near Millsap, but just not enough for any tornado warning in the near future, but something to keep an eye on. I would say it's a very low chance of a tornado, but not zero. Yeah, Greenville should be mostly wind and rain. Tornado threat pretty much zero now in Greenville. I think we got some, even got some flooding over here in Mineral Wells. I thought I just saw a tree down, but I could be wrong. This is in Mineral Wells, Texas right now, where we just had some damage. Looks like some branches that are down. Upwards of 80 mile per hour winds just went through this area. We're going through some side roads here. Looking for any more damage in the area.
Dude, there won't be flooding at the bottom.
Keep an eye on them. They're going through Mineral Wells still. Latest radar scan is still showing very high winds. We still have a huge pocket of 80-mile-per-hour winds right now, going through cool Millsap and Mineral Wells. So if you are in any of this severe thunderstorm warning, again, continue to stay away from windows. That's going towards Weatherford over the next few minutes, and then coming up into Harmony and Tin Top. Latest scans showing a surge of wind here near 1189 Road. There is still a low chance, I think, that we could get a bit more of an inflow and maybe a tornado threat out of this little segment here near I-20. That'll be going towards Fort Worth. I'm still giving it a low chance of a tornado, but it's possible going towards Fort Worth. And then this right here, we are still talking about very high winds near Cool and Millsap. Radar indicated at least around 75 to 80-mile-per-hour winds. They've also just issued a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Sulphur Springs. So Sulphur Springs, Tira, Cooper, Cumbie, you guys are now in a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So stay away from windows, be on the lowest floor possible. This is for Delta and Hopkins counties. It is radar indicated 80-mile-per-hour winds here, which honestly I don't see that on radar, but I wouldn't be surprised. And not really seeing that on radar. But if you're over in Sulphur Springs, very high winds right now moving into Sulphur Springs, going towards Dangerfield. Shout out to Thomas with the Venmo donation, and Bobby, really appreciate that. And also thank you, Cassidy, for the Venmo donation. Thank you, Jose, for becoming a member. How's it going to be in Dallas, Fort Worth? Well, again, Dallas right now, you're getting hit with high winds. The line of storms producing up to 65-mile-per-hour winds. And then this right here would be our next line of storms. That may or may not make it to Dallas, but I think it will make it to Fort Worth. Currently producing 70 to 80-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, it still could be a little bit higher than that. We'll see. I wouldn't be surprised if they upgrade this warning to 80-mile-per-hour winds going into Weatherford. If you are in Weatherford, you should be staying away from windows, for the record. So if you are in Weatherford, you should be staying away from windows. Possibility for 70 to 80-mile-per-hour winds exists. Could even be a bit higher than that as this line moves in. Hey, Steve, for becoming a member. Thank you, Cindy, for the super chat. There's also a lot of lightning with this storm. Don't forget, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Don't forget to click the bell icon as well so you're notified with the latest updates. Also, make sure to follow us on Facebook and Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Once again, if you have any friends or family in the path of severe weather tonight, you can share our stream with them at MaxVelocityWX here on YouTube. We will be live covering this. Here's a slightly more clear view of the damage that we just had in Mineral Wells. Again, part of a tin building. Looks like some power lines or poles down here. Got some other metal sheets and debris down here as well. And then an ambulance was on the scene. So possibly injuries. We don't really know for sure. That was where the flashing lights were. What they said is that right in front of us on Highway 180, after power flashes in Mineral Wells, multiple power poles are down. A building roof was ripped off. A car tried to drive under the down power lines in the ditch. That's interesting. So a car tried to drive under the down power lines into a ditch. Multiple trees are down on the sides of the roads. That's not safe. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we just had a 69-mile-per-hour wind gust confirmed in Mineral Wells via the ASOS. That was the same place where we saw the damage to that building on Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton's feed.
Hey Riley for the update. So again, that is up 70-mile-per-hour winds here near Weatherford. The velocities on radar are currently indicating still at least winds around 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds. It could still be up to 80 though. And so again, this line currently moving towards Weatherford over the next several minutes. Velocities on radar showing 80-mile-per-hour winds right now still. Gonna be going right along I-20 over the next few minutes. You guys are so inappropriate in the chat. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Taylor, for the $10 super chat. Since YouTube refuses to let me use Apple account money to buy a membership, I'll support you in this way. I appreciate that. Thank you, Taylor. Thank you also, Labroski, for the super chat. Yeah, never get out of the car, by the way, if there's a down power line. That is not safe. Or drive over them. Those are just two terrible ideas. It bundled into one, by the way. Hey, Rhea, for the super chat. I would say right now, I'll draw a little line and give you an idea of where you can and can't go to bed. I'm in like this area here. You can probably go to bed. Just have ways to receive alerts just in case something spooky happens tonight. But anywhere else, I'd still be staying weather aware, at least for now. This other line, after this line of storms pushes through, most of DFW will be done. This line of storms is like the one last thing that's holding together. And like this thing is actually producing significant wind. I don't think it's going to scale towards Denton County, but just out of caution, I would stay up or at least have ways to receive alerts just in case. In case something funky happens. Hey, George for the super chat. Hey, for helping my severe storm anxiety, I'm glad I can help. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so that destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Sulphur Springs was just updated, and they have added an EDS tag to that warning. That is an extremely dangerous situation.
Hey, Riley, for the update. So yeah, Sulphur Springs storm. This is over near Sulphur Springs. We have up to 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds happening near Tira, Sulphur Springs, and Como. That'll be moving into Winnsboro over the next few minutes and then going towards Mount Pleasant in Texas. And we just got a new huge severe thunderstorm warning going towards Tyler, Longview, and Kilgore, Texas. And that right there is going to be for damaging winds upwards of 70 miles per hour and half-dollar-sized hail. And we now have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Weatherford, Millsap, and just west of Fort Worth. That is for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds going towards Weatherford, Texas. If you are in Weatherford, you need to be staying away from windows and on the lowest floor possible and in an interior room of your home or building. Again, 80-mile-per-hour winds moving into town over the next few minutes. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so this is another EDS situation here. This storm is moving into Dallas-Fort Worth, and I don't think that it's going to weaken by the time it gets to Fort Worth specifically. So Fort Worth, we may be looking at an extremely dangerous situation sometime the next half hour to 60 minutes.
Hey, Riley, for the updates. Yeah, again, Weatherford, Millsap going towards Benbrook. We have an 80-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning now. This is an extremely dangerous situation for the town of Weatherford and Millsap. The highest winds are near Preble right now. Connor Croft, bottom middle of your screen. He's at a gas station, but I'm pretty sure he's going to ride this storm out near Weatherford if I had to guess. So we'll be keeping a close eye on him. I would have to assume the winds are going to pick up immensely here very shortly in the town of Weatherford, Texas. So if you are in Weatherford, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. I'm still watching a broad area of rotation or convergence on radar that has been trying to come together. That could be a concern going towards Fort Worth. I don't think it's a big concern. I don't know if it's going to do anything. Like, there's a chance. I think it's low, but this could end up producing a threat for maybe a spin-up tornado somewhere near Fort Worth. So it's something to keep an eye on if it's able to come together. It's a little Boeing segment that's really trying to organize right now. It's going to kind of depend on our rain, cool air, and convection out in front of our little hook that is formed on radar. We have another severe thunderstorm warning. This one is going to be for Henderson, Van Zant, and Rains counties in Texas. That'll be right near the I-20 corridor. That is for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is a considerable threat of damaging winds moving down to the southeast. Very large line of storms is continuing to move through Dallas and Fort Worth, and then right over near Sulphur Springs is where we have 80-mile-per-hour winds that'll be moving towards Longview and Tyler, Texas. Back over in Weatherford, once again, huge surge of wind coming into Weatherford over the next few minutes. You got about 2 minutes until the highest winds are moving into the west side of Weatherford. So you should be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. If you are in Weatherford, Texas, velocities are currently picking up on winds at least around 80 to 85 miles per hour, which I would agree it's probably around that number right now. Shout out to Angela with the Venmo donation. I appreciate that. And Brent with the 13-month membership. I think Austin, Texas is not going to be too bad tonight. Just isolated damaging winds early morning tomorrow. Latest radar scan now showing a larger swath of 80 to 85 mile per hour winds right now along I-20. That is moving into Weatherford right now and then going to Willow Park. And it will be coming up on the I-20 corridor here in a few minutes as well. Fort Worth, you guys are going to be in the path of this. If you're in Fort Worth, you need to be staying away from windows as well once this storm approaches, assuming that you get a severe warning, and it probably will be around this unless... Actually, guys, look at this. I actually think there is a legitimate tornado threat. We got a little bit more, at least there's a little bit more pushing out from this storm now. We got a little bit more of a rear flank downdraft. I truly do think we could get a tornado with this. I don't think it's a high chance, but I mean, it's definitely trying to organize. You definitely keep an eye on this going towards Fort Worth. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I do want to mention to anyone in Weatherford, and honestly, let's go ahead and shout out Fort Worth as well. This destructive severe thunderstorm warning is comparable to a tornado. You should be taking shelter as if this is a tornado warning. If you have a tornado shelter, you should be utilizing that to take shelter. If not, whatever your normal tornado warning protocol is, that is what we should be following in order to protect ourselves from this very, very dangerous thunderstorm.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So yeah, once again, this is a dangerous storm, and honestly, I still think there is a chance of a tornado here. I don't think it's imminent yet, but I do think it is trying to organize. This is a kind of a bit of a weird situation, especially with how many storms we've had out there. But it has a short window. It's not a really large window. This wouldn't be a long track thing, but it at least has a short window to try to wrap up and maybe do something here as it moves into Benbrook over the next few minutes, and then coming up into Fort Worth. But Connor is going to be intercepting this in the next few minutes. He's on I-20 right now, bottom middle of your screen. We're keeping an eye on him. I'm really curious to see what the radar scan looks like here near Weatherford for both wind and maybe even a tornado threat. There is a little bit of rotation on this storm. Thank you, Cam Man, for the $10 super chat. Paris, Texas, mostly going to be a wind threat. 60 to 70 mile per hour winds are possible. Latest radar scan still showing a little bit of a hook kind of coming out here. Still got an inflow region. Waiting for velocities to update. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max, I actually want to talk about that region as well. I do expect a tornado warning for this. This is probably going to extend into the southern areas of Fort Worth. So be ready for that tornado warning. You should already be in shelter either way, but almost certainly going to have a warning for that.
Thank you for the update. Yeah, this is a pretty classic looking area of rotation. Again, possible tornado going to be trying to form here going towards Fort Worth. So again, if you're over near Benbrook, get ready for this. If you're in Fort Worth, get ready for this. I personally do think we'll probably get a tornado warning on this. It's not a slam dunk yet, but it's definitely rotating. I mean, we got a hook echo, we got an inflow. It's cleared out a lot over the last few minutes, and it is definitely starting to rotate a lot more. We can go look at our base velocities too, going a little bit higher up in loft, and you can definitely see that rotation, that little mesocyclone just south of Weatherford. Thank you, interrogation, for the $20 super chat. I have a friend in Sherman, Texas. Their house is flooding from rain, and a tree is down in her backyard, caught fire from a lightning strike. That is not what you want to hear. Thank you, Michelle, for becoming a member. But yeah, once again, I am a little bit more concerned again about a tornado threat here. I don't think it's like a high threat, but I definitely think there should be a tornado warning for this, just based off what we're seeing on radar. And again, this will be going into Benbrook over the next few minutes, and then tracking into the Fort Worth area. Burleson's also in the path of this. If you have any friends or family in this general area, you can, again, share the stream with them. We'll keep you posted with the latest if anything does come out of this. I personally think if we get one more radar scan where it looks like it's rotating and it looks like it might do something, we'll probably get a tornado warning. They might be a little bit hesitant just because of population density and just making sure like this thing is actually going to do something, because it is also 11 p.m., so people are probably sleeping. Don't want to be super caught off guard if this thing just weakens on the next scan, but it's been progressively intensifying here. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Abilene, Texas. This is about the 25th warning of the day. So Abilene, Clyde, Morin, and Holly, Texas. You guys are included in this. This is going to be for 60 mile per hour damaging winds and golf ball sized hail. Got a new radar scan that just came in here near Weatherford. Still got a large hook here. And Connor's punching into the storm right now. Waiting for velocities to update. Let me go to Connor. And Connor just punched into the storm. It's raining. He's in rain. Latest radar scan still showing rotation. Still got some rotation. I still wouldn't be surprised if we got a tornado warning here. Going towards Benbrook and Burleson. We don't have a CC drop. That's just contamination. But it's rotating. It's not really strong rotation, but I think it's enough for a warning. Let me look at the terminal radar site and see. The terminal radar site also shows that a little bit. One second. I'm biased for the 22-month membership. I also, Wangham for the super chat. Do you think the storm from Weatherford will make it to the Dallas area? It's hard to tell. This all could merge into just one big line. So I don't know if this thing's going to be separated or if it's going to stay together into the Fort Worth area, but we'll have to wait and see. I think this is going to make it to Fort Worth without a doubt. I don't know if it's going to make it to Dallas with its current look. Hey, Robert, for the $5 super chat. While folks looking for an update for Collin County. Collin County is not really looking at much more for tonight. It's just a lot of rain right now. Flooding rainfall, the biggest concern. All right, the latest radar scan is showing a larger hook echo now. Southwest of Benbrook. I'm waiting for velocities to update. This also may... I'm going to wait for the velocity scan, but... And this thing does seem to be rotating. Looks like Connor is now inside of high winds. This is in Weatherford right now. So this is live in Weatherford, Texas, with 80-mile-per-hour winds here. Is that a QT, by the way? This is in downtown Weatherford. Again, this is a destructive severe warning for up to 80-mile-per-hour winds. There you go. All right, we have a tornado warning now in Texas. This is going to be for the storm that we've been talking about for a while. I'm not surprised by this at all. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible. This does include areas just southwest of Fort Worth, just south of Benbrook. We've been talking about this one for a while. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Crescent, Godley, and Joshua, you guys are in this warning. So again, this is a tornado warning, Parker, Johnson, Tarrant, and Hood counties. Again, rotation's been intensifying a lot over the last few minutes. It really does not come to any surprise that they actually tornado warn this. It will be moving to Crescent over the next few minutes and then into Lake Shores. This is what it looks like, again, inside of our highest winds in Weatherford, where we have 80-mile-per-hour winds. It's been pretty high for the last several minutes, and it will likely continue to be this way all the way into Lake Shores.
All right, we got gusts of like 60.
He says there's gusts at least up to 60.
Crazy. It's definitely not 80, but
velocities on radar in Weatherford are still at 80 to 87, or 80 to 90, I should say, miles per hour.
oh, they tornado warned it to my south, bro.
We'll go back to live radar. Once again, Crescent, Lakeshore States, just south of Benbrook, you guys are included in this tornado warning. If you're in Fort Worth, be ready for 80-plus mile-per-hour winds. That is a possibility as this line of storms continues to push to the east over the next several minutes. Waiting for the next radar scan here. Our hook echo still looks very definitive here just outside of Crescent. Going to Lakeshore States as well over the next few minutes. In 1 second. Connor's still looking. Connor's actually getting high winds again. I gotta say, this is one thing I want to point out, by the way. If you're in like DFW, I do want to point out with this line of thunderstorms, we're gonna see multiple surges of wind, and that is what we're actively seeing as well right now. So keep in mind that we are gonna see probably multiple surges of wind just like this.
Rocking the car a little bit, chat.
By the way, 77,000 people are included in this tornado warning. It's not all of Fort Worth, but it's the southwest side of Fort Worth.
I mean, it didn't stop me. You know it's not bad because I just ate 2 pieces of pizza while I'm sitting here, so... I'll tell you, no, it ain't that bad, because I just ate 2 pieces of pizza while sitting here.
Bro ate pizza during a tornado warning. Last couple radar scans, rotation's gotten broader pretty quickly. This might not be as big of a tornado concern, but we'll have to wait and see. Velocities are a little bit broader on the last couple scans, but still producing destructive, damaging winds right now, in addition to a possible tornado threat just southwest of Benbrook. Get ready if you're in Burleson and Joshua to go to your tornado shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. It is possible that you guys get intercepted here by some, at least high winds, if not maybe even a tornado. By the way, bottom middle and bottom right of your screen is a live shot right now going into the Weatherford storm. Tornado Pagey, I'm going to go full screen of them. They are starting to drive through some really high winds now. This is probably 70-mile-per-hour winds, maybe even a little bit higher than that. Also, back over in Abilene, off topic, but over in Abilene, we got some really sus clouds over here. These are really low. Not a wall cloud or anything, but very low clouds back over here in Abilene. We still got multiple hailstorms out there. This is what it looks like in Weatherford right now. May even have some more power flashes here in a moment from the high winds. Likely still around 70 to 80 miles per hour. Tornado warning once again is just southwest of DFW right now. They've just issued a large severe thunderstorm warning for all of Dallas-Fort Worth. Or not Dallas, but all of Fort Worth. Cleburne, Burleson's also included in this. And just outside of that, that is for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. So if you are in Fort Worth, near Weatherford, Cleburne, Glen Rose, Burleson, you guys are all included in a new severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. On the latest scan, this is as of actually 6 minutes ago. All right, let me go to like the latest scan. Our rotation's got a little bit broader. We don't have as much convergence on this tornado warning, but it is still a storm that is producing 70 to 85-mile-per-hour winds, which will be moving into Lakeshore Estates over the next few minutes near Benbrook and coming up into Burleson, again, on the southwest side of Fort Worth. If you are in Fort Worth, I would still be really taking this seriously because we have a really large pocket of 80-mile-per-hour, possibly 90-mile-per-hour winds that have been moving through Weatherford over the last few minutes, and that will be moving into White Settlement and Benbrook in the next 10 minutes, and then it'll be moving to Fort Worth in about 20 minutes or so. So if you're in any of those areas there in Fort Worth, kind of even on Arlington, Bedford, just be ready for that large surge of wind, because I do think we're going to see a pretty big surge of wind in Fort Worth here shortly. Thank you, AJ, for the $5 super chat. What should I do in Weatherford? I'm going to party. Please answer. Go to your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. I'm reiterating that a lot. If you're in an outdoor party, then you need to find like a sturdy structure. We have had a CC drop, but again, that is clear air contamination. That is not a tornado. Letting you guys know. This line of storms is massive. We are still watching for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds heading towards Tyler, Texas, Longview, Kilgore, and Mount Pleasant here over the next hour. So going to be staying away from windows as this line of storms approaches. The destructive severe thunderstorm warning still continues for Sulphur Springs. However, the vast majority of the wind is now moved outside of our warning polygon there. Tornado warning again just continues here, again, southwest of DFW. Waiting for another radar scan. Should have one in a second. Let me look at the terminal radar site too. Terminal radar site had stronger rotation. Now it's gotten way broader. But the storm near Weatherford, I think it'll be mostly a wind threat. But if we can somehow get a little notch up here, I mean, it wouldn't even rule out something up here near Willow Park. The terminal radar site is at least indicating some level, at least of surge of wind, but maybe a little bit of an inflow trying to turn around the northern side of our Boeing segment. So wouldn't rule out a low tornado risk up here. I don't think it's that high, but if you're over in Weatherford, a low chance of maybe a spin-up tornado here at some point in the next half hour as that moves east. New severe thunderstorm warning for Waxahachie, Ennis, Corsicana, Gun Barrel City, and Athens. That is for up to 65-mile-per-hour damaging winds moving down to the south. It's actually live in Glen Heights on the radar mega cyclone port. Wind is starting to pick up a little bit here in Glen Heights. That's a live shot there. We'll keep an eye on that. Can't put it up on one of our cameras, but we'll keep an eye on it. Should I go to sleep in Grapevine? You can go to sleep, just have ways to receive alerts. I'm gonna be honest though, if you're in like anywhere in these warnings, like especially the new one that we just got for Fort Worth, I'd still be on alert. Especially since we are actually starting to see, it's crazy, we're actually starting to see a little bit of rotation down near Willow Park. We could get a tornado warning or something going towards Fort Worth. A little bit of spin there. I'll have to keep an eye on that. Nonetheless, at least a big surge of wind right now moving to the east. But I'll be honest, if you're in Fort Worth, again, just be ready for high winds at the minimum. Could even get a spin-up tornado. Starting to organize a little bit up near Willow Park. And it's going towards a very populated area for the record, so... Yeah, I'm giving it like a 20% chance of this actually becoming tornadic, but the odds are definitely increasing if this thing starts wrapping up more on the next scan. It's mostly an RFD surge right now, or at least the strong winds coming from the storm, but we got a little bit of an inflow on the top side of it. So we'll be moving into White Settlement in about 7 to 8 minutes. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, that warning that includes Tyler, Mineola, Gilmer, Longview, Kilgore, Lone Star, and parts of Dangerfield, Pittsburgh, and Mount Pleasant. There's like a ton of different areas in this. This is an EDS warning, an extremely dangerous situation. I think this is probably the largest extremely dangerous situation warning that's ever been issued. Unfortunately, there's no way to really run the stats on that, but it's definitely got to be up there in terms of size.
Hey Riley, for the update. Yeah, this is actually a huge, extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning. It does include a lot of areas. Square mileage wise, I don't know how much this is, but it's a ton. That's literally from that includes like 6 different counties. So again, extremely dangerous situation for Tyler, Mineola, Gilmer, Longview, Kilgore, Lone Star, Texas as well included in this, and Quitman. Stay away from windows, be on the lowest floor possible. Should be treating these warnings seriously. Also, they have just gone ahead and canceled the tornado warning just off to the southwest of Fort Worth. I would not rule out though that we get a tornado warning west of Fort Worth if that rotation ramps up. Got a little bit of spin on that. Let me see if the terminal radar site's picking it up at all. I'm not going to lie. Like, there is a little bit of an inflow coming around. We needed to definitely watch this. Again, we had a brief stint of rotation. It was more of a QLCS spin up. It seems like that's attempting to happen again north of I-20. At the minimum, we're talking about a huge surge of damaging winds right now moving to Benbrook. But I definitely think there is a chance of a tornado warning if this is able to stay organized and even intensify in terms of its inflow going into the storm. Again, right along I-20. We'll be moving into White Settlement here in a few minutes, and then Fort Worth. North Richland Hills will be in the path of this in about 10 to 15 minutes. Fort Worth probably about 7 to 8 minutes out, maybe 9 for some of the higher winds. But velocities are still picking up at least around 70 to 80 miles per hour. There's also a ton of lightning with these storms. The lightning is crazy in Arlington. There is a ton of lightning. No doubt about that. Thank you, Pamela, for the $20 PayPal donation. I appreciate that. And Angela for the Venmo donation. Appreciate the support. Also, shout out to DC with the $10 super chat. Southwest Arkansas, I would be more concerned about damaging winds. There is a low tornado risk. Check Stormrunner. They have high winds. They do have high winds. They're back over in Abilene, Texas right now. This one looks like an Abilene. Definitely have some high winds here. Keep an eye on them. Definitely some high winds over there.
It's not as windy.
Not super windy. Just like probably 60 mile per hour winds, maybe 65. All right, here's the latest radar scan on our Fort Worth storm. On the latest scan, we're still seeing a huge surge of wind right now on the I-20 and I-30 corridors. There's still a little bit of an inflow coming off from the north, so there's still a chance, I think, of an isolated spin-up tornado. Again, wind being the biggest concern still. We've also started to see a little bit of rotation, actually, south of Crescent. There's actually a little QLCS spin-up tornado that might be trying to happen there near Crescent, Texas. See, there's a little hook, inflow, and then we got a little couplet. It's not much. There's a little bit of something there near Highway 171 that's going to be moving over to 2331 road and then Boss over the next few minutes. But still mostly concerned about our storms up here near Fort Worth. Low tornado risk, though, going towards Burleson over the next few minutes and then also going to Joshua. Hey, Brittany, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Shout out to Kim with the $10 Venmo donation. I appreciate that. Once again, if you are in Fort Worth, you should be seeking shelter. If you're in Fort Worth, Benbrook, or Burleson, winds could still be as high as 80 miles per hour. Apparently, this is sent in from interrogation files of a tree on fire. Back over in Sherman, Texas. Right there, that tree is actually on fire. From lightning. You can see a little fire there in the trees. One of the concerns with our severe storms today. By the way, this is Tornado Pagey currently inside of our destructive severe thunderstorm warning. A ton of lightning. Wind is starting to pick up. We are just awaiting another radar scan, but just gives kind of a taste of what's happening out there. I'm going to go over to Connor as well. Connor's a little bit ahead of them, but still looking at very high winds and frequent lightning as this line of storms continues to push to the east. Thank you, Lauren, for becoming a member. Let's go back over to live radar. Got a new radar scan coming in here in the next moment. And right now it's 11:26 p.m. This new radar scan will be within the last 20 seconds. Still coming in. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, out of Abilene on the ACU campus, we just had a 78-mile-per-hour wind gust. So this storm is currently a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds, but that's probably going to get upgraded to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning with both golf ball-sized hail and 80-mile-per-hour winds.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, Abilene's gotten a ton of storms, by the way. This is like the 5th different supercell that has gone across this region. We've had, 1, 2, 3, 4. We've had like so many different little storms go across Abilene over the last several hours. It's actually unbelievable. I'm actually kind of surprised we don't have a flash flood warning. So, back over in Abilene, plenty of wind right now, hail, and plenty of storms in general. Latest radar scan still showing some signs of rotation off to the west of Fort Worth. We need to keep an eye on this. They've just issued a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Fort Worth. So, all of the Dallas-Fort Worth there, or basically all of Fort Worth, you guys are now included in an extremely I think it's going to be an extremely dangerous situation. Severe thunderstorm warning. Maybe not. No, it is. All right, so we now have an extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning for all of Tarrant County, or at least, not all of it, but a good majority of it here. It's on the southwest side of the county here. For Fort Worth, just outside of Arlington, Benbrook's also included in this for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is basically like a tornado ripping across this area with how high the winds are going to be. So if you're in Fort Worth, Benbrook, Forest Hill, you need to be staying in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible until this storm passes through Fort Worth. So again, stay away from windows, be on the lowest floor possible. Extremely dangerous situation. Severe thunderstorm warning. Benbrook, White Settlement, Forest Hill, Randon, Lakeshore Estates, and as well as the Fort Worth area. I still would not rule out a tornado with this storm, for the record. Like, I still would not rule out a possible tornado with this as it continues to track to the east. We have had a little bit of rotation on the north side of this, so a tornado is definitely in play, in my opinion. It's going to be going into Fort Worth here in the next few minutes. I'm waiting for another radar scan. I'm trying to see, like, we got a lot of wind obviously going towards the radar. We've had some attempts of rotation on this northern segment of this line. I'm just kind of keeping an eye on a potential tornado risk here going to Fort Worth. Thank you, Teeny, for becoming a member. Hey, Cheryl, for the $20 Venmo donation. Really appreciate that. Here's the latest radar scan. I'm not really seeing much rotation right now. I think more than anything is just a big rear flank downdraft surge right now pushing into Benbrook. We still have to keep an eye though on a possible tornado threat because we still have, I mean, there's some rain cooler out in front of this. If that clears up, we might see more inflow and maybe a bit more of a tornado threat. But right now, a big wind threat moving to Benbrook with winds as high as 80 miles per hour. We also have a small little couplet that's formed near Godley, Texas. There's a chance of maybe a weak tornado moving towards Joshua near Cleburne. Currently, 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds is the main concern here. They've just upgraded the severe thunderstorm warning, as Riley alluded to, for a large chunk of the Abilene area. We are back up to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. This does include Abilene, Hawley. It also includes Clyde, Texas, and really all along the I-20 corridor. It is a destructive storm here for the city of Abilene. This is also, I believe, maybe an extremely dangerous situation. Maybe not. They've not made this an EDS, but it is at least a dangerous storm here near Abilene and Clyde that is producing 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So stay away from windows, be on the lowest floor possible if you're anywhere in the severe thunderstorm warning. That is currently tracking to the east-southeast. We got multiple storms in here that are all producing that hazard of significant severe weather. And let me look at the terminal radar site. Yeah, so right now, the biggest surge of winds is moving to Benbrook, Texas. So we're going to have upwards of 80-mile-per-hour winds moving to Benbrook over the next few minutes, and also moving to White Settlement. And in about 5 or 6 minutes, Fort Worth is going to be hit by this. And then Forest Hill, you guys are about 6 to 7 minutes out from the highest winds, or at least some of the highest winds hitting your area. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, if you look at the very, very middle of that large wind field just south of Iona, we have a few pixels that are around 90 miles an hour, all the way upwards of 100. Normally, I'd say this is contamination, but just because there's like actually 6 or 7 pixels that are showing wind speeds of up to 90 miles an hour or higher, there is the chance that this might be legit. So these very, very intense winds are going to be going through Benbrook sometimes in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So you need to take shelter now.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, so again, there could be upwards of 90-mile-per-hour winds inside of this storm right now. That is going to be going right through Benbrook over the next few minutes and then going into Fort Worth. And then Arlington will be in the path of that. Let me look at storm relative velocities here. Yeah, so that's right now the main concern. I don't think that's rotation there. I'm just kind of looking at it. But yeah, we got possibly up to 90-mile-per-hour winds going into Benbrook here over the next few minutes. So please, if you're in Benbrook, stay away from windows. If you're near Burleson or on the north side of Burleson, stay away from windows. Lowest floor possible. It's going into Fort Worth and Arlington here over the next 10 to 15 minutes. This is still an extremely dangerous situation for pretty much all of the Fort Worth area. 80-mile-per-hour winds are likely. The latest scan is showing an even larger swath of 80 to 90-mile-per-hour winds now. That is along and just south of I-20. And that's going to be going to Benbrook here in the next, 2 minutes. Benbrook is getting one surge of wind. The next surge will probably be even larger. So be ready if you're in Benbrook. You're going to probably get at least 2 surges of wind. Same thing with the Edgecliff Village and Moseley and Forest Hill as well, and Fort Worth. You guys are all going to get multiple surges of wind here moving into town. Hey, Kodos with a $10 super chat. Dallas is probably going to continue to see at least storms. This line may or may not make it to you. We'll see. You have a camera in Glen Heights, which is just south of Dallas. I'm going to try to get that up on here in a second. Give me 1 second. Let's get Glen Heights up on here. I'm going to put that bottom right. Should load in a second. Got high winds going through there over the next minute. Hey, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Max, southeast of Godley, Texas, we have an interaction between the outflow boundary of our two different lines. We could see a brief tornado spin up from this just because we have a very intense outflow from one system meeting up with very intense outflow from the other system. So that's going to work together to produce excess vorticity, and it could spin up a weak or maybe a even weak to strong tornado.
Hey, Riley, for the update. Yeah, we got a little... This actually happened back in Shreveport a few weeks back, and we had something similar. And this right here actually could spin up a quick tornado going to Joshua, Texas, just outside of Cleburne. So if you're over near Joshua or Cleburne, I'd be staying away from windows. We got at least 70-mile-per-hour winds going through, and then the potential for a spin-up tornado. Also, they've just upgraded the warning for Abilene, Texas. It's not just 80-mile-per-hour winds now. It's now tennis ball-sized hail. I can't believe we're still talking about huge hail, but if you're back over in Abilene, we got multiple storms that are capable of upwards of tennis ball sized hail both west and east of Abilene, going to Clyde, Bayard, and Putnam over the next few minutes, and then another one near Ty. Bottom left of your screen is a live shot there just south of Abilene that's looking in the direction of that storm. And then back over in Fort Worth, as of now, we still got a huge surge of wind that is now moving through Benbrook. We'll have another radar update in a moment, but I am still pretty concerned right now for the Fort Worth area with the potential for destructive, damaging winds over the next few minutes. And we may even see a spin-up tornado in this line, but the biggest concern for now is the damaging wind threat upwards of 80 miles per hour. And the latest radar scan over Benbrook has a few velocity pixels upwards of 95 to 100 miles per hour. Again, this is probably not translating fully to the ground, but I have to guess that we still at least have 85 to 95 mile per hour winds currently moving into Benbrook right now. Just south of I-20 near 377. Also, the Abilene camera just went down. I think the power may have been knocked out there. Not entirely sure. I'm going to put that camera bottom left. Yeah, velocities are being measured near 100 miles per hour. So, I mean, it's possible that we have winds even as high as 100. We do have some, I think we have some measurement like tools in this area, like different ASOSs and different anemometers. They'll probably be able to detect how high the winds actually are here. But I would have to guess they're probably in the ballpark of 85 to 90 miles per hour at the minimum. So I'll have to wait and see. But we'll have an update on that here in a moment. Got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This one is across parts of North Texas and also East Texas. Swaths of damaging winds will be possible into the overnight hours. Damaging winds can be as high as 90 miles per hour. Tornado threat still there. We could still see a couple of tornadoes. And then golf ball sized hail is also a possibility. That is currently moving to the east and also to the south, depending on where you are. Got two different swaths. We really got like three different swaths of wind that are happening right now. Hey, D for the $20 super chat. North Texas here. Thanks, Max. Appreciate you. Hope you have a Diet Coke soon. I'm drinking one like right now. I do appreciate the super chat. Also, thank you, Bren, for the $5 super chat. It's oddly quiet in North Fort Worth. Lake Worth specifically. Will it pick up sooner or will we be safe? If you're in this area, I think the wind threat is there. It's just not going to be that significant. This really right here is the worst of it. And it's going right into the heart of Fort Worth. I don't know where is Lake Worth? I know it's up here somewhere. I've seen it. That's right here. Yeah, you're kind of on the cusp of it. I would say you're probably going to at least get 65 to 70 mile per hour winds. You're going to be right on the edge of the highest winds, though. It might barely just stay down to your south. So. All right, new radar scan coming in. Somebody just said it's super loud in Benbrook in my chat. So. The worst of the winds right now are moving right into the town of Benbrook. This is still an extremely dangerous situation here in Fort Worth. Winds are still being measured on radar upwards of 80 to 90 miles per hour. Moving to Benbrook, Texas. That'll be moving into the south and west side of Fort Worth also over the next few minutes, and then going to Forest Hill, Texas. You can see how this thing is bowing out, by the way. You can see the entire segment here is bowing out. That's helping to surge the wind as well. That's all this wind surging out in front. And then further down to the south, we've been keeping an eye on a possible tornado threat. It's actually notable that we still have rotation right now over Cleburne, Texas. There is still a little bit of rotation near our outflow boundary. Not necessarily tornado warnable yet, but it will be something we need to keep an eye on as that goes towards Waxahachie and Italy over the next few minutes. This is from Jaden Peppenheim on Twitter. Shame. They're blocking underpasses because of hail and wind. I don't know where this is. I'm pretty sure this is near DFW, but that's in Abilene. All right, so this is over in Abilene, Texas. Once again, do not park under overpasses. At all. We're gonna get a little shame tweet going. Literally a ton of trucks there blocking them. Hey, Derek, for the $10 super chat. Any compounding situations heading towards Louisville by Flower Mound? I think Louisville and Flower Mound are probably done for the night. I'll give it like 10 more minutes, but I think you guys are probably done. Thank you, Brenna, for becoming a member. Yeah, I think that this line is just going to barely stay to your south, which will be good. Unfortunately, Fort Worth is getting hit by the worst of it. Forest Hill, in particular, will probably get hit pretty hard. Edgecliff Village 2, Moseley, and Crawley and Garden Acres are about to get hit really hard by this line of storms. Back over in Abilene, Texas, as we've alluded to, we still have tennis ball sized hail at 80-mile-per-hour winds ongoing near Abilene, Texas. That'll be moving into Clyde, Putnam, and Bayard over the next few minutes. Again, please stay away from windows if you're in this warning. This is still a very dangerous storm in central Texas in a very populated area. Just south of Dallas, we have a line of storms moving into Waxahachie, Gun Barrel City, and Corsicana. This line of storms has actually slowed down a lot over the last 30 minutes. It is moving much more slowly, which means our flooding threat is also increasing, especially in Dallas-Fort Worth. We have multiple flash flood warnings in effect now, so be ready if you're traveling tonight. There will likely be some low-lying areas that are flooded. If not, they will at least be, potentially flooded in some of these areas, and you might even be have some flooding in, like, your home or something like that. That's definitely a possibility. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, our severe thunderstorm warning that includes Tyler, that was already an extremely dangerous situation, has been upgraded from 70 to 80-mile-per-hour winds. So it's now half-dollar-sized hail, 80-mile-per-hour winds, tornado possible, and an extremely dangerous situation.
Hey, Riley, for the update. So we now have an extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning, which is already ongoing, but now it's been upgraded from 70-mile-per-hour winds to 80-mile-per-hour winds for Tyler, Mineola, Gilmer, Longview, Kilgore, Lone Star, and as well as Dangerfield. So if you're in any of this severe thunderstorm warning, you need to be staying away from windows, be on the lowest floor possible. This is a dangerous line of thunderstorms right now that is tracking across Gilmer and as well as going through the Longview area. Also, back over in Fort Worth, we got a huge surge of wind right now heading into Fort Worth as we speak. I'm going to check the terminal radar sites to see if we have any rotation, which right now looks like just a big surge of wind. Connor Kropp is actually entering into Fort Worth right now. This is his live shot. That is not live. One moment. It's going to load. This is his live shot right now in Fort Worth. He's in White Settlement specifically.
Right, where's my exit?
Bro doesn't know where his exit is.
That's the real question. Where's my exit here?
Bro was lost. But yeah, this back over on the west side of Fort Worth in White Settlement, where we have had winds probably as high as 70 to 80 miles per hour, maybe even a bit higher than that. Found his exit. There aren't many lights on right now in this area.
It's not about to be an all-nighter, bro. I guarantee it is not about to be an all-nighter, at least for me.
W. No all-nighter for him. All right, back over to Dallas-Fort Worth. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning here for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds near Burleson and Fort Worth, Cleburne. We are still seeing some rotation just to the south here of DFW near Cleburne. The broad area of rotation, it's also not aligned with our hook, but it's near the boundary. We could even see a gust tornado or two out of that. But something to keep an eye on there, just south of Fort Worth. Back over in Mount Pleasant, also back over near Idabel, Oklahoma. We are talking mainly about 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-size hail. It's not as significant of a line back over there. If you're back over near Athens, Texas, 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds are in the near future out of this line as it crashes down to the south. In addition to a frequent amount of lightning, bottom right of your screen is in Glen Heights, which is located just south of Dallas, and there is plenty of rain. You can see the wind going sidewards as well. Winds are pretty strong there, probably around 60 to 70 miles per hour. And then back over in Abilene, still 80-mile-per-hour winds and tennis ball-sized hail. No new updates there. It's been pretty much the same story here for a little bit. If we didn't have this convection out in front of this line, I almost guarantee you would probably have a tornado threat growing back over in Fort Worth, but I think we're going to be saved by that little bit of convection in Arlington. We'll have to wait and see. Thank you, Melissa, for the $20 Venmo donation, and Chris with the $100 Venmo. W's in the chat for Chris with the $100 Venmo donation, just saying weather. I appreciate that. W's in the chat for Chris. Way too kind. How long is this supposed to last in Fort Worth or Tarrant County? This might last a little bit. The storms in general will probably be going for a long time. You'll probably have plenty of thunder and lightning. But the other thing is, like, the line of storms to the wind, it's only going to last maybe another half an hour to an hour. After that, it's done, hopefully. Unless, for whatever reason, these storms back over near Abilene try to make it there, which I doubt. So, after this line moves through, we're hopefully done with most of our severe weather tonight, for Fort Worth specifically. But at least for right now, there's just a ton of rain falling, and it's barely moving. So the flooding threat is growing rapidly right now in the North Texas region, especially in Dallas and Fort Worth. All right, I'll have another radar scan in a second. Still some broad rotation near Cleburne, Texas. Keeping an eye on that. You're back over in Cleburne, Texas. Just a little heads up. Again, broad rotation right over town. That is going to be moving into Grandview here in a few minutes, then going towards Maypearl, Texas, Italy, and Waxahachie. They may issue a tornado warning on that if it's able to intensify. Right now, it's still broad rotation north of Rio Vista. The winds over Benbrook over the last few scans have gotten a little bit lower. They're down to 70 miles per hour, but keep in mind we are way closer to the radar site, so they may be a little bit less accurate than before. But regardless, still have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Fort Worth for the time being. Hey, Brian, for the $10 super chat. Alvarado? Where's Alvarado? Alvarado, you should be in your safe place just in case, because there is a little bit of rotation there near Cleburne, but 70 mile per hour winds are the biggest concern. Still a low chance of a tornado. Can Dallas go to bed? I would probably at least have ways to receive alerts just in case, because we still got a line of storms coming out of the west, but I think the severe threat is lower for the Dallas area. No real big updates on Abilene right now. Just a lot of rain and hail. I put Abilene bottom left of your screen. There's a camera there. But yeah, just a lot of wind and hail right now. The worst of the threat would be east of Abilene with this big supercell near Clyde. There isn't really much of a tornado risk with this. It's just 80 mile per hour damaging winds and tennis ball sized hail. That's going towards Cisco, Moran, and also Eastland will be in the path of that. We got more storms, by the way, going towards Abilene. It's endless. We got more storms near Rotan, Texas, and Hamlin. These are also going towards Abilene. I feel bad for you if you live in Abilene. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if who's watching from Abilene in chat. Let me know. I'm curious. Anywhere in the Abilene area, because you got more storms coming later on too. Literally endless. All right, highest winds right now moving into Fort Worth. We still have an extremely dangerous severe thunderstorm warning for the Fort Worth area for another 14 minutes. Do have some people in Abilene. Hey, Drew, for the $5 super chat. I live in South Cleburne. Not as much here, just some winds and some rain. Well, that's good to hear. Hopefully it stays that way. I don't know if it'll stay that way. Also, the rotation is still going here near Cleburne. I'll keep it a buck. I honestly think this might get tornado warned here soon. It's going towards Grandview, Texas. It's not on our hook echo, but it's not far from it. I think the hook is trying to reach out. Waiting for another velocity scan. This is like the closest we've been to an actual, well, maybe not the closest. The storm southwest of Fort Worth was pretty close to dropping a tornado. Hey, Leah, for the $20 super chat. My son is in Keene, Texas. Should he be in a safe place? Keene, Texas? Yeah, you should be in your safe place. Kind of random, but if you're currently watching for whatever reason from the I-80 corridor back over Nevada, we have a dust storm warning in effect. Life-threatening travel is a possibility. Near Lovelock, Nevada. Alright, here's our latest radar scan. We still have some broad rotation. That's over Sand Flat in Texas right now. It's coming up on Grandview over the next few minutes. It's on the southeast side of Cleburne. Probably have some 70-mile-per-hour winds going into Cleburne right now, or just went through Cleburne. Also, back over here, let me go to the Shreveport radar. Just to the northwest of Gilmer, we do have an area of rotation trying to come together right now. That is currently located near Pittsburgh, going towards Lone Star. It's a little bit contaminated, but there's a chance for a tornado or two with this, just north of Tyler. That'll be going towards Jefferson or City, Lone Star over the next few minutes. So definitely stay weather aware. You can actually see the Boeing segment coming together again. We got this large bow, and then we got some convection that is clearing out in front of this, which may allow for an inflow, and that could allow for a tornado to drop somewhere over here near Lone Star going towards Shreveport over the next several minutes. Thank you, Dan, for the super chat. Power out in some of Abilene and Clyde. Is this the worst of the night? It probably will be the worst of the night. I hate to say it, but again, there are more storms coming. These ones are currently warned for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail, but who knows? Maybe they'll intensify again. They might just intensify again. Thanks also C. Brooks for the super chat. Watching from Abilene and watching for over a year. Appreciate what you do. I appreciate that. Glad you've been tuning in for a year. Appreciate the support. Also, thank you, Emily, for the Venmo donation from Arlington, Texas. Hope you are staying safe there in Abilene. Or Abilene, bro. I keep saying Abilene. Arlington. It's been a long stream. We've been live for 9 hours. We're definitely hitting, I think, 10 hours today, maybe even more. Thank you, Sarah, for the $10 super chat. This line of storms is not showing any signs of weakening either. Like, this thing is gonna keep going into Shreveport. Like, it's a pretty intense line of storms. If this line of storms got more organized 2 hours beforehand, I think this would have been a full-blown derecho. I don't know if this is going to meet the criteria. I don't think it will, but at least a severe mesoscale convective system. Connor right now is driving through the north side of Fort Worth. That's what it looks like out there right now. Winds are picking up a little bit. This is near Lake Worth. I know we have a few people tuning in from Lake Worth. By the way, Connor is currently driving through rain. What a surprise.
Yeah, bro's cooking.
All right, back over in Fort Worth. We still got a big surge of wind currently coming through in Fort Worth, going into Arlington over the next few minutes. Back over south of Cleburne, we still have a little bit of rotation. It's got a little bit broad over the last few scans, but still a tornado threat, I think, in the long term, going towards Blooming Grove, Corsicana. This is the southwest of Waxahachie. Cannot speak. I do truly think we'll probably get a tornado warning here soon near Ore City and Lone Star in Dangerfield. Hey, Operation with the $5 super chat. You're the only weather channel I watch, so I guess if you are never live, I'll be weather blind. That is true. Thank you, Celeste, for the $10 super chat. Everman, Texas. It's probably going to be going for like a next hour or so, at least with rain and lightning. The highest wind threat has now just pushed through the Burleson area and is now moving to Arlington over the next few minutes. This really intense area of wind is merging with a bunch of other storms, so the wind should actually naturally go down a little bit, but it is still probably producing at least around 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I was actually just about to talk about what we could expect from the line as a whole over the next couple of hours. So obviously at this point, this section of the storm is moving off to the east and this section is moving off to the south. This is going to lead to a direct competition for the energy and environment, and hopefully these two will just fight it out, cancel each other out, and then that will cease to exist. However, I am becoming more concerned about the area over near Tyler, Texas. You were talking about it a few minutes ago, but it continues to look even better on radar. You can kind of see that it's really starting to clean up this front edge and is becoming a lot more sharp looking. And it's also really bowing out in a way where we can see that the storm is strengthening. So what's going on here is as it's bowing out more in the front, it's starting to pull in more of that rear inflow jet in the back. And this is going to sort of work together to strengthen this even more. This is already an 80-mile-per-hour storm, and it is either going to A, continue to do that, or B, strengthen even more. Further off down here to the south, we have once again these two outflow boundaries interacting with each other. They've been trying to produce some sort of spin up tornado, but luckily it does look like that is not going to happen. It would have had to happen up here north of Cleburne, but now, although there is broad rotation, it's not really there anymore, and it's not really going to be able to interact in a way where it could spin up a tornado. At least it really shouldn't. Back over by Abilene, we actually do have a very, very considerable flash flooding threat starting to unfold. I mean, you talked about these storms moving over and over each other, and it actually looks like they've already gotten 3 inches of rain today, as indicated by radar. And the flash flood warning thinks that they're going to see another 1 or 3 inches of rain on top of that. They could actually end up seeing more than that, especially if we see both this cell, and anything behind it go through the same area. We could see as much as 3 to 5 inches of rain in this region. And if you're from the Abilene area or anywhere along the I-20 corridor, you know that it doesn't take a lot of precipitation to really, really cause bad flash flooding in this area. The same sort of thing is possible over here near Fort Worth, where we're seeing the one line starting to move from east to west, and the other line moving down to the south. In this region here is where there'd be the most significant chances for flash flooding, but hopefully that doesn't happen.
Hey, Riley, for the update. Going back over to live radar here. Thank you also, Sarah, for the $10 super chat. Taking my boat to work tomorrow. That is, hey, you got a boat, you might want to use your boat to get somewhere, I guess. Tomorrow. All right, let's go back over to the northwest side of Shreveport here. Yeah, we still have some rotation right now coming up on Lone Star. I really wouldn't rule out a tornado warning with this line. If you're in Lone Star or City, Lake Pines, or Jefferson here in Texas, I would be ready to go to your safe place. We may end up getting a tornado warning at some point with this line as it continues to push down to the southeast. We do have some rotation. And also a big surge of wind. It is currently warned for 80-mile-per-hour winds going into Tyler. If you're in Tyler, Texas, or Longview or Kilgore, expect 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds here over the next few minutes as this line continues to push down to the east. Apparently, we have a camera here in Big Sandy. Bottom middle of your screen is Big Sandy. Where is Big Sandy? I never remember where Big Sandy is. All right, Big Sandy, bottom middle of your screen. We should start to see a lot more lightning and wind in the next couple minutes. Apparently PTZ is better. All right, let me change it over. It's a live shot right now in Big Sandy, Texas. We are about to see possibly up to 80-mile-per-hour winds move through this town here. And I think there's also a train maybe there, or that's just a light, one of the two. A lot of lightning for sure. The wind should pick up here in the next couple minutes, so I'm going to keep an eye on that. Lots and lots of lightning. Thank you, Sean, for the $5 super chat. The storm looking like more of a bust than every Dallas quarterback since Troy Aikman. Romo gets respect if he has the defense, aka the warnings for Max. All right. Thanks for the super chat. Thank you, Rick, for the $10 super chat. I've been watching from Southeast Abilene all night. Fun weather out here. If you like thunderstorms, tonight is your night. We've had plenty. Here comes the wind, by the way. It's starting to pick up now. This is where we could have upwards of 80-mile-per-hour winds. We also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Waxahachie and Cleburne. That is for 70-mile-per-hour winds, bottom right of your screen. But here comes the wind. It is definitely starting to pick up a little bit. It's in Big Sandy, Texas. Thank you, Mike, for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that. Glen Heights camera is barely hanging on. It is? Let me look. Switch it over real quick. Oh, wow. Look at Glen Heights. This is just south of Dallas. Jeez. The wind's actually picked up a lot in the last couple minutes. This is, again, there's just been multiple surges of wind over the last several minutes. Multiple surges. It's actually kind of surprising. This is like really delayed wind too. We also got another line of storms coming out of the west here in a few minutes. So, tons of lightning. This over in Big Sandy, Texas. It's starting to get a little windy. That's just north of Tyler. Hey, Dighton for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. Also, thank you, Suziana for the $5 super chat. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Abilene, bottom right of your screen. That is for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds and tennis ball-sized hail. And that camera may have just gone out from the wind. All right, we'll go back to Big Sam. I'm going to go back to radar first. We got a brand new severe warning again for Moran, Clyde, and Abilene. That is, again, for tennis ball-sized hail and 80-mile-per-hour winds. The most significant threat will be right here. Just to the south of Clyde. There isn't really much of a tornado risk, even though we have a hook kind of hanging out here. There's is not really any. This is more stable, more elevated storms. That'll be mostly hail producers, in addition to some downburst winds. And then back over near Cleburne, Texas, we still have a little bit of rotation north of Ithaca. That's going towards Italy, but overall, it's not going to be as significant of a storm. Winds picking up now in Big Sandy, Texas. Here it comes. This is just north of Gilmer, or just outside of Gilmer, near Ore City and Tyler. So this is basically what you can expect in the Tyler, Texas area. Same thing with Dangerfield and Longview. Tons and tons of lightning. Apparently there was a power flash a second ago on this camera too. Another cam too. This is like the main one. This thing's just doing a 360 right now. The velocities on radar are being measured up to 80 miles per hour just off to the northeast of Big Sandy. Lightning is pretty much non-stop here. Where's the west one? Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we have a report out of Pittsburgh, Texas. There's an emergency manager reporting a tree has fallen on a house 3.5 miles southwest of the town. No more information other than that. I'll let you know if we hear anything else.
All right, thank you for the update. That's just off to the west there of Tyler, I believe, or just north of Tyler. So again, significant line of storm still going. We have a potential for a tornado as well near Lone Star, and that is also going into Dangerfield over the next few minutes. This is the west view, also on this same camera in Big Sandy. You can see the wind just a little bit better on this camera, in addition to all the lightning. See the wind picking up there on the right as well. This is probably not, I would find it hard to believe this is 80, but it's probably 60 to 70. I think the highest winds are near Gilmer and Ore City right now. This is probably about what we're going to see in Tyler. Little update, by the way, if you're back over in Fort Worth, the severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled for Dallas-Fort Worth. Winds have definitely gotten a lot weaker. It's mostly gusty winds right now going through Arlington. That'll go into Cedar Hill over the next few minutes, and then Irving, and then Dallas will be in the path of that. Gusty winds moving into town, but nothing severe as of now. The worst severe weather is just to the south of Dallas-Fort Worth. We got a lot of flooding, by the way, going right through the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And this entire line of storms is continuing to crash down to the south and southeast. I do think if you're back over here in eastern Louisiana near Lone Star, we still need to be watching for a potential tornado risk as this goes towards Jefferson. Long term, that will be going in the direction of Shreveport, Louisiana. Thank you, Captain Ray, for the $20 super chat. Also, thank you, Six, for the $5 super chat. Tornado chance in Tyler, pretty much zero. I know there's a tornado possible label on this, but I highly doubt we're going to get a tornado with this. I think it'll be mostly wind for Tyler. But still treat this as if there's a tornado warning, because we could still see damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour. Back over to Big Sandy, Texas. Still a lot of lightning here on this line of storms. Shout out to Catherine with the $5 Venmo donation, and Kelly with the Venmo donation, and Raylin for the $50 Venmo donation. W's in the chat for Raylin. Really appreciate that. Awesome weather coverage from Southern California. I appreciate that, and thank you for the generosity. Lots of lightning in Midlothian. Yeah, a lot of lightning everywhere. How's Dallas looking? Gonna be a lot of rain. Flooding rain is like the biggest concern right now for Dallas. Got a new damage report. Oh, that was the one that Riley relayed. Never mind. It's near Pittsburgh. Just came up. Can Dallas go to bed? Yeah, you guys are probably good in Dallas. Just have ways to receive alerts in case something else happens. And the one thing I'd be keeping an eye on, like, I don't think this is going to reach you guys, but I think this right here is something to keep an eye on. Other than that, I think Dallas-Fort Worth is pretty much done. I think the worst of it's just to your south and east now. Thank you, CF, also for the $20 super chat. Updates on Cleburne. Biggest concern right now is damaging winds. It's mostly already moved through Cleburne. What it looks like on live radar right now. So the worst of the wind has just moved through Cleburne. It's going through Ithaca and then eventually going towards Italy. And then Hillsborough will also be in the path of this. Continue to stay away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're in this warning. Waxahachie's about to get hit by this as well. The Glen Heights camera actually did come back up, but I think the worst of the wind has just calmed down there. We'll put that bottom right of your screen, though. Thank you, Matt, for the $5 super chat. More bad storms this week. We'll have a video, I think, tomorrow morning talking about that. Thanks for existing. No problem. I think we'll have a video tomorrow morning, I think, talking about that. We should, at least. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing for a video yet tomorrow. Or if I'm doing a video. There is a chance for a live stream tomorrow, too. Let me look at... just a little quick look at tomorrow. We got a slight risk of severe weather tomorrow across the Ohio Valley, southeast as well, mid-Atlantic. Little slight risk also in New Mexico and Texas. Got 2% tornado risks. One in the Dixie Alley, one over in the Ohio Valley. I think NATOcast had like a 5% somewhere too. Let me look real quick. Will there be a derecho? I don't think this classifies as a derecho. Riley, do you think this was a derecho? He nodded his head, maybe. This is our tornado risk for tomorrow, according to NATOcast. Got a 5% in Mississippi and Alabama, and then a 2% in a few other areas. Maybe even one. There's even one in Chicago. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I'd probably say today was not a derecho just because we kind of had two separate lines, and because we had two separate lines, neither of them are going to be long enough to classify as a derecho. The other thing too is I'm assuming both lines would be counted as one. I'm not sure if we really reached the distance requirement for a proper derecho. Also, you can't go more than 1 hour between significant wind gusts, and I would imagine at least at some point there was 1 hour between our most significant wind gusts. So there's like a bunch of reasons why we're borderline not having a derecho today, and normally when that happens, NWS would just like, oh, absolutely not, that was not a derecho. So I would expect that this would not be classified as a derecho, but either way, it was definitely very damaging. There were a lot of very high wind gusts today. We had reports well over, or not well over, but just over 100 miles per hour, and it was definitely a very, very strong MCS, whether or not it does get classified as a derecho.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. I agree as well. I don't think this was a derecho, but severe mesoscale convective system, if you will. I mean, that's like the more simplistic way to classify it for today. By the way, new severe thunderstorm warning for Tyler, Kilgore, Longview, and Marshall, Texas, going towards Timpson and Jacksonville. That is for 80-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. It does have a tornado possible label on this. This is still a dangerous situation. That's what they say. It's a dangerous situation. Pretty much an extremely dangerous situation here in East Texas. On top of that, we also have a tornado possible label. So we're not ruling out an isolated tornado. I think we're going to get a tornado be up here out near Lone Star going towards Jefferson. But we could also get a QLCS spin up somewhere else. We got a little couplet there south of Ore City going into Harleton. And that'll eventually go towards Marshall, Texas. So continue to stay away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are in any of this area right now. That is moving towards Shreveport. Marshall, and just to the north there, Palestine right now. We'll probably get a new warning also near the Palestine area and Tague here soon as this line of storms continues to crash down to the southeast. Still watching for a low tornado risk with this line back over near Istika, going towards Hillsborough, but mainly 70-mile-per-hour winds right now, tracking to the southeast. The severe thunderstorm warning for Abilene is still destructive at 80 miles per hour in tennis ball sized hail, so continue to stay away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are in the severe thunderstorm warning. And then we have another storm back off to the west near Sweetwater that is still producing quarter sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds tracking to the east. That'll be going to Abilene and Hawley. Thank you, Matt, for the $10 super chat. Marshall, Texas, I would expect upwards of 80-mile-per-hour winds. Is my current thinking for your area. Hey, also, Fidget for the $10 super chat. What's your hurricane coverage look like? We do hurricane coverage. If it's a hurricane making landfall in the United States, we usually always have at least one live stream for those. We have in the past, and we will probably do this again this year. We usually do streams also leading up to the event. We'll sometimes do live streams like days before, doing live discussions and stuff like that about them. Depending on the intensity. If it's like a category 1, we usually won't do that. But if it's like category 3+, we'll usually do that. Thank you, Boot, for the $10 super chat. I'm driving around Michigan until next week for work. How's it look? I don't think you guys will be looking at too much of anything over the next week. It's iTask, not Istika? Really? That's interesting. Thank you, Heather, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. We're receiving reports out of Mount Pleasant, Texas, that there's a flash flooding ongoing. Roads are being closed, and there are reports of vehicles stranded. We kind of talked about this a few hours ago, saying that, hey, this is probably going to come an issue once we see storms start to train over the same spot. And it is. And there's people driving into floodwaters. Please don't drive into floodwaters. Your cars need air and gas to run, and when it gets water and gas mixed together, they don't drive. So please just avoid driving through floodwaters. If you see any, turn around.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. As a good reminder, again, flash flooding has become a pretty big concern tonight, especially around Dallas-Fort Worth and the Abilene area, and it will likely continue as a big threat for the next few hours and probably for the next several hours. I mean, again, the rain's really not going anywhere. In DFW, we continue to see heavy rainfall in the same areas, and it's been in this area for really 3 or 4 hours in a row now, and unfortunately, we've had a lot of rain. If we look at our total storm precip so far, some radar measurements are indicating upwards of 3 to 4 inches of rain have fallen around Dallas on the south side of town. And even up near McKinney, Texas, upwards of 3 to 4 inches of rain as well. And then further down to the south, I think this is like, yeah, so that's over. Let me go back further to the west. Back over in Abilene, Texas, there have been a few areas also picking up as much as 4 to 5 inches of rain back over near Hawley. And then also north of Rotan, upwards of 6 inches of rainfall. So there's been a lot of rain, and you can check out this also inside the Radar Omega app, that little tool there to look at all the radar indicated rainfall totals. You can download it with the top link in the description below, but we've had plenty of rainfall. Again, turn around, don't drown if you're on the roadways, and please take it safe out there if you have any plans to travel either tonight or even tomorrow morning. If you wake up early at like 6 a.m. or something like that, definitely turn around, don't drown. Not worth it. Not worth your car getting stranded. And the possible embarrassment that could come from that too. I feel like that might be a little embarrassing. Thanks so much for these live streams. I have awful storm PTSD, and I've been through multiple tornadoes. Well, I'm glad I can help. And somebody just said in the chat, power is completely out in Grandview. Our power outage numbers are increasing. Let me see if I can find the number here. This is now the latest. We're up to 147,000 customers without power in Texas, most of which is due to severe weather. And a lot of it in Fannin County. We actually have about 25% of that county without power. We did have a tornado warning in Fannin County earlier. So we are sitting now at about 11,000 without power there. And also in San Augustine County, almost the entire county is without power from severe storms earlier. So yeah, we've had quite a bit of power outages, nearly 150,000 customers without power. If you are in the path of severe storms, as a reminder, have flashlights ready to go. If you got any devices that could also help with light sources, you might want those next to your bed tonight in case you're going to bed, or if you're in your safe place, do that as well. And this entire line of storms right now is still producing damaging winds, upwards of 80 miles per hour. The worst of it now going towards Shreveport, going through Tyler, Kilgore, and Longview. And over near Waxahachie and Gun Barrel City in Corsicana, we're talking about 65 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds tracking down to the south. By the way, I did just take a little look at tomorrow, and I don't think tomorrow's a stream day, but we will be on standby probably at least for a few hours tomorrow. Probably from like 12 Central until like 5 or something. A possible stream day, we'll see. Monday is off to a great start. We'll have a video tomorrow morning, I'm pretty sure. I think we'll have a video tomorrow. We should have a video tomorrow. I don't think we've had, for the record, we have not had a single day without a video, I think, in about 30 days. No, I think it's been 30 or 31 straight days of videos. We have not ended the streak. I don't think we're going to anytime soon. Hopefully we don't have to. I don't want to end the streak. I like uploading every day. I like talking about weather. I've actually been streaming for so long, it's only been 9.5 hours, bro. Like nothing. This is our longest stream, I think, in June, I'm pretty sure. Getting up there, at least. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, so we have another flooding report. Actually, the wording is literally identical to the one from Mount Pleasant, except for this time it's for Abilene. Once again, a street/road flooding, roads closed, vehicles stranded.
Thank you for the update. So yeah, Abilene, Texas, turn around, don't drown. If you're in a low-lying area, definitely stay weather aware. It's a higher ground as well if you're in one of those areas that is prone to flooding. Also, new severe thunderstorm warning for Cisco and Eastland, Texas. That is for 70 mile per hour damaging winds and $50 sized hail. Yeah, this is our longest stream so far in June, by the way. Our longest stream before that was literally 2 days ago, which was 7 hours and 22 minutes. And today we'll probably reach 10 hours. Riley has another update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, one thing I just noticed, if you take the measuring tool on Radar Omega and measure from the northern end of the destructive severe thunderstorm warning to the northeast of Sulphur Springs that just got canceled, we'll pretend it's still there and measure all the way down to the end of it. We have over 116 miles of continuous destructive severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, that is definitely kind of crazy. It was a moment ago, no longer it is, but it is still about 67 miles of destructive severe thunderstorm warnings here. Just one now, but we had 2 a moment ago. So pretty crazy stuff there. Again, this intense line of thunderstorms is now pushing into Kilgore, Longview, Marshall, Texas, and it's near Tyler. It'll be coming up on Jefferson over the next few minutes, and we are still keeping an eye on a possible tornado threat up here on our northern side of the Boeing segment that is moving into Jefferson, Texas, then going towards Shreveport. Also a new report, a little bit of a delayed report over in Cumbie, Texas, an image of a tree that has fallen onto a home in Cumbie, causing damage to roof. New damage report there. The northern segment of this line near Dangerfield is right now at 60 mile per hour winds and quarter-sized hail, so luckily that is a little bit weaker than the remainder of our line of storms here. Power in Burleson's back up, generator is up. Guessing you mean that your generator is powering your power? Am I catching your drip, or... I don't know. I don't know if that's what you meant. Huge shout out to Petros with the $20 super chat. Any thunderstorm risk for Romney, West Virginia in the next few days? There's a chance of thunderstorms tomorrow, but I think the general risk will just be isolated hail and wind. There's a low tornado risk back up near Cleveland tomorrow. And I wouldn't rule out a live stream tomorrow. We'll be on standby from like 12 until like 5 probably. Thank you, Russell, for the $5 super chat. It's bad in Abilene. Got some trees down and power out my road, and flooding is over the curb into my lawn. Appreciate the update there. Hopefully you stay safe there. Unfortunately, flooding is definitely going to become a big concern. I don't think it's going anywhere either, because like Abilene, you got another round of water coming through. Another plume of water, if you will. That's going to be moving right into town. Unfortunately, there's really not any end in sight. They just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for Sweetwater, Texas. That is for 60 mile per hour damaging winds. Hey, Sandra, for the super chat. Once again, the worst part of this line of storms now moving to Longview, Texas, Kilgore, and Tyler. And you stay away from windows as this line moves through. Keep in mind that we are getting surges of wind, so the first one will probably not be the only one. You'll probably at least get 2 or 3. How's Tyler, Texas? You guys should be getting the worst of the severe weather right now, or at least within the last few minutes. Velocities on radar are down to about 75, 80 miles per hour near Ore City. I would expect whenever our new warning update comes in, it may be downgraded to 70 for this entire area, but we'll see. The worst of the wind has been really in this area for the entire time near Ore City. How's Cleburne? Cleburne is clearing out for now. Might get an isolated storm again tonight, but I think more than anything, the worst of the severe weather is rolled through. Just make sure you have ways to receive alerts if you're in Cleburne. The damaging wind potential right now near Waxahachie is still upwards of 70 miles per hour near Istakot or Itask, whatever it is. I've seen a couple different pronunciations. And then near Hillsborough. Moving into Hillsborough over the next 5 to 10 minutes in Italy. This is definitely still winds around 60 to 70, especially since it's being measured here by radar pretty consistently. Crossing over the I-35 East Corridor also in a few minutes just south of Waxahachie, and then we'll be coming up on Ennis, Rice, Corsicana, and Blooming Grove. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I have an update out of Murfreesboro, Illinois. Actually, 12 minutes ago now, there's apparently reports of trees down, power lines down, and a box trailer flipped on 149. No severe thunderstorm warning for that area. There is like generalized showers in the area. However, they don't look that severe. But obviously, if there were damage reports, there's some sort of gusty wind situation going on there. It will be interesting to see if they issue a severe thunderstorm warning for this. There are warnings off to the south for storms that are moving into the Cape Girardeau and Poplar Bluff area, but there's nothing this far to the north.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. Max, can you answer questions, more questions from your supporters? Just saying. I mean, I try my best. I'm reading chat right now, so I'm trying to answer questions. I can't always. I mean, when we have a lot of severe warnings and stuff, and especially when we have tornado warnings, I hardly ever look at chat. It's almost impossible. So, is it a derecho? I don't think this is what. I don't think today was a derecho, but I do think it was a severe mesoscale convective system. I don't think it was far from a derecho. If we had one line of storms, I think it probably would have been. It's been kind of two different lines. Hey, Sandro for the $5 super chat. Is Texarkana safe? Texarkana, I would say you're probably not going to see much of severe weather, but you'll at least get some rain, some thunder, lightning, gusty winds. The worst of it should just stay down to your south. The particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm watch, still goes for another 3.5 hours, by the way. Still includes northwestern Louisiana and much of central and east Texas. Thanks, Samantha, for the $5 super chat. Is it safe to go to bed in Lindale, or should we stay up? Lindale, Texas, I'm guessing. Yeah, you guys are good in Lindale. How much rain is Colleen supposed to get? I cut a grass for a living. Am I staying home tomorrow? I don't think Colleen's going to see that much rain. It'll probably be up to an inch, unless we get some, like, weird training effect again. We've seen that a little bit out here in Texas already, but I don't think we're going to see anything too substantial. I think the chances of flash flooding down there are low. Thank you, Ashley, also for the super chat. Eastland, Texas. Got a severe storm over you right now. I would stay weather aware because there are a train of storms right behind you, but I think as long as you have ways to receive alerts, you should be fine. But 70-mile-per-hour winds are coming in from the storm back off to your west, so we got another storm coming in. And then also $50 sized hail with that one. Velocities on radar being estimated around 65 to 70. Hey, Sydney, for the super chat. Itasca. That's definitely how it's pronounced. I'm going to keep sending this until you say it right. Also, very windy in Midlothian right now. You might be sending that a lot, because I'm not going to lie. I'm probably not going to remember. Itasca sounds kind of weird. Does not look like that at all. Got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Missouri. We actually got severe weather going to Cape Girardeau right now. Mostly just gusty winds or damaging winds. North of Poplar Bluff, 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. Going towards Puxico and Zalma. Bit of a different zip code. We haven't really talked about Missouri much today, other than like the beginning of the stream. Been pretty quiet. Not much of a tornado risk there, just mostly wind. Hey, Kelsey, for the $5 super chat. Do you think New England will be more tornado active this year than usual? Not really, no. I don't think it's going to be really any different than any other year. We don't usually have that many years that are actually active in Texas. We got a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Ellis, Navarro, and Hill County. That is going to be Ellis, Navarro, Hill County. It's going to be somewhere over here, just south of DFW. That's west of Corsicana near Istica, or Itisca, Italy, just south of Waxahachie. So this entire area is under an 80-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning. So this is destructive. Blooming Grove, Dawson, and Hubbard are in the path of this. This is an extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning. So again, stay away from windows, be on the lowest floor possible if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning. Italy, Blooming Grove, Dawson, and Hubbard are in the path of this. South of Waxahachie, Texas. Outside of Itisca. Itisca, Texas. I used to live here and I cannot pronounce that place. I know how to pronounce basically everything other than that. And maybe Waxahachie. That one I sometimes get comments on. Thank you, Elisa, for the $20 Venmo donation. I appreciate that. Thank you for you and your dedicated work. I appreciate that. And thank you, Elisa, for the Venmo donation. Butler, Wayne, and Carter counties in Missouri were also just upgraded to 70-mile-per-hour winds. Waxahachie? Close enough. Hey, Tatum for the super chat. I would have ways to receive warnings if you're in Stephenville, but I think, generally speaking, you're probably fine to go to bed. This is the main storm coming at you, which is still producing 70-mile-per-hour winds and $half size hail. Hey, Fidget for the super chat. How much cheese could a cheese curd if a cheese curd could cheese curd? What is that message? Appreciate the super chat. Italy? It's Italy and not Italy? Bro, that's Italy. That right there, that says Italy. Is this observed or is this radar indicated? It's radar indicated, alright. Can Fanning go to bed? If you're in Fanning County, you're good. Thank you, Darren, for the $5 super chat. Driving to Wednesday from Augusta to DFW. What can I expect in my drive? I'd watch tomorrow's video or even today's video. It has way more details than I could give you right now because I'm more focused on the severe weather that's happening in real time. But I will talk more about that tomorrow in my video. I'll have a video bright and early. I'm going to draw a line because I have everybody asking, can I go to bed? Everybody wants to go to bed, it seems like. Everybody. I'm going to draw a line. If you are north of this line, you can go to bed. If you're south of this line, you can go to bed, just have ways to receive alerts. If you're anywhere in between it, you're pretty much in the risk of severe weather right now or very close to it. And I would still be saying weather aware. This should go on a t-shirt right here. This drawing. What a drawing. I just woke up. Bro, it's like 1:30 in the morning Eastern time. There's no way we're just waking up. The light show Midlothian? Yeah, there's a ton of lightning with these storms. Hey, Eagle for the $5 super chat. I'm gonna ride out this storm on my PS5. Alright. I'm watching live in VR chat. That is actually wild. Can I go to bed in Alaska? I think you're good. Was Fort Worth clear? Yeah, I think Fort Worth is alright. It's just gonna be a lot of rain. I don't think any more severe weather's coming. There's a low chance of something, but I think most of Fort Worth is done. Max, do you plan on doing something else with your degree? Not right now. I mean, like, honestly, being a meteorologist now officially, I mean, it already builds credibility here on YouTube because I think social media in general, the entire landscape, lacks credibility. There aren't many meteorologists that are actually running weather pages, which isn't a big deal. Like, there's, I mean, this is across all social media. It's not just YouTube, but it's across all of social media. There are, you know, probably about the vast majority of weather pages that are not run by a meteorologist or somebody that's even learned about weather in general, you know, at least in some sort of class or fashion, or even really self-taught themselves. They just post whatever they see on the GFS model or whatever. So I think it builds credibility. I also think it's a good thing for the YouTube space. I think YouTube needs a meteorologist, and I think there needs to be more of that on social media across the board. So personally, I honestly, like, I love doing what I'm already doing. Like, there's no reason to do anything else. I enjoy being able to interact with chat, being able to, you know, do my own thing too. It's better in my opinion than, you know, having to work for somebody else. I also have, you know, employees now. Like, it's actually like it's actually kind of a full-blown business now, which is kind of diabolical, because I did not think it'd be like this, like, anywhere closer to half a year ago. So I'm also the only 8'7" meteorologist on YouTube. I want to get that straight. Thank you, Noah, for becoming a member. Thank you also on Bias for the $20 super chat. Buy yourself a Moonbeam ice cream. What is that? I'm still getting the "can you sleep in this place" questions. I just drew lines. I feel like the lines were good. I thought that gave at least some idea of who can go to bed. Hey, Storm Chaser for the $5 super chat. A bird? Is that a bird? A bird, Texas? Once again, if you're just south of Waxahachie, we do have a destructive, extremely dangerous situation. Severe thunderstorm warning. This for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. Going through Italy, Blooming Grove, and then Dawson over the next few minutes. Huge shout out to Mail for the $5 super chat. Will you still be live when the next batch of storms hits Abilene? I might be. I don't know. I have no, like, I'm not in any rush to get off, so I'm still alive. Thank you, Mike, for the $10 super chat. And we still have multiple destructive severe thunderstorm warnings out there, so we'll be live as long as there's wind, some wind. I don't know. I don't really have any intention to get off anytime soon. Our severe thunderstorm warning, we just got a new one. A new severe thunderstorm warning for Ennis, Corsicana, north of Waco, Texas. Just outside of Waxahachie. That is going to be for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. And that severe warning in the middle is 80-mile-per-hour winds. Is that Jaden? This is a overturned semi back over in Texas right now. And we're waiting for a live signal. But this overturned semi. You know where this is, Riley? We have his location. Do not have his location. It's in Abilene, Texas. We got a semi flipped over. This is live. Hopefully he is okay. Definitely not what you want to see, though. We had upwards of 80-mile-per-hour winds in Abilene here over the last couple hours, so. You got some trash. You got a trash can flipped over there, too. That's not as substantial as a semi, but. Also, his windshield is cracked. He's still in there? Is there somebody in there, or is that just, like, reflecting? I think it's just reflections. Hey, Fidget for the $5 super chat. Appreciate the super chat. Yeah, I think it's just reflections. I don't think there's anybody in it. I kind of doubt it at this point. Hey, Victoria for the super chat. Hopefully he's alright. And Jane Peppenheim back over in the Abilene area. Did have up to 80-mile-per-hour winds there. Gilmer's a light show. It's gonna be a light show just about everywhere. Oh, is Jane doing a walk around of the semi? All right, let me go back to him. All right, Jane Pep was about to do a walk around the semi. Oh, he's doing it right now. Here we go. Put his audio. Let's get Jane Peppenheim.
This is actually crazy, you guys.
Semi flipped over, back over near Abilene.
Doing a little walk around here. Wow.
Hey, Annette, for becoming a member, welcome to the Velocities. Yeah, I don't think anybody's in it. If somebody was still in it, I'd be surprised. It's probably been there for an hour or two.
Dang.
You can see the windshield pushed out. Hey, you know, for the $5 super chat. Been watching you for a year, been thinking about going to school to become a meteorologist. Hey, if you enjoy weather, might be the move.
Truly insane stuff right here. Hey,
There's
Zero!
his-
Come here, Zero!
That's his
Come
dog.
here, Zero! We got Zero! There's the Zero.
You guys don't know who Jane Peppenheim is. He does chase with his dog all the time. It's pretty cool.
Guys, this is just wild.
A little backstory to his dog. His dog actually came from the EF4 tornado that hit Rolling Fork. It was quote-unquote one of his victims.
What is even
So kind of a little backstory there. And if you don't know what Rolling Fork was, that was the EF4 tornado that hit Rolling Fork. I think it was 2022. So it was a borderline EF5 tornado. That's how we found the dog, and his name is Zero. The 2023? I bet 2023.
See if I can get you a little.
It was like the beginning of 2023. I'm pretty sure.
Come over here real quick. Try to get.
Hey Austin for the super chat.
Just.
No power southeast of Cleburne.
Yeah, this is just. Did not expect to see this.
Did I start learning meteorology
to the
before
one person
college?
in my
Yeah, I did.
chat
I mean, I
that
self-taught myself a lot of stuff beforehand. I watched a lot of Weather Channel beforehand too.
Because yeah, pretty crazy right here. This is the QT in Abilene, Texas. For those just tuning in.
All right, if there's any new updates, we'll go back to them. This is back over in Abilene, Texas right now. Camera's shaking a ton. Still high winds over in Abilene. This warning is still warned for, I believe, 80-mile-per-hour winds. Nope, it's down to 60. 60-mile-per-hour winds. Golf ball-sized hail for all of Abilene. Got another storm coming out of the west right now. Around like 16 for Abilene, Texas. Is DFW past the worst of it? Yeah, DFW's past the worst of it. Back over near Shreveport, Louisiana right now. We got a line of storms coming up on Shreveport over the next few minutes. If you're in Shreveport, Louisiana, get ready to be away from windows, lowest floor possible. 80-mile-per-hour winds still warned on this storm. Maybe downgraded soon, though, to 70. I'm not seeing nearly as high of winds, even though there's a very sharp line of thunderstorms. Got a little high peak of winds north of I-20, northeast of Longview. We'll be moving to Shreveport here over the next few minutes. This means I can't sleep in Abilene yet. Honestly, I mean, you could go to bed, just have ways to receive alerts, I guess. It's going to be a close call for anything. I think the worst of it's going to just stay down to your southwest, and even then, it should be mostly just hail and wind. There's a lot of lightning with this, too, but there's not a whole lot of hail left. Mostly just wind. Hey, Tango for the $5 super chat. We're going to release shirts that say PDS. Pretty dang serious. We're actually going to release shame shirts soon. Do you guys want a little preview to that? A little preview to our shame shirt that's probably coming out. I gotta find it. I do not have it pulled up actively. It's been a big little like thing that I wanted to do for a while. Not gonna be out probably for another week or two. Here's a little sneak peek though. Or a shame t-shirt. I like it. I think it's a good design. Got the rain. Got the shame. Got the cars under the overpass. What do you guys think about it? Let me know in the chat. It should release within the next couple of weeks. It'll probably be late next week. Probably around mid to late June sometime. Definitely buy that. We're gonna do it on more than just shirts, by the way. It'll be an actual collection. A lot of the releases we've done recently aren't collections. It's just like a shirt or something. But yeah, we'll have a collection for sure for that. Wow, whoever made that is awesome. Well, I just heard from Riley that whoever made it, it looked terrible. So I don't know, man. Jaden is moving a tree. Apparently, there's more damage over here in Abilene. More damage over in Abilene, Texas.
Yep, that is not budging. We're gonna have to use the chainsaw.
You guys have any suggestions, by the way, for the shirt? Just let me know in the chat if you guys have any suggestions at all.
We're gonna pull out the chainsaw.
The shirt needs a tornado. Make it have lightning on it. Tornado in the distance for the shirt. Wouldn't be a bad idea.
Okay, guys, we're gonna get the chainsaw here. Chainsaw's coming out.
Bro's going to work. I need to get Jaden a max velocity hat. That's what he needs. Bro's really trying to get the chainsaw going. I think he's struggling. Oh, here we go. Here goes the chainsaw. He's getting it. Might get it out of the road here. Chainsaw shirt? What? You can't do a shirt for everything that happens on a stream. Next thing you know, we're gonna have a shirt for every tornado warning that ever gets issued. Or worse, every severe warning that gets issued gets a shirt. Hey, Niles with the $5 super chat. Can we get an update if the hay bale's still rolling? It might be. Hey, great, thanks for the $5 super chat. Shirts should say, or cracked on windshield so you don't have to crack yours. Bruh. It's the W caption. Moonbeam ice cream shirt? What is Moonbeam ice cream? Thank you, Lewis, for the super chat. Mainly a threat for wind, Lewis, tonight, over the next couple hours. He's almost got the entire tree out of the road. Jaden Peppenheim. Almost got it all out of the road. Get some W's in the chat for Jaden Peppenheim. Where's his safety glasses? Bro's built different. Bro is built different.
We did it! We got it! Finally! I haven't been able to use the chainsaw all year.
Bert's use of the chainsaw in 2025 goes hard. Is the Radar Mega app a per month or one-time fee? It is a it's a one-time fee. There's also a monthly subscription that's optional. But if you get the base app, you get all sorts of stuff like the radar. You also get all the storm chasers inside the app, cameras, all that good stuff. Yeah, if you want to download Radar Mega, it's the weather app you've been using this entire stream. It's the top link in the description below. How old am I? I am 22, I think. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So we did get an extension to our PDS Severe Thunderstorm Watch. This now includes places like Shreveport and Monroe in Louisiana.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's across northern and western parts of Louisiana. PDS Severe Thunderstorm Watch has been issued for this area. Yeah, not a new one. It's just an extension for the next 3 hours. And again, this is literally the first time since May 29th of 2024 that we've had an extremely dangerous situation, Severe Thunderstorm Watch, really anywhere in the United States. So it's been about a year. We still have 2 extremely dangerous situations, Severe Thunderstorm Watches, in place right now. Hey, Samantha, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Back over in Shreveport, we got significant damaging winds coming in here over the next little while. They have downgraded the warning down to 70 miles per hour. We still have an 80 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warning west of Corsicana. I would have to assume that this is probably going to end soon. It'll probably just be back down to 70 miles per hour. And then back over in Abilene, Texas, we got another significant storm coming through over the next few minutes with 60 mile per hour damaging winds and also golf ball sized hail. This is a live shot from Abilene right now on the Radar Mega Cyclone Port just south of Abilene. It's going towards Tuscola and Merkel over the next few minutes. This is an official derecho. It is not. I don't think it will be a derecho. But at the minimum, it'll be a severe mesoscale convective system. How is Abilene still a thing? Well, I mean, after all the storms that we've had today, literally, it's been unbelievable. We've had flooding, and we've had non-stop storms, like just a train of storms, like everything. It's just been super active here in Abilene today. Hey, DC, for the generous $20 super chat. Appreciate that. I love you, Max, but my wife loves you more. All right. Thank you, Adam, for the 8-month membership. Down to that time. It is the after dark hours of the Max Velocity stream. Got an 80-mile-per-hour wind warning on Eastland County. There's no 80-mile-per-hour wind warning. This storm's producing 65-mile-per-hour winds near Gorman and Eastland, and it will probably continue towards Stephenville with at least 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail, so they'll probably extend this warning here soon going towards Stephenville, Texas. If I had to guess. And back over near Shreveport again. If you're over in Shreveport, we're probably going to get a warning here soon for 60 to 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and possibly some hail as well. I think the hail threat's pretty low out of this, but they still have this warning for quarter-sized hail. It's going to be moving across the Louisiana and Texas border here shortly. Velocities after midnight. It's the velocities after midnight. I was looking for New Boston. I think you guys are chilling in New Boston tonight. The worst of it's just stay down to your south. We are going to have our new SPC outlooks in the next, like, 10 minutes for tomorrow. So we're going to definitely wait for those. I think it's 10 minutes from now, unless it already came out. Yeah, the next 10 minutes. Shout out to East with the $10 PayPal donation and Lynette for the $20 PayPal donation. Thank you, Caleb, also for the Venmo donation, and Elisa for the Venmo donation. Really appreciate that. I'm so tired. How's Waxahachie? I think you guys are chilling for the rest of the night. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, this is a look at our storm reports for the day. Looking at these, it looks like we're probably not going to see a derecho just because we have a large gap in the reports around this region of Texas. I do believe this was over an hour, so that's probably, or that's part of the reason that we won't see a derecho. But we can still see that we had a very, very widespread region of enhanced wind gusts or wind gust over 69 knots. So we did see the significant wind side. We just didn't really see the duration and the length of the system being what it would need to be a derecho. But overall, we had 5 tornado reports today. 2 of those were in Virginia. 1 was in Oklahoma. The other 2 were in Texas. These 3 are actually associated with the same storm that we watched produce a tornado on and off for almost 3-4 hours. Other than that, we do have a few more just scattered random gusts reports and hail reports around the Kansas and Joplin, Missouri area. We saw these earlier on Ben Williams' stream, and of course we tracked that random supercell that went through Chicago that actually did end up producing a high wind report. We also got a couple hail reports up here in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan and 1 near Green Bay, Wisconsin, as well as just a bunch of others along South Carolina and North Carolina's coast. This was actually, all things considered, a relatively calm day for what it could have been. We really lucked out on not seeing that system sort of congeal in a line even sooner, or we probably would have seen a lot more widespread severe weather, although there definitely was still very considerable weather today, and it's not a day that busted by any means. We definitely verified the risk. It's just we did have room for it to be worse, but luckily it was not.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, today was definitely a fairly active day. Even though it did not pan out to what we thought it could have done, it still was pretty significant across the board. New severe thunderstorm warning near Shreveport, Louisiana, going towards Center, Timpson, and Coshada near I-49. Logansport, Mansfield in the path of this. If you're in this warning, stay away from windows, lowest floor possible. We'll be moving down to the southeast. 70-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail will continue. Hey, Clem, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Is it all outflow? Yeah, for the most part, I mean, everything's pretty much been outflow today. The only thing that I'm keeping an eye on for a low tornado risk would be right in this area, my voice. Going towards Vivian and Benton and Shreveport. So that's the main area to keep an eye on. We got a little bit of rotation too near Beckville, but not a whole lot. It's back over in Abilene, Texas right now. We got a severe storm rolling in here in the next few minutes. Still producing golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Thank you, Connor, for the $5 super chat. In Peeltown, near Ennis, is there something going on outside? It's a good question. It's raining. There's some lightning. That's about it. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. It is free to do. Also, make sure to click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest updates. Don't forget you can follow us on Facebook and Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. And also, you can join our Discord server, linked in the description. And we're going to be live here for as long as needed. We got multiple severe thunderstorm warnings out there. We got 11. So we got multiple considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. This is the one again over near Abilene, Texas, that is still producing golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Thank you, Matt, for the $5 super chat. Marshall, Texas. I think you guys are chilling. I'll give it like 4 or 5 more minutes, and then after that, you should be good. How do you decide when I go live? I don't know. I go live when I feel like it. I don't really have like a, I don't have like a, I don't know, a method of going live. I just go live when it looks like I should go live. Intuition, if you will. Hey, City, for the $5 super chat. Big Spring, Texas. All the windows are blown out of the hotel settles. Was there a confirmed tornado? Where's Big Spring at? No. Not from my knowledge. There were high winds earlier. I know there was a discrete storm over there earlier, but I don't think there was anything beyond... there was no winds higher than 60, I'm pretty sure there, at least reported. Thank you, Onetta, for the super chat as well. We got our day 2 SPC outlook. We don't have our day 1 yet. This is our day 2 SPC outlook, which again would be for Tuesday. Tuesday's risk of severe weather. Got 2 marginal threats and a little slight risk back over in West Texas. Good news is that Tuesday does not look like a stream day. Tomorrow still possibly is. I'm going to look and see what they put the SPC outlook, but wait for that. Should come out in a second. Thank you, Mitzi, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. We've been live every single day, I think, for the last 6 days other than yesterday. We had a little break yesterday. Almost went live, but did have a confirmed, like, large tornado just to the south of St. Louis yesterday, but it was like, it was a Summertown, if I'm not mistaken. Summertown in Missouri. More in the suburb, kind of outside of the suburbs. Thank you, Vaughn, for the super chat. I think Virginia's chilling for the rest of the night. I know my thumbnail shows Virginia, but that was earlier today. We no longer have any extremely dangerous situations, severe warnings. Everything's down to 70 miles per hour, quarter-sized hail. Still low tornado risk across the board, but it's low enough to the point where we don't have any tornado warnings for now. Thank you, Vaughn, for the $5 super chat. Nope, I just read that. Houston outlook. Don't think there's going to be much in Houston. Low wind threat tomorrow morning. That's about it. Even the Virginia risk was better than it could have been. I don't think Virginia really performed today. There was a 5% tornado risk. I think there was 1 tornado, and that was it. I honestly thought we'd at least have maybe 2, maybe 3. We might have had 2 or 3. I've only seen 1 confirmed so far. Any tornado threat for Abilene tonight? No, just wind and hail for the rest of the night. And flooding. That's what it looks like in Abilene right now. The camera's still shaking. We're about to get a big surge of wind, I think, in a few minutes. The line of storm is moving in here in the next few minutes. Just kind of awaiting that. This camera, if you look bottom right of your screen, it's located right here. And so here's your line. Still producing 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and up to golf ball-sized hail. Hey, Quark for the $5 super chat. No hay bale sightings today. None at all. No hay bale sightings today. Thank you, Abby, for the 5 gifted memberships. Really appreciate that. Got a gifted membership. Make sure to thank Abby in the chat. Can Weatherford go to bed? Yeah, you guys are good in Weatherford. There's a lot of rain at this point. We do have a severe warning, by the way, for Stephenville. I didn't point this out, but Stephenville, you are under a severe warning for 65-mile-per-hour damaging winds. That'll be moving into town in about 10-15 minutes or so. Dublin's in the path of that. This will eventually go towards Granbury, Glen Rose, and Cleburne, and Burleson. If it stays alive, it will make it probably to Cleburne and just south of Fort Worth. So be ready for that. We go to the SPC outlook. I guess we got our day 1 outlook coming in from the Storm Prediction Center. We only got our categorical outlook. We're waiting for the probabilities for everything. Nope, we got the entire outlook. All right, here's our day 1 severe weather outlook for tonight, or tomorrow. Not tonight, tomorrow. Technically today, it's Monday. The Storm Prediction Center has maintained 2 slight risks of severe weather. We got one across parts of the Northeast, back over in Pennsylvania, New York, and it extends all the way back into the Dixie Alley, and then another slight risk back over in New Mexico. Damaging winds and some large hail will be possible. We have 2 little tornado risks. We got one in Mississippi, Alabama. We got another one back over in the Northeast. To be honest, I don't think we're going live tomorrow, but there's a low chance. We'll be on standby again for probably a few hours tomorrow, just in case. But there's about 10 million people in our 2% tornado risk. Covers about 88,000 square miles. It's a little bit smaller than before. It was initially like this entire area. So that's at least been consolidated a little bit down to a smaller 2%. Obviously, click the bell icon down below so you're notified if we do go live tomorrow. It is still a possibility. Give it like a 25% chance if we go live. And again, we will have a video tomorrow morning, no matter what. Just letting you guys know. We'll have a video tomorrow morning, no matter what happens. So. I'll be here if you do. I appreciate that. How do gifted memberships work? Yeah, they're random. There's no way you can really get them. They're just random. So, I mean, you may or may not get them. It's just like it's all equalistic chance. If you're on the streams more, though, if you comment more on streams, you do have a higher chance, I think. There's like a tiered system. You're over in Shreveport, Louisiana. Damaging winds are moving in over the next few minutes. It's going to be coming up on Greenwood, Wascom, and eventually moving to Blanchard, west side of Shreveport, about to get hit by this. And then it'll be crossing to Houghton, Benton, Coshada's in the path of this in about 30 minutes or so. But Shreveport, next 15-20 minutes, damaging winds will be a possibility. So a large bow echo here across East Texas. Thank you, Winter, for the $5 super chat. Lightning is increasing in Shreveport. Yeah, lightning's definitely going to be increasing. It's on the rise up here. Any of this reaching College Station? The line will probably make it to College Station. I just don't think it'll be really that severe by then. Like, this entire line should get down to College Station, maybe clip Waco, and then after that it'll probably be weakening. But it still will probably be weakening down there. Max is my favorite live streamer. Appreciate that. Updated warning for Abilene. We do have a new warning for Abilene. That's for $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. If you're back over near Abilene, Merkel, there will be 60-mile-per-hour winds, $half sized hail as this line continues to push down to the southeast. Hey, DIN, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. As always, again, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Don't forget you can become a member of the channel. You can click the join button down below. It's one of the best ways to support what we do here on this channel. Really do appreciate, by the way, all the super chats, Venmo donations, PayPal donations. Becoming a member today And without your support, all of this would not be possible. So I really do appreciate all the support on the channel. It's been, again, incredible today. Really do appreciate you guys a lot. We have a lot of stuff going on now, and so I really do appreciate you guys supporting the channel as always. We are going to continue weather coverage for the next hour or so. Riley's going to take over, so if you guys want to continue to watch weather coverage, we'll have live cameras on his channel as well. You can go ahead and stay on the stream. We're going to redirect everybody to Riley, who is going to continue live weather coverage. As a reminder, you can follow us on Discord, and also, or you can follow us on Facebook and Twitter at MaxVelocityWX, and then also you can join our Discord server. The link is in the description down below. Also, huge shout out to Radar Omega for sponsoring today's stream. If you want to download Radar Omega, it is the top link in the description below, so you can go ahead and check that out as well. And yeah, all right, we're gonna go ahead and redirect everybody to the Riley stream. Again, you don't have to do anything, just stay on the stream. Live coverage will continue like normal. We'll have live cameras over there for you guys that are in Shreveport, Abilene, and other surrounding areas. And if you have any questions, you can also ask them as well. All right, thank you guys all so much for watching. Have a great, safe rest of your night. We'll see you guys all again in the next one. Stay on the stream and you'll be redirected again to Riley. If you don't get the redirect link or whatever, the link will be in the chat. All right, thank you guys all so much for watching. We'll see you guys all again in the next one.